Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 home runs for the Arizona Diamondbacks last night. Helped them on their way to an 8-2 win over the Giants, and it was Jake McCarthy's 3-run shot in the 4th inning that got it all started.
McCarthy swings, high fly ball, deep right field. You betcha! Oh, man! A no-doubter for McCarthy, his 2nd of the year, and the Diamondbacks take a 4-2 lead.
Aside from the long ball, Zach Gallen looked more like himself last night. He went 7 innings, waved 10, and only gave up 1 earned run. Today, Merrill Kelly and the Snakes will look to make it 3 straight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the sports world, number 2 player in the world, Coco Gauff, was eliminated in the first round at Wimbledon. And in the NBA, the Milwaukee Bucks have stretched and waived point guard Damian Lillard in order to bring in big man Miles Turner. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on right now. Celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta,
Vinny.
Jared Carlin,
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sepulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and business Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday that feels like a Friday. Woohoo! I suppose it's pretty much that way for everybody in the Valley. Wouldn't you suggest? No? You don't think so?
I think we are actually in the holiday minority here.
Yeah.
Wow, so people can't vibe with us.
Yeah.
My wife has to work tomorrow.
Yeah, and a lot of people that I know are working, but working like half days and stuff like that.
Or like a work from home day, Thursday. Yeah.
Because
How did we get so lucky?
I don't know. I don't know why we have it off.
today, tomorrow is our we have a floating holiday every year.
Okay.
So they kind of maneuvered around wherever 4th of July falls. So this
I
year
can-
it works out.
Yeah.
And we get the 4-day weekend.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
So we might be rubbing it in people's faces.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. That's something as a listener, I can't stand that. I hate braggarts. Okay, so here's what I want to say before we get started. Number one, this has been a rough season, postseason for basketball. Tyrese Halliburton, Vinny calls it the worst injury in NBA history. He's got a point. Damian Lillard and Red Panda went down last night.
I'm so glad you brought this up.
Red Panda, who I saw perform live for the first time at a Grand Canyon game this past season.
Really?
Yes. And I had a hard time watching for that very reason.
Look, I'm at every Suns home game, right?
Uh-huh.
And I have been for the last 9 years.
Yes, you have.
You see some stuff at halftime. Some of it's great, some of it not so great.
Right.
When Red Panda rolls through town, it's a treat.
It's not to be missed.
That's
Legend.
like the elite of the elite
Uh-huh.
of the halftime performers.
Legend.
And when it started rolling on Twitter last night and the aftermath of it, and then I saw the video of the actual, you're like, nothing is real anymore. Nobody's invincible. Not even Red Panda's invincible.
Red Panda, for those who don't know, rides a very high unicycle and then like flips bowls on top of her head.
It's true. It's one of those things that's so amazing because you can't get over the fact that somebody thought about this as an act and then perfected it, but then you get sucked into it. It's amazing.
Right, and then you watch it, but the thing is she is 55 years old.
I was just looking that up to see how old she is.
Right? So
she's been around.
She's been doing it forever, but she's not a spring chicken anymore. And that's
not even a spring panda.
You both are on top of your games. Golly gee, you're hot today. No, but it's when I was watching, I'm like, oh, Lord, please protect this woman.
Yeah.
And she fell and landed hard on her wrist last night.
Yeah,
you're right.
Shut up. They had the wheelchair off.
A circus acrobat from the age of 7 under the tutelage of her father.
That's 48 years.
Wow.
That was entertaining the masses.
Right. But as Vinny said, the most amazing thing when you watch the act is how did that person realize that's what I want to do?
You know why? She's a 4th generation bowl flipper.
Really?
Her mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother all did this act in China.
Not in the NBA.
No.
So it's genetic is what you're telling me. Wow.
The culture of halftime acts in the NBA that travel around, it's fascinating.
Oh, yes. You would know that better than anybody.
There's a guy that's still going around doing, like, high-stakes Simon Says. We haven't had him at Suns games in a while, but...
Wow.
Then there's Kevin, the chin balancer guy who lives in town.
Classic.
Another amazing act that you're like, how did you figure out you could do this?
I know, I've seen that.
And then you're like, wow, he's got a whole 12-foot ladder on his chin.
Right. How do you cultivate your skill set into that?
How do you get good at that?
Right. Exactly. Wow. My chin is really sturdy. How do I monetize that?
Please, God, protect Red Panda. We need her. We need her now more than ever, man.
All right, start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs notch a convincing 8-2 win over the San Francisco Giants at Chase Field. Arizona using the long ball in this one. Jake McCarthy's 3-run blast in the 4th gave the D-backs a 4-2 lead. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. added a 2-run shot in the 5th. And then Randall Grichuk and James McCann had back-to-back solo jacks in the 6th. And Zach Gallen, his best start in a while. The right-hander went 7 innings, allowed just 1 earned run on 5 hits, struck out 10. Anthony DeSclafani threw 2 scoreless innings in the 8th and 9th to close the door on the Giants, who have now lost 4 straight and 7 out of 8. D-backs 2 in a row in the win column. They're back over 500 again at 43 and 42. The roller coaster ride continues.
This is kind of what we one of the scenarios we predicted, but this one's got a little spice with it too that we're going to get into today.
That series continues tonight at Chase Field. Merrill Kelly on the mound for the D-backs, taking on San Francisco right-hander Landon Roop. First pitch 6:40. Listen to all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. D-backs also signing right-hander Jake Woodford to a major league deal. They will option right-hander Juan Murillo to AAA Reno. Woodford, 28 years old. He's pitched at the big league level with St. Louis and Pittsburgh and the White Sox, if you consider them major league. He spent this season at AAA with Iowa and Scranton Wilkes-Barre. They need to change the name of that team. That's just too many cities.
Do you know the mascot or the team name of Scranton Wilkes-Barre?
Are they the Rail Splitters or something like that?
You're unbelievable.
I
don't know, but just the fact that you've got a guess handy, it's unbelievable.
The Dunder Mifflins?
Right.
There's a shop. You might have even told me about this. There's a shop in San Francisco right on Haight-Ashbury that the store is full of minor league sports T-shirts.
I would go there.
Oh, I know. It would be heaven for you.
To quote Liz Lemon from 30 Rock, I want to go to there. Club also releasing Trey Mancini from the Aces. Mancini, 16 home runs, 74 games at Reno this season. A lot more action around the NBA as free agent movement continues. The big news on Tuesday came out of Milwaukee, where the Bucks, using their waive and stretch provision on the remainder of Damian Lillard's contract, they are signing free agent center Miles Turner. Lillard had $113 million remaining on his contract. The Bucks can stretch the remainder of that money over 5 years instead of 2, meaning they'll pay $22.5 million per season for Lillard not to play there. He will likely miss the entire 25-26 season as he recovers from a ruptured Achilles tendon suffered in Game 4 of the Bucks' first-round playoff series against the Pacers on the 27th of April. Turner agrees to a 4-year, $107 million contract with the Bucks. He had spent his entire 10-year career in Indiana after the Pacers took him with the 11th overall pick in the 2015 draft out of Texas. This signing has major Eastern Conference reverberations, mostly, in my opinion, for Indiana, but we're going to get into that a little bit later on.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Bucks also trading veteran wing Pat Connaughton to the Charlotte Hornets along with 2 second-round picks in exchange for guard Vasa Micic. He's on the move again. He's just
unbelievable.
He's being used as a salary filler in trades. He's one of those guys that might get traded like 4 times this offseason. The NBA's MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and the Oklahoma City Thunder agree on a new 4-year contract extension worth $285 million. The average annual value of that extension, an NBA record $71.35 million. It will be temporary because Devin Booker's contract will exceed that in terms of average annual value. Kings made a couple moves on Tuesday. They signed point guard Dennis Schroeder to a 3-year, $45 million contract. They also trade center Jonas Valanciunas to the Nuggets in exchange for Dario Saric. And the Nuggets signed Tim Hardaway Jr. to a 1-year contract. Nuggets are having quite the offseason. Jakob Poeltl of Toronto, 4-year, $104 million extension. Raptors also signing big man Sandro Mamukelashvili to a 2-year deal. And French big man Gershon Yabusele headed to the Knicks on a 2-year contract. Heat and Pistons getting together on a sign and trade deal. Duncan Robinson on his way to Detroit where he gets a $48 million contract. Pistons sending Simone Fontecchio to the Heat. In football, Darren Waller, unretiring, will end up with the Miami Dolphins, who are acquiring him from the Giants for a 2026 6th-round pick. College football, Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson both landing on the Walter Camp preseason college football All-American second team, was released on Tuesday. Levitt, the second-team quarterback behind Clemson's Cade Klubnik, while Tyson landed on the squad as a second-team receiver behind Jeremiah Smith of Ohio State and Ryan Williams of Alabama. First-round play continuing at Wimbledon. Top seed on the men's side, Yannick Sinner breezed past Luca Nardi in straight sets. Third seed, Alexander Zverev, not as fortunate. He fell to France's Arthur Rinderknech in 5 sets. Fifth-seeded American Taylor Fritz finally got past unseeded Frenchman Giovanni Pecci-Pericard in 5 sets. On the women's side, Coco Gauff, already done. Short stay. She was bounced by Diana Yastremska in straight sets. Rain held up play today for a while. Second-seeded Carlos Alcaraz highlighting action today in his second-round match against British qualifier Oliver Tarvet in about a half an hour. He's ranked 733rd in the world. What could go wrong?
Right.
And the USMNT taking on Guatemala today in the semifinals of the CONCACAF Gold Cup. Match gets underway at 4 o'clock Arizona time. Mexico battling Honduras in the other semifinal. There is your splash for Wednesday, July 2nd. Coming up. I'm not doing this, Jarrett.
Oh, I thought that would be in your wheelhouse.
I heard your damn look-aheads for the show today.
Damn it.
Did you hear the look-aheads?
No.
Oh, we're going to hear
I want to hear them.
them.
All right.
You want me to do it?
Well, okay. I could find maybe the look-ahead if you want. But if you want to do it, you don't have to do it. Do whatever you want. It's your show.
What's the deal with Bradley Beal? They say teams could trade for him, but who are these people?
See? Excellent, Seinfeld. Much better than mine.
We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
This is Holly Robinson Pete for Eggland's Best. Eggs are a staple in our diet, and there's only one egg with more delicious, farm-fresh taste plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. With more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties, classic, cage-free, and organic. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Arizona sports.
Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon. Shaping the Suns' future this offseason. With Bickley and Murata.
This is Jerry Seinfeld. What's the deal with Bradley Beal? They say teams want to trade for him, but who are these people? We'll discuss it at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata mornings. Oh.
They have to, for Jalen Green's sake, and also for the young guys. Rasheer Fleming is a guy who's going to be getting three-point shots. Kobe Brea, their second-round pick, is going to be a weapon. So it's you want those younger players, not to mention Jalen Green, getting those opportunities in those minutes, not a guy who, A, you don't want to be there, and B, doesn't even want to be there. He's not part of your future. So they have to get rid of him regardless of what it has to be, whether it's waiving him or buying him out, stretching the contract, whatever the way you got to do it, you got to get rid of Bradley Beal. Have to.
Locking him in a closet.
Yeah, that too.
Kevin O'Connor on the Birds and Gambo show yesterday. I just happened to be in the car when that look ahead came on. Burns' reaction to it was, we're just going to move right past that. A dead-on Jerry Seinfeld impression.
I mean, it was my fault because we had the guest on at 9:45, so I was setting that up and I forgot to record your.
Who was that guest at 9:45? I don't remember.
Well, we hardly knew him.
We're gonna get back into him.
Won't see him no more.
Home run ball guy.
Yeah, Kevin O'Connor from Yahoo Sports on with Burns and Gambo yesterday. We all know this. The Suns have to move off Bradley Beal. The clock is ticking. Everybody who has an opinion on this seems to think sooner is better. Nobody wants this to drag. The speculation even that Bradley Beal's side would like some sort of resolution so he can know where he's going to play basketball next year. So sooner is better, but they're still handcuffed on what they can do.
Let's talk some options here because for the last few days, I've seen local media put together pieces, written articles, videos, top trade destinations and possibilities for Bradley Beal, and I just laugh. There are going to be no trade possibilities for Bradley Beal, especially now that the Bucks have bought out Damian Lillard. And that's not to say the Suns don't want to trade Bradley Beal. They'd love to trade him. But now that the Milwaukee Bucks have ripped the Band-Aid off of Damian Lillard and absorbing $112.6 million, everyone is going to wait for the Suns to do the same with Bradley Beal. No one is going to trade him and willingly give up assets and pay that salary. So if you believe in what I just said, and I do, or I wouldn't have said it, then I think you've got a couple of options left. You can go just give him money and tell him to go away. Do with Bradley Beal what the Bucks did with Damian Lillard. But as Vinny pointed out, it's kind of complicated because they stretched and waived a couple of players last year, E.J. Liddell and whom I forget, Nasir Little. They do not have the ability to stretch and waive Bradley Beal because there's going to be too much of a percentage
of the salary cap.
Of the salary cap on a stretch and waive. Now, had they not stretched and waived those other two fringe players, they could do it, but they can't. So you've got two options now. You can give him that money, say, sorry, didn't work, have a good life, Bradley, and then absorb all of that cap hit next year, I suppose, as if he were on the end of your bench, except he's just not there. Or you can do what Brian Windhorst suggested. Send him home until they can try to somehow find a way to work a trade someplace. But I just don't think the latter is even possible.
Even if you included assets with him?
That's the only way. To me, that's the only way, because now that this Damian Lillard thing has dropped, no team in their right mind they're going to go, okay, you know what? That's what the Suns are going to have to do with Bradley Beal.
Yeah, the wave and stretch thing is still the more attractive option, but there still needs to be cooperation from Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal has to say, okay, I will take less. And Burns and Gambo were talking about it yesterday. The whole thing makes my head hurt. You know how I feel about contracts on the radio?
Yeah.
It's not exactly compelling, but it is compelling in this case. It would be about a $14 million pay cut for him. That would get them under the percentage threshold to allow them to stretch that from 2 years over to 5 years. So the cap hit would be manageable. Yes, it's a lot of dead money. Either way you look at it, it's a bad deal, but at least it gives you maneuverability.
Right.
Now, if that were to happen, the Suns can't go back down that road and do what the Milwaukee Bucks are doing. And the Bucks, they're getting off the Lillard contract, but then they're spending $107 million on Miles Turner. Not to say Miles Turner is not a very good player, but are the Bucks in a position to compete? They obviously think so with all the injuries in the Eastern Conference, but they're being labeled as reckless for what they're doing.
Very much so.
Because and the difference is Lillard's not going to play this year. So that I don't think that was on anybody's radar because he was pretty productive. And the record the Bucks had while Lillard and Giannis on the court together in the regular season was pretty good. In 2 postseasons, they only played 3 playoff games together. And that's including the 6 minutes Lillard played in Game 4 when he blew out his Achilles.
Right. So what you're saying is that the Bucks at least have a logical reason for doing something so reckless, because Damian Lillard will not play next year, and they're deathly afraid of Giannis leaving the franchise. So if they can cut off Damian Lillard, bring in Miles Turner. It's a desperate plea to keep Giannis. The Suns aren't doing it to keep anybody. They're doing it because they made a tragic error, and they need to get rid of Bradley Beal. So will Bradley Beal be amenable to giving back $14 million to an organization that he might feel did him real dirty?
But here's the reality of it too. If he's amenable to it, yes, it's taking a haircut. But does Bradley Beal has appeal around the NBA at a mid-level exception, which happens to be about $14 million a year. So you make it up.
Yep.
Right. There's also the argument about, like, look, they don't have championship aspirations this year. Would it be the worst thing? Like, why are they so against him just coming back and playing? Like, why hinder your team for 5 years going forward? Or why, just cut him and buy him out completely?
It's a fascinating question.
Yeah, because he doesn't seem like a locker room cancer. But again, the Suns they've kind of they've showed their cards a lot. They showed their cards at the trade deadline. Let's pivot. Let's trade Kevin Durant. Where'd that get you? It got you into a position of weakness this summer in trading Kevin Durant because he had all the power. And Gambo gets really good information from the organization. And when the day the season ended, Gambo was banging on the table in this very studio saying there's 0% chance he's going to be back.
Not happening.
That is showing everybody at the table what your cards are.
There's a 0% chance that Bradley Beal is back on this team next year. 0.
Look,
that's a great point.
It's really good for the radio station that Gambo gets this information, but maybe somebody should shut up. And I'm not talking about Gambo.
No offense to Gambo. We just want a better basketball team.
I'm not attacking the messenger.
Right. That's a very, very good point, Fitty.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. Jared said it very, very well earlier. This basketball team gets so caught up in the moment and so wrapped up in what do we do that they don't think these things out. Like, for instance, the stretching and waving of those two randos I talked about. You might have at that point in time said, you know what? We might have to stretch and wave Bradley Beal, and we need to keep that clean. We need to keep our powder clean on that.
Yeah. Here's the real-life application of what happened with the Bradley Beal trade. For people who can relate, that deal was the equivalent for everyday people of being drunk on a Thursday night and getting sucked into a timeshare because of an infomercial you saw. And you can't get out of it.
But they're just so.
But look, we know that there are companies that terminate timeshares. We should start a company that terminates bad NBA contracts.
Right. Are you a lawyer?
We don't like lawyers.
Right. But there is just so I'm clear, because I'm all confused about that. There's a possibility that they could cut him and still have to pay his whole salary?
Yes. He's getting all of his money in whatever he's getting, whatever he doesn't take if he agrees to a pay cut. But again, he can make that up from another team.
But listen, there's reports out here from Om Youngmisuk.
Om Youngmisuk?
That's it. That the Clippers are interested in him if he's free and clear of the Phoenix Suns. So Bradley Beal can play in Los Angeles, keep his family in Phoenix, and all he's got to do is give $14 million back to the Suns. Will he do that?
We shall see.
But then again, I don't even know if you want to stretch and wave him.
Why not?
Because I don't know if you want that $20 million cap hit every year for the next 5 years.
So
it goes back to the question that Jared asked is why are they so dead set against it? I mean, he's been a frustrating player.
No, you're right.
Availability has been spotty at best, but
it's true.
I mean, I've seen worse.
That's fine. It's a good point.
Today's the last day to win D-backs versus Royals tickets. Text Firework to 620-620. Listen starting at 7 a.m. for your chance to win tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals on 4th of July. We're giving away tickets in the 7 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and 4 o'clock hours. That's Firework to 620 now. Coming up next, D-backs needed the milkman to deliver, and the cream rose to the top last night at Chase Field. We'll tell you more about it in D-backs Daily. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You you and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
You know, at first I looked in the backyard because my mom had a pool. I did not see anything. So we went and looked in the other places. And then I was like, you know what, let me just look one more time outside. And I see Eric in the middle of the pool. At that time, my husband had finally come into that backyard. He jumped into the middle of the pool, grabbed him, and brought him off to the side of the pool. And we both started CPR as my mom was calling 911.
And then they landed a helicopter in the middle of the street, picked him up, and flew him to Phoenix Children's Hospital.
That ride took forever.
As soon as we got there, they put us in a little room, and the doctor came in and said, we tried for an hour and a half.
And they couldn't get him back.
Realize that it can happen to you. It takes less than an inch of water for a child to drown. As long as we are able to save one other child's life, that's what this is about.
Fulton Homes remembers Eric and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts. Sanderson Ford.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 home runs from the Diamondbacks last night helped them on their way to an 8-2 win over the Giants, and it was Jake McCarthy's 3-run shot in the 4th that got it all started.
McCarthy swings, high fly ball, deep right field. You betcha! Oh, man! A no-doubter for McCarthy, his second of the year, and the Diamondbacks take a 4-2 lead.
Aside from the long ball, Zach Gallen looked more like himself last night. He went 7 innings, struck out 10, and only gave up 1 earned run. Today, Game 3, Merrill Kelly and the Snakes, they'll look to make it 3 in a row. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure you call Parker.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Zach Gallen on the mound Tuesday night for the Diamondbacks against San Francisco right-hander Hayden Birdsong as Arizona tried to continue the momentum of their series opening win on Monday night. It would be Gallen getting scuffed up first. In the second inning, he struck out Dominic Smith leading off the inning. Did not get the same result or a similar one when facing Willie Adames.
And now Gallen is 0-2. Breaking ball, that is smashed out to deep left center field. Adames made him pay. It's 1-0 Giants here on Adames's 10th home run of the season.
Chris Garagiola on the call. Adames got a hold of an 0-2 slider, opened the scoring with that solo home run. Daniel Johnson followed with a double to center and took third on a sloppy throw and cutoff by Alek Thomas, Geraldo Perdomo, and Ketel Marte. Thomas got the error, but they were all involved. Patrick Bailey would ground out to first, but that was enough to score Johnson, and it gave the Giants a 2-0 lead. San Francisco would threaten in the third as well. Rafael Devers decided for once not to strike out. He had a 2-out double. That brought up former D-back Wilmer Flores.
Now the 1-2. Hard hit line drive, base it into center field. Devers doesn't have great speed. Thomas up and firing. They're going to send Devers. The throw is not in time. Devers just got a foot in there safely. It looked like he came up with a little bit of a limp, and we'll see if the D-backs decide to challenge. Yes, they will. It's going to be the third outfield assist of the season for Thomas. It sends us to the bottom of the third, still just a 2-0 lead for the Giants.
Yeah, tremendous play by the catcher, James McCann there. The throw was offline.
Yeah,
he
it really
made
was.
A lunging attempt at a tag, and in combination with Devers, who...
I didn't know he was that slow. I mean, I knew he was slow, but that slow?
He didn't slide, he bounced. When his butt hit the ground, he bounced straight up.
Yeah.
But still a great play by McCann. Score remains 2-0. That would be big. Diamondbacks would finally get the bats going in the third. McCann drew a one-out walk after Alek Thomas struck out. McCann took second on a rare passed ball by the catcher, Bailey, with 2 outs. That proved to be costly thanks to Geraldo Perdomo.
And the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, line drive over the leaping effort of Fitzgerald into right. Here comes McCann around third. He will score, and Perdomo makes him pay. An RBI single to make it 2-1.
Yeah, D-backs on the board, trailing by 1. Gallen, meanwhile, was in a zone. He got the Giants in order in the fourth. D-backs would surge ahead in their half of the inning. Birdsong walked Gino Suarez on 4 pitches. Then he did the same to Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Then he started out Jake McCarthy with 2 more balls. When Birdsong finally threw a strike, McCarthy was ready.
2-0 pitch. McCarthy swings. High fly ball. Deep right field. You betcha. Oh, man. A no-doubter for McCarthy. His second of the year. And the Diamondbacks take a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, got a hold of a 4-seam fastball, 422 feet to right center. D-backs did have their first lead of the night. Birdsong then allowed a double to Randall Grichuk, but regrouped to get McCann, Thomas, and Perdomo to end the inning. Gallen struck out the side in the 5th, would get more cushion in the bottom of the 5th. Right-hander Carson Seymour on the mound in relief for the Giants. Looked like he was going to get out of the inning unscathed. He got Marte to line out, then struck out Pavin Smith, then struck out Gino Suarez, but once again, a passed ball by Bailey allowed Suarez to be safe at first. That brought up Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
We can make this one hurt.
Swung on, that one hit out to deep left field. It's got a chance, it's gone! He makes him pay, does Gurriel. It's his 12th home run of the season. A 2-run shot, and now the Diamondbacks take a 6-2 lead.
Yeah, 403 feet to left center field, and a pitch that was a sinker out of the zone. 4-run lead. More fireworks coming in the 6th. Still working against Seymour. Grichuk leading off.
Spot. Now a swing. That ball blasted high and deep center field. Look at this thing. Look at it fly over the overhang and gone.
A gargantuan 453-foot shot for Grichuk. That made it 7-2. James McCann getting into the act.
And McCann swings. High fly to left. This has got a chance. Back go the Diamondbacks. His first as a Diamondback. And it's an 8-2 thumping being handed out by Arizona.
Yeah, Gallen would come out for the 7th with all that cushion, continue his mastery of the struggling Giants. He got Smith to line out to second, Adames to ground out 4-3. The last hitter he'd face would be Daniel Johnson.
The 1-2 pitch. And he did. Swing and a miss. Johnson down on strikes. And that's a 10-strikeout performance for Zach Gallen, certainly looking like his old self. 7 innings, 2 runs allowed. We go to the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, and then Anthony DeSclafani came in for 2 innings of relief. A relatively easy 8-2 win for the Diamondbacks. Felt weird.
Wow. Yeah, it did.
Torey Lovullo on Zach Gallen's performance.
This was clearly a day that was built around Zach Gallen and what he did and the way he set the tone for us. He got very stubborn after a couple of runs in the second there. I know we misplayed a ball that led to the extra run, but from that point forward, it was aggressive stuff in the zone. He got into a really good rhythm with McCann, and it seemed like there was a lot of swing and miss with not only the fastball in the zone, but some secondary stuff. So I think he did a great job of challenging hitters and just getting better as the night went on.
Yeah, it was good to see. Zach Gallen looked like Zach Gallen. That was a rare occurrence. I think it was probably one of his top 2 starts. That start early, he had that stretch against the New York teams early in the season where he pitched really well,
good.
Especially that game at Yankee Stadium. But he was really, really good last night.
Yeah, and things have been so bad for him. After the game, he was asked, "Do you feel like this is a spark, a turnaround, a pivot point for you?"
I don't know. I mean, I've had some days where I've felt pretty good, and the results have been, less than stellar. And I've had some days where I felt, and the results, at least I felt like I was making pitches. The lines probably didn't do me a service in terms of how I felt like I pitched. So, yeah, I mean, for me, it's just kind of always thought, not how you start, it's how you finish. So, see what we got. A lot of baseball left to play.
Yeah.
I was so in the second inning when Zach Gallen got touched for 2 runs and 2 Diamondbacks fielders could not field a relay throw.
Yeah.
I thought, here we go again. Another clown show.
Mm-hmm.
And from that moment forward, everything was like fine, smooth sailing. It was bizarre. I was bracing at that moment like, oh, here we go.
And that play, the television broadcast, very, very good work in the truck because they immediately went to a shot of Torey Lovullo.
Yeah.
Who looked like he was going to explode.
Right.
He didn't, I mean.
Pick up the baseball. It's his number 1 rule.
Pick up the baseball. And 2 guys had a chance to pick up the baseball and didn't pick up the baseball.
And then from that, it spins into a very, very convincing win over a Giants team that has been kind of hot garbage. Here, listen, this is what's interesting to me, too, about Major League Baseball. It's such a long season. Teams really ebb and flow. It's really fascinating to me because you look at the schedule and you think, Miami Marlins, oh, that's easy.
They're the hottest team in baseball right now.
And you catch them when they're the hottest team in baseball.
They've won, 8 in a row now?
Right. And then you're thinking the Giants, oh, no, man, they've really got it locked in this year. And now the Diamondbacks are catching them in a swoon.
Just know this. We're not going to see any broadcaster and former Major League player in a leather thong out in the pool in right field. So that's a good thing.
Last thing I want to say, we'll get back into this later. It's interesting to me. I'm glad James McCann got a home run, but this idea of finding the right catcher for Zach Gallen has been quite fascinating to me.
Yeah, because the results with Moreno weren't good early. Then there was a stretch of good with Herrera and a stretch of bad with Herrera. Him. The first game with McCann didn't go so well.
Right.
And last night they
clicked.
They did.
Yeah. So hopefully maybe that's the ticket out of this.
Yep. D-backs and Giants continue that series at Chase Field tonight. Coming up next, what the heck was Milwaukee thinking and how does it affect the top of the NBA's Eastern Conference? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Win a pair of tickets to D-Backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-Backs baseball, a D-Backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
I say it all the time. I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain, and I know that for a couple of reasons. Number one, when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago, treatments at QC Kinetics helped me avoid surgery. 5 years later, I'm back in the gym doing everything I want to do, and just last week, about 10 days ago, visited their Chandler facility. I've got issues in both my elbows. They're giving me regenerative treatments that are going to make my elbows so much better, and that is because regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in this innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatment that delivers lasting results. What they do, they use state-of-the-art protocols to harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. It's a revolutionary approach that has great customer satisfaction. In fact, Emmett Smith raves about what QC Kinetics has done for him. So make the summer of 2025 the time you reclaim your mobility, your independence, your ability to walk, run, play, live the way you want to. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
Happy birthday, America, and my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about. We're talking 30% off everything in-store and online now through July 7th, and an additional 5% off for active and retired military. So here's the move, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Hey folks, it's Pat. I'm drafting a very important out-of-office email. So how does this sound? Dear coworkers, clients, and spam bots, the Valley Toyota dealers are having a sale, and there's some pretty great deals to be had. Leave me be. Do not disturb. Pat is occupado. I will not return this message until it's over. The end. That's pretty professional sounding, right?
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on any new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 8/4/25. See dealer for details.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
I spoke with Damian Lillard briefly, and he was surprised. The Bucks did recently go out there to Portland to meet with Dame, but they did not tell Dame that this was coming. He had no clue about that as well. I was told that Dame found out about a situation just like everybody else found out. So, you can read into that as you may, but at the end of the day, he's going to be a free agent first time ever in his career. He's going to have the opportunity to choose his own team, and he's been working out. I've been seeing videos of him working out, rehabbing right now, so he's in a good place mentally, but there's definitely things that could have been done and handled differently for sure.
It's Chris Haynes on NBA TV on the major move made by the Milwaukee Bucks yesterday to cut Damian Lillard, who's probably not going to play a minute this year as he recovers from Achilles surgery. They waive and stretch him, so basically are going to pay him $22.5 million for the next 5 years to not play basketball for them. And then, as Chris B. Haynes said, he has an opportunity to go where he wants to go as a free agent, basically, for the first time in his career. And he's got time to do it, obviously, because he's going to rehab on his own. And I don't think you're going to find a lot of teams very anxious to sign Damian Lillard to pay him to rehab. So that's something to look for in the future.
Right.
On the flip side of this, and then they back it up, the Bucks do, Bick, but they follow that by making a bold move and luring Miles Turner away from the Eastern Conference champion Indiana Pacers for $107 million. And in my mind, this is a seismic shift because it hurts the Indiana Pacers way more than it helps the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, I would I would agree with that. Absolutely. A lot of tentacles to this. Number one, most of the NBA was shocked that the Bucks absorbed this kind of damage and this kind of settlement. And so it's good news for Matt Ishbia. No matter how embarrassing the Bradley Beal thing resolves and turns out to be, he will not have authored the largest buyout of a player, right? Because Lillard was 112.6, Beal is 110, so at least Matt Ishbia's got that going for him, which is nice. So there's that. Then there's some absolute idiots, and let's start with Carmelo Anthony. When the move went down, Carmelo Anthony went on Twitter, "There's no loyalty in sports, SMH." And I thought to myself, you really think Damian Lillard's upset about this? This is a win for Damian Lillard.
Yeah.
He's being handed $112.6 million, and he's free to sign with whomever he chooses when he's healthy.
Yeah, it's double dipping.
It's double dipping. People think he might go back to Portland. He might end up in Golden State, and so there's that. Then there's the Pacers side of the ledger here. One of the thoughts occurred to me as it relates to Miles Turner. For a player who can be impactful, why is he always on the trade block? Why has he always been available?
It's true. He talked about that in the postseason. They made this magical run to the finals. And he said, here I am. After all these years of being in trade rumors, he'd been there for 10 years. Here's Brian Windhorst on what they're feeling in Indiana today.
The Pacers have just been kneecapped here. They have not been willing to pay the luxury tax for 20 years. And they were determined for the first time to pay the luxury tax a little bit, to go into the luxury tax a little bit to keep Miles Turner, who's been their franchise center for the last decade. And now, frankly, this price for Miles Turner isn't outrageous. If I'm an Indiana Pacer right now, I'm absolutely disgusted. I am sick to my stomach. If I'm Tyrese Halliburton, I am breaking things right now. If I'm Rick Carlisle, I'm furious at just what's happened because they were unwilling to spend a little bit of luxury tax money to hold this team in place for a year when Halliburton came back, to go to a team that they hate. They hate the Bucks.
This is, this is the peril of the current CBA. and you find Boston in this boat. They tore it down because of an injury.
Mm-hmm.
Indiana basically allowing it to be torn down due to an injury. Go back to what Josh Kroenke said in Denver. If the wrong player gets, that's exactly what he's talking about.
Fragile state of the NBA.
They're not going to pay top dollar payroll-wise if they don't feel their team is championship caliber.
That's right.
That's one of the unintended perils of the second apron.
Yeah. No, that's exactly right. The luxury tax money, out of curiosity, where does it go? Does it get dispersed to other teams? Does it get
something luxurious? I hope.
Well, I would hope so too, because you have to think about the mentality of a lot of these owners. A lot of these owners are rich enough to handle it, but at the same time, these are very competitive men, and they don't want to feel like they're easy marks. You know what I mean? And it's so I've talked about this before. The Pacers are run by a very strange family, the Simon family. They've got some virtues, some things that they care deeply about. They've got some things that they're really weird about, and this is one of them. This is having a team that was that close to a championship, having a player like Tyrese Halliburton. Now you make this move with Miles Turner. People are wondering, did they just break the trust of Tyrese Halliburton?
Yeah, I mean, I think what Brian Windhorst is saying is correct. I think those people are very upset at what happened.
Yeah.
And they're very upset at their own ownership. But again, if you can't contribute on the court, we all said it. When Halliburton went down in Game 7, after it was pretty clear how that game was going to go and who was going to win the championship, everybody starts looking forward to the next year. Like, wow, Boston's not a contender. Indiana's not a contender, not without Tyrese Halliburton.
That's right. Yeah, listen, it's bizarre what's going on in the association
Something
right now.
needs to be reconciled in the CBA or something with the rules, because if they were going to put in these aprons and stuff, you have to lower salaries too, because as the max salaries are still so gigantic and just keep getting bigger and bigger.
But the salary cap thresholds get bigger and bigger each year too.
Right.
But it makes, I guess it's accomplishing the ultimate goal of parity. But don't you think it's hurting?
No, listen. There's
the NBA
as Vinny said, this apron now, and the way teams are reacting to key injuries, they're just ejecting. They're just pulling the plug, and they're just saying, nope. If we've got a sunken year next year, we're not throwing good money after bad. We're not interested.
But also, like, your windows to win are just shorter and shorter now.
Yeah, well, look at the Eastern Conference. Suddenly, people are talking about the Atlanta Hawks and the Orlando Magic as being the teams on the rise in that conference.
Oh, imagine how terrible the TV ratings are going to be. It's so funny. The way Jared brings it up, though, is basketball fans are also never happy about it. When it was dynasties in the same teams every year,
we need parity.
And player movement wasn't happening, or player movement was happening. Oh, we're not happy with that. There's no loyalty in sports. Now you got these things that make it harder for teams to, for players to move around. Oh, we need more player movement. It's
right. No, you're absolutely right.
They're always in a no-win situation as a league.
Yeah, that's very accurate.
Yeah, the Eastern Conference is going to be interesting to the diehards. Again, not necessarily to the casual fans.
And the Atlanta Hawks, don't they have the Pelicans' first-round pick next year? And the Pelicans are going to be terrible next year.
Yeah. Joe Dumars. Somebody take the steering wheel out of his hand. Coming up next, are you doubting the Arizona Diamondbacks? Well, if you are, you don't know bleep. At least according to one member of the Diamondbacks. We'll tell you more on it next. It's Bickley and Murata morning through on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If this was Bradley Beal was playing the way that he was, contributing at the level that he was when he was available, and he's getting paid 25 or 30 a year, 50 a year.
I know.
For what they've gotten has been an absolute albatross for this team.
It would be so weird coming back as a player, playing for an organization that doesn't want you. They would be willing to actually eat your salary. Millions and millions and millions. And what would that be like inside that locker room if Bradley Beal did come back and was playing for the Phoenix Suns?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so one of the coolest things I've noticed about Advanced Window Products is their vibe. Their motto is to approach customers as friendships, and you kind of feel that difference. They're family-owned. They're locally operated. That's exactly how they roll. It's a family affair, and you never feel like you're dealing with a big company or a big corporation, and that's why it's not surprising. They're also the highest-rated window company in the state, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find in Arizona, and that is because there is no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory in the valley where they build your windows specifically for our climate, then they install them, then they guarantee them for life. And if anything ever happens, if a rock or a golf ball breaks one of your windows, they will come out and replace it. No hassle, no stress, no red tape, no arguments. So if you need windows, do what I did. Call Advanced Window Products. Take advantage of their great summer special where you get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. For more information, call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfornow.com.
Celebrate Independence Day with your hometown professional soccer club. Phoenix Rising takes on Lexington SC on Friday, July 4th at 7:30 p.m. in a special military appreciation match. A night to honor those who serve and turn up the heat on the pitch. Fans will receive limited edition Phoenix Rising sunglasses at the gate. And don't miss the debut of the club's Americana merchandise line, including a patriotic training top. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It wasn't 1, 2, or 3, but 4 home runs for the Diamondbacks last night, helped them on their way to an 8-2 win over the Giants. Aside from the long ball, Gallen looked more like himself last night. He went 7 innings, struck out 10, and only allowed 1 earned run. And here was his manager, Torey Lovullo, on his outing.
This was clearly a day that was built around Gallen and what he did and the way he set the tone for us. It was aggressive stuff in the zone. He got into a really good rhythm with McCann, and it seemed like there was a lot of swing and miss with
Merrill Kelly and the Snakes will look to make it 3 straight tonight. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family fun and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
D-backs 4th of July ticket giveaway.
Swung on, crushed. Deep left field. It's gone!
Jeffrey Moody from Glendale. We are looking for you to be our qualifier to win these D-backs tickets for 4th of July. Jeffrey Moody, Glendale, you got 10 minutes to give us a call. 602-260-9870. If you do that, you're going to win those tickets. If Jeffrey doesn't do that within 10 minutes, we'll open up the phone lines to somebody else to steal those. You can still get qualified after this hour. We'll have 2 more pairs of tickets to give away today. So just text the word firework to 620-620 and listen for your name during the 11 o'clock hour and the 4 o'clock hour later today. Once again, starting the clock right now on Jeffrey Moody from Glendale. You got 10 minutes to give us a call at 602-260-9870.
McCarthy swings, high fly ball, deep right field. You betcha! Oh, man! A no-doubter for McCarthy, his 2nd of the year. And the Diamondbacks take a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, 3-run blast for Jake McCarthy. That gave the Diamondbacks the lead. They would keep the lead. A very rare, kind of easy victory for the Diamondbacks after that point. Gallen, very good on the mound. Looked like his old self, but Jake McCarthy starting to hit a little bit. I think that's 6 straight games. He's got at least 1 base hit. And last night after the game, Jake McCarthy was the post-game guest of Todd Walsh and Josh Colmenter on D-backs TV, and had this to say about D-backs fans and, well, doubters in general.
Let people doubt. I welcome it. Our team welcomes it. The people who want to count us out, who think we're done, they don't know. They don't know. I'll just leave it at that, all right?
Okay.
Whoa!
And Jake McCarthy took
They don't know spit.
What was the reaction on the live broadcast to that?
I didn't see it live, quite honestly. I had gone to bed after the game because it was...
They just sort of ignored it. They go,
No, they love it. Yeah, listen, here's the here were my reactions. My first reaction was not at all like my second reaction. My first reaction was, real easy for you to say, dude who was in the minors from April 19th to June 24th. You weren't here for 2 months. You haven't dealt with the stuff that we, as Diamondbacks fans, have had to deal with, right? That was my first reaction. Like, yeah, easy for you to say. You were sent to the minors after going 3 for 41 to start the year.
Yeah.
Then my second thought was, this might be exactly what the Diamondbacks need. Somebody to step up and say something like that, because now they got to live up to it. Now they've got to back up Jake McCarthy's words here.
Yeah, that is exactly the progression of feelings I had too. It's like, wow, that's interesting coming from a guy who's still, even though he's hot right now, he's hitting 136.
He was hitless in his first 24 at-bats this season. You remember how painful that was?
Yes.
And for him now to feel that cocky and that... So at first I was kind of like, whoa. And again, because I think we've been very skeptical recently. That Marlins series, I know, took a big chunk out of my faith. And this is somebody, who I've been inventing reasons to stay tuned with the Diamondbacks, inventing pivot points that may or may not exist with the baseball team. That's how badly I want them to get around this corner. But the fact that he came out and said that now as forcefully as he did and included his teammates, that everybody in that locker room feels exactly the same way I do. Okay, good. That's some spice. That's some spunk.
Yeah, because it was a very bland season to this point, completely devoid of spice. Here's Torey Lovullo talking about McCarthy snapping out of things.
Jake is a good baseball player. He got into a little bit of a rut, and for the first 55, 60 at-bats, it was a challenge for him. But he's coming out the other side. He's a mentally tough player, and I'm glad he's up here doing what he's doing.
But then again, my feelings went exactly to where yours were. We're talking about this team being around 500, hovering around that point, can't get too far over it, don't fall too far under it. What's going to happen? You got the trade deadline looming in 29 days. Somebody, and we've been asking, when is somebody going to do something? Even in the rash of hit batsmen, guys missing time and going on the injured list for getting hit by pitches in the hands, and Torey Lovullo saying, well, I'm getting sick of this. Oh, what's going to happen? Who's going to do something? Who's going to be it can't be
Jeff Bannister, who is the one who is more angry than anybody about those hit by pitches on hands.
Yes, but
it's got to be a player.
How great would it be if it turns out to be Jake McCarthy?
Well, listen, he put that out there now. He's basically saying, ignore our record because we know we're much better than this, and we're going to prove it. We're going to shut you people up.
And when he hit that 3-run bomb last night, He came back to the dugout fired up.
He was fired up, and then the microphones caught him in the dugout. Gino Suarez was like, he threw 10 straight balls to start this inning, right? Again, a 130 hitter jumping on a 2-0 pitch when the starting pitcher can't find the zone. That moment and that statement after the game might be something. I'm not going to say it is. That remains to be seen. I love that he said it.
Okay.
And I will say this in defense of the doubters. What they might not know spit, but what they do know is what they've seen to this point.
That's my point. That's exactly my point. To invalidate everything we feel and have felt, the doubt, to invalidate that as forcefully as Jake McCarthy did, that's his promise that they're going to deliver.
But it's also asking us to forget 80-plus games of mediocrity.
Most of which occurred with him in the minor leagues. That's my point. That's why it's so bold and over the top.
Are you saying that they would have won more games if Jake McCarthy was
I'm not saying that. Although I do know from reading that when Torey called Jake McCarthy into his office, Jake did not receive the news well, even though he was in a horrendous slump. He was a player who felt, I'm beyond that. You shouldn't be sending me back to Reno. But he got himself together and he got himself back, and he's been a key contributor. Now he's got to keep it up now.
And we it feels like we've been waiting for one of our guys, one of a Diamondback, to come out and actually say something kind of publicly.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
As
it.
in maybe Jake's not the clubhouse leader. Maybe he's clearly not one of our best players, but we need someone to, we've been saying, be a spark plug for this team. And maybe it is that comment, or maybe it's just him being there and his play right now, he's playing well, that will turn it around.
And listen, and the reason, there's many reasons for that. I have heard from people who are in that clubhouse on the daily. We talked to Jack Summers, who talked about it. There's not a coalescence of media-friendly dudes in that clubhouse. They're not bad dudes. They're off preparing. So in the media availability sessions, you're not getting a lot of that kind of discourse. You're not getting players standing up and telling the media, we're going to be fine. Don't you dare doubt us. And that's basically what Jake McCarthy said last night. Now they got to back it up. I'm all for it. Like I think one of you all said, if he's got to be the straw that stirs the drink, somebody's got to do it.
Yep. Have we heard from Jeffrey Moody, Jared?
No. Moody's acting like a duty right now. Come on.
Don't insult our listeners, Jared.
Wait a minute.
He does every time he turns his microphone on. Sorry, it was right there on a T.
It was on a T for you.
Jeffrey still has about 2.5 minutes to give us a call. So get ready. You might be able to steal those tickets for 4th of July as we continue our fireworks giveaway. Coming up next, we know Kevin Durant likes to take the last shot. But did he take a shot on a new teammate in a podcast? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Yeah, it's coming to an end. Wolf here reminding you at Santan Ford, the employee pricing for all and then some. Over $10,000 off MSRP on 2024 Super Duties and over $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Explorers. Knocking down prices through the 4th of July. And Santan Ford has a special deal for all of our vets. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford. Right on the price, right on the corner of the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions may apply. I am Santan Ford.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. I'm Diamond Dave, and I've been doing this for over 35 years and my family for 4 generations. A lot has changed since 1990. Our marketing, our teams, even many of our sources. But one thing hasn't changed. Our commitment to offering the absolute best quality at the lowest prices possible. People ask why we don't do weekends, why we don't have 40 feet of showcases, why we work by appointment only. Simple. We're not a jewelry store. We're world-class importers, designers, and wholesalers. To give you elite quality at wholesale pricing, we have to do things differently. Think a high-end showroom or thousands of rings on display makes it better? It doesn't. It just makes it more expensive and a lot less personal. Come to Diamond Dave's and buy the smart way with insider access, wholesale prices, and zero pressure.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. How much more difficult will the Western Conference be for the Phoenix Suns based on their early days of free agency? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports. Yeah, we continue on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, taking you up until 10 o'clock. Then we got the two-day holiday. This is my last show for a while.
Oh, wow. Lucky you.
I might not come back. Where am I going to go? Jeffrey Moody failed to pick up the phone and call. You know what?
Yeah.
People don't use the phone to call people anymore, Bick.
They might not know what to do.
Yeah, It's been a while since they've actually placed a phone call.
So I had to text into the hard line here.
We got a pair of tickets we need to give away for the 4th of July game, D-backs Royals, and we are looking to give them to caller number...
Can I make a quick point real quick?
Yes.
Because you brought this up, and it's so true. Occasionally we'll have sort of awkward interviews with young athletes, not to name any names, but Vinny brought up the fact that kids spend so little time actually using their phones to converse with other people that it might be very, very unnatural to do so. It's a very good point you made.
I very rarely talk to people on the phone. I talk to my kids on the phone. That's about it.
See, I'm a big phone call guy.
Really?
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
Old school.
I would rather call any person than text them.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's to the point now where some people get offended if you don't text first. If you call somebody, it's like, how dare you? How dare you invade my... I'm not answering this. You need to text me first.
I saw this whole... And not to make this into a generation war, but I saw a video... There's all these accounts on Instagram that are in defense of their own generation, and there's a guy who's defending Gen X who I find completely annoying. If your whole existence is based on defending your generation, you're annoying. But he had this video, and it was like this talk show of millennials and Gen Zers and how they are affected now because they can't use the phone. If they have to make a phone call for any reason, like a phone interview or a phone call that has to be made for employment reasons, they don't know how to cope with it.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird.
I don't talk on the phone anymore, but at least
All
I
right,
got like
Jarrett,
40 years of
caller
experience.
number 4, Jarrett.
This is, you have to pick up the phone and hit the numbers
Right.
to call in. 602-260-9870. If you were a caller number 4, you were going to go to that game on Friday, 4th of July, D-backs against the Royals. Kevin Durant, no longer a member of the Phoenix Suns, now a member of the Houston Rockets after the trade went down, and we're just 4 days away from that becoming official. Kevin Durant was also a guest of the Mind the Game podcast with Steve Nash and LeBron James. Sat down, had some wine, talked about a lot of stuff, and here's one clip from that podcast that is really making the rounds, Bick, and that is Durant and Nash and talking about the top players and the importance of taking mid-range shots rather than empowering teammates to take lesser threes. And we'll just play it. We'll react.
Threes and layups. So the star has to be able to make mid-range shots, or else the team's not going to be able to score in a playoff situation. They have to be able to loosen the defense takes with there. So I think the analytics community would agree with that too.
Yeah,
it's really just we don't want players X, Y, and Z taking a bunch of mid-range.
Because the mid-range, I believe, is if you can't find a good shot, we should look for the good shots early, the threes.
Attack the paint.
Attack the paint. Try to get layups. Try to get threes. But when it's 5 to 6 seconds on the clock, get a ball to the best player. And if he shoot a mid-range at that point, then he shoot a mid-range. But we're not going to waste the clock trying to look for a 3, 2 seconds on the clock, and we giving it to no disrespect, Dorian Finney-Smith with 2 seconds on the clock to make a 3. That's not what we or Royce O'Neal. Yeah. That's not. I mean, they can hit it for sure, but that's not sustainable offense for us going forward.
All right. So in the course of that, this discourse of what I agree with, by the way, but he mentions 2 players by name: Dorian Finney-Smith, who, by the way, just signed a big contract to join Kevin Durant with the Houston Rockets, which to me indicates that this podcast is probably, was recorded a little bit ago, I think, maybe.
Except the other name he mentioned
was a former teammate.
Yes.
In Royce O'Neal.
Wow. Wow.
So funny to even specifically mention players by name rather than just say pass it out to somebody.
This is going to be so fascinating because to give you a real live example, somebody named Drew on Twitter 22 minutes ago tweets out, if KD doesn't even make the finals the next 2 years, I don't want to hear him in top 5 convos ever again. Not win it, make it. Ring chaser. And then he asks Kevin Durant. 1 minute later, Kevin Durant responds to him, shut up, Drew. Nobody cares that you exist. There is pressure now on the Houston Rockets to deliver. And this is going to be interesting. Watching that fit, that vibe, and do they rally around Kevin Durant in a way that couldn't happen in Phoenix.
No, but about the basketball of it, I agree with Nash and Durant. And Nash said it specifically. If your star player can't make a mid-range shot, look at what happened to the Boston Celtics this year. The Boston Celtics were the most reliant team on three-point shots. And before the Jason Tatum injury, Bick, they dug themselves a hole in the Knicks series, by not hitting threes. They hit 25% of their threes in games 1 and 2. They were down 2-0. That's why they lost that series.
I know.
So everybody wants to, throw shade on the mid-range game, and you have to shoot threes. Look at the team that just won the championship. SGA.
Yep.
What percentage of his shots came from the mid-range? He is a devastating mid-range player.
Yes, he is.
So I think that specific aspect bodes well for Houston because Kevin Durant is a devastating mid-range player. That's one thing we can still say with very much confidence about Kevin Durant at this time. Is he a winner? Who knows? Can he hit a mid-range shot in the clutch? Absolutely. All the numbers say that. But there's so many questions about this, and you bring up this pressure that's on Houston. Absolutely it exists. But I still believe, and this is my belief, and I don't have analytics to back this up, that Kevin Durant needs to be in the right blend of talent and leadership for his skills to come out the best way possible for a championship team.
There's no doubt about it. And listen, and I think they've got exactly the kind of coach to affect that. But you know what, man? Expectations, you never know what you're going to get with basketball chemistry. It's one of the great things about the game. You just don't know.
Now, if you believe depth is an ingredient to win a championship, they've checked that box. But now there's all these rumors and all this speculation about Giannis and the Rockets being in position to go after Giannis now. It's true, but would the Rockets going after Giannis not violate all this cautionary tale talk?
Yeah, I don't.
It's almost building a super team.
Very much so. I don't think that is going to happen. I really don't.
I don't think it will either. But it's just so funny, the irony of all of it. Oh, don't do what the Suns did. Don't do what the Suns did. Oh, the Bucks, they might be trading Giannis. The Rockets should definitely take their assets and go after Giannis. There's almost no thought to it anymore.
No. Well, yes, you're right about that. And I think that as we talked about yesterday, I'm not sure that's the kind of move Giannis would want to do. Go into a star-laden team and that doesn't feel like something he would do.
No.
And some of the reports about Giannis, about him not being happy with how the Bucks treated Damian Lillard, I have a real hard time believing that. Because the Bucks are in desperation mode to keep Giannis. I guarantee you everything they do, they run through a Giannis filter. Yeah, everything.
Pretty much. Josh Crabtree was caller number 4. Way to go, Josh. You got those tickets. You were headed to...
Who are you talking to? Crabtree! One of the greatest interviews sports history.
Josh is headed to the game. Today is your last day to win those tickets. Be listening for your name in the 11 o'clock hour with Wolf and Luke. When you hear it, be the caller number. And you're going to the game. If you haven't been entered into the contest yet, you could still do so by texting the word firework to 620 right now. Coming up next, Sammy's got the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, the big July 4th sales event at Waltz TV and Appliance is approaching. They're launching one of the biggest sales of the year, packed with great deals on televisions, audio systems, appliances, and a lot more. And if you want early access to the savings, one last chance, sign up for their newsletter today at waltz.com/offer. That's waltz.com/offers, and you will get early access to all those great savings. One of many reasons you shop at Waltz. They're going to give you great expertise. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They've got an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you the information, the guidance, the wisdom you'll never get at a big box store. They'll also give you great selection, big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches, great selection of audio components, and all the major name brands you are looking for. And guess what? You don't pay a premium for all that expertise or experience because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices. And to prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. They'll match it. They'll also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, when you're at Waltz, remember to drop my name. You get some extra sugar. 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your choice. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Is your toilet clogged or no hot water? No worry. Are you spending too much on bottled water? No worry. Did your AC or heating break overnight or on a weekend? No worry. Collins Comfort Masters can help with all your heating, plumbing, and water treatment needs. All of our work is backed by our no worry guarantee. You'll get quality craftsmanship done right the first time. We take that so seriously, we put it in our phone number, 480-NO-WORRY. We have industry-leading warranties, like part and compressor warranties of at least 10 years, some even 15 and others lifetime. Plus, Collins Comfort is an official Lennox dealer, so you're going to get great pricing on an excellent cooling system. Get your house ready for the summer heat. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment now. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs. Collins Comfort Masters.
Hey folks, it's Pat. I'm drafting a very important out-of-office email. So how does this sound? Dear coworkers, clients, and spam bots, the Valley Toyota dealers are having a sale, and there's some pretty great deals to be had. Leave me be, do not disturb, Pat is occupado. I will not return this message until it's over. The end. That's pretty professional sounding, right?
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on any new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 8/4/25. See dealers for details.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Not one, not two, not three, but 4 home runs from the Arizona Diamondbacks last night helped them on their way to an 8-2 win over the Giants, and it was Jake McCarthy's 3-run shot in the 4th that got it all started.
McCarthy swings, high fly ball, deep right field. You betcha! Oh, man! A no-doubter for McCarthy, his 2nd of the year, and the Diamondbacks take a 4-2 lead.
Aside from the long ball, Zach Gallen looked more like himself last night. He went 7 innings, struck out 10, and only gave up 1 earned run. And the Diamondbacks will look to make it 3 straight with Merrill Kelly on the mound First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the sports world, number 2 player in the world, Coco Gauff, was eliminated in the first round at Wimbledon. And in the NBA, the Milwaukee Bucks have stretched and waived point guard Damian Lillard in order to bring in big man Miles Turner. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Verano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:32 and it's a Wednesday, but it feels maybe like a Friday for us. We won't talk about it until the end of the show when we're on our way out. But it does feel like a Friday.
Then we're going to troll you.
Exactly. Have you guys heard that chicks dig the long ball?
I've heard that before.
You guys heard that?
No, never heard it.
Okay, well, apparently they do, and that's what the Diamondbacks were about last night. 4 home runs. Zach Gallen, aside from a hanging slider, pitched really well, looked very sharp, looked locked in, wasn't really tinkering with much, and on top of all of it, we had Jake McCarthy, who spent time in the minor leagues this season, just kind of came back up, and he had this to say after the game.
Let people doubt. I welcome it. Our team welcomes it. The people who want to count us out, who think we're done, they don't know. They don't know. I'll just leave it at that, all right?
And that fired me up. As someone that's really always enjoyed Jake McCarthy, kind of the energy he brings to the game, I was watching the post game and I got out of my seat. I was like, "This is what we need. This is awesome."
Were you punching the air?
I was. Yes, that was my favorite part of last night.
I can't believe he swore on live TV. No couth.
No couth. But what was your guys' favorite part about an 8-2 win in the middle of the summer last night?
Yeah, I think it would be. There were a couple things, but I think just Zach Gallen finally having a Zach Gallen kind of game. And the hope is now that it's not a one-off, that he can kind of that he found something, that he found a feel now, a rhythm that he can kind of take with him.
Yeah, I like the McCarthy stuff. I do find it interesting that it came from him, a guy who, how much playing time is he going to get when Corbin Carroll comes back? We shall see. Somebody needed to say it, and he said it, but I agree with Bick. Seeing Zach Gallen look like Zach Gallen again was definitely the most satisfying.
Yeah, on the kind of flip side of the team is what the team is right now, and ESPN actually dropped a piece this morning on a player every team should trade or trade away this July, and in the first 4 teams, 4 Diamondback players were mentioned. You had the Diamondbacks should trade Eugenio Suarez. The Tigers or Mariners should trade for Eugenio Suarez. The Cardinals should trade for Merrill Kelly, and the Rangers should trade for Josh Naylor. Interesting, no Zach Gallen. But if other teams want our players so bad, why don't we just keep them?
Well, we don't know that everybody wants the Diamondbacks players so bad, because that's written by somebody who, to steal a phrase from Jake McCarthy, might not know bleep.
Right. No, listen, there have been many reports that if the Diamondbacks do decide to sell off everything, that they're going to be the center, the hub of the entire Major League Baseball trade deadline. And the fact that they don't want to do that and they want to be buyers instead should give every motivation to this baseball team to stop the up and down routine.
To figure it out.
But let's go, Jake. You're the new vocal leader.
Yep, there we go. Vinny?
Oh, I was gonna let that marinate.
Oh,
that was
okay.
Good. That was good punctuation.
Perfect. I'll ask this because I feel like I have to. What's the most 2025 Arizona Diamondback outcome tonight? Merrill Kelly on the mound, kind of a statement win. What's the most 2025 D-back outcome tonight?
Merrill Kelly gets shelled and they lose 17-3.
Merrill Kelly is throwing a no-hitter at the top of the 7th. He starts cramping.
Oh, no.
He has to leave the game. The bullpen blows a 6-0 advantage.
That's beautiful.
There it is.
Yeah, that's more D-backs than what my. Yeah,
right.
They don't really get blown out. It's more of a heart Wrenching loss.
Heart wrench. Okay, in the association yesterday, a guard in the NBA got stretched and waived. But no, it was not Bradley Beal. It was Damian Lillard. Beal is still on this roster, and I don't know if he's going anywhere in the time being, but here was Kevin O'Connor on what the most likely outcome for Beal is.
I mean, it feels like a trade is highly improbable at this point. Teams are, running out of money in free agency, and it's just not a lot of destinations that you can imagine getting to that number for him in a trade. So I would imagine that a buyout would be most likely involving Bradley Beal. And
so, did Damian Lillard's situation, what the Bucks did yesterday, put even more pressure on the Suns to figure this out? Maybe even a little quicker than they want to.
What I think it did is it set the precedent that buying out a player for triple digits, as in hundreds of millions of dollars, has now, in my mind, completely obliterated the idea of trading Bradley Beal. Because now teams know that the precedent's been set.
Well, yeah. And I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
But the fact that the Suns weren't the first team to go to those lengths, could you imagine if the Suns were the team that said, all right, he agreed to a $14 million pay cut, we're stretching him over the next 5 years? They would be the team being raked over the coals again right now.
Mm-hmm.
Does it make it any better? It's still a bad situation, but the fact that Milwaukee did it first, it does soften the blow a little bit.
Yes, it does.
And we don't know if that's going to be their tact, but I agree with Kevin O'Connor. I agree with you, Bick. The possibility of a trade. What are you looking at? You're looking at trading a contract you deem to be toxic and taking on another toxic contract.
Yeah.
That might hamstring you for just as long as Bradley Beal. I mean, people are saying, would you trade him for Paul George? No.
No. No.
The whole point of getting rid of Bradley Beal is being rid of the contract, not the person or the player. Well, I mean, depending on who you ask.
And I think it's also about growing a different kind of vibe and a feel around your basketball team that Bradley Beal would counter or would not be part of.
Yeah. All right, to wrap things up, I found this, I think, a really fun story. The Ringer, they wrote about the top 50 beefs of the 21st century. Like, so-and-so got in beef with so-and-so.
Porterhouse, filet mignon.
And there were a couple sports ones, but these were the 4 sports stories in the top 20. The Mike Evans versus Marshawn Lattimore beef.
That was
fantastic.
Pretty good.
The Kevin Durant ongoing saga with Twitter beef.
Which continues this morning.
The Shaq versus Kobe beef. And the 2000s Yankees-Red Sox beef came in at number 2 overall. Out of those 4, or elsewhere, do you guys have a favorite sports beef?
What was the third one again? I'm sorry.
Shaq versus Kobe.
Yeah, that one.
It was good in the time, but it fizzled away, and then especially when Kobe died, it kind of. Yeah.
Well, the Shaq-Kobe beef, I mean, had they been, friends, close friends, brothers.
Right.
Think of what that team could have accomplished.
I know.
They already were they were unbeatable.
They were.
In their prime.
Do you want them to win? They won 3 in a row.
Well, no, you're right, but they almost did it in spite of themselves.
Yeah.
Some of the things that Phil Jackson wrote about Kobe Bryant in his book,
Yeah.
Well, the famous Shaquille O'Neal rap that was in Arizona. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
To
me, I think my favorite, it wasn't my favorite for about 2.5 years, but it's back to being my favorite because now I can just sit back and smile
and watch
Kevin Durant against Twitter.
Yeah.
He responded to somebody today by saying, "Shut up. I'll troll on Twitter till the day I expire. Don't let me distract you, dweeb."
Well, so he's name-calling this guy who called him a ring cheat, just eviscerating him, and then, like, midway down the thread, he's like, "I'm just kidding, man. Love you, brother." And it's like...
Yeah, it is.
Does Kevin Durant have these moments where you're like, oh, this is not a good look for me?
If you had to guess who the number 1 beef of the 21st century was.
Outside of sports?
Outside of sports.
Kendrick Lamar and Drake.
No, in the same kind of realm. It's Taylor Swift versus Kanye West.
Oh.
An all-time beef. The list is pretty good. If you guys want to read it, it's on the Ringer.
All right. Is that the 21st century?
Yeah.
How do you feel about beef, Jarrett?
I actually You don't need to answer that.
I
actually saw a list that aggregated the best handles of all time, and Kevin Durant made the list. And I thought to myself, what?
A Twitter handle or?
Maybe that's what it is.
Vinny's on it. But yeah, there you go.
All right, thank you, Sammy.
Yep.
All rebooted every morning, 7:30. The big stories of that morning. Coming up next, did the D-backs get their lightning bolt last night from some comments from Jake McCarthy and a start by Zach Gallen? We'll talk to Luis Gonzalez, D-backs legend, about it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Getting ready to take on your lawn? Make your first move with the reliable performance and power of Steel battery tools. From hedge trimmers and mowers to string trimmers and more, right now Steel has the battery tools to get you moving. Shop in store or online at steeldealers.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000. Hey
guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Halfway through the series against the Giants, what has stood out the most from the Arizona Diamondbacks? We will react on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
Yeah, D-backs have won the first 2 games of this series against the Giants, looking to make it 3 in a row tonight with Merrill Kelly on the mound, here to talk some D-backs baseball. The legendary figure from Diamondbacks history, Luis Gonzalez, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Good morning, Gonzo. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing good. Everybody keeps waiting, and we've talked so much about the roller coaster ride. Last night's game had some different feeling elements. Zach Gallen getting back to form. The post-game fire showed by Jake McCarthy. Did that win feel a little bit different for you?
Yeah, it did, because we had a starter go 7 innings, and we didn't have to use our bullpen halfway through the game.
True.
I think that's been the key for us. It's just having our starters try to go a little bit deeper into the ball game. I know Torrey's talked about pitch counts and things like that, but I mean, we're almost at the All-Star break, so you'd like to see guys trying to get a little bit further along into the ball game, and that'll take a lot of stress on what the problem has been for us for a while. It's been that bullpen coming in every game, having to throw. It seems like the same guys are throwing every single day. And when you have that, sooner or later they're going to get tired and not be as effective as they've been, in the past.
You played a different brand of baseball. Randy Johnson has talked about this when it comes to pitch counts. What do you make of what baseball has become with what appears to fans as coddling of pitchers? Are teams really protecting them? Because some fans think that the way to avoid these injuries is to strengthen the arm through throwing more often. Maybe that's ignorant with all the spin rate and velocity in today's game, but it certainly has changed, hasn't it, Gonzo?
No doubt about it. You would have had to there would have been a fight on the mound trying to take the ball out of Randy Johnson or Curt Schilling's hands. They weren't going to give up the ball to somebody coming out of the pen. It was their game. But you're right. I mean, I still think there should be studies out there. I'm not a big fan of the scheduled rest days and things like that. It happens in the NBA. I get ticked off because, a fan might pay a couple $1,000, travel across the country to see their favorite player, and he's not playing and he's not hurt. He's sitting on the bench just kind of, chewing bubble gum or sunflower seeds, or if you're in basketball, and in a sweatsuit. So I don't get all that, and maybe it's because I'm old school mentality a little bit. I just feel like I'm getting paid to play 162 games, and I want to be out there every single day. I mean, that's the mentality I think most guys in my era had. I knew occasionally guys needed a day off and stuff, but I wasn't in tune to, a trainer or somebody saying, he looks fatigued, he needs a day off,
Yeah. And again, with the thing that I always vibe on too, because this, the hot streaks that come and go in baseball. If you were asked to sit down in the middle of a hot streak, how would you have reacted to that?
Oh my God, you're banging on the manager's office door. You're going in there asking for a lineup change. Heck, I could tell you a story. I remember there was in spring training one year. I had I was going to go to the backfield to face left-handers for, lead off every inning against minor leaguers and just face straight left-handers all day just to get locked in for the game for lefties. And Randy was pitching in the spring training game, and he came over to me and said, "Hey, how come you're not in the lineup?" And I said, "I'm going back to field, 5 or whatever back in the backfield to hit off some lefties." He goes, "I'm pitching today, and I'm out there. You need to be out there." So Randy wanted his starting guys, so of course there's a lineup change, and I'm in the lineup at the big field.
That was spring training.
He did, there was different strategies. He never wanted to pitch in spring training against the National League West. He didn't want Schilling was like that too. They didn't want to, they didn't want guys on the other team to see them until it was game time to try, because if you're facing them in spring training, you're going to start gauging on a game plan on them, and you get more looks at them in the batter's box, and they didn't want that. They wanted you to get in that box for the first time, and it was early April, against the Dodgers or the Giants or one of those things. So the game has definitely changed a ton, and for the better, I don't know yet. I'm sure there has to be. I thought there was a study like that in basketball a few years back saying that it didn't work, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah, Luis Gonzalez, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Going back to the Jake McCarthy thing, he hits the big 3-run home run last night. He's starting to hit the ball after his stint in the minors. And when you look at the totality of this season, obviously it's been frustrating. The injuries have been frustrating. Hovering near 500 the whole season has been frustrating. So a lot of fans have been clamoring for somebody to be that spark plug or say something or do something to ignite this team. So he says, hey, if you're doubting us, you don't know bleep. Is there value to that for a team inside the clubhouse, or do we look at that from the outside and you guys find it overrated?
I think guys in the locker room believe in themselves, and the big thing for these guys is they got to start winning series. Mm-hmm. We've been so inconsistent. We've had games where you need to try to take the third game of a series. We hadn't been able to do it, and every week we go, these are very important games. These are very important games. Well, hell, we're going to be in July and August here soon saying, we're in July now, and we're going to be in August saying these are very important games. Well, the ones we just had were very important too. So I just think we need to put a string together. From what Jake said last night is great, but for me as a player, that's all good, but we got to do it on the field. Mm-hmm. We just have to continue to do it on the field. The self-motivation and stuff like that, guys have to find whatever drives them individually, which is great. But for me as a fan and as a former player, you have to do it on the field for me.
As we have
go out there and do it every single day.
As we have tried to figure out what is holding Zach Gallen back this year, there's been a lot of things from the nibbling to maybe the fastball to the knuckle curve not reacting the way it once did. The idea of having a catcher that he really vibes with, this is a new one to me, at least in terms of the Zach Gallen conversation. But James McCann got some rave reviews for the work last night, also went yard. How important is that component for a pitcher like Zach? And do you think that maybe this might be a turning point with him to have a catcher he really vibes with?
I think most pitchers are, for one, they're a different breed. All pitchers, especially left-handers, they're just different. They get confidence or gain confidence on who's back there with them. They feel like they're on the same page and everything. But I always find it odd, especially now, because you have the pitch comm. You know what I mean?
Right.
You can control what pitch you want to throw, or you know what I'm saying? If the catcher, says something, all you got to do is shake them off and go to the next pitch or things like that. So I'm not quite sure what's been going on with him, but last night was a great start for him and the 10 punch-outs, so hopefully he can continue to go off that. We need him. We need some of the other guys to step up right now, especially with some of the injuries that we've had here in the past few weeks and some of the season-ending injuries that we've had with the guys having Tommy John or the band surgery and different things like that.
Yeah, and amen to what you said earlier, Gonzo. That 7 underneath innings pitched, we'll sign up for that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Limit the number of outs this bullpen has to get, and I think they might be okay.
Yeah, you know what I always find interesting is like when this happens in the minors very early. These guys come out of college, especially especially the guys that are in college that play in the College World Series. They'll throw 150 pitches on a Friday night. Then they'll come in on a Sunday and close the game out, and then they get drafted, and all of a sudden we're like, hey, we gotta pull back on them. If you go to a minor league game, guys don't throw more than 30 pitches in an inning or 20 something. If they do, they're coming out of the game, and I'm like, how are these guys building up? Especially they got in a jam and they don't learn how to get out of it because they're getting taken out for somebody else to come in and finish up their mess.
Yep, great point.
So if the minor leagues are for development, then leave them out there and let them try to figure out how to get out of the 2 walks that they gave up or the base hit or something like that. They got to figure that out on their own before they get to the big leagues. They're not going to figure it out in the big leagues if they didn't do it in the minors.
Yeah, amen to that.
Gonzo, great stuff. Always good to have you on the show.
Hey,
we
buddy.
appreciate it, man.
You got it, guys. Take
Thank
care.
you. Luis Gonzalez, Diamondbacks legend. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, second half of the Wednesday show kicks off with
Fire!
The Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks have banned the fan who was ejected Monday for interference. The D-backs crushed 4 homers and Zach Gallen dealed in a win over the Giants. And in D-backs notes, Torey Lavelle says Ryan Nelson's pitch count will go up. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars.
today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Not one, not two, not three, but 4 home runs from the Arizona Diamondbacks last night helped them on their way to an 8-2 win over the Giants, and it was Jake McCarthy's 3-run shot in the 4th that got it all started.
McCarthy swings, high fly ball, deep right field, you betcha! Oh man, a no-doubter for McCarthy, his 2nd of the year, and the Diamondbacks take a 4-2 lead.
Aside from the long ball, Zach Gallen looked more like himself last night. He went 7 innings, struck out 10, and only gave up 1 earned run tonight. Merrill Kelly and the Snakes will look to make it 3 straight. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can listen right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the sports world, number 2 player in the world, Coco Gauff, was eliminated in the first round at Wimbledon. And in the NBA, the Milwaukee Bucks have stretched and waived point guard Damian Lillard in order to bring in big man Miles Turner. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
They say learning is a gift even when pain is your teacher, and let's hope that is what's happening to the Phoenix Suns. That owner, Matt Ishbia, has finally pivoted from star hunter to team builder, that he has learned more than his share of hard lessons in his first few years on the job. But there is one large obstacle left, and his name is Bradley Beal. Now that the Bucks have waived Dame Lillard, there is no shot at trading Beal. Not when the teams that might be interested in him already know the Suns are desperate to get rid of him. But to spread out the pain of a buyout, Ishbia will have to convince Beal to give back $14 million and settle for a $96 million buyout. Will Beal cooperate? The other issue is this. What if Beal signs a low-key deal with the Clippers and becomes the toast of Los Angeles? Questions will rain down on the Suns once again, as in, why did they feel so compelled to part ways with a former All-Star? There could be many more embarrassing days ahead. Either way, Beal represents a defining moment. Prior to this season, the largest NBA buyout in history was $31 million to Bison Dele, so swallowing $100 million is an epic fail and a huge mistake, and hopefully the last really big mistake the Suns make for quite some time. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I mean, it feels like a trade is highly improbable at this point. Teams are, running out of money in free agency, and it's just not a lot of destinations that you can imagine getting to that number for him in a trade. So I would imagine that a buyout would be most likely involving Bradley Beal and him perhaps giving something back. But at the same time, like you mentioned, Damian Lillard didn't give anything back. He's going to get all of that money. And so if you're Bradley Beal and his representation, I'm sure you could make the argument, well, Damian Lillard just had that when he's Damian Lillard and he's out for a season. With Bradley Beal, why would we have to give anything back? So I'm sure those negotiations will happen, but ultimately, if you're Bradley Beal and you really want to go to a situation where you're wanted in a team, because you could sign anywhere, maybe giving something back is advantageous for you. And so I think that's the most likely outcome for him.
That is Kevin O'Connor, who appeared on Burns and Gambo yesterday afternoon here on Arizona Sports, talking about possible outcomes, likely outcomes for Bradley Beal. Trade probably doesn't seem very possible. The wave and stretch thing, it's going to take anything the Suns want to do with Bradley Beal requires cooperation from Bradley Beal.
How about it?
Where the Milwaukee Bucks made headlines and Chris B. Haynes said it, look, Damian Lillard didn't know this was coming. The Suns can't do that to Bradley Beal.
No. No, you're right. There are going to be no surprises when it comes to Bradley Beal. The fundamental difference is the money that was paid to Dame Lillard to go away so he can sign wherever he wants when he gets healthy again. There's going to be a period of time and where you're not going to see Dame Lillard as he rehabs. So it's not like he can go sign with somebody and kind of, expose the Bucks or embarrass the Bucks with great play elsewhere. Bradley Beal can do that. And it will lead to those questions. Okay, why again? Why couldn't you have used him as a bit piece, a role player? Would he really have been that detrimental to the team? Devin Booker doesn't seem to have much issue with him when he's talked about Bradley Beal. These are all very, very relevant questions. And to me, one of the issues I've had with the previous regime and their approach was there's just no accountability for this, for how did this happen? Who is responsible for this? How did you guys ever think Bradley Beal was a good idea with the no trade clause? And we're seeing right now, as Vinny pointed out earlier, this new trend in the NBA where you have a guy who suffers a catastrophic injury, you're pulling the plug on your entire operation and resetting. Because of these tax considerations and apron considerations and all that kind of stuff. But with Bradley Beal and this new team that they're trying to build, and as I said in the blast, my hope is that for all this mess that has to be cleaned up, and Bradley Beal is the last big pile on the floor that's got to get swept away. Not him. It represents. I'm not trying to say that, but I hope it represents a change from star hunter to team builder.
Yeah, I also wonder. Now knowing what's coming to Phoenix in the Kevin Durant trade, and Jalen Green is a big part of that. Jalen Green is a two-guard. There's no denying it.
Yeah.
What he does from a skill set standpoint. If the return would have been different, and Jalen Green or another two-guard wasn't part of the mix, would Bradley Beal be welcomed back?
That's a good point.
If it was Jabari Smith instead of Jalen.
Yeah, would the thinking be softened there? Like, you know what? KD's gone. Let's give this a go. Or how much of it is just we need to do an about-face 180-degree turn out of what we just saw for the last 2 years, and Bradley Beal was part of it.
Yeah, listen, I think there's a lot of the latter in the air because they are hell-bent on creating a grittier team that plays very, very hard, that plays with their hair on fire at all times. Colin Gillespie's kind of a poster boy for that, and so I think that spiritually, for the vibe of the team, I can see why they think it's essential to get him out of here.
The 0% chance thing was months before the Kevin Durant trade ever happened.
That's
so
true.
They were ready to,
but you
move on.
remember, Gambo was very out of the gates, was very, very steadfast in that thinking, and then it softened a little bit, and now it's steadfast again. That they don't want him.
Well, went from 0% he'll return to 100%. They don't want him.
Yeah,
to
right.
return.
Which are two different things.
Two different things.
Yeah.
See, Kevin O'Connor brought up a really interesting point of if Bradley Beal eventually doesn't feel welcome and he doesn't want to play basketball here, he can, he doesn't have to use his no trade clause. He can ask to kind of be bought out and then go pick a team, which is kind of worst case scenario. If you're going to do that, just tell us what team you want to go to so we can potentially make a deal to get even something back.
I just think this has been going on for so long, seemingly, because we've been talking about it forever. Yeah. If there was a team that was interested in trading for Bradley Beal, we would know that team.
Yeah, there's not going to be. So you're going to do, I think that the last game, if Bradley Beal really wants to play hardball, and he might want to after what he endured last year, and his agent might say, no, you're getting every penny just the way Dame Lillard did, and they're going to have to figure it out. That's maybe when you do the route of sending him home. Because either way, you're going to have to force him to cooperate on some level with you.
It is just different from any experience that we've had on that, even similar experiences. The Jay Crowder, go home. Go home, Jay.
Yeah.
We knew why that happened.
Mm-hmm.
There was a personality conflict. There was a chasm between...
Yeah. Monty Williams didn't like how Jay Crowder rolled.
Yes, and he wanted to start Cam Johnson, and Jay Crowder didn't want that, and we know what happened. He sat on the couch from October to February.
Budenholzer and Nurkic this year.
Uh-huh.
A lot shorter amount of time, but it just doesn't seem like anybody specifically has a beef with Bradley Beal that's personality-based.
I know. What's also interesting to me is you brought up the other day Bobby Bonilla Day, right? The day every year,
story.
where he gets his 1 point whatever $1 million it is, and And that's a deferment that's been going on since the 90s.
And it's going to go on until the 30s.
I wonder if history is going to treat Bradley Beal the same way. Because I think people will look at the Bucks and go, okay, I at least understand what they're doing. They need to pacify Giannis. They need to keep Giannis rooted in Milwaukee. And with Dame missing all of next year, how do you do that? The Suns don't have that kind of excuse. I wonder if 30 years from now, Bradley Beal will be on that list with Bobby Bonilla.
Yep. Vitalit is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday time frame is the lowest week of the summer for donations. You can head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. Coming up next, yesterday, the Diamondbacks told a fan, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 9 or 10 times, shame on me." We'll get into the Dave McCaskill reaction next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Where does your mind go first when I say, does an Arizona Cardinal reach the top 100?
Buda Baker, to me, you're not going to find a better football player than Buda Baker. It's impossible. There's been thousands and thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of guys that have actually played the game of football. And yet nobody plays it better than Buda because of how he plays. Trey McBride he is stepped on stage, has he not, as one of the finest tight ends in the football universe. So Trey McBride, where he's going to be, I don't know. But those are the first two guys that I think of.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, here are 3 great reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they're reputable and highly decorated. I'm talking about an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, the most awarded firm in Arizona. Number 2, they're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning. A live person answered the phone because they always answer the phone at Parker & Sons. They were out at my house by 8 a.m. the same day. By the time I got done with radio, that work had been finished. Tremendously impressive. Number 3, trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, insured. All have passed drug tests. All have passed background checks. And listen, you don't let anybody into your house. That is your sacred space. You need to be comfortable with the technicians you let in the front door and the technicians you let work on your home. That is never a concern with Parker & Sons. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Luke. Did Zach Gallen get it done last night against the San Francisco Giants? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I think there's urgency.
There's the 2-0 pitch. There's a swing and a high fly ball out to deep left field. Going back is Tawa to the track, to the wall. Leaping effort, and it's gone, but it might be fan interference. And yes, immediately fan interference is signaled by the second base umpire.
I never try to interfere. If you look, there's been some other videos. I have been ejected 3 times officially. 2 of those were so close to the line, just like last night. If you watch the video, I catch the ball and my glove comes down. The angle of the camera, I mean, it wasn't the best angle, but that's my defense. But I apologize to the D-backs. I apologize to the D-back fans.
That's the fan interference guy, Dave McCaskill.
Yeah.
How dare that radio show put that guy on? We should be ashamed of ourselves.
No, we should not.
The pearl clutching that was going on yesterday after Dave McCaskill came on this show was really something else. Speaking as somebody who once upon a time, 25 years ago, worked on a radio show that put O.J. Simpson on the airwaves.
I remember that.
We got heat for that, and we deserved every bit of it. This guy caught a ball at a game. Get over yourself. First of all, he was in the news. Everybody was talking about it. We put him on. We were curious about his mindset. His mindset was very much verified. He's got a weird habit or a weird hobby, and it's very important to him. And he kind of came off as a weird guy who was bragging about it.
Yeah, that's well said. That's very succinctly said.
And now he got banned from the ballpark for a year.
Okay, yeah. A couple things. First of all, to pull back the curtain, this is something that sometimes I always get on Jared about this, is when somebody local does something really interesting, find that guy and put him on morning radio. It's kind of something that I grew up with and I think is really, really cool. It's one of the coolest things local radio can do. And I remember with the beekeeper at Chase Field. Remember that guy? So when this happened, we were efforting to find him because that's what great radio shows do. They find somebody who was
bad radio shows.
Well,
do
that
it
too. Well, that too. And so we gave this guy a platform to tell his side of the story. I know some people want the performative rage because you're schooled to get that. You think that it's the obligation of the host to attack the guest. We made our opinions on Home Run Guy very, very clear. And the criticisms were very frequent and very deserved, and we made our feelings on the matter very, very clear. What we did was we platformed him to tell his side of the story, and he did. I agree. The pearl clutching, the people, I'm just so disappointed in you. What? So anyways, on to the point. This guy was not banned by the Diamondbacks for his actions the other night at Chase Field. He was not banned by the Diamondbacks for his appearance on the Bickley and Murata morning show.
I don't think he helped himself.
I don't think he helped himself at all. But he was banned because the Diamondbacks suddenly have to answer for themselves, as in, why do you let this guy keep buying season tickets? And why do you keep letting him parole the first row of seats in the left field bleachers when this has been a repeat offender?
When we talked about this, we knew of 3 or 4 incidents because people had the video at the ready to share on social media. He came on the show and said he had caused 9 or 10 reviews. Okay, that garnered a reaction a little bit, and I think there was some reaction from the Diamondbacks as well.
Yeah,
they obviously know who the guy is.
Yes, and I think we asked him all the things that I wanted to ask him. What do you think about the fact that you almost fell off the wall? What did your neighbors next to you think? And why are you cool with lunging in their laps and getting into their space? What did Alec Thomas have to say to you? He didn't look happy with you. We covered all the pertinent points with this guy. I understand some people think you're only indulging him, and in a way we did, because when he held up a book at the end of that interview, I had no idea what he was doing. We certainly weren't there to help him sell books, but at the same time, this is, it's something that as that story grew, you're like, how is this keep happening?
Not a criminal, first of all, for people who got outraged that we put him on. And if you want to see that interview, Bickley_Murata, we have the full interview posted on our Twitter.
Listen, and if people were wondering why I was smiling at times throughout that interview, I was astounded at what I was watching. The baseball collection he had as he turned the camera, the whole thing was just utterly bemusing and bewildering.
Bewildering. Like, obviously, it's important to him.
Mm-hmm.
It's his thing. That thing has been put on hold for a while because of his own actions. Like, don't encourage this behavior. We weren't encouraging it. We were inquiring about it.
That's a good distinction.
And to your point, like, we put the beekeeper on. He became a hero. That was a fun, feel-good story. Years ago, we put the moron who streaked and jumped into the water at the TPC during the Phoenix Open. We put the morons on, too.
Mr. AZ Sports we've had on a couple times.
You calling him a moron?
More on than off.
Oh, man. So, listen. So this,
if we could have found the flash money guy, we would have put him
we
on,
would
too.
have. We would have. I really love the way you started this segment about, I had forgotten the O.J. Simpson interview. Yes, you guys deserve to get ripped for that.
I mean, 25 years ago, the world was a much different place. But, yeah, I still feel like I need to be hosing myself off from that whole process.
We had the guy who did opera, the former ASU guy.
Gus
Do you remember
Farwell.
that? During the pandemic.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. This is good.
Human interest stories.
That's what
we're
it is.
about.
That's all it is. That's all it is. And he did come off as very, very dedicated
I will say
to what he's doing.
The one person we did, the Sons in 4 guy.
Yeah.
I believe we decided not to put on.
Well, I wanted to put him on. I still think he's a hero. He beat the hell out of that guy.
Well, I know. But then we're glorifying violence and.
Yeah, but apparently we're glorifying delaying baseball games now. How dare us?
Mm-hmm. Still one of the strangest things, and again, it's when I asked him about when you saw the footage of you almost falling over that fence, does it give you pause? Does it make you reflect on what you're doing here? Oh, no, it's fine.
No, I'm a tremendous athlete. Was in control the whole time.
Yeah. Well, he is in great shape.
Well, there's that, but
I'm saying that just facetiously. But
how much reaction to that, even before he was on the air? How much reaction did you feel personally? People were texting me about that story. And then after we had him on, a lot of people texted me about that story.
Yeah.
It's what people were talking about.
We were quoted on ESPN. I mean, not our show, but ArizonaSports.com or Arizona Sports 98.7.
Oh, good. Yeah.
So next time there's fan interference on a home run in left center field, it won't be Dave McCaskill. At least not this year.
Well, I wonder what the Diamondbacks are going to do now. Will he get reinstated upon conditions?
They said
right. No, I know. And then right.
They said he can reapply in 2026.
Right, but are they going to let him sit that front row again?
I don't know. But
one thing we do know is seating assignments will not stop a man's thirst for a ball.
Right. Now let me and in conclusion, can I just say, to summarize this segment, if you're listening right now and you want to be on the Bickley and Murata morning show, do something crazy or stupid.
No,
wait, no, that's not, that wasn't the take. Okay.
No, that's a bad take.
Yeah,
Jared.
I know.
And that was a really terrible way to end the segment. Because now you're going to be liable.
No.
That's right.
Obviously, joking.
Coming up next, we will talk Phoenix Suns off-season with the man to talk to it about. Kellen Olson will join us straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports.
Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey folks, it's Pat. I'm drafting a very important out-of-office email. So how does this sound? Dear coworkers, clients, and spam bots, the Valley Toyota dealers are having a sale, and there's some pretty great deals to be had. Leave me be, do not disturb, Pat is occupado. I will not return this message until it's over, the end. That's pretty professional sounding, right?
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on any new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 8/4/25. See dealer for details.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ready!
Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 home runs from the Diamondbacks last night helped them on their way to an 8-2 win over the Giants. But aside from the long ball, Zach Gallen looked more like himself last night. He went 7 innings, waved 10, and only gave up 1 earned. And here was his manager, Torey Lovello, on his outing.
This was clearly a day that was built around Zach Gallen and what he did and the way he set the tone for us. It was aggressive stuff in the zone, He got into a really good rhythm with McCann, and it seemed like there was a lot of swing and miss with not only the fastball in the zone, but some secondary stuff. So I think he did a great job of challenging hitters and just getting better as the night went on.
Merrill Kelly and the Snakes will look to make it 3 straight tonight. First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Shaping the new horizon. Phoenix Suns. What's next for the Phoenix Suns this offseason? The draft is behind us. We're in free agency. Here to talk about all of it with us, our Suns insider from Arizona Sports at Night, Empire of the Suns, Kellen Olson, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Good morning, Kellen.
Morning, guys.
Kellen. We're a lot of people now. The Bradley Beal subject has obviously been talked about a lot. It's being talked about even more so now that we're into a period on the calendar where the Suns can do something about it. In your estimation, the Suns moving away from Bradley Beal, is it affected at all by what happened with Milwaukee and Damian Lillard?
I don't think so. I think the one possibility that was interesting, of course, was a trade there between Damian Lillard and Bradley Beal, because that was another way, if you will, for the Suns to get Bradley Beal off the roster. Like, if they are really this going to show this much intent and this much purpose with getting rid of him, they could have done a swap and offered Milwaukee a use of that money and said, okay, you're not going to be able to get anything out of Damian Lillard for a year. We can give you Bradley Beal for a year. I know there might be some injuries along the way, but it's better off than getting nothing. It turns out Milwaukee had another plan the whole time, which was using the waive and stretch themselves and using that money on Miles Turner in the way that they did. So now they're down to very few options left with Brad, and all of them don't really end too well. There really was never going to be a good ending to getting rid of him, if that is indeed going to be the conclusion to all of this in a couple of weeks, couple of days, couple of hours, whatever it winds up being. All of them aren't really good options, but of course, like, the main thing hanging over them right now that I honestly didn't expect to be hanging over them at this point is that they are still pretty far above the second apron, so that they've got work to do there.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. So what is the best bad outcome with the Bradley Beal deal? Is that he accepts up less money and then you can stretch and waive him, but even there, then you're dealing with what Milwaukee has to deal with, which is years of, $20+ million of salary cap hit.
Yeah, I think it's eating it for a year, Dan, and I don't know what that necessarily means in terms of Brad's role on the team next year. I think that it was easier to project a role for him on the team before the Kevin Durant trade because Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks come in, and again, those are two players that not necessarily with Dillon that play Brad's position per se, but it's another part of the depth chart where minutes are going to have to be allocated a certain way, and there's just really no room for Brad to play anywhere on this current iteration of the roster. So does that just mean sending him home for a year? I know a lot of people would be upset by the fact that you're paying over $50 million for a guy to stay home, but if you don't have a role for him, if he's not cool with coming to a team that perhaps won't have a role for him, then that's an outcome that can happen because I think waiving and stretching at this point, the only real benefit to waiving and stretching would be short-term success, and there's really no feasible short-term success coming for this team. Perhaps they're better than we expect, and they win somewhere in the mid to high 30s. Maybe they make a run in the 40s, and they start to make a run towards a postseason appearance. But even then, there really aren't any short-term benefits there, and like the long-term damages of having $16 million on your cap over the next 5 years does matter. The cap is going to go up, but it's still going to be this major hindrance sort of in the way. I think the one thing that we're trying to figure out right now is okay, what is the value of doing that, and what is the value of the other ways that you would get under the second apron right now? Because if you really don't have another way to get under the second apron besides waiving and stretching him, that might just wind up being worth it. This all can wait until the trade deadline, I suppose, because all of these punishments wouldn't come down for them. The long-term ones we're talking about, the draft picks being frozen and all that, until the end of the season, but that's also risky because you leave yourself in a position where you have to make a move, but they're also in a position right now where they have to make a move, and that sounds familiar to me.
Yeah.
Kellen Olson, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. With free agent, the free agency window open, the Suns have made some reported moves, including an interesting one, looking overseas to Europe. Nigel Hayes-Davis is a guy that people might remember at his time at Wisconsin. He spent a lot of time in Europe, turned into a really good player over there. They get him on a one-year contract. What role, realistically, do you see for a guy like Nigel Hayes-Davis on this team next year?
Yeah, I think it's a smart signing because it's one of those where if it really pays off, he's going to be the type of guy that every sort of playoff team wants. And if you're at the deadline and you're a team that's not in the hunt for a postseason spot at all, he's a guy that you could get something for at the deadline. I'm not really sure what his role is going to be because it's sort of contingent on what their plans are at that part of the rotation, if you will. I know Rasheer Fleming is someone that Gambo has said that they want to find playing time for. Right away. We know Ryan Dunn is going to be involved as one of the bigger wings on this team, but it takes time for some rookies for sure, and to expect like Kaman Malawach to come in right away and play 20 minutes a game, to expect Rasheer Fleming to do the same. Nigel Hayes-Davis has been around a very long time. He's been very successful with what he's done at the international stage, being the type of player that he was, where 3 years ago he goes to Fenerbahce and is just sort of this role player for them and like a side guy, if you will, that's playing at like 15, 18 minutes a game, something like that. And then he evolves into one of the best players in Europe right now. And he's someone with a skill set that he provides, like 6'8", 7'3" wingspan. He has a lot of size on him. He has athleticism on the wing that they need and has a shooting skill set over there. Now, the transition for those guys is always rough. When they go from Europe and playing over there for 5-6 years, the same deficiencies that had them move to Europe in the first place are still going to pop up no matter what. But he's been working at those a ton. His three-point shot is way better. His off-the-dribble game is better. So he's able to contribute offensively in a way he wasn't when he first came out of the draft and was undrafted out of Wisconsin. But some of those deficiencies will come for him. But if the worst-case scenario, if he's playing over Rasheer Fleming night one, I think Suns fans would need to, like, relax on that because, again, there's, like, a long-term sort of project, and there are benefits to playing him right away for sure, as I was mentioning, because guys like him, if he can be your Gershon Yabusele from last year, you can trade him at the deadline, flip for a couple second-round picks, maybe a first if it really goes all that well, and there's value to that for sure.
No doubt about it. All right, any moment now as well, Devin Booker going to get a massive contract extension from the Suns. I think momentarily it's going to make him the highest paid player in basketball per wage, $75 million a year on that extension. What kind of Devin Booker do you think we're going to get next year without Kevin Durant in that locker room?
Dan, I have no idea, and that's why I'm so interested to see this team next year, because we had like a really firm expectation that Devin Booker met for 8 years in a row. And then the last 2 years, he failed to meet those expectations back-to-back years. And he was always getting better as a player. He was always meeting the expectations we had for his individual game and how the team performed around him. And then the last 2 years, that did not happen. And again, like the age-old question with this team, how much of that was on the coaching staff? How much of that was on the fit with this guy? How much was it with the fit with that guy? I don't know. There aren't going to be any more guys really around. It's going to be him and a bunch of other players. Like, you look at the gap in the NBA right now between the best player on a team and the second best player on a team. Like, who's the second best player on the Suns right now? Is it Mark Williams? Is it Jalen Green? I don't know. He's going to do a lot of heavy lifting here, but that's why you pay him all that money. That's why he is looked at as a borderline top 10 player in the league when everything's going for him, but everything has not been going for him the last 2 years. He knows that better than anyone, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he responds to the situation the team is in, the situation that he is in, sort of as like a forgotten player at this point nationally.
Kellen Olson, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Before we let you go, former Phoenix Sun who's been in the news this week, DeAndre Ayton, no longer a member of the Portland Trailblazers, bought out. I'm sure you saw the article by Jason Quick in The Athletic, pretty damning stuff about his time in Portland, but it seems like there might be avenues opening up for DeAndre Ayton possibilities with the Lakers or the Pacers. Is it one of those two teams that makes the most sense, or is it somewhere else for DA?
Yeah, I don't really know where it makes the most sense for DeAndre. I would think that it's a team like the Lakers that offers him a clear-cut role and gives him an opportunity to overcome a lot of the stuff that has burdened him over the course of his career. It would be really bizarre to watch him and Luka be teammates, not only in that facet, but not on the Mavericks or the Suns either. You wouldn't have predicted that on draft night or even like 3 years ago at this point, that either of those guys would be leaving their teams. And now you look at where both of them are in their careers. But, the athletic stuff, it sadly wasn't a surprise because we knew that kind of stuff was a possibility for DeAndre when you saw the way that he would get disengaged on the floor. And it's a bummer because he was the guy when in 2021 he was incredible on that run to the finals, and he was deserving of the contract that he was on at the time. And for that contract to end with him getting bought out, it's been really disappointing to see his career go this way because this and like being around him when he was around the arena, Vince, he was always a good guy to be around, always seemed to be a good team that everyone sort of loved being around, but he just can't get out of his own way with some of these issues and some of these frustrations where he just can't remain fully engaged on the floor and can't really commit to the game in the way his coaches want to see. Guys are always able to turn around their careers over time, but at a certain point when you're in your mid to late 20s in the league, you kind of who you are, and that's who DeAndre is at this point. But if he's the first guy to prove those people wrong, I'll be happy for him, and I hope that's the case.
Yeah, Kellen, great stuff. And we'll peel back the curtain on a little programming note. Kellen will be in my chair next week on this very show.
He'll be in my chair. I'll be in your chair.
You take my chair?
Yes.
Always.
Takes the driver's seat.
Take good care of the chair.
Yeah, you're not getting it back.
Kellen,
see you then, KO.
Thanks for that, by the way.
Yeah, see you then, guys. Later.
All right, Kellen Olson, Arizona Sports at Night. Empire of the Suns does great work for us. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, trade deadline still weeks away in Major League Baseball, but one thing is clear. If the D-backs want to be sellers, they might have a lot to sell. We'll give you more on that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
And on score!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Change Alone, and if you've got great credit, if you've got a credit score of 800 or better, you should wear that like a badge of honor, and you should not finance your home the same way as somebody with average to poor credit would. How is that fair to you? Fortunately, there is a better way. On a Life Changer loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first, which means that house you're paying for gets paid off in a matter of years, not decades. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer loan client to pay off their home, which means you now get lots of time, decades, to build personal wealth while everybody you know is chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity, gives you the power to pay down, pay off, borrow back whenever you want because you've earned it with that great credit score. Maybe it's time your mortgage is on par with your credit score. Find out more by calling Life Changer Loan at 480-504-0844 or lifechangerloan.com.
Yeah, it's coming to an end. Wolf here reminding you at Santan Ford, the employee pricing for all and then some. Over $10,000 off MSRP on 2024 Super Duties and over $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Explorers. Knocking down prices through the 4th of July. And Santan Ford has a special deal for all of our vets. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford. Right on the price, right on the corner of the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions may apply. I am Santan Ford.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Halfway through the series against the Giants, what has stood out the most from the Arizona Diamondbacks? We will react on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
We also know the D-backs are exactly at 500 in one of the deepest and best, perhaps the best, division in Major League Baseball. So the D-backs are now faced with a very difficult calculation, Lauren. Do you go for it when you've got 3 quality teams above you, or do you take a look at Eugenio Suarez, realize he is probably the best power hitter in the game who is on an expiring contract, and see what you can get for him? Now, I will say this. The number of teams that have a clear need at third base and are definite contenders and buyers is sort of small right now. That actually works against the potential of a Suarez deal. But the one team that I think is a clear fit, abundantly obvious fit, the Seattle Mariners.
It's John Morosi on MLB Network, kind of outlining what the Diamondbacks could do at the deadline. Eugenio Suarez is certainly a...
Yeah, no, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but he was also flexing his Spanish linguistic skills, huh? Eugenio Suarez.
Yeah, I'm not even going to attempt it.
Okay. Yeah.
ESPN put out a piece today where they rank the top 50 trade deadline candidates. And this is from Jeff Passan and Kylie McDaniel. And they rank players on quality of player, not necessarily their likelihood of being traded.
Mm-hmm.
This is very interesting that 4 of the top 9 players on this list are current Arizona Diamondbacks. The top player on that list is Eugenio Suarez at number 5. They say 50% chance of trade. Even if the Diamondbacks, and they write, even if the Diamondbacks don't offload their free agents to be, Suarez could move because they have Jordan Lawler raking in AAA and primed to take over at third, although he's on the injured list again. At number 7 on this list, they have Zach Gallen, 30% chance of trade, with Toronto, San Diego, Houston, and the Cubs being best fits as they see it. Merrill Kelly, number 8 on the list, chance of trade, 30%. They've got Josh Naylor, 9th on the list.
Wow.
Chance of trade, 30%. So everybody that has said the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Valley could be the epicenter of the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
The Diamondbacks have the ability to make that happen. But again, we don't know what direction they're going to go in. And, you know, are they going to be sellers? Are they going to be buyers? They don't know. And Mike Hazen, as the general manager at different deadlines, has done both. A lot of these candidates on this ESPN list have Arizona as a best fit, including a lot of relief pitchers. So this is all fascinating stuff.
It's why the worst scenario they can be in is to just be mediocre over the next 3 weeks. It's almost better for them to be really bad over the next few weeks because then they can unload and stock up on assets and stuff.
As compared to mediocre.
Compared to mediocre,
right.
Of course, I'm saying the worst case scenario is almost being mediocre. Because then you don't know what to do. Do you buy, do you sell, do you do nothing? At least you'll get a direction if you're, really good or really bad.
The Suarez fit is interesting because there is, look, Jordan Lawler has not worked out at the major league level now in 2 different stints, one in 2023, one this year, where he just looked overmatched. He is putting up amazing AAA numbers when he's been on the field for Reno this year, We know he's the future somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So that one is the most interesting part to me. And Suarez has turned into a fan favorite, which is amazing. A year ago, most people wanted to chase him out of town. There was talk about DFAing Eugenio Suarez because he got off to such a bad start. Since the midway point of last season, he's been one of the most productive players in baseball.
He's got 26 home runs at this moment. That's a huge number.
And we're 2 weeks away from the deadline or from the All-Star break.
So regardless of what circumstances dictate, if you have to trade Eugenio Suarez, you're trading him at peak value. There's no doubt about that.
Well, I mean, yes, from a production standpoint, you do have to factor in the age. At 34, that'll quell things a little bit, but I agree with you. If he can continue to produce for a team like that, they're going to get quite an acquisition at the deadline.
Yeah. So so I hope all of this is resonating inside that clubhouse. I hope they all kind of know. Look, if we don't go on some sustained kind of run here, with this whole team that this whole group in here might be broken up. And sometimes that can work. Sometimes the fear of that. Sometimes people, if those trade candidates love being in Arizona, that you would think they'd be motivated as best they can to help this team get out of this, to affect a much better outcome.
The thing is, though, we don't even know best case scenario what the future of Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly is. If the team does well, if the team gets to the playoffs, that still doesn't necessarily mean that Gallen and or Kelly is coming back next year.
No. It doesn't.
So that's another factor, at the deadline to think about, like the value of them down the stretch versus the value of getting something for them.
But that also, that has to shape their thinking at the deadline. What are they going to look like next year? And can you risk those guys, especially Gallen, who's younger than Kelly at this point, walking for nothing? And I would speak for some Diamondbacks fans that before last night would say, that's not that big of an issue because Zach Gallen hasn't been a good starting pitcher. He looked great last night.
He did. And so the hope is that this is going to be the time. They were talking about the idea of him searching for a certain feel, a certain rhythm on the mound where it all kind of makes sense and everything kind of comes, that you're not fighting yourself. And Zach Gallen looked like he got into that lane last night. So, look, it's not too late, and the facts remain that every baseball season, by definition, because of how long it is, there are going to be periods of extreme frustration. We've had it to the extreme this year, but it doesn't mean it's too late for this baseball team.
Here was Zach Gallen talking last night after the start. What went so right that he can apply moving forward?
I mean, I don't know. I think, I'm always watching video, always trying to just, keep getting better. Just for me, trying to find delivery cues that allow me to kind of stay sharp. I feel like I had pretty good leverage on the baseball tonight, so I don't necessarily know what that cue was. But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it just goes back to just, trusting James and kind of what he was throwing down and what he was feeling and just trying to execute pitches.
You think you found something delivery-wise?
Yeah, a little bit maybe. Just trying to stay a little bit more. I mean, even though for me I'm crossfire, a little bit more in line, not get super rotational. Just try to keep creating leverage on the baseball. I think for me, so yeah, still a work in progress, but see what we got.
One thing I am confident enough in saying is that Zach Gallen thinks about what he does in his performance on his job more than 99.9% of the people.
There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. And I think Corbin Carroll's the exact same way. They're very intelligent people, process-driven, and sometimes get locked up in their own heads.
Certainly seems
for
to
all
be
the right reasons, but that's
because it's the pursuit of being better.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Diamondbacks and Giants continue that series tonight. Also, today is your last day to win D-backs and Royals tickets from Arizona Sports. Just text the word firework to 620-620. We'll call out another name. Actually, Wolf and Luke will call it out in the 11 o'clock hour and a 4 o'clock hour winner with Burns and Gambo today. You can still text firework to get registered. And once again, that is firework to 620-620 now to get registered and maybe be that winner of that final 2 pairs of tickets. Coming up next, Sammy Sabolka will take us through some social studies on this Wednesday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Of the four options that you talked about, trading him, waiving and stretching him, bringing him back and playing him, bringing him back and sending him home, I think bringing him back and playing him is the most untenable, unworkable, disagreeable path you could choose. I just don't think you can do that. I think all the other three at least has some surface level value to it where I go, well, okay, I can understand that. Bringing him back and playing him, to me, my brain I can't even register that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so artificial turf has become the rage in Arizona. I see it in my neighborhood on the daily, where many houses have ditched front yards full of dull rocks with beautiful sparkling lawns. And if that sounds good to you, my friends at Turf Monsters are your company to call. That's because Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful sparkling lawn without the seeding, the mess, the hassles, the water bills. All of their turfs are of the highest premium quality. I've seen them myself at their warehouse. They look fantastic, and Turf Monsters can also take care of the maintenance of that artificial turf, making sure it always looks great, smells great, free of debris. That's not all Turf Monsters can do for you. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, no matter what you're looking for. They love working with customers to create backyard oases that will make your neighbors green with envy, and all the customers I've dealt with rave about the dedication, the professionalism, and the finished products that Turf Monsters create. Go check out their work online at turfmonstersaz.com. You can schedule your free estimate while you're there online, or just give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Not one, not two, not three, but 4 home runs from the Diamondbacks last night helped them on their way to an 8-2 win over the Giants, and it was Jake McCarthy's 3-run shot in the 4th that got it all started.
McCarthy swings, high fly ball, deep right field. You betcha! Oh, man! A no-doubter for McCarthy, his 2nd of the year. And the Diamondbacks take a 4-2 lead.
Aside from the long ball, Zach Gallen looked more like himself. He went 7 innings, struck out 10, and only gave up 1 earned run. And here was his manager, Torey Lovello, on his outing.
This was clearly a day that was built around Zach Gallen and what he did and the way he set the tone for us. It was aggressive stuff in the zone. He got into a really good rhythm with McCann, and it seemed like there was a lot of swing and miss with not only the fastball in the zone, but some secondary stuff. So I think he did a great job of challenging hitters and just getting better as the night went on.
Merrill Kelly and the Snakes will look to make it 3 straight tonight. First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the sports world, number 2 player in the world, Coco Gauff, was eliminated in the first round at Wimbledon. And in the NBA, the Milwaukee Bucks have stretched and waived point guard Damian Lillard in order to bring in big man Miles Turner. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family fun and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Time for some social studies on this Wednesday. Sammy's here to take us through it.
Yeah, good morning. Obviously, first and foremost, be sure you're following us at Bickley_Murata on X. That's where we post our questions every single day. But we're also at Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook. And shout out to all those watching on the YouTube at Arizona Sports. And we'll start social studies with a Bradley Beal question. Suns fans, what will happen with Bradley Beal? Will we waive and stretch him, you hump? Will we pay him to sit at home, you lump? Will we trade him, you grump? Or keep him, you schlump? Gosh.
I don't know how much of your thinking on this poll question was affected by what Kellen Olson told us, if at all. I think it's going to be a wave and stretch or pay him to sit home.
He seemed against the wave and stretch.
Yeah, he and I think he's right. I think the way to do it is just absorb it all now.
2 years left.
I mean, again, it's if you think the Suns team is going to make a playoff run next year, I think you're being a little delusional.
I'm also in that boat.
Well, but again, I mean, it's look at the West. Look at the teams in the West that are suddenly kind of restocked, if you will. Denver, Dallas is going to be a problem. Houston's going to be an issue. Oklahoma City's the champions. The Clippers might have been the second best team in the West last year.
Mm-hmm.
And so, do the math.
Minnesota's still good.
Yeah. So maybe it's good just to absorb it all now, so you don't have to tax future teams when you do have a chance to be good.
But they're also facing a ticking time clock of getting underneath the second apron because they're risking longer-term penalties for staying in that. Being a second apron team 3 of 5 years.
There is that.
The results are quite interesting. None of the results have under 20% of the vote. So 28% say that they will trade him. 20, actually, it just evened out. And then another 28 say that they will pay him to sit at home. 23% say waive and stretch him. And then 20% think that will end up keeping him. And in the responses, Stephen Ruiz says, if you're going to call me a hump, learn how to spell wave, you jacknape. Spelled wave, W-A-V-E.
Yeah,
it is a wave.
they're just going to wave at him. And
wave, and then stretch
and then have him go stretch in the corner.
Exactly. Tom Foss says, for Beal to sit at home and get paid $57 million would be insane, and I think he will just... what I think will happen is he'll just get minutes off the bench, but will be benched if he's not giving max effort. If he plays well, maybe he'll become more appealing to other teams. I don't know if that's going to happen, but paying him $57 million to sit at home is, I think, the worst possible option.
But again, I always have to go back to this.
Mm-hmm.
They knew what the salary was when they got him.
I know.
They did. All right. Our next question. At the beginning of the show, we talked about the infamous Red Panda. In her injury last night, we hope she's okay. So it brought up the question, what is your favorite type of halftime show? Is it the Red Panda-esque or acrobatic? Is it baby races? Is it something to do with dogs? Or is it music and or a band? Or other.
Or tweet us if you...
I think of it differently. I think of it as any performance that will allow me to run back and use the bathroom.
You've got a very unique perspective on that question.
I do.
You usually have to introduce the performers, or not always?
Yes, I do.
All right, so then you just need a 10-minute performance.
What? 7 minutes tops.
I don't want to sound like old dude on a lawn screaming, but basketball games have become so loud that the last thing I need at halftime is a live band.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought you would go there.
No.
But we've seen some cool halftime performances in recent years.
We have, and if it's the right kind of artist, I'm down with it. But a lot of the stuff that I see at halftime doesn't appeal to me. So I'm going to go baby races.
I like the baby races, but it's got to be sporadic, like once a year.
Yeah. I like them on like timeouts where it's like, all right, let's go, get them in. How fast can they crawl?
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious to see what the results are.
Yeah, the results.
Remember that one baby was at New Orleans that was
Yes.
preternaturally fast?
Yes.
Remember that? It's like the Usain Bolt of babies.
Was the only baby that even moved.
Yeah. The results, it's a close race between music performance and band and something to do with dogs. Both of those have around 36%. Red Panda / acrobatic act, 18%. And then baby race is only 10%. Some of the responses, Petros Kinos says, no halftime show whatsoever is perfect for me. Let's see, Mark says, ditch the music and bring in daredevil acts. Nothing would amp up the crowd more than a motorcycle jumping through a ring of fire. And I'm with Tay. I like the fan 3-point shoot-off or half-court attempts. More fans showing that they can't play basketball in I'm all for that.
Doesn't that frustrate you and annoy you, though?
That's a timeout thing.
Listen,
though.
I've made this point, and I know this is directly relatable to Steph Curry. The dudes and the people who make or attempt half-court shots now at basketball games get so much closer than they did 10, 15 years ago.
Not at Suns games.
No?
No.
I always
we haven't had a winner in so long.
I have the irrational confidence of I always tell my buddies if I get selected, I just think it's going to go in from half court.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, the amount of half court shots, yeah, I'd have a good chance.
The other thing that's funny about those contests is the range of different prizes around the league.
Mm-hmm.
Like some places, $50,000 for hitting half court shot. I think the Pacers a couple years ago gave like a $500 gift card.
Like I know the Lakers one's like 50. Yeah, 20
it's
grand.
a lot of money. Yeah.
You gotta use your connections and get Sammy to shoot a half court shot. He's talking all that smack back there. Man.
I'm above board. I will do nothing of the sort. You're on your own, Sammy.
Hey, that's okay. When the day comes, it'll come. Lastly, real quick. We had the Diamondback fan on yesterday, and he had said he's been kicked out of a couple games. So we asked, have you ever been fairly or unfairly thrown out or banned from a sporting event or bar or party? And if so, what happened?
I have not.
Yeah, me neither.
I think one of those is still very possible in my life, but and it's not a party or a sporting event. But I got nothing like that. I'm pretty. I guess I'm a boring hang.
Nah. Since we're low for time, I'll read my favorite one from Ross Vegas. He said he was playing craps at the Hard Rock Vegas, drinking a little heavily, winning big. The ringmaster started messing with me and only giving me 2 dice instead of the 4 to pick from. So he picked up his stack, left in the middle of my roll, and flipped off the eye in the sky. And he was surrounded by security and then asked to be escorted off the premises.
Wow.
That's a pretty good Vegas crap story, I gotta say.
Our friend Dave Damashek said he got thrown out of the
You got to
igloo.
read it in his voice.
Hey there, fellas. I got thrown out of the igloo for throwing a gourd on the ice.
That is the most. Dave says a lot of Pittsburgh things.
Yeah.
That's the most Pittsburgh thing.
A gourd? Who brings a gourd to a hockey game?
Unless it's Gordy Howe.
Half the players are named Gord.
Right.
Well done.
Real quickly, this one just came in. Do you guys remember when Dan Marley wrecked a chopper during the halftime of a Rattlers game?
Yes.
Someone just tweeted at us.
I used to have that game on a videotape. The Suns players used to make appearances at Rattlers games.
All right.
And Dan Marley came out once on Fang's chopper, his motorcycle, and he drove it right into the dasher boards.
Really?
Yes.
He had no control of the bike?
No. And everybody was like, oh, because this was at the height of his career and his popularity. Was like, oh, I hope he's okay. And he got up and he waved to the crowd, so everybody was okay with it. But yeah, I do remember that.
I had to get that in there at the buzzer. So, but yeah, you know where to find us at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, thank you, Sammy. That's social studies. Coming up next, free agency continues in the NBA. We'll give you some thoughts on teams that have helped themselves and maybe have some scratching their heads. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. It's always a great time to head on down to Chapman BMW, but that is especially true in the month of July where there are some smoking hot deals to be had. For instance, you can get 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. Those are the beautiful compact luxury SUVs. You can also lease the X1 for just $499 a month. That is a great buy. And remember, you've got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. More on him later, but Chapman BMW, an award-winning business, family-owned business since 1966. You step into either of their great locations, you're going to feel the difference right away. And speaking of those two great locations, that means the best selection you are going to find in the Valley is at Chapman BMW, no matter what you're looking for. So if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Pick a location, go on down, take a test drive, find what you like, then get your hookup. Your friend in the business, his name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He's a personal friend of mine. Literally hooked up many of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Happy birthday, America, and my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about. We're talking 30% off everything in-store and online now through July 7th. And an additional 5% off for active and retired military. So here's the move, Basinonians. Go to BrooklynBedding.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Gambo. How much more difficult will the Western Conference be for the Phoenix Suns based on their early days of free agency? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
I think it's been really good. I do wonder how this is actually going to play out on the court. I mean, there are no real wings on this team. And there is one point guard that they trust.
Well, what is Eason? What is Finney Smith and what is Amen Thompson? Are they not wings? Are they just everythings?
If you were building a team from scratch, you would have all of them at the 4.
That's John Hollinger and Zach Lowe on the new edition of the Zach Lowe podcast, which is out this morning, talking about the Houston Rockets, who have been named very frequently, Bick, as a team that has helped themselves a lot, maybe had the best of the offseason so far. A lot of that stemming from the acquisition of Kevin Durant from the Suns. But then they go out and they get Clint Capella. They get Jabari Smith on the contract extension. They get Dorian Finney-Smith away from the Lakers, and he signs a contract. But this is the first kind of – and we were talking about it yesterday. We talked about it with Doug Haller. Is this guaranteed to work? And I said, on paper, it looks fantastic, but does it work? The first I'm hearing along these lines is, positional overlap. How does it work in theory? How does it work on the court with Kevin Durant and all these other new players in Houston? I think they're going to be very good. Are they a championship team? I'm not sold.
I wonder what they're going to do about Kevin Durant's contract extension.
That's the other thing.
They're spending money.
They are.
I was wondering about that myself. Like, was that a given when the trade was made?
Well, that seemed to be one of the sticking points.
Yeah.
Is, hey, Kevin Durant has his list of teams. Why did that list of teams exist?
Mm-hmm.
It was thought to be because those are the teams that were guaranteed to give Kevin Durant a 2-year contract extension. Doesn't have to be done right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was Brian Windhorst who said earlier in the offseason that he expects it to happen, but not necessarily during July, maybe closer to the season.
Mm-hmm.
But that is something to keep an eye on.
Absolutely.
Especially given they just went out and spent a ton of money. They have some contract extensions kicking in with they're going to have to pay Amen Thompson. Like that extension kicks in. I get you get off the Jalen Green contract, but they're going to be an apron team for as long as Durant's there, it feels like.
Yep. So looking at the Western Conference, Houston's changed a lot. There's no doubt about it. Oklahoma City, the reigning champions, they're not going anywhere. That team's built for the closest thing to sustained success that the NBA can offer right now.
Mm-hmm.
Houston, we've got our questions. The Lakers, I got my questions there as well. And people are still wondering about LeBron James.
And what's going to happen there. That to me is going to be that's the great unresolved questions of this offseason. What is Giannis going to decide, and is there really another play for LeBron James here? Mm-hmm. Or is he just going to play out this last year with the Lakers and then reassess and reevaluate everything?
The Denver Nuggets
were
50 and 32, and everybody thought 2 weeks ago that ownership was the problem. They have had a remarkable offseason.
Yes, they have.
They've brought some players back. Bruce Brown is back. They got Cam Johnson. They were able to trade for Jonas Valanciunas to back up Nikola Jokic. That's a whole lot of beef at center. I think they've had one of the best off seasons. So it wasn't.
So Denver's back in the mix.
It wasn't ownership. That was a Calvin Booth issue, apparently.
Yeah, listen, I think either way they've pivoted. So if there was a feeling that the Nuggets were sort of blowing their whole window of opportunity and thereby imperiling themselves with Nikola Jokic, I think they flipped that narrative on its ear. I think they're going to be an issue next year. Like I said, the Clippers
are very good.
Very good.
Minnesota. Losing Nickeil Alexander-Walker is going to hurt them, but they're counting on some young players to fill that gap, whether it's Terrence Shannon Jr. or somebody like that to kind of take those minutes. But getting Reed back and bringing Randall back is huge for that team. I still think they're in the mix.
San Antonio is going to be a problem.
Good.
They're going to be very good. Victor Wembanyama is going to be back. They're going to be very good. So listen, it would be foolish to really put any kind of expectations on the Suns at all, given the quality of the Western Conference going forward.
Yeah, I think a lot of the pieces are different for these teams, but I think the pecking order looks pretty similar. New Orleans is going to be bad. Utah is going to be bad. San Antonio is going to move up. I think Portland's improved. The Suns, I mean, talking to Kellen, he brought that mid-30 to 40 win range as a possibility. And people say, oh, there's no way. You can't get rid of Kevin Durant and win as many games. I'm not convinced of that. Dallas, there's a team. And we didn't even talk about this when it happened, but Dallas Mavericks go out and they select Cooper Flagg #1. And at his introductory press conference, Nico Harrison, the general manager, actually said this out loud.
Your relationship and the fans after everything this past season?
Yeah, I think so. I think it will help. Most importantly, I think it just, we're in win now mode, and we have a really good team, and Cooper adds to that. So I think the fans finally start to see the vision.
Oh my goodness.
So getting the #1 overall pick with a generational player coming out and having a 1.8% chance to land it, that's part of the vision.
Yeah. So exactly.
That's further insulting to the Dallas Mavericks
awful.
fan base.
It's really, really awful. He's being so tone deaf about all of this. But Brian Windhorst, and he doesn't say these things lightly, he deems the Mavericks a title contender when Kyrie Irving gets back.
I mean, question on when he's getting back. They did kind of... And they moved away from that plan, and Jason Kidd had said, we're probably going to have to play Cooper Flagg at point because he can do it. They went out and they got D'Angelo Russell. Not my favorite player, as we all know, but he can man the point guard spot and take pressure off of Cooper Flagg until Kyrie gets back.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I mean...
I don't know if you want Cooper Flagg doing that as a rookie.
I don't, especially if that's not his long-term prognosis. Why stunt the growth from year one? But can you count on Anthony Davis? Can you count on Kyrie Irving?
That too. And then you got the Memphis Grizzlies. Talk about buzzard's luck. You signed Jaren Jackson Jr. to a gigantic deal, and a day later, he gets a turf toe injury that requires surgery and 3 months on the shelf.
We're talking on ESPN.
Maybe
it might be 4
longer.
to 5 months. Yeah,
That's for real. That happened.
Yes.
That happened.
How did I miss
that? Really happened.
Just came out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. He was hooping on his own time, and he
reevaluated in 12 weeks or something.
Yeah, is it? I mean. But you want to talk about a team that's had buzzard's luck from an injury standpoint for years? It's the Memphis Grizzlies. But
no doubt about it.
They're formidable when they're whole. They're just never whole. So bottom line is, Suns are going to look different next year, but the Western Conference, it's going to look different as well. But it's still by far the stronger conference.
Oh, without it.
Which makes what's happening in the East that much more interesting. What's Cleveland going to do? Cleveland by default might be the favorite. A team that got 64 wins and got bounced in the second round, and everybody was pulling their hair out in Cleveland by doing nothing really. They did lose Ty Jerome.
Well, they had a lot of guys who just didn't play.
No.
Who couldn't bring themselves to get on the court, and it's like, this is the postseason, man. But get out there.
I also kind of like, if the Knicks ever hire a coach,
that's going to be hard. No coach.
The Knicks roster.
Self-coached team.
And
I like their roster a lot.
What's really interesting is this whole LeBron thing of opting in and possibly maybe wanting out. The two teams that are speculated that may have interest or a landing spot for LeBron are those two teams in the East. There's Cleveland and some New York rumblings of, like, if they wanted to, they could do a LeBron deal.
Yeah. It's early in July, but we're already looking ahead to what the league's going to look like in October and how it affects the Phoenix Suns. Coming up next on this Wednesday, we normally do it on Thursday. We don't have a show tomorrow. So we'll roll out a little patriotic edition of Mock My World next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Right now, Ryan Nelson, I would say, is as close to an untouchable on this roster as you have.
I mean, he's been one of your best starting pitchers all season. When he has started, again, for a good chunk of the year, he wasn't starting, obviously, as everybody knows. And then his very first start came against the Mets, but it was like a spot start, and it wasn't like amazing. But since he's come back in, he's been arguably your best starter. I mean, it's either him or Merrill Kelly or Erod. Erod has been great in June, but very clearly, those are your three best starting pitchers right now on July 1st.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I was out of town, and my wife had a business meeting she had to go to, so we hired the next-door neighbor to be the babysitter. She had them out by the pool, and my daughter got hungry, so she took my daughter inside to get a sandwich and left Rex out by the pool by himself. And when she came back out, Rex was face down in the pool. She started screaming, the babysitter, and my next door neighbor on the other side heard the screaming, came over, got Rex out of the pool. By the time 911 came, they tried to resuscitate him. He never did regain consciousness. These drowning incidents, they happen very quickly and they're silent. Keep constant eye-to-eye contact with the children around the pool. Many people think it can't happen to me, and it does. It can happen to anybody. It happened to me.
Fulton Homes remembers Rex and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking in with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call, because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this. If that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundation Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Yeah, it's coming to an end. Wolf here reminding you at Santan Ford, the employee pricing for all and then some. Over $10,000 off MSRP on 2024 Super Duties and over $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Explorers. Knocking down prices through the 4th of July. And Santan Ford has a special deal for all of our vets. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford. Right on the price, right on the corner of the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions may apply. I am Santan Ford.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Not one, not two, not three, but 4 home runs from the Diamondbacks last night helped them on their way to an 8-2 win over the Giants, and it was Jake McCarthy's 3-run shot in the 4th that got the party started.
McCarthy swings, high fly ball, deep right field. You betcha! Oh, man! A no-doubter for McCarthy, his 2nd of the year, and the Diamondbacks take a 4-2 lead.
Aside from the long ball, Zach Gallen looked a lot more like himself last night, went 7 innings, struck out 10, and only gave up 1 earned. And Merrill Kelly and the Snakes today will look to make it 3 straight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote. Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit2save.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Sanderson Ford poll question, it's honestly kind of an interesting one. Who is more likely to be on the Suns next year? Is it Bradley Beal or Chris Paul?
Got to be Bradley Beal, right?
I think it has to be, but I thought it was an interesting question.
What say you, Bick?
I mean, he's more likely because he's on the team right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll say Bradley Beal.
Yeah, Bradley Beal, 67% of the vote. Chris Paul, 33% of the vote. And actually, we just got an email. Vince, you won tickets for the Diamondbacks game this weekend.
I did?
Yeah.
Look at that.
A pair of Diamondbacks tickets could just be the coolest way to spend your 4th of July. Congrats to the winners, Vince Murata.
I did not.
Wow.
I did not see that.
I was going to say I did not enter that.
I did not get. I hit reply on the thing, but I didn't.
Wow.
You're getting email before I am.
See, you're a winner, Vinny.
Yep.
You're a winner.
Who's the big winner in the casino today?
Don't let anybody on social media tell you otherwise. You're a winner.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. There it is. Sanderson Ford poll question, and you can vote on it on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Murata. Mock my world.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it, you just didn't do it again.
Are you mocking me?
Mock My World is back a day early because we don't have a show due to the 4th of July holiday weekend coming up. So we got a 4-day weekend. But last week we went down the road, the tobacco road. We built teams, or at least teams of 4 players in basketball who went to North Carolina colleges. And Dan Bickley's team ran away with it. Not surprisingly, he had the number 1 overall pick. You take Michael Jordan,
yeah,
you're in good shape. But Jordan, Kyrie Irving, Zion Williamson, and Jay Williams, 54.8% of the vote. My team finished second, 26.8%. Sammy was third. He was the third voter, 9.6%. And Jarrett had 8.8% of the
Finished
vote.
in order of our voting end.
Yes.
2 teams with single digits is pretty rare in this. So
it is
non-competitive.
But again, 55% for the winner. This week we're going down the road since it is the 4th of July weekend. We're going broad on this one. All things red, white, or blue. So
okay.
Anything in the title, any walk of life.
Mm-hmm.
Not like the color, right? Like it has to say like red, white, or blue in it.
I mean, I guess you could pick the color. It's a boring pick.
Yeah. No, it's just, yeah.
In reverse order of last week's results, Team Carlin will go first. Sammy will have the second pick. I'll go third. Bick will have the 4th pick. 4-round snake-style draft. Jarrett, where are you going with your first pick?
I'm going with America's sweetheart. Now, she's no longer with us, unfortunately, but I will go with Betty White.
Because of course you will.
Well, because I sort of pander to the young crowd.
Of course you do.
Yep.
Okay.
Gen Z.
Betty White
Gen
is off
Alpha.
the board.
So I can't pick like the American flag.
No, it's got to have red, white, or blue in the word.
Right. Okay. That's what I thought. I'm gonna go courtesy of the red, white, and blue country song, Toby Keith.
Got it.
Sure you don't want to pick the flag?
I know.
Single digit 2 weeks in a row, Sammy.
This one, yeah, I ill prepared.
I did notice that this was a very broad topic. You said it. You said the word broad in the show meeting, Bick. You were right. This is about as broad
sometimes
as it
the
gets.
broad ones are the hardest to prepare for.
That's what I. Yeah.
All right.
For me, I'm going. Can't believe Jarrett didn't go food. I'm going with red enchilada sauce.
Oh.
Ooh.
Do love a good red sauce.
I like the red and the green.
Bick, you got 2 picks.
All right, what could be more American than blue jeans? And what could be more 4th of July than red Solo cups?
Oh, another Toby Keith song.
Yep. Man, those are good.
I'm gonna go.
Oh boy, Sammy.
I'm gonna go music with mine. Also, seems American. Blue suede shoes.
Oh yeah.
All right, Sammy.
I'm up.
What country song are you picking here?
I'm gonna go. Oh man, I'm gonna go red wine.
There you go.
Red wine.
Yeah,
That's
that
good.
works.
That's a
There
good
we
one.
go.
This is where I thought both of you were going to go when you said food related, and when you said nothing more American, I'm going with red meat.
Oh, that's a good one.
And then I'm going with, even though it doesn't really happen around here, maybe up north a little sometimes, a white Christmas.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
very iconic.
Maybe one of the greatest Olympians of all time, Shaun White.
Oh yeah, the flying
good one.
tomato.
Who has red hair?
Yes, he
That's
does.
right.
He's got 2 of the colors
Right.
covered. All right. Where am I gonna go here? I'm gonna go with the band. I'm gonna go with the White Stripes.
Oh, okay.
Beck, you got 2 picks to complete your
What
team?
could be more 4th of July than a great white shark? In fact, have you guys seen the Jaws Daily Twitter feed where they like are tweeting out like a tweet a day as if it were the city of Amityville? It's really, really funny.
I have not.
It's really, really funny.
I used to live 5 minutes away from Amityville in Long Island, where
Is
the
that
Amityville
right?
Horror House was.
Wow, isn't that interesting?
I was not far from there either, yeah. All right, you got 1 more pick.
And with my last pick, Vinny, I think I'll take the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, man, that was my pick.
Never liked them that much.
Yeah, they have their moments.
For me, it was
Very mellow.
song by song to
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with them.
I'm gonna go with a guy who's pretty hot in the acting game right now, especially with the new season of The Bear out. Jeremy Allen White.
Oh,
He's on my list too.
Yeah.
All right.
Who, if they ever do a biopic of Gene Wilder, he'll play the role.
He is
doing
in
Bruce
a
Springsteen.
biopic. Yeah, he's playing Bruce Springsteen.
Yes. He looks a lot more like Gene Wilder.
I know.
sure
yeah.
does. I didn't even thought of that, but you're right on the money about that.
All right. My last pick. I'm gonna go. One of the better TV show series is out there. I'm gonna go White Lotus.
There you go.
I still have not watched season 3.
All right, these 2 people were on a mission from Gad.
Gad. Oh!
Jacob,
How did Mr. Chicago forget that one?
Joliet, Jake, and Elwood Blues, the Blues Brothers.
I'm sure we missed thousands
white,
of
and
entries. Yes. All things red, white, and blue. Jared's team, Betty White, Red Meat, White Christmas, and the Blues Brothers. I love when
That's
you
a night
I love
right
when you
there.
get them all grouped.
Yeah.
Sammy's got courtesy of the red, white, and blue, red wine, Shaun White, and White Lotus. I went with red enchilada sauce, blue suede shoes, the White Stripes, and Jeremy Allen White. And Dan Bickley's got blue jeans, red Solo cups, great white shark, and Red Hot Chili Peppers. We'll get this up on X. You determine the winner. Mock My World every Thursday, but this week moved up a day to Wednesday here on Bickley and Murata Morning. Some final thoughts straight ahead on this Wednesday on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
All right, sports fans know all about game changers, and all over the valley, that is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing. They are changing the game for people with loose or missing teeth, bad-fitting dentures, people with dental issues, and people who hate their smiles. And they're doing it because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find, up to 40% less from their nearest competitor. And they're rated America's #1 all-on-4 dental implant provider. In fact, you don't even have to settle for the standard all-on-4 dental implants. At New Life Dental Implant Center, they use more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support and longevity. Each new smile digitally designed so you heal faster with minimal bone removal. Plus, they craft your teeth from solid zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing plans make it all possible. So if that New Life is right one phone call away for you, 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Halfway through here. I don't know this song, but I did a search on 4th of July, and this came up, Fall Out Boy.
You could ask me. I had a great song of the day lined up.
Oh, what do you got?
Led Zeppelin's Southbound Suarez, in case Gino is traded.
Oh, we got plenty of time for that.
Okay. Then store it.
There's only one pre-4th of July show. We got plenty of shows between now
I'm fine with that.
and the
That's
deadline.
cool.
Yeah, a little Fall Out Boy. Getting ready for the holiday weekend. Happy 4th to everybody out there. That's today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, we've talked about the Jake Paul effect of the sport of boxing. Have you heard the latest here, Bick?
No.
This is very discouraging. On Monday, we came in, and I was going through some things, and I said during our show meeting, there was a Jake Paul boxing match this weekend, and I didn't know about it. I'm kind of proud of myself.
Wow, that's a step in the right direction.
He beat Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., the former middleweight champion. He pushed his record to 12-1, and now for the first time ever, Jake Paul is actually ranked at number 14 by the World Boxing Association.
Which means
he is eligible to challenge for the WBA Cruiserweight Championship against Gilberto Zurdo Ramirez. Jake Paul might be a championship boxer.
Look, he's got skill. You don't have to like him to admit that.
He's got skill against non-boxers and boxers who are way past their prime.
Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Almost 40 years old. But at a certain...
Hey, he's still 18 years younger than his last opponent.
I know. It's true. But that's it, though. I mean, whether he's deserving or not, I guess put him in there, and the fist will do the talking. Either he's going to be legitimate or not.
That's the thing, is I find him highly unlikable. But I don't know. I can't say for a fact whether or not he's a skilled boxer because of... There's a chance he could be a skilled boxer. I just think it's... And then I start thinking about it, too. Because I had made the point leading up to the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight that this is one of the most embarrassing sagas in boxing history.
Yeah.
But he might turn out to be good for the sport because it's devoid of stars.
There's no doubt about
There's
it.
so much more attention paid to mixed martial arts and UFC than there is to boxing right now.
I think it's the worst it's ever been.
Yeah.
Because at least in the 2000s and 2010s when the heavyweight division was way down, at least you had like Mayweather and Pacquiao and sort of that division.
Like,
there's no stars in boxing right now.
If he's remotely good and starts to climb said rank in his division and he gets a title fight, the eyes on that fight alone are going to help boxing.
Well, and that's why he's going to get the title fight.
Right.
Because the incumbent realizes there's a huge payday to be had with that guy.
And then he's either going to get humiliated or he's going to show
modern day
legit.
Rocky. Yeah.
A modern day Rocky.
Except unlikable.
Well, as a young dude, what do you think of Jake Paul, Sammy?
Like, I don't know if you guys have watched, it's called Paul American. I think it's on HBO. It's kind of like a little docu-series about both of them. And I originally had found them pretty unlikable. But once I watched that and I you get a look into like their entrepreneur minds and just how they originally started as like kind of weird like kids. They were able to kind of turn it into a life for them. I personally don't have a major opinion one way or another on them, but I do think, and you can't deny that the guy's been working at his craft when it comes to boxing.
Yeah, no, he's got boxing skills.
They're both amazing athletes.
Really?
I think the other Paul brother is a fantastic WWE star.
He's really, really athletic.
I think he's really, really good for that scene. That's what I will say.
Extremely unlikable, too, so he makes for a good heel.
Well,
bad
that
guy.
works perfectly for wrestling.
They seem like nice guys who have some pretty loathsome opinions and have done some pretty not so great stuff, but we'll see.
Wait a minute.
Which one of those brothers was part of that whole rioting scene at Fashion Square?
I think that was Logan.
I think it was Logan.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, during the pandemic.
Yeah, that's it.
There, Jared, did you just say it seems like pretty likable guy who's done some loathsome things that has terrible But would you say that if he wasn't a wrestler?
Well,
we know you're partial to wrestlers.
I don't like him at all.
Oh, okay.
But I do admit he's very athletic.
All right, Diamondbacks continuing their series against the Giants tonight. Again, let's reiterate the words of Jake McCarthy.
Let people doubt. I welcome it. Our team welcomes it. The people who want to count us out, who think we're done, they don't know. They don't know. I'll just leave it at that. All right.
Said it twice.
Wow.
That was with Josh Colmenter and Todd Walsh on the postgame show yesterday. Is that the spark that this team needs?
Well, I don't know if it's a spark, but it certainly raises the stakes, doesn't it? Because they're now saying that we are not the team that you skeptics and doubters think we are, and we're going to prove it to you. I like it. Like I said, at first I thought, wow, somebody was in the minors for 2 months trying to tell the rest of us how to feel about a team we've been watching day by day by day. And I was a little offended by it at first. But then I thought, no, this is exactly what this team needs. They need somebody to come out and say, this is us. These are our goals. They need somebody, to kind of be that guy.
Yeah.
So I'm down with it.
I wouldn't say offended was the word, but I certainly went through that same range that you did. I'm still skeptical. I'm glad he said it.
Yeah.
Because we've been waiting for somebody to break a bat over their knee. It was funny. I was on social media yesterday, and I follow just random accounts, sports accounts from around the country, and there was these media. It was a podcast in Cleveland, and they were talking about how the Guardians are unwatchable because they're boring, and they have no spark, and nobody seems to care. And they're so, lax about it as a team. The fan base is getting fed up with it. One of the examples was, their best player gets hit by a pitch. Nobody does anything about it. I said, wow, this sounds familiar.
Yeah.
So it's not just an Arizona thing, but if this can lead to something, then all credit to Jake McCarthy, who's actually playing much better.
Yeah.
I mean, the bar was low, and he's actually contributing. He hit the snot out of that baseball last night.
Well, and he hit it after their pitcher Birdsong wanted no part of Eugenio Suarez, walked him, then ended up walking the next guy, and then just like that, the game's broken open.
But for a guy who's hitting in the 130s to take a crack at a 2-0 pitch after 10 straight balls in a game that you're losing, that's pretty gutsy stuff.
It is. It is.
You can't miss that.
And that also means he was given a green light.
The beginning of that soundbite is also what my relatives might be saying when I go back for my 9th hot dog this weekend.
Wait a minute.
Let people doubt. I welcome it. Our team welcomes it.
Let people doubt. I'll take another one.
Are you doing the 9th hot dog, 9 beer, 9 inning challenge?
No, but this would be a great weekend to do so. Dang.
Wow.
No, will not be.
All right, Vinny, have a great vacation, man. I can't wait to hear what goes wrong.
I got time to invent stuff. Thanks to Luis Gonzalez and Kellen Olson for joining us. Thanks to you. Have a great and safe holiday weekend. Bick will be back Monday morning with Kellen Olson filling in here on Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke up next. Have a great day, everybody.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here's the first pitch. He swings, he grounds it towards second, sliding Cattell, pops to his feet, and he throws to first in time. Ball game. The Diamondbacks win by a final score of 8-2.
2 down, 2 to go versus the Giants. Game 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau. And check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Trying to sell your home? Did you know that there are 12 mistakes traditional agents make that cost home sellers thousands? And we've corrected them all at 72 Sold. Recent studies show that home sellers who use the 72 Sold program are achieving a median sale price 5.8% higher than sellers who sell the traditional way. Avoid the 12 mistakes. Get a better agent. Get a better price at 72sold.com.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Not one, not two, not three, but four home runs from the Diamondbacks last night helped them on their way to an 8-2 win over the Giants, and it was Jake McCarthy's 3-run shot in the fourth that got it all started.
McCarthy swings, high fly ball, deep right field. You betcha! Oh, man! A no-doubter for McCarthy, his second of the year, and the Diamondbacks take a 4-2 lead.
Aside from the long ball, Zach Gallen looked a lot more like himself last night. He went 7 innings, struck out 10, and only gave up 1 earned in the win tonight. Merrill Kelly and the Snakes will look to make it 3 straight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the sports world, number 2 player in the world, Coco Gauff, was eliminated in the first round at Wimbledon. And in the NBA, the Milwaukee Bucks have stretched and waived point guard Damian Lillard in order to bring in big man Miles Turner. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Wednesday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf. Paulie, what's going on?
I'm having a Ron Wolfley moment over here technically, but I think I persevered once again on the air. No technical issues. It was close, unlike Wolf, who has a 20-year track record of being unable to get on the air and operate his own broadcasting station. But I do need to screen each and every one of you before I get going.
Okay.
You know, yesterday Kevin Zimmerman was in and we screened him, and it was close.
Yeah.
We almost had to dismiss him before his interview, but he answered correctly. The over-under is always under 5 when it comes to movie previews. The new question today is
I'm going to see a movie this weekend too, by the way, for the first time. You really sold me. I want to go see 30 minutes of previews.
Jurassic World?
No, not Jurassic World.
F1?
Probably F1.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay. Just letting you guys know, last night, I came home from work, took a nap so I could do this. I went to the midnight premiere of Jurassic World. Good movie. I thoroughly enjoyed it, but there was like 25, 30 minutes of previews. It was terrible.
Nothing makes Rick angrier.
So if you're scoring at home, Rick, as long as you made this the Wolf and Luke show starring Rick, how many does that equate to? Nobody cares about the minutes. We want to know how many. Was it 9? Was it 10?
Well, now I've figured out that they run 10 minutes of commercials starting at when the movie time starts, and then you get some previews, and then you get another commercial, and then some more previews.
Jamal's
pretty bad.
to jump in.
Do you have access to the buzzer? Because this might be the first time. Rick needs to buzzer himself at this point.
Rick is very thorough with his details.
Holy crap. Now,
Jamal's just like, if you guys listened to me and got there 2 hours late, you wouldn't have this issue.
I was just about to ask Rick, what time did you get there?
Actually, because my friend and I had nothing better to do because it started way too late.
Rick, this is only a 4-hour show.
You went to a midnight showing. What did you expect?
We went at like 11:15 and just sat in the theater because it was air conditioned.
Exact opposite of what Jamal told you to do yesterday.
Yes, it was air conditioned though.
You got there 45 minutes early.
You just came here. Here is air conditioned.
Yeah, but we were done with what we were doing prior to that, and then we went to the movies.
You're kind of asking for it at that point.
Yeah,
yeah, I know.
You know how much sympathy I'm seeing from Jamal next to you? Zero sympathy. That's how much sympathy.
Thank you,
Paulie. What was your question?
How many Instagram followers do you guys have?
That's where you were going after all that?
And here's why I asked. I just learned that in order to be part of the cool crowd, the popular crowd in high school, in order to get an invite to a high school party these days, they will check your social media following. I learned that.
Did you get turned aside or
that
what?
In high school, you may or may not get invited to one of the killer parties out there, man, based on your social media following. So, I can only hang with those who are worthy, so based on your Instagram followers, I can't be seen with anything other than the cool crowd around here. So I'm going to need you guys to submit evidence, a screenshot of your Instagram following, and then I'll make a decision if I'm going to continue till 2 o'clock today.
Okay, that's good. That's great.
Just going to let you know.
Well, while we're still cool enough to hang out with you, or at least until you realize we're not cool enough to hang out with you, how about the fact the Diamondbacks have won 2 in a row against the Giants, and they're 4-1 against the Giants, and they just hit home runs like every other pitch now to beat the Giants. Every time the Diamondbacks are supposed to be out or they're on the verge of being out, they go out there and start to string together a few wins like this. Now, the flip side to this is they haven't been able to put teams away in these series lately. Like, they seem to start the series strong and then trail off a little bit. But they're already 2-0 in this 4-game series against San Francisco, and this is potentially big. I mean, now, what are they, a game and a half behind the Giants? I mean, closing that gap pretty quick on them at least.
So the D&D back tonight, Luke, stands for declare.
Okay. Not dude?
Declare.
Okay.
Declare whether you are a 500 team or are you not. Are you better than a 500 team? What did we say yesterday? A 500 team does what? They win, then they lose. Then they lose, then they win, then they win, then they lose. So you snapped a 4-game skid. You got a couple of wins. You're above 500. But what happens if you lose tonight? You're back to 43-43.
Yeah.
You need to declare you're better than a 500 team. And you need to do it against a team that is struggling something fierce. I mean, the Giants are so bad. They're like their own doom loop. They are awful right now. You need to finish them off and declare, you know what? We're better than the Giants. We're going to stay ahead of them going forward in the standings. But so far this year, 48 hours from now, I'm going to be in Santa Cruz, and there's a roller coaster by the name of the Giant Dipper, and it's been there for more than 100 years, and it's made out of wood, and it's really not that crazy anymore, except the fact that it's made out of wood. It's 100 years old, and really the fear on the roller coaster is, are you going to plummet to your death? That's really the fear of it. But that's the Diamondbacks this year, is it not? Just this roller coaster ride, the up and the down. And yes, Rick, you can take the cue at any moment about the roller coaster. That's exactly what I'm trying to talk about over here, Luke.
Is that why you've said roller coaster 17 times? Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Like a well-oiled machine.
So that's the third deserved buzzer that Rick has received in the opening moments of the show.
Oh, the self-buzz. That's there's no bigger form of shame.
It's like golf. You got to hold yourself accountable. Call your own penalties.
Here is Jake McCarthy after the game last night on the TV broadcast.
Let people doubt. I welcome it. Our team welcomes it. The people who want to count us out, who think we're done, they don't know. They don't know. I'll just leave it at that. All right.
You don't really have to say anything after that.
Wow.
Because they have to regenerate their delay button on TV anyway, so you can't say anything after that. Jake McCarthy, by the way, is doing that thing where he gets called back up after going to the minors and suddenly it's not like he's tearing the cover off the ball, but he does have a hit in 6 straight games. He's only been up for 7 games, and he homered last night. And that's just him talking. I get it, but this team does have a sort of collective attitude, seemingly, of you count us out, we're going to start coming back. Now, Wolf has pointed this out on a number of occasions, and you kind of just alluded to it too. They start to get ahead, and they don't have that killer instinct. They really are, and they are 1 game above 500. That's what they are, but it doesn't seem like you can throw anything at them that's going to sink them. The problem is they never seem to, once they get 2 or 3 games above 500, go on that run and really put 500 in the rearview mirror. It's frustrating, Paulie, because the games against the Rockies, White Sox, and Marlins were supposed to be their chance to go, yeah, we're about a 500 team. They went into that stretch of 9 games at 37-37. You were supposed to come out of that like 5 games above 500. Instead, they actually came out of a game below 500. But now they're winning again, and they are 4-1 against the Giants and 2-1 against the Padres. So the 2 teams specifically they need to beat the most, they are beating this season.
And some of the better teams, they played some of their better ball this year.
Especially Zach Gallen.
Once again, if they can get into the playoffs, if they can get into the postseason, they have enough starting pitching. I even without Corbin Burns, based on what Zach Gallen did last night. But to your point, I think what you're saying, you don't even realize you're saying it, Luke,
probably not,
is declare. They need to declare. Who are they? What are they? What is the rest of this season going to consist of? In the words of the great American philosopher, Twisted Sister,
what do you want to do with your life?
Who are they? What are they going to be?
Rick was all over the Twisted Sister reference.
Because I gave him a heads up.
Whatever works.
And the talk back. So at this point, I think we're all waiting to see. Because if they go out there and they lose tonight and they play the brand of ball that we saw at the beginning of last night's game, where they assessed an error on Alek Thomas because your second baseman and your shortstop couldn't catch a one-hop relay throw.
Yeah, that wasn't ideal.
That was the 30% confused baseball, quote, end quote, that Torey Lovullo was talking about last month. 30% confused baseball, and it continues to plague this team.
Well, and we're going to talk to Mike Fitzgerald next hour, D-backs assistant GM, of course. And when I realized last night that he was on today, Paulie, because we go, it's always either Mike Fitzgerald, Amiel Sadeh, or Mike Hazen. Every time we have Mike Fitzgerald on, they win the night before.
Oh.
So when I did the math in my head around the 4th inning last night, it's Fitz on them. Okay, then they're definitely going to win. I think it was a very low stress game for me.
So at that moment, you went to your betting app and you went and you did a mid-game bet. Once you realized that, and you You did the money line, and
that would require me to have money in a betting app.
I see.
But I mentally was
Jamal's
able...
smiling. I think he capitalized on that. He's got this smile of a Cheshire cat over there.
Well, Rick
that.
missed all of it because he was already at the theater for the midnight showing, so he totally couldn't cash in.
He was there by the third inning for a midnight show.
If you're gonna win this series, and I know they can't think this way, but if you're going to win this series, probably tonight would be a good night to win. It's tough to win the 4-game series, obviously, because you got to win it 3-1 or 4-0. But tomorrow is Brandon Pfaadt, who has really been struggling, against Robbie Ray, who has been one of the best pitchers in baseball this year. Now, again, doesn't mean you can't win that game, because when you hit home runs, the way the Diamondbacks hit home runs to the tune of 126, which is third in all of baseball, behind only the Dodgers and the Yankees, you would not look at the D-backs lineup, especially as depleted as it is right now, and think that they would hit at the same clip as those teams. But when you hit home runs like that, you can win any game. But certainly Merrill Kelly on the mound tonight, you feel like that's one on paper you should have a better chance to
win. Was it me, or was every single Diamondbacks homer 400 feet plus?
It felt like they just kept going. That one's 730 feet.
I mean, I should know this because I've been covering this team since home plate was a stick in the ground in an empty dirt lot where it's currently being constructed. And I was out there for Channel 5 with a stupid hard hat on doing the old TV stand-ups back in the day.
We got to find that footage.
In the late 90s, I should know this. But when it's 116, when it's 114 2 days in a row, does the ball jump more because of that?
I don't know.
When we get the big heat going, is that when you get the big flies, the big distance? I mean, where's Kurt Schilling and Randy Johnson? They used to have that whole thing dialed in with the roof and all the panels and all that. I mean, where's Todd Walsh? I mean, what kind of show is Todd Walsh running these days? They have to bleep out his guests? I mean, what kind of questions is Todd Walsh asking in the postgame?
They're finally letting Walsh just run free and do what he wants.
My goodness, FCC violations, Todd? Really?
Vitalant is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday time frame is actually the lowest week of the summer for donations, so head to the contest page on arizonasports.com for complete details. When we come back, it's a question that has to be asked. We're all thinking it. What happens if Bradley Beal is just still on the Suns next season?
Oh, boy.
That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get the roller coaster ready. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? And now they're talking surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back, including me. It's QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine, where they use treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. results, and that's not just a number. That's peace of mind that you are exploring something that is truly working for people just like you. And it doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Go learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey. That's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Arizona sports.
Basically, what's going on with Beal is I think that obviously if they have their preference, they'd like to find him a new home. But that's more difficult said than done because he's got the no trade clause.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf. Do we know where Wolf is? Is he having some sort of
fishing with Vetter?
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of cool. Paulie, has he sent you any pictures taunting you that you're in the 114-degree heat and he's off fishing on the lake?
He did send a picture yesterday. Apparently he got word of maybe a few comments at his expense yesterday. And he did send a picture of my massive forehead on a shadow on a back wall with the cowboy hat on at the recent ALS Bite Night event, which was a wonderful event. But my image on the back wall, the spotlights, not so much. And he sent that just to be, keep me humble.
Yeah, he tends to do that.
Sort of like Todd Walsh, just keeping me humble. And so you're going to have to get in line behind Wolf, Todd, because now he's ripping me on saying they don't have any delay on the postgame show. And I should know that as a long time.
As a guy who used to wear a hard hat on channel, whatever channel you
basically the Ron Burgundy, I got my keister blowing in the wind when you got players, But it makes sense that you got that sort of comment out of that player because didn't he used to be a football player? He has that.
True.
He has that football attitude.
True.
So if only, here's the segue. Wait for it in 3, 2, 1. If only Bradley Beal had that football attitude. How about that?
Well, since you bring up Bradley Beal, here's Kevin O'Connor from Burns and Gambo. Yesterday, they were like, "All right, KOC, what is the most likely outcome for the Suns here with Beal?"
I mean, it feels like a trade is highly improbable at this point. Teams are, running out of money in free agency, and it's just not a lot of destinations that you can imagine getting to that number for him in a trade. So I would imagine that a buyout would be most likely involving Bradley Beal and him perhaps giving something back. But at the same time, like you mentioned, Damian Lillard didn't give anything back. He's going to get all of that money. And so if you're Bradley Beal and his representation, I'm sure you could make the argument, well, Damian Lillard just had that when he's Damian Lillard and he's out for a season. With Bradley Beal, why would we have to give anything back? So I'm sure those negotiations will happen, but ultimately, if you're Bradley Beal and you really want to go to a situation where you're wanted in a team, because you could sign anywhere, maybe giving something back is advantageous for you. And so I think that's the most likely outcome for him.
I mean, it's not a negotiation. It's not like Bradley Beal and his agent are playing hardball to try and get the Suns to offer more in a buyout. They can't. We went through this yesterday. I mean, if they're going to try and stretch and waive him, they can't do it because he would make up 14.3% of the cap, and you can't go over 15%, and they already have a couple other deals on there that make it so they would be over 15%. So it's not really a negotiation, Paulie, which would lead me to believe if this hasn't happened yet, I don't know that's going to happen. I mean, the trade thing, I understand that that's still being talked about. I kind of wrote off in my mind that he wasn't getting traded 3 months ago. I would happily be surprised, but if a team really is willing to take on that contract, you would think they would be a pretty good team, and good teams don't have the cap space to do that. Or they'd be a bad team, and they would be just doing the old hockey thing that the Coyotes used to do a lot, where they would take on the contract, but you got to give us Ryan Dunn too.
Right.
But then Bradley Beal's not going to go there because he's not going to waive his notice. I've just assumed the trade's off the table. The ideal situation, to steal a Kevin O'Connor line right there, would be if you could get Bradley Beal to basically do what DA did in Portland and be like, I'll take I'll take a little bit less right now, buy me out, get me out of here. I'll get a fresh start somewhere else.
All right, so I have three options here, at least three. I mean, I can't
like any of these.
Okay, I can't do everything here. So if you guys want to add to this list, feel free around here. Number one, let Beal deal is what we'll call that. Do the Suns currently have a point guard in this roster? Where's Tyus Jones again? He's gone, right?
He's not here.
He gone.
He's out.
Sort of like that fan in left field. He gone.
Also gone.
Okay. Then there's option two.
Yeah.
Let Beal steal,
which he's currently doing.
You can either just, send him home like Jay Crowder, and he gets maximum salary for doing Jack the Squad.
Mm-hmm.
Or there's Deal Beal. You somehow trade him. Somebody wants him. Maybe Charlotte. I mean, you've been able to forge a few deals. I'll be kind. Forge a few deals with Charlotte. Maybe somehow, some way you can continue that relationship. I don't know. What else am I missing?
Well,
what are the other options here?
Stuff that rhymes with Beal that would fit. I can't unless you're like, if you just go to him and you're like, "Are you for real, Beal?" and try to appease to his common. I don't even know what it would be. Not common decency. He has the right to take the money. They traded for him and his contract.
How about this? How about get the real Beal and then do it via the suggestion that Calvisi Consulting made yesterday? Bring in Chris Paul. Head coaches can't get him motivated. You've already swung and missed on those multiple times. GMs, ownership, no one can get him motivated. You can't get anything out of him resembling what he used to be, anything even close to being worth $50 million a year guaranteed. So maybe you bring in CP3, and maybe somehow Chris Paul is the one who gets the most out of him.
It's funny that you suggest that, because I have just kind of written off even a possibility that Bradley Beal plays enough this season and is effective enough, just because he hasn't been able to stay on the floor. And now they have Jalen Green. So if he plays, then you're stunting Jalen Green's growth in theory, unless you move Booker. But it's just a lot of. But then if you have Chris Paul, you're not moving Booker to the point. The only hope here in my mind is that Bradley Beal looks around and he's like, this team can't win with me here, which means I can't win if I stay here. They can't win because they can't make any more moves, really. The Suns, I mean, they can do a little bit, but they can't really do anything significant. They can't go out and do anything of great value in free agency or even really with trades, because they're still in the apron situation because of his contract. So your hope is that Beal looks around and is like, I'd rather just get a fresh start somewhere else. Like, it's not like his career has to be over. If I'm Bradley Beal, I'm still thinking when I play, I'm decent. I just got to stay on the floor. But if I'm Bradley Beal, I'm thinking I'm going to stay on the floor. You know what I mean? So get me to Miami or wherever. And those teams aren't going to trade for you. So you would almost have to accept a buyout and then just go sign with them.
In terms of playing time, he's not a starter. Even this restructured team, he's not one of your starting five. Has he accepted that? If he hasn't, that might actually be good news. Maybe that's a motivator. He wants out.
Yeah.
And he wants to sort of regain his past glory and wants to be, wants that status as an NBA starter. But to your point about playing time and minutes and what's really out there feasible and doable for him as this roster is currently constructed, and we know they're heavy on wings, but wait a minute, if he's in the top 8, I mean, there's going to be minutes to add. I'm not talking he's playing 35 minutes a game, but he comes off 6th, 7th, 8th man, and you know what? I'd rather do that than, for instance, attach another first-round pick and try and trade him away.
Yeah,
Please don't do that.
I have no interest in trading him.
Please don't do that.
Because you trading him, you're not getting anything except relief from his contract, and you're probably giving up at least Oso Ighodaro. Do you want to give up Ryan Dunn to get rid of Bradley Beal? I mean,
and then all of a sudden you have the ghosts of trades past come into play, like, I don't know, throwing in Tumani Kamara to get rid of DeAndre Ayton.
No more throwing in, guys.
Please don't do that.
Especially because Ryan Dunn already looks a lot better than Tumani Kamara did when they did that. Now, Kamara is amazing now for what he is. I don't know. I think I'll play another cut here from KOC, but I mean, what he says here, I'm pretty sure every Suns fan agrees with.
They have to, for Jalen Green's sake, and also for the young guys. Like Rasheer Fleming is a guy who's going to be getting 3-point shots. Kobe Brea, their 2nd-round pick, is going to be a weapon. So it's like you want those younger players, not to mention Jalen Green, getting those opportunities and those minutes, not a guy who, A, you don't want to be there, and B, doesn't even want to be there. He's not part of your future. So they have to get rid of him regardless of what it has to be, whether it's waiving him or buying him out, stretching the contract, whatever the way you got to do it, you got to get rid of Bradley Beal. Have to.
The other part here, Paul, is he's 32. We just saw James Harden sign a new deal. He's 35. KD's 36. He'll be 37. KD's still a great player. LeBron's LeBron's in his 40s now. And I understand every player's different, and Bradley Beal has been, he can't stay on the floor. But again, if I'm Bradley Beal, I'm not thinking that way. I'm not thinking, I can't stay on the floor. I'm thinking, I'll bet on myself, and it's not like he has to give up the entire contract. We had the math done. What Fred Katz of The Athletic did it over the weekend. It would be, he'd basically be giving up about $13.5 million over the next 5 years. But if I'm Bradley Beal and I can get to a team where I think I can win, I'm thinking, dude, I'm only 32. There's a lot of players in this league older than me. I can still be good and make that money back and not be the guy that nobody wants around, which is unfortunate. He's not a bad dude. He's not even a bad player, but his contract makes it impossible for this team to get better. And if he's here, it makes it impossible for them to play guys that need the playing time.
But he is bad to deal with. He hasn't been accommodating on any front. At the trade deadline, with the no-trade clause, no seeming willingness to give up any dollar amount out of his guaranteed salary. And so I get it. It's easy from the outside looking in to say they have no choice. They have to deal Beal. They got to get rid of Beal. It has to be addition by subtraction. But let's not forget, Matt Ishbia has done a lot of unconventional things. And if there's one owner who's poised to go against the norm and continue paying that out and see if maybe, just maybe between now and the trade deadline in February, I mean, is that unthinkable? I mean, this team isn't making a run to the NBA Finals. Is it unthinkable you just hang on to them until, you know what, maybe just maybe some team makes you a decent offer, there's a feasible deal sometime in February?
It's not unthinkable because it looks like that's kind of where this is trending. When we come back, a new member of the Arizona Cardinals is in the NFL's top 100. We'll tell you who and which other Cardinals could make the top 100. They're revealing them one every 7 days now. It's Wolf and Luke, Paul Calvisi in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Macedonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service, and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Will Swartz here, owner of State 48 Home Comfort. Got a quote for a new AC unit? Don't lock it in just yet. We're offering the best value in town, beating estimates by up to 20%. You heard that right, up to 20%. It's simple. Go to submittosave.com, upload your quote, and see how much you can save. That's submit2save.com. Again, that's submit2save.com. Let me help you keep cool, save big, and experience comfort you can count on this summer.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win over division foe San Francisco tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly will make his 18th start of the season for the D-backs. And the NFL Top 100 is slowly being unveiled. Cardinals pass rusher Josh Sweat came in at number 95 today. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How much more difficult will the Western Conference be for the Phoenix Suns based on their early days of free agency? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, we are back. Wolf and Luke, Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf.
You know what you guys need?
Probably
you guys need some July 4th fun facts.
Okay.
Did you guys know that according to the American Pyrotechnic Association, Americans spend more than $1 billion on fireworks every year?
Are you serious? $1 billion?
It also says fireworks were part of the very first Independence Day celebration in 1777, yo. Really?
That doesn't feel accurate.
What'd they do? They put a pile of gunpowder over there and just throw a match?
Blew it off, I guess. I don't know. And
Run!
I guess to be fair, $1 billion is just one Dodgers offseason, so it's not really that much. It's not that big of a deal.
Speaking of the Dodgers and maybe Dodger dogs, Americans typically eat, Luke, 150 million hot dogs on Independence Day. I'm not sure if that's including Joey Chestnut and Kobayashi, but Americans typically eat 150 million hot dogs on July 4th itself.
Do you know the story of when Max Starks, this was probably 6-7 years ago when we were filling in on the morning show, Max and I. Max was like, I could do that. It was right around this time of year. He was like, I could do that. And he mentioned, I could do a hot dog eating contest. And I knew the second the words came out of his mouth, he was in trouble. But he just kept doubling and tripling down. And within like 2 hours, Maloney had a pile of 30 hot dogs in here. and there was all of a sudden a bunch of people I didn't even know who worked here, like pressed up against the glass, like filming it and taking pictures. And he had 10 minutes, and he did a lot better than I would have done, but I think he got through like 12 in 10 minutes.
Wow.
And I'm not sure he's eaten a hot dog since. I saw him once at a Cardinals game, and I was like, hey, hot dogs. He's like, shut up.
By the way, Rick and Jamal do not appreciate just how many hot dogs 150 million is. It says here that's enough to stretch from D.C. to L.A. more than 5 times. Let that sink in.
D.C. to
Again, July 4th fun facts. You didn't know you needed it until now.
That would be such a strange thing if you're just driving from D.C. to L.A. and you're like, why are there a bunch of hot dogs lined up along the side of the road?
And that's according to that's according to the National Hot Dog and Sausage Council I'm seeing here. So who knew? Who knew?
I want to hang out with those guys.
Yeah, I bet they're fun at parties.
Those guys party.
All right.
You guys probably have Instagram followers.
That's true.
That's right.
That's who you should be hanging out with.
You know what? You guys don't have enough Instagram followers. I'm forced to go with July 4th fun facts.
Because we're not part of the, what was it, the National Sausage
Well, so
Academy?
far we have the National Hot Dog and Sausage Council and the American Pyrotechnics Association.
Don't let those two groups near each other.
A little bit later, I'll have a fun fact from the National Beer Wholesalers Association.
Yeah, those guys probably do party.
Those dudes rock.
Not the fire guys or the hot dog guys. Right. We're looking at the top 100 players of 2025 as voted on by players from NFL.com. And you might be thinking to yourself, yeah, okay, well, they usually put out the list 10 at a time. Not anymore. Now we do the list 2 a day, and you can't even find like the collective list. You go to they've only named 6 players, I think, so far. So I was just like,
Yes.
What's the list of 6?
I found it.
You can't. You can watch 5-minute videos. You can read blogs about them.
I found it, Luke.
Okay, well, where is it?
So Lad McConkey, it's on NFL.com. Lad McConkey is number 100, and then you've got Leonard Williams at number 99, Aaron Jones number 98, Drake London number 97,
Yeah, I don't see
Levante
96 or
David
number 5.
number 96, and 95 is
Josh Sweat.
Okay, Levante David is washed up. And then Lad McConkey, if I'm Marvin Harrison Jr., I'm triggered right now because Lad McConkey was in your draft class last year, and he went round 2.
Yeah.
And he's in the top 100.
Yeah.
So add that to the list there, Marv.
But we don't know that Marv's not on the list.
Of motivation. True.
True. So that kind of leads me into the conversation. There's 2 conversations, okay? First of all, one of them is how cool is it to be able to just go out and sign a guy who's in the top 100 currently? I mean, the Cardinals did that. And you see Josh Sweat on the list of defensive free agents or even just total free agents or free agents specifically at his position, at edge rusher, and you're looking at it and you're like, okay, wow, he's the top one there. He's one of the top defensive. But how about this? That was just free agents that were available. How about the fact that he's in the top 100 of current NFL players? He's essentially in his prime, and you were able to sign him. That's something they haven't been able to do the last few years.
I mean, how often do we hear, oh, boy, you better draft or trade for a pass rusher because they never become available?
Yeah.
Well, Cardinals just pulled the old Ron Burgundy. Cannonball, the big splash of free agency with Josh Sweat. And actually, based on the contracts Myles Garrett got, based on the contract that T.J. Watt is now holding out for, 31-year-old T.J. Watt, who wants to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the league, really? Based on those numbers, it was well bought. I mean, the Cardinals are what, $19 million per year and only $40-something million in guaranteed money on Josh Sweat. So to me, that checked a lot of boxes. And now Josh Sweat is in the top 100, as he should be, based on the last impression we got of him, where he was the best player on the field, honestly, in the Super Bowl win. And easily, just because he isn't a quarterback, he didn't win the Super Bowl MVP trophy, but otherwise, he was an impact player on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, and you would think, specifically with Sweat, this is a guy that there shouldn't be a whole lot of risk. Oh, he's joining a new team. Is he going to be as good on this new team as he was on his old team? I mean, that's always a risk, right? But he's coming in here and playing a defense we've already seen him thrive in for Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rallis.
And when he was asked, what was the key to your Super Bowl performance? You know what he said? Vic Fangio said attack. Just go. You are unlocked. Go free. Go ball. And that's exactly what Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rallis did in Philadelphia. That's why he ended up with the Pro Bowl. That's why he ended up with a career-high 11 sacks. So it's one of the big reasons, at least that's what he told us when he showed up and he did interviews, the day he signed, it's one of the big reasons he signed with the Cardinals, because he could trust the way they were going to use him, which in his opinion is the best way, is the most productive way. So now I'm curious because the Cardinals and Nick Rawlis, and we'll talk about him a little bit later in particular, but they like to use all these rotations and really keep guys fresh. Well, you now have a big money Chandler Jones-esque pass rusher off the edge. I think you give him as many snaps as he thinks he can handle.
We've only got about a minute or so here, but who are the guys that would you expect, the Cardinals players you expect to see on this top 100 going forward? Now, they're going to release the next 94 over the next, 186 days or something. I don't know. It's going to take a while. But as they release them, I think there's some obvious ones, right? Buda Baker, Trey McBride.
Yep. In descending order of likelihood, Buda Baker, Trey McBride, James Conner.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray.
Ooh.
Paris Johnson Jr.
Okay, all right.
Now, I'd say the top two are the only bona fide guaranteed ones that are going to be there.
I think Connor will sneak in too.
James
that's
Conner
a guy that has the
should
respect
be there.
of his peers.
And then Kyler and Paris Johnson Jr. wild cards.
Be interesting to see. I would almost say I agree with your order of you're saying most to least likely.
Yep.
I almost wonder if Paris Johnson Jr. has a better chance than Kyler.
Maybe.
But it's close. You're right. It's
definitely
close.
can argue
that'll
that.
Be something to keep an eye on. But certainly if Paris or Kyler's on the list, they're going to probably be popping up here pretty soon. Well, except they're doing one a day. So by pretty soon, I mean in the next 7 months.
Did you know, Luke, in 1778, George Washington gave his soldiers a double ration of rum to celebrate the July 4th holiday?
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Another fun fact.
Who were the top 100 NFL players of 1778?
We're out of time, Luke. We're out of time.
All right.
We're out of time.
Today is the last day to win D-backs versus Royals tickets. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen starting at 7 a.m. Well, you've already missed that for your chance to win tickets. See the D-backs take on the Royals this 4th of July. But the good news is we're still giving away tickets in the 11 o'clock hour and the 4 o'clock hours. So, again, text Firework to 620-620, and I would say do it now. When we come back, how much of ASU's success this season rides on Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson specifically? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
I walked away from the draft going, that's about as good as I could have hoped for. And I firmly believe what they did in that span of 2 days kind of restored a lot of faith and hope that this maybe won't be as bad as a lot of people thought it would be. That maybe, just maybe, if Malawatch, and by the way, can people please start pronouncing his name properly? Adam Silver, you're the commissioner. It's not, come on. Come on,
Adam. That's not even the worst thing. Adam Silver said that the Rockets drafted Malawatch. That's how bad you did on that.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth, they help me and the Warrior Queen understand the importance of growth through tactical investments and having insights tailored to our risk tolerance. As an independent firm, Trajan Wealth is not bound to just one line of products or portfolios. That is so important right there, Basinonians. They are not trying to sell you one product. They have the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your own unique goals and needs. It's one of the reasons why you need to pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth today to learn more about these strategies. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh. Did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What we love about our ability to help patients at QC Kinetics is seeing their pure delight at finally being able to do the things they enjoy without pain.
I had a patient start treatment with me. He wanted to be able to be active again and do some of his sports that he really enjoyed.
Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics, treats patients with chronic joint pain using their body's own biologics. The goal? Get them back to living their best lives without surgery or harmful drugs.
He came back and he goes, what I wasn't expecting was the ability to play on the floor with my grandchildren. Even just saying it now, I have goosebumps because it's changing those small moments that you take for granted.
Don't let joint pain rob you of those moments. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments back.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, this is Jared, and what will the Suns do with Bradley Beal? Will they keep him? Will they trade him? Will they stretch and waive him? Coincidentally, stretching and waiving is what Bradley Beal did for a lot of his time on the Suns, while on the sidelines not playing. Bazinga! We'll talk about it on Monday on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
It can always get worse, Luke.
That was actually funny. I'll give Jared credit for that. Go ahead.
Here's a headline. The world's most advanced AI models are exhibiting troubling new behaviors. Lying, scheming, and even threatening their creators to achieve their goals.
I thought you were bringing good news on this 4th of July.
Let's talk ASU.
Okay, let's talk ASU. I'm looking at the Heisman odds for this season, okay? Sam Levitt is tied for 11th.
Okay.
Where I'm looking. I'm looking also at a 2026 NFL mock draft. All right.
Okay.
Friend of the show, Matt Miller, put it out. And he has in the first round.
Because it's never too early to put out a mock draft.
He has full write-ups on every player, too. It's not just like some names he threw together.
Of course he does.
He has the Patriots at number 8 taking Jordan Tyson, obviously wide receiver out of ASU, the first receiver off the board.
Interesting. Okay.
And I have seen Jordan Tyson as the first or second receiver off the board in a lot of these mocks or rankings, early for next year, even just going into to college football season. The Walter Camp preseason All-American teams, we mentioned this briefly yesterday, but the second team, Sam Levitt's the quarterback. Jordan Tyson is one of 2 receivers. So by that logic, that's listing Sam Levitt as the second best quarterback in the nation preseason, and Jordan Tyson as the third or fourth best receiver in the nation. there's a lot of hype around these two guys. I wouldn't say there's a ton of hype around ASU nationally necessarily. We can get more into that later. But there is a lot of hype around Sam Leavitt and Jordan Tyson, deservedly so after what they did last year. And they have, through their own doing, the extra benefit if they stayed together in an era where most college players just bolt if they have a good season. These guys both stayed here. They are really good friends off the field. So that chemistry they had last year, you would figure would just carry over to this year. And a lot of teams don't have that because most teams break up each year.
I'm looking at the cover of EA College Football 26. Show of hands. Who plays EA College Football?
I have not played 26.
Okay. All right. I think good.
Jamal's all over this.
Once again, I'm the outlier, so it's good. You guys tell me.
You're watching Love Island while we're trying to play this game. So.
Don't even. I put that on Wolf. By the way, you mentioned Wolf in text messages. I said, full disclosure, Wolf, I might have accused you of watching Love Island. He's like, what is that? So that is I have a triple question mark. So, of course, so
that's such a Wolf, an honest Wolf answer. Paul, what are you talking about?
EA College Football 26 on the cover. Do you guys appreciate the fact that on the cover, Kirby Smart, Ryan Day, Dan Lanning, James Franklin, Lane Kiffin, and the head coach of Arizona State, Kenny Dillingham.
Yeah.
Rewind 18 months ago. Rewind 12 months ago. That would have been incomprehensible. I personally remind myself when we talk about ASU, just how far he has brought Sun Devil football in less than 2 years. Just what an absolute abject dumpster fire it was under the previous leadership.
It almost felt like they didn't have a football program when they were looking for a new head coach a couple of years ago. ASU is the one team over the last however many years that I feel like has met expectations that Wolf and I at least have had on this show, because the day they moved on from Herm, and I don't remember if this was on the air or off the air, we were talking Kenny Dillingham. Got to go after Kenny Dillingham. That would be a really good fit. Now, I mean, obviously he was at Oregon. We had Aaron on the show, so that probably fed into it a little bit. Wolf kind of knows Kenny. You already kind of knew Kenny at that point.
And guess what? Kenny Dillingham was going after ASU.
That's it. And I mean, I remember talking about it before he ever coached a game. He is exactly what ASU needs because he has the energy for ASU specifically, for this community, but also to be willing to play the NIL game, even in an era where ASU at that point wasn't really totally willing to play it. But like and he's also when guys transfer away, the stuff where he's like, hey, I'm still rooting for this guy, puts it on social media, that seems genuine. That's kind of always who he's been. Now that said, all that time before he ever even coached a game for ASU, the thought on this show was, this is what ASU needs. Because of what you said, they were such a mess. They needed somebody who was emotionally invested in fixing the program. Never did I think that was just year 2. They'd be in the college football playoff.
How many other head coaches would still be playoffs? The head coach of ASU, if not for Kenny Dillingham? How many other coaches who had done what he just did and achieved what he did in 2 years to take ASU into the college football playoffs and to make national noise and reestablish the entire program, how many coaches would have not cashed that in for even bigger money at a bigger program somewhere else?
Instead, he was getting his assistants paid more money.
Right. I mean, it was a nuclear disaster under clueless Herm and Angry Ray. And by the way, I just Googled up, Ray Anderson is still getting $950,000 to be an adjunct professor and teach one law school class every spring.
You should audit his class for reporting
until 2026, according to 12 News in this article I'm seeing right here.
So they were able to buy him out, but the Suns can't buy Bradley Beal, as we were saying. The Sam Leavitt part of this is, there's a story on Sports Illustrated that Pat Forty wrote it, that it's a good read, because it talks about how Leavitt is constantly, been dealt the underdog role. And that was the case last year, too. I mean, as optimistic as I was about ASU, I didn't really know what to expect from Leavitt. He wasn't playing at Michigan State. But I remember one of the first Sparky's Den shows we did, and Kenny Dillingham would do the first half hour of the show. We would go up on stage. Sam Leavitt was there. I think this was before the season even started. And Kenny was talking about, and Kenny obviously worked with Bo Nix up in Oregon. He was talking about Sam Leavitt's potential. And he's like, I'm not saying he's Bo Nix, but he has that sort of NFL potential. And then I remember, I'll never forget, he looked at Sam Levitt in the front row and he's like, if he keeps his head on straight. stared right down at him. But at the time, I'm like, okay, Kenny Dillingham's track record with quarterbacks had already spoken for itself before last season. But at the time, I'm like, okay, is he talking up his guy, or does he know something that the rest of us don't know yet? Obviously, he knew something the rest of us didn't know, because now, a year later, Sam Levitt is being talked about as a Heisman candidate.
Nobody knew it, considering they are picked last in the Big 12 media poll last year. Nobody knew it, including us locals. Nobody quite knew what they were capable of, what they had under the hood. They made the Pac-12 media poll, the Big 12 media poll, look so bad, there's no poll this year.
It's gone.
They abolished it. It was just beyond embarrassing. It had no credibility left whatsoever. That's how good ASU was. That's how, to a bigger degree, they defied the expectations and the projections. By the way, they returned 16 starters because it's easy to say, okay, Kenny Dillingham, Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson, but, always comes down to what do you have left in the trenches? What does your defense look like? They returned 16 starters.
The defense is back. And the way we kind of teased this going into the break was how much of what they can do this year hinges on Levitt and Tyson. And look, obviously a lot. Levitt's the quarterback. I mean, if he goes out there and doesn't play well, then there's only so much they can really win at that point. I'm assuming Levitt's going to continue on the trajectory he's on. I'm not saying that he's going to win the Heisman. He certainly could. He really certainly could, which is crazy to think about. But he absolutely could. But the reason that I think that they're still going to be that they're not overly reliant on those two guys is because the defense is coming back. And I like that defense. I actually liked the defense going into last year, and they did not disappoint.
I want to hear more later on your impressions of Kenny Dillingham, because when I look at Dillingham, I see some Jonathan Gannon. Totally different personalities, but they're both pathologically competitive, highly energetic, different approaches, different styles, but they're able to be demanding without being demeaning. And that's I think, the essence of coaching in 2025. I see a lot of similarities and parallels between those two head coaches.
Serious player buy-in for both of them, too, which is important for both, but specifically in college football right now, that's a selling point for ASU. If they're not going to throw $10 million at a player the way some of these other schools can, especially if you're a quarterback, why wouldn't you want to play for Kenny Dillingham? Look at his track record.
Just the fact Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson are back and didn't bolt for big NIL money. That's testimony to Dillingham.
All right, when we come back, speaking of back, is Zach Gallen back? Looked pretty good last night. What would that do for the Diamondbacks if he is getting on track? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Paul Calvisi, and for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event, going on now.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey, folks, it's Pat. I'm drafting a very important out-of-office email. So how does this sound? Dear coworkers, clients, and spam bots, the Valley Toyota dealers are having a sale, and there's some pretty great deals to be had. Leave me be. Do not disturb. Pat is occupado. I will not return this message until it's over. The end. That's pretty professional sounding, right?
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on any new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 8/4/25. See dealer for details.
Celebrate Independence Day with your hometown professional soccer club. Phoenix Rising takes on Lexington SC on Friday, July 4th at 7:30 p.m. in a special military appreciation match. A night to honor those who serve and turn up the heat on the pitch. Fans will receive limited edition Phoenix Rising sunglasses at the gate. And don't miss the debut of the club's Americana merchandise line, including a patriotic training top. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series winner over division foe San Francisco tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly will make his 18th start of the season for the D-backs. And the NFL Top 100 is slowly being unveiled. Cardinals pass rusher Josh Sweat came in at number 95 today. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com. Saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
D-backs 4th of July ticket giveaway.
Swung on, crushed. Deep left field. It's gone!
All right, let's give some stuff away. It's time to announce our qualifier for D-backs tickets this 4th of July, which is, of course, this Friday. Dylan Tubbert from Glendale. Dylan, you have 10 minutes to call 602-260-9870 to win 2 tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Royals this 4th of July. If Dylan Tubbert doesn't call within the next 10 minutes, then we will open the phone lines to somebody else. And if you didn't hear your name, you can still qualify. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen for your name during the 4 o'clock hour today. Once again, Dylan Tubbert from Glendale, 10 minutes to call 602-260-9870.
Keep the music rolling. We love the 4th of July music. It's inspirational. Did you know, as I bring you yet another fun fact about July 4th here, Luke, that 3 presidents have died on July 4th?
Who vets these as fun facts?
Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, James Monroe, one president, the only president born on the 4th of July, Calvin Coolidge. So once again, more news you can use when you're at your July 4th barbecue.
It wasn't Born on the 4th of July, a movie with Tom Cruise?
You're right, it was.
Was that about Calvin
Yeah,
Coolidge? I haven't seen
no,
it. Oh,
it was not.
All right, well,
No.
maybe next time. Maybe that's the sequel. Was it the prequel to the Calvin Coolidge movie?
Here's the segue. Dead or alive, Zach Gallen is a Diamondback.
I love you running with these segues because they're getting a little stretchier. The Diamondbacks last night win, and Zach Gallen looked good. Now I know he didn't start great. I get it, but when Zach Gallen's kind of like locked in, he kind of gets into trouble in the first or second inning and then gets rolling. Last night, 10 strikeouts, 0 walks, 7 innings, just 1 earned run. And he was a major reason why they won this game. Now, ultimately, they also hit 4 home runs. I get it. That helped. But he kept the San Francisco Giants at bay for the first 7 innings, also gave them 7 innings. And you just get a glimpse, Paulie, of like, if he could pitch like this, which he can do, because he's done it his entire career except this year, you would be a playoff team.
He got the win, right?
Yes.
Are you sure the Wolf and Luke show, starring Paul Calvisi, are you sure that
starring Rick.
Yesterday's show, you're right, yesterday's show shouldn't have earned the win? Because about this time yesterday, who was sitting right there? Chris Garagiola.
Chris Garagiola, yeah.
And did we not ask him if there's one thing that Zach Gallen can improve upon, one key to the game tonight, and what did Chris Garagiola say? No walks.
He did say that, actually. So really, Chris should get the win.
And what happened? We spoke it into existence on these airwaves.
Yeah.
He went out there. How many Ks? 10?
Yeah.
How many walks? 0.0. And it's amazing what happens when you give them no free base runners.
Right.
It's amazing what happens when your defense doesn't give them free outs,
and you're
extra
not
outs.
pitching from behind in the count all game. Yeah, I'm just thinking now, like, if everything that we spoke into existence yesterday happens, the Cardinals are going to go undefeated and win the Super Bowl. Matt Ishbia is definitely the GM of the Suns.
They are dealing Beal. They find someone to take that, including the no trade clause.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably where our I don't care how magical you are, you're not going to get that one done, I don't think.
So I have exclusive audio of Zach Gallen. Here's maybe the other key to last night. We have exclusive audio of what Zach Gallen was hearing in his own head as he was pitching last night. Let's go. We're all going to hear this together for the first time. This is just in. Let's listen.
Okay, great.
Okay. So he was hearing the sounds of an auction between now and July 31st, the trade deadline.
No, if he pitches like that, he's not going anywhere.
No, he's like, if I don't pitch well, I'm going to be auctioned off. Sold. That's what he was hearing. So you know what? I'm pitching for my Arizona future.
Because you say that, he told us once who he listens to before games, and this may have changed just a couple years ago. I think it was actually Wolf who asked, like, hey, what's on your playlist before the game? And he rattled off, like, Dave Matthews Band, a few other bands that clearly Wolf was like, that's not Pantera. What is this? And then he changed it. He actually changed it the year when he had, like, the 6 starts in a row where he didn't give up a run. Somebody suggested, now I'm forgetting, it wasn't that music. It was a lot more hip-hop. And because I remember asking him off the air, like, you haven't given up a run in a month and a half. You may have to stick with this. So now I kind of am interested to know who he's listening to before the games, because that seems to correlate to him being a much more dominant pitcher. Here's Zach Gallen after the game yesterday on what was working.
I felt like everything was working. Ken and I got on the same page pretty early. With a guy like that's been around a while, has had a lot of experiences calling games, calling some of the best. Just trusted in his preparation and just kind of the fingers he was putting down, or I guess I should say the buttons he was hitting on the pitch comp. But just feel like we had everything in most spots. A little bit of the damage just is on cutters that backed up, and then the Adamas homer just kind of slider just stayed up there, but. Yeah, for the most part, I feel like we were on the same page, and we're mixing pretty well.
Okay, that's really interesting. That should not be dismissed. Heretofore and henceforth, McCann is his personal catcher.
Well, we've already done this once this year where it was Jose Herrera as his personal catcher because his numbers with Herrera were so much better than Gabby Moreno. And now James McCann comes in, and all of a sudden, he's dealing with McCann.
I mean, look, these are real-time adjustments, okay? We're making real-time, in-game adjustments right now. I don't care what was yesterday, okay? There are necessary moves effective immediately. What did Torey Lovullo say after the game? He said they got into a nice rhythm, Zach Gallen and McCann. There's Zach Gallen giving a lot of praise to how that game was called from behind the dish. Okay, obviously there's a comfort zone that they achieved. 1 + 1 = 3. So once again, henceforth and heretofore, McCann is Zach Gallen's new personal catcher. When he goes 7 innings, 1 earned, 10 Ks, no walks, 1 home run allowed, but the ball was jumping last night. But again, the things that were plaguing him, you didn't see last night. The free passes, multiple home run balls. He was attacking. He was trusting his stuff. He wasn't nibbling. He seemed to have that confidence, and he got better as the game went on. He got his first 1, 2, 3 inning in the 4th, struck out the side in the 5th. I mean, as the game went on, you're like, yes. I mean, this is the Zach Gallen everyone remembers. And to your point, with a rolling Ryan Nelson, if all of a sudden Merrill Kelly can get back into form, Eduardo Rodriguez looks different after coming back from injury, and all of a sudden the rising tide lifts all boats, and then Brandon Pfaadt says, hey, I better get in gear because the rest of the rotation, they're bringing it. Now all of a sudden, that's how you overcome a bad bullpen. That's how you overcome a sketch defense at times. To me, the inconsistent offense, that to me is how you are a legitimate playoff contender all over again.
Here's Zach Gallen. More from him after the game on the question of if he's back.
I don't know. I mean, I've had some days where I've felt pretty good, and the results have been, less than stellar. And I've had some days where I felt, the results. At least I felt like I was making pitches. The lines probably didn't do me a service in terms of how I felt like I pitched. So, yeah, I mean, for me, it's just kind of always thought, just not how you start, it's how you finish. So, see what we got. A lot of baseball left to play.
He's the key to me, Paulie, because Corbin Burnes goes down, and it's like, okay, what made this team dangerous isn't there now. You don't have Corbin Burnes for the next probably 12 months, and you also don't have your closers. You don't have either of them. So then it's like, okay, so is this team just average now? Well, no. I mean, I think a lot of us, even before Corbin Burnes got here, thought the Diamondbacks would still be a team in the postseason this year. Now, obviously, you get Corbin Burnes, you're like, okay, well, now they're definitely a team, and they're a dangerous team. But if Zach Gallen pitches like Zach Gallen can, which we've seen a lot more of that over his career than what we saw the first half of this season, if he pitches like that, then you're still a dangerous team because the hitting is, I would probably say, better than a lot of people anticipated this season.
For 2 months now, I've contended that Zach Gallen is a microcosm of this entire team. So the entire team has been on one big roller coaster ride, right? Well, Zach Gallen now has 4 starts with at least 6 2/3 and 1 or 0 earned runs allowed. Some of the best in the league right there. But he also has 6 starts with at least 5 earned runs allowed. And only one pitcher has more in that category. So if he can eliminate, the inconsistency, and this is something that he can get consistent returns on, and then all of a sudden the rest of the team can follow, because he does seem to be a barometer of the rest of the team and their fortunes. Okay, now you can make a run in July.
We come back. I don't know how I feel about this ranking, Paulie. I'm just going to leave it like that. It's a football ranking. It's put out by a prominent football site. I can't tell if Cardinals fans should be upset or ecstatic, honestly. I don't even know how else to set it up. We'll get it to you. Now, it's a little bit different. It's not your typical rankings. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here's the first pitch. He swings, he grounds it towards second, sliding Cattell, pops to his feet, and he throws to first in time. Ball game. The Diamondbacks win by a final score of 8-2.
2 down, 2 to go versus the Giants. Game 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, So finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get two select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
D-backs 4th of July ticket giveaway.
Swung on, crushed. Deep left field. It's gone!
All right, well, if you hear this song, it either means Paul Calvisi's phone is ringing, because I'm pretty sure this is his ringtone for everybody.
I mean, it doesn't mean I'm going to give another July 4th fun factoid?
Not yet. Maybe. It also means Dylan didn't call in, though. So Dylan did the hard work. He signed up, did all that stuff, which really isn't that hard. You should be texting Firework to 620-620, because you can still win D-backs tickets at 4 o'clock today. But you can also now just take Dylan's tickets, because he didn't call in time. So 602-260-9870. What caller number are we doing here? We'll be like, 2.
Two?
Okay. Caller number 2 right now, 602.
July 2nd.
260-9870. Call in, you get Dylan's tickets. Wow.
Well, maybe
have already called.
Dylan might have already started his holiday, because did you know July 4th is the #1 holiday for beer sales in the U.S., according to the National Beer Wholesalers Association?
That makes sense. Are you going to tell me that, like, George Washington used to brew his own beer on the 4th of July? I don't know. Like, some of
No,
your
but
fun
I will
facts are
tell
crazy.
you, according to this, Betsy Ross and Paul Revere shared a birthday. So there's
Can we get
absolutely
Paul's computer
useless
taken away? So he actually has two over there. You have two computers.
Here's one. The world's shortest 4th of July parade. I haven't been to it. I've attended it. Aptos, California. It's 0.6 miles. The shortest 4th of July parade. I've been a couple of times.
0.6 miles. Okay.
Against my will, but the wife did drag me to that a couple of times. So there you go.
I don't have this officially, but do you remember? This has to be the world's shortest 4th of July fireworks display. Remember at San Diego? This is probably like 8-9 years ago.
Oh, yes.
Where they had a half hour's worth of stuff and it all went off in 4 seconds.
Oh, my goodness. You know what?
Everybody's like, wow, this is going to be amazing. Oh, it's over.
If I had the power pole of incompetence, the power pole of ineptitude back then, he would have been the winner for the entire year. Yes, he had like 45 minutes worth of fireworks and went off in like 7 seconds.
It was all I mean, the start, everybody's like, this is we've never seen anything like this.
Yes.
Oh, it's over. That's why.
Because his software was programmed to fire off every single firework at the same time.
It would be like if we took every NFL draft capsule we had and played them all at the same time. We had like 60 of them. If we
Don't
just played
tempt me
all
with a
of
good
them.
time.
Oh, that would be a party and a half right there. Not unlike the ones at Paul's party with the National Sausage and Hot Dog people, whatever that was.
No, the council.
Oh,
the
council.
National Hot Dog and Sausage Council. Get it right,
That does
Luke.
sound a
Get
lot
it
more
right.
professional when it's a full-fledged council.
Show some respect to the council.
So I have this list here, okay? And I understand. Oh, it's a list. Who cares? This list might actually maybe matter, okay, Paulie? It's Pro Football Network. It is ranking all 32 NFL defensive coordinators heading into the 2025 season. And just bear with me here. There's a reason this might maybe matter, okay? So they go through, and I'm like, okay, well, where's Nick Rallis? You know, I don't know how you feel, Paulie, but for me, Nick Rallis, the Cardinals defense, I'm not allowing myself to buy into expectations for teams anymore based on win-loss records after what happened with the Suns and what may or may not happen with the D-backs. I was too high on the D-backs. I still maintain, though, that if they didn't have the injury, whatever. So with the Cardinals, I just have high expectations specifically for the defense. And a lot of that actually is what Nick Rallis was able to do last year with an undermanned defense going into the season that then suffered a bunch of injuries. So I'm scrolling down this list. Okay, you know, I understand. He's a young defensive coordinator. He's probably not going to be in the top 5. Okay, well, hey, look, there's Vance Joseph at number 4. Okay, I'm scrolling down a little bit more. Hey, Todd Bowles, you know, he had ties to the Cardinals at number 9. Okay, I'm still scrolling. Oh, okay, Al Golden, Cincinnati. Okay, 14. I don't know how great they're.
What?
Okay, well, Matt Eberflus in Dallas at 18. Okay, wait, why am I still scrolling here? Jeff Ulbrich he's still paying fines for his son calling Shadur Sanders. Okay, he's at 21. All right, we get that. Brandon Staley I think he's still doing yoga on the sidelines. Okay, 25. Denard Wilson, 27.
Wait a minute. Denard Wilson, what team is that?
The Tennessee Titans.
Thank you.
Powerhouse defense. Nick Rallis coming in on this list at number 28.
Oh, my. And who's responsible for this abomination?
Pro Football Network. So
Pro Football Network.
You see it, and my initial reaction is, I don't really care where these lists have people ranked. But then I'm like, that's so crazy what's going on. But that was my initial reaction, Paulie. But then my immediate snap back into like reality moment was, maybe nobody knows about Nick Rallis yet. This would be a good thing. Because that's the guy that I'm worried if the Cardinals do what I think they can do defensively, he's going to start getting calls from other teams next year, maybe the year after. Now, other teams are not looking at Pro Football Network's list to determine who they think is or isn't good, but maybe he's a little more off the radar than I thought, especially when the write-up says Nick Rallis has gotten off to a rough start during his tenure with the Arizona Cardinals. No, he hasn't, actually. He's been pretty fantastic with the Cardinals.
You know what? I'm just going to say this. I think the Home Shopping Network could put out a better list than the Pro Football Network. I mean, it's your job to know pro football. There's 32 defensive coordinators, and you have Al Golden twice as high as Nick Rallis.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, let me just, in case, attention Pro Football Network. In the last 2 months, we've had 2 Arizona Cardinals. This is something I reported at the end of last season. And 2 prominent Cardinals defenders verified this, one of whom was on this show. It was Jalen Thompson, and then Starling Thomas in the Big Red Rage. Mm-hmm. At the end of last season, the last 4 to 6 weeks of last season, other teams were copying, imitating, replicating Nick Rallis innovations and schemes that Nick Rallis devised.
You and I were doing the show together that day. And
That's how much respect he was getting around the league for what the Cardinals were running.
Yeah.
Dare I say, there wasn't a defensive coordinator last year who was doing more with less than Nick Rawls, based on personnel,
I agree.
based on injuries up front. A lot of what he had to devise was out of necessity. How many of those guys you just listed, they have one scheme, and they're married to that one scheme? Do you know how many different ways in which the Cardinals played defense last year? And it was Nick Rawls and Jonathan Gannon getting together. And all you have to do, when you saw it, and you talked to the Cardinals players as well, players know players, players know coaches.
Mm-hmm.
The respect they have for those two guys and what they're scheming up, honestly, that is an abomination, ranking.
It really is one of, and like I'm looking at this a little bit deeper, like they have Chris Shula of the Rams, so I thought they did a pretty good job. They have him at 26th. So maybe they just aren't watching games west of the Mississippi. I don't know, but when I saw Rawls there, I was like, I'm going to look at the write up. Okay, maybe I don't know what I was expecting. Like maybe they were going to be like, haha, got you. This is just an alphabetical list, and since his last name starts with R, he's 28th or whatever. But this is the quote. Nick Rawls has gotten off to a rough start during his tenure with the Cardinals. In 2023, his defense finished last in Defense Plus and only saw a minor improvement to 27th in 2024. However, they have plenty of young defenders on the rise in Arizona. Front office added players like Josh Sweat and Calais Campbell, which should help the pass rush. Rawls has some concerns as a defensive coordinator, but he has a chance to break out in year 3, unquote. Wrong, actually. He already broke out as a defensive coordinator last year. I think pretty definitively last year with what you just said. Do you really remember, Cardinals fans, a lot of games last year where you were like, man, if they just had a better defense, they would have won that game? Defense really wasn't the issue last year. Now, they had areas they had to get better, obviously, on defense, but I think that was pretty clearly more of a personnel thing, and especially when all these guys got hurt. But as far as being able to manage a defense that had a lot of unproven players, and then a lot of them got hurt and had to manage even more unproven players, and they were holding teams to like 10 points, 16 points against Seattle when Kyler threw a pick 6. Like, I had no problems with what the Cardinals did on defense last year. My major reason for encouragement this year is you're adding talent to Nick Rawls, who was the main key last year.
If you go back to the end of last year, actually midseason to the end of last year, it was Aaron Rodgers, it was Matthew Stafford, a lot of prominent quarterbacks, when asked about the Cardinals' defense, they paused and said, really unique, really innovative, really unconventional. And a lot of that was out of necessity, because you know who was on the bench during games playing D-line? Naquan Jones and Phil Hoskins and Ben Stilley. And now all of a sudden you look over there at mandatory minicamp, and Calais Campbell is standing next to Dalvin Tomlinson, who's standing next to Walter Nolan, who's standing next to Darius Robinson, who's new and improved. And now the question becomes, okay, instead of Nick Rawls having to rely on how and when and where am I going to dial it up and scheme it up, what if it's just who? What if just my dude is better than your dude? I can rush 4, I can stop the run with 4. Now what happens to a defense that can drop 7? That's why I predicted yesterday they're going to double their interception total from a year ago, because there's just going to be more ability to get more guys into passing lanes, more tip footballs. Now that he finally has personnel, let's get a true read on what Nick Rawls can do as a defensive coordinator.
Let's see. Held the Lions to 20 points in week 3. Held the Rams to 23 points total over 2 games. Held the Seahawks to 16 in the game they lost to the Seahawks. They had to get better against the run. There were areas they had to get better, and it's the NFL.
The loss against Seattle at home, the loss on the road at Carolina, too many rushing yards allowed.
Yeah,
period.
And it's up and down league. I mean, if they go out there and the defense struggles this year, then okay, then people are going to look at Nick Rawls and be like, okay, we got you weapons now. What's going on? But up to this point, there's not much I would change about what he's done with the Cardinals defense, honestly. All right, we come back. The Phoenix Suns suddenly have a lot of centers, so should they maybe be trading one of these guys? So we'll discuss who next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I will never think of Tyus Jones and not think about how I thought he was the missing piece when they got him. Gambo brings it up all the time about that day we were at Cardinals training camp when he told me that he thought they were going to get Tyus Jones, and I was so excited because I'm like, man, I cannot believe their good fortune that Tyus Jones just fell into their lap like this. They are so going to the Western Conference Finals with him as their point guard, and just kind of chalk him up to yet another thing that we were anticipating and so exciting ship out that ultimately let us down.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information right now. Listen, Aria is led by Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe is super cool, man. Has a wide hawk. I call it the wide hawk. He shaves the sides of his head right there down to a point. This is what I had earlier, but with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the All-on-4. I've got the wide hawk also and the All-on-4. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sport stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win over division foe San Francisco tonight at Chase Field. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly will make his 18th start of the season for the D-backs. And the NFL Top 100 is slowly being unveiled. Cardinals pass rusher Josh Sweat came in at number 95 today. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How much more difficult will the Western Conference be for the Phoenix Suns based on their early days of free agency? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, I watched Paul Calvisi turn down a popsicle during the break.
It wasn't just a popsicle either. It was a bomb pop or a rocket pop, whatever you call it, the red, white, and blue pop.
Yeah.
But it was old school.
Yeah, it was. We're going back in time, too. I would assume you have some sort of fun fact about it, but there was a cart being pushed around the newsroom.
It was.
And Paulie was like, get that happiness away from me.
I mean, Dave Z's out there dealing sugar highs right there in the open. And I just, I had to say no at this moment. We have more important things to talk about, like, I don't know, the Suns' future hanging in the balance.
Well, let's see if we can do this conversation without using the words Bradley or Beal. Okay, so I'll start us off.
Okay.
The problem is Bradley Beal. It really limits everything. Okay, we're done. I made it through three or four words. It really limits what they can do, obviously, this offseason, but there is a story out there, and it's actually been a couple stories out there linking this name to another team, linking Nick Richards to the L.A. Lakers. Brett Siegel, actually of Clutch Points, who we had on a couple weeks ago, going into the draft, has the story up that the Lakers are looking for a center, obviously. Ironically, because they tried to get Mark Williams last year, and he failed his physical, and now he's on the Suns. And Nick Richards is one of the main names they are looking at. Now, there's not really any indication of what these teams are going to give the Suns for Nick Richards, but if you just look at how the Suns are currently constructed, they don't really have any need for Nick Richards, who has 1 year left on his current deal. They made the trade for Mark Williams, which I would say is the most questionable move they've made this offseason. I mean, the draft picks, I think, were all pretty good. We got to see how they pan out. And the KD trade, could they have gotten more? Maybe. We'll never know. But they at that point had to trade him.
And it's what you gave up for Mark Williams.
That's the thing. It's not so much Mark Williams. It's that you gave up 2 first-round picks for a guy. Granted, probably very late first-round picks. We know one of them was 29th for a guy that's had a really hard time staying on the floor. So either way, you brought him in. You drafted Malawach. You have really no need for Nick Richards at this point.
So what you're saying is roster construction continues to be a concern.
This is
a
the
question
new
mark.
challenge. Yes.
If not the wings, it's now the post. If we're not talking about the 2, we're talking about the 5. And now you have 4 at the 5 position, unless Oso is a power forward. Is he truly, really? Can he be? And does that have a fit in Jordan Ott's scheme? And what is that? So, yeah, it makes sense that the Suns have held trade talks with the Lakers. Now, there's no indication. Are there going to be further talks? Was there an initial discussion and they agreed to disagree? What exactly is the future? So with that in mind, I employed Rick. Didn't look like Rick was up to much of anything back there. And, what do people in Rick's age demo do when confronted with a question they can't answer? They go to ChatGPT.
Great.
So, Rick, what says you via ChatGPT?
So I asked ChatGPT, should the Suns trade Oso Ighodaro or Nick Richards? And they gave me facts about Nick Richards and Oso Ighodaro, but they also gave me pros and cons. So of Nick Richards, the pros were moves the needle more than existing depth at center, cheap and flexible contract, fits defensively. Cons, non-guaranteed salary could mean he's moved again, still not a ceiling star. And for Oso, pros and cons. Pros, young, affordable, developmental upside. Cons, still lacks lacks physicality and consistency. Current rotation needs more immediate impact.
That is so much more detailed in advance than I ever expected. Are you kidding me?
The scary thought is, as Rick's reading that off, I'm thinking like, man, this is, I think, how the Pelicans are running their team. They're just running every potential move through ChatGPT and being like, all right, that'll work. Let's go ahead and make that move.
Do you guys want whether or not they should trade either of them too? I saw just now that it did give me that as well.
Okay, give me the
it says yes, they should trade Oso because he's considered expendable considering his rawness and the presence of other rookies and depth options. And for Nick Richards, they said short term, keep him. He feels a pressing need at center and costs little. This is why AI is behind.
Well,
and then long term, he could be used as a valuable salary and asset in trades this offseason, given his non-guaranteed deal and potential interest from teams like the Knicks, Pacers, and Lakers. See, again, they basically said short-term keep him, but long-term also move him in the offseason. So, yes, AI is still behind.
All right, so Rick is attacking AI, which...
But wait a minute, the Pacers just got rid of Miles Turner. Maybe they have a need in the post.
Yeah,
So maybe it's not that outdated. I mean, look, based on that, and considering the Suns have some inexperienced people, first-timers in key decision-making positions, maybe they should incorporate ChatGPT into some of their decision-making, because really there are two things young people do these days. They consult ChatGPT, and then they watch YouTube videos.
And Love Island, apparently.
Love Island, sure. But, the do-it-yourself YouTube videos are like putting handymen and mechanics out of business, because all the young people just go and they feel like they can do anything in the world. Just watch it. There's a YouTube video for it. I'll figure it out.
It's a lot easier than reading instructions. I got to say, the YouTube video is much easier. Now, I don't know if I'd run my NBA team based on ChatGPT. It really depends on the team.
Luke, New Year's Eve morning, our refrigerator went out. I defied the critics and the skeptics and the haters, and I went and watched a YouTube video, and I replaced the little module, the little smart card in the back, and boom, fixed it. Fixed it right there New Year's Eve morning.
Now I'm starting to feel like this whole segment was just a setup for you to tell us that story.
No, well,
to be like, I don't even need instructions. I just build things.
I was like
Yelda
Froholt. I went out in the street and I flexed it for all the neighbors. That's what I did.
I'm sure they were like, hey, what's going on? Paul reattached a sticker
Fix
to
the
his
refrigerator over here, hand, yo.
Does it actually work, or does it just stand up?
No, look, the Suns, they're going to have to move one of these guys, right?
Yeah,
you
I
can't
don't move Oso.
You can't go in with 4 into camp in September. You can't have it.
No, but it goes back to what we were saying before all that. The roster construction is now a real task in front of Brian Gregory or whoever's running the team. It's a big job now, because there was excitement last week. And I buy into some of it. Rasheer Fleming's a real interesting pick early in the second round. I like the aggressiveness to move up and get him. I do like Malawach where they got him, and I think this is a guy that could potentially turn into. I don't think he's going to be like Hakeem Olajuwon, but he could be like a really good center. And you do have Devin Booker, and I'm intrigued by Jalen Green, but you don't really have a team yet. You have some guys, and you have some upside guys, which is much better than where we were a couple weeks ago. But you don't really have like a team constructed yet, and they're very limited in how they can do that because they still have Bradley Beal's contract.
And then there's Nick Richards himself, right? He had the epic debut, 20-10 game.
Yeah.
After the trade.
Wolf
and then
was all in on Nick Richards.
And then, it was underwhelming down the stretch. But was that strictly Nick Richards, or was that Nick Richards getting sucked into the vortex of dysfunction and lack of energy and poor basketball and poor attitude down the stretch? And then, as we learned, it was pretty dang dysfunctional behind the scenes, resulting in the
take from last year.
So
because it was such a mess.
How much of that was Nick Richards, and how much of that was the environment he was thrust into?
I also, though, I don't know how I feel about trading somebody to the Lakers. Like, it's almost like if you want them, you can't have them. All right, we come back. What is it going to take for the Arizona Diamondbacks to be buyers at the deadline? They got 24 games left, 12 before the All-Star break, 12 between the All-Star break and the actual trade deadline on July 31st. We're going to ask Assistant General Manager Mike Fitzgerald. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. It's one of the reasons why they love to support and hire our veterans. And they do it proudly, my friends. Not only that, too, Moving Team 6, they believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a family, the Lee family, as in Tim Lee, who owns and operates the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in North Phoenix. It's built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Toyota's 4th of July sale is going on now. Be sure to check out the full line of Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs, including class-leading Tacoma and all-new 4Runner. Visit your Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, Diamondbacks win last night. They've won 2 in a row here against the San Francisco Giants. Now 4-1, actually, against the Giants this season. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf today, and D-backs assistant GM Mike Fitzgerald is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Mike, thanks for the time. How's it going?
You got it, guys. Yeah, it's going good. We're in this little seesaw right now, and right now we're in the good part of the seesaw, and we're going to try to get that to extrapolate moving forward and try to avoid some of the downturns in the seesaw.
Yeah, I mean, I guess let's start there. There have been moments this season where you guys have faced adversity, whether it's injuries or bullpen or whatever, and people start to count you out, and then you go on a run. But then as you're trying to really break out and get way above 500, you kind of come back to earth. What in your mind now on this little run that you're on, what do you think is the key to sustaining this and starting to build up a buffer?
I think the thing we've consistently done throughout the year is building opportunities to bank back half a game leads into wins. We've needed to do a better job of doing the actual conversion of a lead into a win. I think we've done that solidly in this last month or so. Not perfectly. There's still a few games, and the opportunities to close out sweeps are the ones that probably jump front of mind. But we're doing a really good job of building leads in the 6th inning or later. We got to convert those to wins at a better clip. Part of that is going to be starting pitching, getting a little bit deeper into games, and finishing their outing strong. And we've seen that the last couple nights. And then the other part of that will be the bridge relievers and then the leverage guys doing their jobs and making sure that when they take the ball late in the game, we're putting them in positions to have success for this pockets of the lineup, and then they're executing and putting zeros up and helping us convert those leads into wins.
Mike Fitzgerald, D-backs assistant GM. Speaking of starting pitching, Zach Gallen, 7 innings, 1 earned, 10 Ks, no walks. Beyond the box score, what stood out about his performance?
Yeah, I think it sounds cliche, but he pitched, and I guess what I mean by that is his arsenal is too good to fall into some of these patterns where maybe it feels like we're trying to get a guy out one specific way. I think last night he did a really good job of saying, all right, this is my plan A, but I got plan B, plan C, and plan D for how to get this guy out, and I'm highly confident in my ability to execute any of those plans depending on what the game presents to me. So I think he did a great job of that last night, forcing opposing hitters to respect his entire arsenal. If he continues to do that and stay in that headspace, I think we're confident we're going to see the version of Zach that we've gotten accustomed to in the past.
We're talking to Mike Fitzgerald. Mike, we asked a version of this to Mike Hazen a couple weeks ago, just about how, if you have to, can you just be winning games with offense? And he was like, yeah, probably, but that's not really how we want to approach this necessarily. And I get that. That makes a lot of sense. But overall now, you're top 5 in runs scored. You're number 3 in home runs. We're past the halfway point. I mean, you guys have a really good offense. And you had a really good offense last year. How do you attack games where I know you don't want to just rely on offense, but you do have that as a major weapon?
Yeah, we are grateful and appreciative we have that as a weapon. I feel like we've said this now for going on 12 months. None of us expected that we were going to be a top 3 team in home run rate. Even last year, we kind of feel like the special sauce we had from an offensive standpoint was that 9-on-1 mentality, and I still think that is very much our identity. But yeah, we got some guys that are putting balls in seats, and it's obviously very helpful. You reduce any of the margin for error on trying to score runs when the ball goes right in the seats. You're guaranteed somebody's touching home plate. It makes life a lot easier in that way. But I think we're still seeing opportunities for guys to be complete hitters as well, and they're not sacrificing those moments either. We're not just selling out to trying to hit home runs. We're having that be a really valuable club in our bag, but we're still seeing guys trying to situationally hit, have game awareness, understand what the pitcher's trying to do to them, and then make good decisions on, hey, what's my best chance to get on base? And if I happen to find the barrel, awesome. That's going to be super productive as well, but not fully selling out to the point where we're becoming a one-dimensional team. Because I think the best version of this team, and really any team for that matter, is going to be an adaptable one. I think Jake McCarthy's a really good example of this. He hits a home run coming back early in that Miami series. He smokes a triple off the wall later, and then he finds himself in at bat against a really good starting pitcher in Logan Webb. Fresh off of Gurriel just hitting a home run, where I think it would have been easy to have this. I want to have big thoughts and try to go back to back here. And instead he tries to get on base and use his speed, and it didn't work out in that moment. But just the situational awareness of what the game is presenting to you, what you can try to take advantage of, and then he's able to bust the driver out of the bag last night, hit a huge 3-run home run for us. So I just think the more our guys take on this collective mentality of we can beat these guys in several different ways. Let's have high situational awareness, high game awareness, and figure out the best way to get the job done right now.
D-backs assistant GM Mike Fitzgerald. I'm going back to starting pitching, Luke, okay? And I'm going back 2 games ago. Ryan Nelson has allowed 4 earned runs in his last 4 starts. That easily could be 2 earned runs, all leading to D-backs victories. What do you have in Ryan Nelson, and where is this going?
Ryan Nelson's a stud, and Ryan Nelson was a top 10 pitcher in the National League from July 1st on last year. And we broke camp this year with a lot of hard conversations around having high conviction. He's clearly one of our best 13 pitchers, but the rotation spots weren't wide open at that moment in time. And we were looking to get creative with how do we have this guy impact the team as much as possible. We've put him through a pretty tough cadence of appearances and scheduling. And obviously in these last few weeks, the full-time rotation spot has opened up for him, and he hasn't missed a beat, and arguably has gotten better off of the second half that he had last year. So yeah, Nellie's a stud human being and a stud pitcher, and we're really glad that he's in the D-backs uniform, and we're excited to see what he can do for us for the next 3 months.
Talking to Mike Fitzgerald. Mike, as far as the trade deadline coming up, I'm sure you've been asked about this a lot. I guess my question is, beyond just your record or what you're doing in these games or how close you are to a playoff spot, and obviously that stuff's all going to matter here. You got 24 games before the deadline, but are there other factors you look for that aren't just specifically number-based?
Yeah, I think this is in-season dialogue and off-season dialogue is always team building isn't just an allocation or a collection of talent and skills. There's dynamics that go on outside of the pure baseball skill piece of it that we're always trying to be cognizant of. So I think from a non-number standpoint, those are probably the topics that we spend the most time thinking through. Like, how do we, at the end of the day, you're taking 26 unique human beings, putting them together to make up a team, and you're hoping that they can go out and win games. And skills are a big part of that. Positional fits and where we're lacking and where we feel like we're taking on water and we need to cover that. All that's part of it. But I think the biggest non-numerical conversations that we have are trying to be cognizant of we're putting 26 human beings in a uniform on a night-to-night basis, and we want them to feel connected. Torrey said it numerous times. We believe this to be true. The best version of our teams is going to be a connected one, and so we try to pay serious attention to that as we talk through all of these personnel-type decisions.
What's it like in the D-backs front office when on this ESPN baseball article that posted this morning, they say the MLB trade deadline is going to be complicated over the next 4 weeks, but one thing is clear, quote, the Arizona Diamondbacks are the fulcrum of this deadline, end quote. It seems like, your front office is the epicenter. Without naming names and teams, what has it been like? How many phone calls do you guys get on a daily basis?
There's a decent amount of phone calls. I would say we're still focused on trying to run our own race for as much as I think those articles identify us as a fulcrum because there's uncertainty around which way we can go. But Hayes has said this publicly. He continues to say it privately. He means it. We don't get into these jobs to punt on opportunities to make an October run. So we get into these jobs because we want to put teams together that have a chance to go deep into October, and we've had a taste of that in recent years, and there's a high that comes from that you want to try to chase. And so if there's an opportunity to do that, that's what we want to do. We feel like we owe it to the fans. We owe it to the guys in our clubhouse now. We owe it to the people that show up here to work every day. So that's where the mindset's been. And yet we have other 29 teams that look at us and say, ooh, wait a minute, maybe they're in kind of the thick of it, and maybe they would take this as an opportunity to move some of their guys. So, we field some calls, but we're still really focused on how do we take the 26 guys that we have in uniform tonight and go out and get a W. And that's going to be our mentality and rinse and repeat on that. And other times of the year, the trade deadline being one of them, where you got to kind of zoom out and assess, all right, where are we at right now? What's our likelihood of being able to get to that deep October opportunity that we'd all love to have? And we're going to get a lot of answers to that over the next month because there is a finite deadline of when we need to make those decisions. But honestly, most of the focus right now is going towards how do we protect this team and put this team in a spot to be able to go 1-0 as often as possible.
Mike, before we let you go, just any sort of update on Josh Naylor? I know he hasn't really got to play since Friday. It's kind of been close and then not, and I know everybody's dealing with stuff, but he's obviously been a big part of what you guys have done this year.
Yeah, so we are hopefully going to be in the lineup tonight. He was actually planned on being in the lineup yesterday, and then I think as Torrey was saying, there's like the last part of the swing, there was a little stiffness or discomfort, so we thought it was best to give him one more day, and hopefully the 24 hours that he's had since that stretch will put him in a good spot tonight, but we're anticipating him to be back in our lineup tonight.
Sounds good. Mike, thank you so much as always, man. Take care.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Right.
Take care.
You too. That's Mike Fitzgerald, D-backs assistant GM, joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Lots of good stuff there that we will react to in a little bit. But when we come back, we'll take you through the top sports stories of the day all in one place with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP. AIR for Parker & Sons.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times, some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary. Or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win over division foe San Francisco tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly will make his 18th start of the season for the D-backs. Sticking with the D-backs, Nick Picordo reports that the team is signing pitcher Jake Woodford to a major league deal. And the NFL Top 100 is slowly being unveiled. Cardinals pass rusher Josh Sweat came in at number 95 today. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does this smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Wednesday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here.
Wednesday that feels like a Friday.
That's true. When is a Wednesday a Friday? Today, and Wolf's not even here for it.
Yeah, his Friday was Monday. Zach Gallen went 7 innings, allowed just 1 earned run, and struck out 10 yesterday as the D-backs crushed the Giants 8-2. Here is Gallen after the game.
I mean, I don't know. I think, I'm always watching video, always trying to just, keep getting better. Just for me, trying to find delivery cues that allow me to kind of stay sharp. I feel like I had pretty good leverage on the baseball tonight, so I don't necessarily know what that cue was. But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it just goes back to just, trusting James and kind of what he was throwing down and what he was feeling and just trying to execute pitches.
You think you found something delivery-wise?
Yeah, a little bit maybe. Just trying to stay a little bit more. I mean, even though for me I'm crossfire a little bit more in line, not get super rotational. Just try to keep creating leverage on the baseball. I think for me, so yeah, still a work in progress, but see what we got.
Does that one great performance by Zach Gallen convince you guys that he is back?
No. I mean, we knew he could do that. The question is, can he do it consistently, which for the most part he's done his whole career except this year. So he's always on the verge of being back. I mean, that's the thing. He's not dealing with any injury or anything. It almost, and I'm not a doctor obviously, but it almost feels like the only guy that has stopped Zach Gallen at times this season is Zach Gallen, because he can go out there and pitch great against the better lineups. And I understand the Giants aren't necessarily an offensive powerhouse, but that's a good team, and they've added Rafael Devers. But Paulie, I mean, we've seen Zach Gallen at his best or close to his best, and if he gets back there in the second half of the season, this is probably a playoff team again.
When we asked Mike Fitzgerald, his answer was he pitched. And he said, I know that sounds like a cliche, sounds ridiculously simple, but then he went on to break down how he was forcing Giants hitters to face his entire arsenal. So maybe that's code for it wasn't quite as predictable. Torrey said he's attacking more. He talked about how he had better leverage on the baseball. I just think he went out there and he let it rip, and he wasn't as timid or as nibbling as much. Hence, there weren't as many walks.
Doesn't have to be perfect.
And then there were the compliments and plaudits that he offered for McCann. And so, that was obviously 1 + 1 = 3. There was something going on there. Torrey cited it as well. So, as we said earlier, heretofore and henceforth, he is the personal catcher going forward for Zach Gallen.
Wow. Calvisi Consulting has made a decision after 7 innings.
I mean, it's got to be based on what you saw last night. The only thing, and you mentioned the Giants, overall, they might be a decent team this year, but that lineup, I mean, how much high heat have they gone after in the first 2 games? And Devers, 6 strikeouts in 2 games?
Yeah.
What?
I mean, he is a really good hitter, but he hasn't looked like
he strikes out a lot.
I mean, they're in like some sort of doom loop, that lineup right now at the plate.
Keep it together for at least 2 more games.
Sticking with the D-backs, the fan who interfered during Monday's game has been banned for the rest of the season. Was that the right call?
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, like if that were the only incident, hey, you got caught up, here comes the ball, and you crossed the line or whatever, like you're not supposed to do it. It's pretty clear you're not supposed to do it. But when you find out, he's been reviewed the last 4 years in his words, and he has had like 9 or 10 incidents in his words, it's like, come on, man. Like at a certain point, you said it yesterday, Paulie, like you don't, nobody's going to the game to watch a fan. So, get out of the field.
He's taken himself way too seriously. He's really proud of his exploits out there. But the real problem, and I said this yesterday, is that if it happens again, now the team is culpable. Because everyone knows about this guy. He made it known on Bickley and Murata, his prowess out there and his track record. And so if he does indeed have yet another interaction, another infraction, I should probably say. Then all of a sudden, and it costs the Diamondbacks a game. Well, who's at fault this time? A Diamondbacks team that didn't boot his rear and get him out of there.
No, he's booted now.
Yeah. So, I mean, he has to make whatever adjustments for next year. Well, the adjustments next year, 2 words, upper deck.
He can have one section at the very
Right.
top. Those seats where you're kind of hitting the roof. Like, yeah, you can have those seats.
Hey, the all-you-can-eat seats are still home run potential if it's like a 480-foot home run, one of the longer ones, and it's all you can eat, and it's up in the upper
so
level.
you can still get the ball.
You can
Just
still
don't
get
reach
the ball.
into the field.
There
to
we
get
go.
the ball.
See, and he can learn his lesson. over
Rick is speaking like a man who's been there and done that. You
Not
enjoy
been to the
it
all-you-can-eat
sort of like,
seats, no.
Yeah, okay, all right.
But I was sitting in the outfield yesterday,
As a guy-
and brought my glove.
As a guy who got to the movie 45 minutes early last night.
Wait, so you went
and
to
then
the game,
complained there were too many movie previews,
and then you got to the movie 3.5 hours early too. It was a busy night.
Yeah, as I told you, I went to. I came home, took a nap so that I would be able to do this, and then I, went to the game, and then I went to the midnight movie. And
your reasoning to get there early was to enjoy the AC. Do you not have AC
Rick
at your
was
place?
chasing
Rick?
AC
No, we were
everywhere
just
last night.
we were just wandering around Mill Avenue, and it's
then
probably
you brought up the AC at Chase Field last week, so I'm starting to piece this together. He's like, "Hey, the AC's a little better at Chase. Okay, I'll go there, and then straight to the movie theater 7 hours before it starts." Perfect.
If you look at when he goes to movies, it's when it's 116, 114 record break.
Well, that's 11 months of the
by
year
design.
here, so
yeah.
just what
All
you
right.
can do.
Whether or not Bradley Beal will be moved is the biggest topic surrounding the Phoenix Suns right now. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, who is more likely to be on the Suns next season, Bradley Beal or Chris Paul?
Well, unfortunately, Bradley Beal. Now, if you're talking about guys who are actually playing, I don't know. He may get the Jay Crowder, hey, why don't you go home and watch our games from your couch treatment? I don't know. But Bradley Beal's on the roster right now, and I would say with each passing second that he stays on the roster, it's more likely he's on the roster. Because if you were going to find a way to move him, the sooner the better now, because free agency is here.
Did you say, just to reiterate, on the roster or on the floor? Because those are two different things with Bradley Beal. He won't play unless he's 100%. So on the floor is a totally different question.
It just says on the Suns.
Okay.
So.
As for, honestly, I think he's untradeable. How many teams want Bradley Beal? And if you do, or if you're interested in Bradley Beal and his skill set at this age and what he's put on film the last couple of years, you certainly don't want the no-trade clause that comes along with Bradley Beal, and he's shown no willingness to waive the no-trade clause. So I think he's untradeable. There is no single team that would take both him and the no-trade clause.
Untradeable. That's who he is.
There you go. Nice. We had let Beal deal, let Beal steal, if you keep him on the roster, deal Beal. But then once again, what was yours, Luke? I'm writing this down.
Untradeable.
Untradeable.
Right up there with questionable.
That is the best yet.
During the season, he's questionable.
Questionable.
Off season, he's untradeable.
All right, I'm voting Bradley Beal. It's leading 67% to Chris Paul at 33%. Last one for you guys real quick, and it's a fun one. The 4th of July is obviously on Friday, and Joey Chestnut will be making his return to the Nathan's famous international hot dog eating contest after a 1-year ban. Will he beat his 2021 record of 76 hot dogs? I do remind you guys that he is 41 years old now. He's aging in the competitive eating space.
There's age restrictions on competitive eating. I
don't think there's age restrictions. I'm just saying, he might not have the stamina he once had.
I know people a lot older than that can eat a lot. Yeah, I would assume if he's coming back, he's going to break the record.
I am so glad you brought that up because Joey Chestnut is from where? San Jose.
Okay.
San Jose strong. And what am I currently wearing, Luke? Go ahead, shout it out as I stand up.
San Jose Sharks jersey.
How about it?
Yeah, I like that.
I'm repping Joey Chestnut right here in anticipation of the hot dog eating contest. He wasn't in it last year. I think they had some contractual loggerheads. He's back, as he should be, and it's American tradition.
I'm going to go with Paulie's answer because he knows the people at the hot dog council or wherever you were talking about earlier.
Paulie, quick question. In one sitting, how many hot dogs could you eat without exploding?
Without exploding.
Well, considering Joey Chestnut consumes my body weight, basically, in hot dogs in one sitting, you gave me an infinite amount of time. And Wolf will tell you, I take my time eating because I'm not a Hoover shop back like he is at a dinner table. I'll go with 8.
If Wolf was here right now, he'd say, quote, "Shut it, Paulie."
Maximum density, 8.
8. All right.
I'll go 8.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, in the Diamondbacks potentially buy and sell at the trade deadline at the same time. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
That was a low-key deal.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here's the first pitch. He swings, he grounds it towards second, sliding Cattell, pops to his feet, and he throws to first in time. Ball game. The Diamondbacks win by a final score of 8-2.
2 down, 2 to go versus the Giants. Game 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, brothers, Ron Wolfley here. When it comes to getting a great night's sleep, there's only one name I trust, and that's Brooklyn Bedding. As someone who knows the importance of rest and recovery, I can tell you that Brooklyn Bedding delivers the comfort and support you need to wake up feeling refreshed and ready to tackle the day. Whether you like a firm mattress or something a bit softer, Brooklyn Bedding has a wide range of options to suit your needs. Brooklyn Bedding expertly designs and engineers all of their mattresses in their very own state-of-the-art factory and have sleep experts ready to help you find the perfect fit. And the best part? You can try their mattresses risk-free with a 120-night trial, and the shipping is always free. Get ready to sleep like a champion. So why wait? Visit brooklynbedding.com or stop by one of their 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks have banned the fan who was ejected Monday for interference. The D-backs crushed 4 homers and Zach Gallen dealed in a win over the Giants. And in D-backs notes, Torey Lovell says Ryan Nelson's pitch count will go up. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, well, thanks to Mike Fitzgerald, who joined us last hour. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf today and did the math, Paulie. Had a consulting company come in here, okay?
Okay. All right. As long as it's not us, because we live by the words no math.
I feel like Paul, and we'll ask Command and Control on this for the official verdict. Doesn't Paul command a lot more respect wearing a hockey jersey? I feel like it's just, I mean, it depends on the hockey jersey.
Especially because that one's really awesome.
Yeah, it's a cool jersey.
Pick your words carefully over there, Rick. Although, full disclosure, I've now learned from Luke and Anthony over on the other side of the building that the Sharks had the #1 pick in the draft, and this kid's like some sort of phenom, and I never heard of him.
He's good.
So,
he's better than the guy who got picked the year before, who was supposed to be amazing, who's still good. But
Are we talking about Macklin Celebrini?
Macklin Celebrini.
Great name for a hockey player.
It's true.
I'm the only one who did, man. Well, I guess nothing new. I'm the only one. Last one to know.
You should be buying Macklin Celebrini stock right now.
I mean, 3 guys with an I at the end of their name: Calvisi, Lipinski, and Celebrini.
Yeah, let's get
there
Celebrini
you go.
in here.
Okay.
All right. Mike Fitzgerald joined us last, about a half hour ago? I can tell time. And
he's probably received about 4 more trade calls since we last talked to him, by the way. 4 more teams have called.
Well, this is what he said about that, actually.
We're still really focused on how do we take the 26 guys that we have in uniform tonight and go out and get a W. And that's going to be our mentality, and rinse and repeat on that. And other times of the year, the trade deadline being one of them, where you got to kind of zoom out and assess, all right, where are we at right now? What's our likelihood of being able to get to that deep October opportunity that we'd all love to have? We're going to get a lot of answers to that over the next month because there is a finite deadline of when we need to make those decisions. But honestly, most of the focus right now is going towards how do we protect this team and put this team in a spot to be able to go 1-0 as often as possible.
I think they're really in the thick of making this decision right now, Paulie. Now, they're not going to make it till they absolutely have to, as he said. But this is the stretch, and they're in it already. You got 12 games left before the All-Star break, and then 12 more between the All-Star break and the trade deadline. But it's the games now where you're playing San Francisco. These are basically like 2-game games. And the games next, Monday through Thursday in San Diego against the Padres. It's not as if the series against the Royals doesn't matter, or the series against the Angels doesn't matter, or the series coming out of the All-Star break when you've got the Cardinals. That one actually does matter a lot. Houston, Pirates, Tigers. Those are the teams you're going to play. But the ones against the Giants and the Padres in particular mean the most in the sense of if you swept the Giants or you swept the Padres, you're putting yourself in a position to at least not be a seller. The flip side, though, is true as well. I mean, they can't get swept by the Giants because they're already up 2-0 in the series. But, like, if you had a meltdown against the Padres, that puts you on the ropes. So these games right now in the next week and a half, I would say, are maybe the biggest of the year until if they made the playoffs.
You asked Mike Fitzgerald about the offense and what has been pretty consistent run production as of late. So I put it to you, Luke. I put it to you. Do the D-backs have enough offense where they should trade Gino Suarez and or Josh Naylor sooner than later?
You sound like Wolf on the Gino thing. I'm not trading Josh Naylor because I'm trying to bring him back. I would like to. I don't know if they are or can. I'm sure they would like to since they just traded for him last offseason and he has not disappointed. And you're talking about a guy who was an all-star last year and is still in his 20s. The Gino one is interesting because you would get a lot for him, I think. Relatively. You're going to get more for pitchers at the deadline, but you're talking about a guy who's like top 5 in home runs and RBIs for most of this season. The problem is Jordan Lawler's hurt. And Jordan Lawler, got a very limited, disjointed call up earlier in the year, and it's not like he showed everybody like this is what's coming. I mean, he was 0 for 19, I believe. So I still think that obviously he is a very high end prospect. I think he's probably the future for them at that position. But if you trade Gino now, whether you mean to or not, you're kind of waving a version of the white flag. I don't know that you can. Your offense is so good that I think you almost just have to ride this out unless you're way out of it on July 31st.
Because this article that is dropped this morning on ESPN.com, the baseball page, where it calls the D-backs, quote, the fulcrum of this MLB trade deadline.
Yeah.
They are at the epicenter of this. And then they go on to break down exactly who's available on which teams. And they say Gino Suarez, quote, might be the best player who gets traded, period.
Yeah.
Between now and the deadline.
Yeah.
And if you can afford to go without his offense, and that's a big if, and he's having a big season, the defense, okay, you can live without his defense based on this year. You can most definitely live without that glove at that position this year. And if all of a sudden you have enough offense, you're confident in that, and you have a bigger need, like, I don't know, everybody now, the bullpen. So if he's the answer to resolving your bullpen, guess what? His value is better served in that capacity, trying to check that box in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, if indeed there's real value available that you can plug and play immediately. So if I'm Mike Hazen and company, I'm seriously considering that, and I'm considering that sooner than later for 2 reasons. One, you need the help. The bullpen is still a very urgent situation. That is front burner. And number 2, sell high. Sell before he might, go into a slump. He's been apt and prone to go into slumps before. So while he's raking, maximize that value.
Number 4 in Major League Baseball in home runs at 26. Number 3 in RBIs with 69. Only 2 off the lead set by Cal Raleigh right now in Seattle, and just the monster season he's having. But your point on the selling high is well taken. This is the time, or even within the next few weeks, it would be the definition of selling high. And there are some GMs, some business people that will tell you sell high no matter what, and you let the other pieces fall where they need to fall. Again, if you trade Gino, the message it sends to your team is, you know what, we don't believe we can do it this year. And you make it a lot harder for your team to do it this year. I tend to believe you hang on to the pieces because your offense is a difference maker. Your offense potentially makes you special. To me, it's like, what could make you a different team than just your average run-of-the-mill team? You're not the Dodgers on paper. I get that. They have all the money in the world. But when you came into the season, to me, I saw a good team that could take teams out in the postseason, partially because you had Corbin Burns. We don't have him anymore, and you're not going to get him back this year. But you do have an offense that can mash with anybody. So it's hard for me to punt on that unless you drop, 4, 5, 6 games out of the race. And then, to your point, there was a story ESPN put out last week, and it was the top 50 players who could be available at the deadline. And there's a lot of guys that are going to be unrestricted free agents at the end of the season. 4 of the top 9 were Diamondbacks in all of baseball.
Wow.
So Josh Naylor's on that list. Zach Gallen's on that list. Merrill Kelly's on that list. Shelby Miller was also on the list. He was just down in the 40s. And Gino was he was the top D-back. I want to say he was like 4th overall or something. So it's a real tough spot, because if you don't trade these guys away and get something for them, you either need to make the playoffs or bring them back.
And when I said off the top of the show, the D&D back tonight stands for declare. Do not fall back to 500. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Because so far, that's the answer. You're a 500 team. And if you're a 500 team, this team will be broken up. You need to declare to the decision makers that you are a true contender. Otherwise, we're going to start wondering, who is the Diamondbacks' official moving van company? Because that moving van company might be getting a lot of business in about 3 weeks.
Well, 24 games before the trade deadline, you can't go 12-12 in those 24 games. Otherwise, you're going to have to get something for at least 1 or 2 of these guys. And again, maybe bring the other guys back and don't sell necessarily. Maybe you could trade one for pieces that help you this year, but that's just you're just kind of spinning your wheels at that point. All right, speaking of spinning their wheels, when we come back, if the Suns can't make any more moves this offseason, then what is their ceiling for the 25-26 season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Of the 4 options that you talked about, trading him, waiving and stretching him, bringing him back and playing him, bringing him back and sending him home, I think bringing him back and playing him is the most untenable, unworkable, disagreeable path you could choose. I just don't think you can do that. I think all the other 3 at least has some surface level value to it where I go, well, okay, I can understand that. Bringing him back and playing him, to me, my brain I can't even register register that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family?
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community?
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win over division foe San Francisco tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly will make his 18th start of the season for the D-backs. Sticking with the D-backs, Nick Picoro reports that the team is signing pitcher Jake Woodford to a major league deal. And the NFL Top 100 is slowly being unveiled. Cardinals pass rusher Josh Sweat came in at number 95 today. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Everybody have a great 4th of July. Join us on Monday as we recap the Diamondbacks and all the movement in the NBA. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
This is a question we're all going to have to answer for ourselves before, October rolls around. Kind of make peace with what's coming up in this upcoming basketball season.
You know what, Luke? You're not the boss of me. Don't tell me what I have to answer or not answer. Let's go. Okay,
this is what you're going to have to answer.
Okay. Yeah.
Who is Macklin Celebrini? No, wait, that's just specifically for Paul.
Well, that hurts. That hurts.
Just specifically.
But you know
Paul.
what gives me another excuse to stand up and just show off the Sharks jersey. So there we go for everyone.
To go with the black jersey too.
See,
I
if I'm
applaud
like
this.
If I'm like Wolf, by the way, you jack your chair high into the air, right, and you just talk. I mean, literally talk down on everyone. Okay, notice I keep my chair at a normal level,
Normal heights.
I consider myself just one of the people, the proletariat. We're all ham and eggers here, not Wolf. Jacks it high into the air. Look at me, hear me opine. I'm on a throne.
You are the same guy who started the show by saying, how many followers do you all have on social media? Because I'm not sure you're worth my time, right?
Luke, what's the question? What are we talking about?
I don't even remember now.
Let's hope this Suns discussion goes better than the Suns last week tweeting out, and I quote, "Happy birthday, Bradley Beal." That didn't go so well.
Untrade a Beal.
And we all clicked on it to see what the messages and responses were.
Comments are the best part sometimes.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
The question that you all have to answer, and I have to answer as well, is what's the ceiling? What are you expecting from this team this year? Now, some of this obviously hinges on your boy, Bradley Beal, right there. If he and his contract are here, that ceiling comes down considerably, obviously.
By the way, Luke, this just in, I believe the booth has actually reviewed a few of the comments.
Yeah, Dylan Plays on Twitter, or X, or whatever you want to call it. I would say happy birthday, but I have a no birthday to Beal clause.
Oh man, that's good.
See, Rick took X. I'm looking on Instagram.
Oh boy.
The simple ones are kind of my favorite. Somebody just said delete this. Somebody else said thank you, Suns admin, for ruining my day. And then one of the other ones said he's on the injured list after blowing out his candles.
My gosh.
I was going to ask, but maybe that answered it, at least in this case. As a general rule, do you think the comments are meaner on X or Instagram? Because I would say X typically, but those ones were pretty solid on Instagram.
Instagram comments get pretty intense.
And it does feel like once they start to go downhill, like on a thread, it's just like there's no floor. Like it just keeps dropping.
And you also have to keep scrolling because what is the worst one I can find?
Yeah.
He's on the injured list after blowing out his candles. That's stellar. Good night, everybody. Drive safely.
Just sort of rude.
Okay.
Well, we've answered that question. But the question I was going to ask
go ahead, Luke.
Is what's the ceiling for this team? What's your expectations for this team? Now, I understand you can't answer because you don't know if Bradley Beal is going to be here eating up everybody's salary and all the cap space and everything. But, I'm looking at a depth chart right now, just a projected depth chart where you go Booker at point guard, Jalen Green at shooting guard. They have Bradley Beal starting at small forward. Dylan Brooks is a power forward and Mark Williams as your center. Okay, that's a team that's going to do a whole lot of damage in the Western Conference. But you start to work in Ryan Dunn. Come on, Malawach. Maybe there's some upside in Rasheer Fleming. I like Royce O'Neal if he's still around on this team when all is said and done. What are you looking for this season? Are you looking for a bunch of wins? Because I don't know that you're going to get it. But are you looking for growth from guys like Green and Fleming and Malawach? Because I think that is something reasonable to expect. And maybe it translates into some wins.
Great question. I'm going to go off the board. I'm going to go with none of the answers you just provided. And I have two words.
Okay.
Free book. Unlock Devin Booker. I want to see what Devin Booker can do if he's allowed to truly cook and be Devin Booker that we saw a couple of years ago before Kevin Durant arrived. Does he still have it? What is he? It's sort of like he has that killer car collection, right, Devin Booker? I live vicariously through pro athletes' car collections. In fact, if free advice to Kellen Olson, how many times have I said to Kellen, at the end of every game wrap article, I want to know what vehicle did Devin Booker show up in that night to the arena? That's what I want to know. You should include that and have a picture at the very end. Thank you very little. Devin Booker, he needs to be to this team what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was to OKC, what Tyrese Halliburton was to Indiana, the two teams in the NBA Finals. Yes, I'm aiming high. Don't give me that look, Luke. I'm just starting at the very top.
You said Tyrese Halliburton's name. We don't say that name here anymore.
It's about to get worse because I'm about to advance what I call my Lady Gaga theory. Are you ready for this?
You're not going to sing a song like Wolf did, are you?
You went to Coachella, right?
Yeah.
You go to Coachella every year.
Yeah.
So
but I didn't see Lady Gaga. I was still in Vegas for that.
While you were on the road and away from work, and I was filling in for you.
I was waiting for the Gaga.
You have to deal with that.
I tried to explain it to Wolf. He wouldn't accept it. Wolf's not good with new concepts, okay? And so I'm going to present this to you.
Okay.
By the way, your nickname in HR is 3-day.
Okay.
3-day weekend.
That's fine. It's better
Wolf's nickname in HR is 2 hands.
Contract.
Is 2 hands. You need 2 hands to count how many weeks of vacation he takes every year. And so while you were at Coachella and watching Lady Gaga, I saw it on the YouTube channel.
Okay.
And here was my takeaway. You got all the costumes, and you got the $1 million set, and you got 1 million backup dancers, and you got all the pyro, and she was at her very best when it was just her, a cappella, at the piano.
See, again, I have to take your word for this because I missed her entire performance.
Okay.
But yes,
all right. You know what, Luke? You're dead to me.
I'm even less useful than Wolf is on this topic because there's a chance he might at least sing Miley Cyrus to you.
The point is, get rid of the clutter and everything restraining her talent. I don't need the costumes. I don't need all the pyro and the set and the backup dancers. You just need her at a piano, her talent, her singing, her songwriting. That's, to me, is when she's at her best. Do that with Devin Booker. I don't want all this. I don't need Kevin Durant. Don't need the Bradley Beal. I don't need championship-winning head coaches. Just let Book cook. That should be there. You came up with a great untrade Beal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you still have you're the leader in the clubhouse with monikers and mantras. But just let him take over. Everything you do this offseason should cater to unlocking Devin Booker again, and let's see where that can take you.
See, I like that more than where I thought you were going, because when you said free book, I thought you were either doing like a PSA for the library or you were talking about trading him to like the Knicks or something.
No, I don't. I'm not here promoting a book or anything. No, I'm
hey,
not.
Look,
no.
Free book. I've got one to give away.
By the way, the fan that got GTFO'd out of Chase Field, didn't he have a book or something he was promoting with Bickley and Murata at the end? Did I hear that?
Did he really?
He had like some sort of book. He was.
I missed that part.
Yet another reason he's been banished. So anyway,
for having one free book.
Well, he's out there. It was all part of his grand plan to get to be able to promote his book.
I'm gonna fall into the field so I can promote my book.
Get some notoriety, and now I'm falling into that trap right now. What am I doing?
Yeah, he got you. He didn't get me, but we know we're getting Paulie now.
So wait, what was the question again about the Suns?
Oh, that question's long since unpassed. Vitalant is asking Valley residents to declare independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday timeframe is the lowest week of the summer for donations, so head to the contest page on arizonasports.com for complete details. All right, we come back. Here's a question for you, Paulie, that we may or may not answer.
By the way, I did answer the question. What is the Suns' ceiling was a question. The ceiling is Devin Booker's ceiling. That's the answer.
That's fine, but this is the question I really care about now.
All right.
Are the expectations for ASU football greater here, locally, or nationally? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Progressive Insurance.
Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you, your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call, because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this. If that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey, this is Jared, and what will the Suns do with Bradley Beal? Will they keep him? Will they trade him? Will they stretch and waive him? Coincidentally, stretching and waiving is what Bradley Beal did for a lot of his time on the Suns, while on the sidelines not playing. Bazinga! We'll talk about it on Monday on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
You know, you would think just based on the fact that he's going to have to hear jokes like that from Jarrett, Bradley Beal would want to leave. Or hear like us calling him untradeable.
It's good.
Maybe we should do the thing that Jarrett did a few years ago, where we have to tweak it a little bit, but just keep putting out songs every day. I don't want to put them out on the air though, where we all have to hear them, but we could just like, I don't know, have them there where if Beal, if he doesn't leave, he's gonna have to hear Jarrett sing. That's the quickest way to drive people out of Phoenix.
It's ironical, if you will, that you mentioned that, because another July 4th factoid that I have right here, fun facts about July 4th. Did you know, Luke, that the song Yankee Doodle was sung originally by British officers making fun of us backwoods Americans?
I thought you were going to say by like Van Halen or something. I didn't know that.
I don't know. Has a rock band ever done a cover of Yankee Doodle? And if not, maybe they should.
Who would be the best rock band to have cover that? I mean, if Tool did it, it would be a 16-minute song.
Yeah, that's true.
If Pantera did it, Wolf would sing it on the air.
If Tool did it, we have to wait another 10 years. I mean, Maynard, come on, up there in Jerome, let's get in gear. You need a new album come out sometime soon.
He's relaxed.
It'd have to be Guns N' Roses. Come on now. Give us a Slash on a Yankee Doodle. That'll work. That'd work.
3-minute guitar solo after the second
work.
verse. Does it even have verses?
I mean, it's got to be an old school band, right, to do the Yankee Doodle.
I would
Come on.
so, yeah. All right, that was a fun fact and life-altering at the least. So I'm going to throw this at you, though.
I'm sorry, Luke. It didn't live up to the untradeable Beal, which you're killing it with. It's getting me here. I'm lagging.
It's only funny because it's sad.
I'm
and
losing.
True.
Yeah.
Expectations for ASU. We can put this to command and control too, if they want to jump in on this. It's up to them. But the expectations for ASU, I'm not going to do the whole, hey, are they too high? Are they too low? It's more just, do you believe they are higher here locally, or and extend that to among ASU fans wherever they are? If you're an ASU grad that lives in Chicago, whatever, is it higher among that group, or are the expectations higher among the college football community? Because when you have a quarterback who has generated the buzz Sam Leavitt has, I mentioned this earlier, but he's second team quarterback on the Walter Camp preseason All-American teams. I was looking at somebody's list the other day where they were ranking the top 10 quarterbacks and in the nation, and I believe the only Big 12 quarterback they even had on the list was Sam Leavitt. They had him 4th overall. You see him up there in the top 5 or 6 in pretty much every list. I've seen him 1 on some lists.
Wow.
Now, wherever he's got it played out this season, but I'm just talking about the preseason hype. ASU had no hype last year. People went too far the other way, but they're showing in the college football playoff where it was like, yeah, they lost, but a lot of people kind of rallied around them because they probably should have won. There was a blatant missed targeting call.
Yes.
They and this is on them, couldn't stop a 4th down in overtime, although it shouldn't have been there because it was targeting. And also the way Scatterboo played was so memorable, even if you weren't an ASU fan, that now they're on people's radars. So I wonder, because when you're the home fan base, you have that tendency to kind of be like, lower your expectations to kind of prepare yourself for disappointment. I don't know. Expectations higher locally or nationally for this team?
Yet if you go back to that game, that playoff game against Texas, the first quarter and a half, it was arguable whether ASU appeared they even belonged on the same field with Texas.
Although, to be fair, Shamari Simmons was suspended for targeting, which apparently wasn't a penalty anymore after that one suspension.
So how many fans nationwide, if we're talking about locally versus nationally, how much of the nationwide audience tuned out at that moment, just sort of said, yep, I got better things to do for the next 2.5 hours. And I'll give you a little more evidence of that. Hayden Conner, the 6th-round pick out of Texas, who started the last 3 years, whenever he's asked about ASU, both in the media settings and in interviews, he'll start by saying, yeah, they belonged. As if to say, most people didn't think they belonged. But yeah, I'll give him credit. I guess they belonged on the same field with us, mighty Texas, the Longhorns. So if you're asking whether the expectations are higher locally or nationally, I'm going to guess locally, because nationally the vibe seems to be finger to the wind up here. That ASU was a fluke. Nationally, they probably don't realize not only do they have Sam Leavitt back, not only do they have Jordan Tyson back, but they're returning 16 starters.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing I'll throw out there. I don't think nationally they realize just how good Kenny Dillingham and his coordinators are at game planning, exploiting opponents' weaknesses. I mean, Dillingham isn't just one big motivational speech. You talk to people, he can coach.
Yeah.
He can game plan.
Well, the devil's advocate on this, no pun intended, although now I can't take it back, would be, I tend to agree with everything you're saying right there. That,
go ahead.
Well, it's more of a reflection on how the Big 12 is viewed. It was very clear at a certain point last season that people nationally just weren't paying attention. Well, if it's not my school, then it can't be any good, right? If it's not the SEC or the Big 10, they can't be playing decent football.
Facts.
You look at quarterbacks in the Big 12 this year who are either coming back or joined the conference. This is going to be a highly entertaining conference just because of the quarterback play. But I wonder if when you see some of these predictions nationally, people are just like, oh, yeah, the Big 12 – I haven't really been watching that closely. ASU's got Kenny Dillingham and a quarterback who could go in the 1st or 2nd round of the draft, so we'll just pick ASU. The only reason I think maybe nationally the buzz is going to rival the local buzz is because of Leavitt in particular. And because Jordan Tyson, you routinely see him projected as one of the top 1 or 2 or 3 receivers off the board in next year's draft. Again, it's college football. A bunch of stuff is going to change, but ASU has the advantage, and I think this is, to your point, something people locally appreciate more, of having most of their team back, whereas a lot of teams around them, even the great teams, most of them don't have their team back, because either guys just transfer for an extra $1 or guys are in the NFL. And ASU, is right potentially on the cusp of building, hopefully, something consistently strong. So their first year of doing it, they didn't really lose anybody to the NFL other than Cam Scadaboo, which is obviously a huge deal.
How big a deal is it that there are expectations that instead of being picked dead last in a Big 12 media poll that no longer exists, by the way, because it was so bereft of any credibility, they just said, you know what, we're just going to fold up shop because of the fact that they don't have the advantage of sneaking up on anyone. They don't have the built-in chip on the old shoulder pad. All the doubters and the haters. Last, we'll show you last. So it's quite different this year in terms of legitimate expectations.
Yeah.
How does that pressure trickle through? When Sam Levitt and now Jordan Tyson are on All-American teams, preseason All-American teams, okay, what does that have to do when we call it the boxer's bunging factor? What is that going to be like on game day?
That's a real thing, right? That's completely different. I'll reference back to that Sports Illustrated story I was talking about earlier by Pat Forty. This is specifically on Sam Levitt. And, it's all about how Sam Levitt and ASU are out to prove that last year wasn't a one-hit wonder. And I think anybody that watched it anybody that actually watched it, not people that saw like 5 minutes here or there, or, watched the playoff game or saw the occasional highlight, would tell you it was legit what they did last year. Now, you have to do it again the next year because you're not a program that is consistently winning a conference or in the college football playoff. So you have to have, I would say, at least 8 wins again this year, hopefully more, but at least 8 to kind of show, hey, this is a legit thing. But they're talking about Sam Levitt in the story and how he's kind of always been the underdog, not really heavily recruited out of Oregon. College career at Michigan State didn't really get rolling until he got here. But they say he's got a list. I'm trying to find the exact quote. It's a list of 10 quarterbacks that he's intentionally made this list of like, why are these guys getting more attention than I am? Like just trying to kind of find that internal motivation. And he doesn't say the names on the list, but they're like, in the story, they're like, who are the lists and who's on the list? And he said, it's 10 people I don't like.
My only fear on that is that Josh Rosen-esque. There were 9 mistakes drafted ahead of me. Please tell me there's no parallels to the whole Josh Rosen. Those 9 players are going to rue the day they were picked before me, or at least those 9 teams are going to rue the day they didn't pick me. I guess
I prefer to think of it more of like Amon-Ra St. Brown, who has the list of like the 25 receivers or whatever that were taken in front of him.
Okay. And that's all healthy. That's healthy. And look, what did we say earlier? You tell me. You had both those guys on the radio show last year, Kenny Dillingham and Sam Levitt. I mean, those guys have a look in their eye. They're like pathologically competitive. All right, elite athletes and coaches are competitive, but those guys, ultra
Levitt,
competitive.
Yeah. Kenny, obviously. Levitt, though, in particular as well. And he's done a lot this offseason to keep the team together, Levitt has.
So that doesn't surprise me that he's got a list and he's checking it twice and he's got names and all that. But to reverse engineer what I was saying, just to sum it up real quick, last year you had nothing to lose. You were picked dead last. You were an unknown. This year, if you're Levitt and Jordan Tyson, you have a lot to lose. You're both projected to go in the first round of the draft.
I think those are the 2 biggest obstacles facing ASU this season are obviously you don't have Scadaboo. They've got good running backs, but you're basically trying to make Cam Scadaboo out of 2 or 3 different running backs. So, that's an obstacle. But the other one to me is what you said, and maybe it's even bigger. Of last season, nobody's ever played the nobody believes in us card better than ASU because at the start of the season, especially nationally, nobody believed in them. And even going into the playoff, nobody believed in them nationally. They've played it so well that preseason list is just gone forever. Now they have to approach this obviously differently.
By the way, you have untraded Beal. I had Cam at vertical. And Wolf, no, I did. And Wolf doesn't have permission. He has not licensed Cam at vertical from Calvisi Consulting yet. Just saying.
He's definitely used
Just saying.
That.
There will be royalties and invoices.
And I've never heard him once mention your name when he says it. I've heard him mention your name to make like forehead jokes, but not in the same sentence as the Cam at vertical.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, interesting how that worked out. All right, we come back. We're going to play a round of need or want. Next, are we doing that? Let's do that. Need or want?
I better figure that out.
Probably
forgot about that.
Like he's like scrambling for some questions now. What does Kyler Murray need to do this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We got this.
Quickly at Marana Mornings.
reported that the Suns are not focused on Chris Paul as a top target heading into free agency.
Knowing Chris Paul a little bit, I don't think that interest would have been mutual even if the Suns wanted him. He was not happy with the owner when he got traded. And Chris Paul doesn't strike me as the type of guy that's going to come back to a place a second time if the first time didn't end well. It's a shame because Chris Paul brings a lot to the table if he's healthy. And, of course, he stayed healthy for all of last
Especially
season.
on a young team like the Suns will be next year, that's like a perfect veteran to sort of like get things moving in the right direction.
Especially with these young bigs.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "Enjoy life again," or "Get back to living. Wouldn't that be nice?" DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better, and now they're talking surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back, including me. It's QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine, where they use treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results, and that's not just a number. That's peace of mind that you are exploring something that is truly working for people just like you. And it doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Go learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win over division foe San Francisco tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly will make his 18th start of the season for the D-backs. Sticking with the D-backs, Nick Piccolo reports that the team is signing pitcher Jake Woodford to a major league deal, and the NFL Top 100 is slowly being unveiled. Cardinals pass rusher Josh Sweat came in at number 95 today. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Halfway through the series against the Giants, what has stood out the most from the Arizona Diamondbacks? We will react on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting straight up 2 o'clock. All right, Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf today. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. And Paulie, for some reason, NFL.com, I don't know why they do this stuff to Chad Reuter, had him do a 7-round NFL mock draft. Not like the 2026 like actual draft, and not he did this for the 2025 draft leading up to it, but this is a draft of actual current NFL players, okay? So like if all 32 teams were trying to build a win now team for this upcoming season and all the players were just in the draft pool, when would they go? And he has Kyler Murray 15th overall actually. So I think that's the 14th quarterback. The only non-quarterback he has in the top 15 is Myles Garrett.
And what purpose does this draft serve exactly?
Don't totally know. He also, I don't know how they pick the order of the teams. Like he has the Cardinals picking 16th, so the Cardinals get Trevor Lawrence. I don't know. But what this does for us is it serves as an intro into today's edition of Need or Want.
Wow. Okay then.
Need or Want.
It's the game show that's sweeping the AZ. Luke Lipinski, come on down. We love your costume here today, and because of that, in your Boolean energy, you have been selected to come up on stage and participate in Need or Want.
Need or Want.
I'm going to name the category, and you're going to tell us whether it's a need or want. Today's topic is Kyler Murray.
Okay.
Certain areas where Kyler can get better in year 7. And we're all in agreement, right? Year 7? Yeah, sure. He's had a considerable NFL career so far, but there is room for improvement, and there's the potential to be a different and new and improved quarterback this year. So with that in mind, let's start with the following category in no particular order. Something we saw earlier in his career. Can he return to being one of the best deep pass throwers in the NFL? And by that I mean the efficiency, the success rate, the yards per completion, the deep pass. When it comes to Kyler and this team, this offense, do you deem that a need or want?
Need or Want.
The first question, I didn't mean to talk over the audience there. I'll get run out of the building. The first question is always the toughest because I don't have a reference point. I don't want to be like, oh, that's a need, and then the next one is like clearly a need, and I'm like, well, I'm a moron because I went need with the first one. I don't want to say want either.
Look, they can all be needs or all can be wants.
Need. You got to get that back. You have to get that. You have to be more of a deep threat, this team. Closer to the want side of need, but I would say still a need.
That is the correct answer.
Oh,
once again, there are really no wrong answers unless Wolf's playing when his answers are so far off the board that just to maintain any credibility here, need or want, must buzzer him down.
His answer would have been, I need to see Kyler under center more.
or he would have given me something about culture or leadership. What I'm talking about, deep pass, is if you look at the stats from last year, they were top 5 in chunk runs, explosive runs, but they were in the bottom third when it comes to explosive pass plays.
Yeah, I mean, that was clearly missing. It was very obvious watching this team it was missing. So, yes, I'm going to say need.
Okay. Number 2, throwing wide receivers open to a greater degree. Would you say that is a
need or want? Well, considering what you said, this is year 7 for Kyler. He has not won a playoff game. He has only been to one playoff game, but at the same time, he's shown some real flashes. You can make a case, yeah, okay, it's year 7, but it's really going into just a second full year with this offense and this, this front office and everything. I am also going to say, because this is such a crossroads year for him in particular, I'm also going to say need on that one. There might be a theme here. The more I'm thinking about this.
Well, and this might actually lead into the next category. You saw the chemistry a year ago, obviously, with Trey McBride, and he had a Pro Bowl campaign. How about chemistry with the wide receiver group? Yeah. Do you consider that a
need or want? Also need, honestly, because again, that was one of those things that was so obviously, not that it was completely absent last year, but it was very clearly missing when you think about the season Trey McBride had. And you think about, with all due respect to Pro Football Network, who thinks Nick Rallis is terrible at his job, the amazing job Nick Rallis did last year with the defense in a lot of the games. The defense nearly won them some games, did win them a couple games actually, and they still weren't scoring enough points against Seattle, getting beat 16-6 against the Seahawks. They had these games in the second half of this. You couldn't beat Carolina. A lot of that was because you didn't have consistent receiving production, let's put it that way, outside of Trey McBride. So need again.
When it's third and got to have it, you got to have another option beyond Trey McBride.
Yeah.
There has to be that chemistry with a receiver. Now, ideally, that's Marvin Harrison Jr., the number 4 pick overall, obviously. But you're in year 3 with Michael Wilson. You're in year 5 or 6 with Greg Dortch. So one of those guys has got to be there on third and got to have it at a greater degree because Trey McBride's going to get more defensive attention than ever. Every defensive coordinator in the NFC West, they're sitting there going, okay, we need an answer for 85.
Yeah, which should make it easier in quotes, for these receivers. But, I mean, I've said this before, I'll say it again. The impressive production Trey McBride gives you, you really want that to be almost a bonus on top of what your receivers give you, not all of your receiving production coming from Trey McBride.
We've learned the last 2 days the degree to which Rick is a movie fan, like really enjoys his movies. Went to the midnight show. One of his favorite movies, I'm told, is Mean Girls. And if you remember that quote in there where she tries to get the word fetch happen and it doesn't happen, it kind of happened with me with the moniker early in Kyler's career. I came up with "Come for the arms, stay for the legs."
Okay,
never
really took off. But hey, it's still only 7 years in.
But with that being the case, in 2020, he actually ran for 819 yards and, wait for it, 11 rushing touchdowns. So I put it to you. Legs, the run game, Kyler run game. Do you consider that in 2025 to be a
need or want? Need, but with the caveat of I don't need him to run I don't need him to run in for a bunch of touchdowns. But I need a lot of what he and Drew Petzing have been talking about, the sort of broken play where he's outside and you need 9 yards, he gets you 10. And he gets out of bounds on a lot of those. And that is what makes him at his best. You got to have Kyler Murray at his best. I understand you don't want to just be constantly running him and getting him hurt, but that's part of what makes him good, is his ability to take off on some of those broken plays and really put the defense into a lot of stress. So I'm going to say need on that.
And by the way, Next Gen Stats calculated that last year, in terms of rushing yards over expected on designed runs, he led the league among quarterbacks, but he only took 27 designed runs.
Yeah.
So are there more in the arsenal, in the playbook, on the play sheet this year? Because the numbers say there should be.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I mean, you want to play to your strengths. If you're going to be at your best version of yourself, you don't want to help the opposing defense by stopping Kyler Murray from running, just not even letting him run. Today is the last. Did I win, by the way?
You definitely won. Okay. You went 4 for 4. I helped you out on the 5th one, but Rick wrapped us up prematurely because he didn't like my comment. I outed him on the Mean Girls, his fandom for Mean Girls.
He's probably like, let's get out of here. So
it's an okay movie.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
I don't really know if it is or not, actually. But Rick with such a tepid response. Today is the last day to win D-backs Royals tickets. Text Firework to 620, and listen starting at 7 a.m., which you've already missed, and 11 a.m., which you've now missed. So you've got one more chance for your chance to win tickets. See the Diamondbacks take on the Royals this 4th of July. We're giving away tickets during the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 o'clock hours today. So again, text Firework to 620. Not only do you get the game, you actually get the fireworks show at Chase Field afterwards, too. So you want to be at that one.
Double ding.
Double ding. When we come back, how concerned do we need to be about the absence of Josh Naylor lately? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620. And listen for your name now through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Everybody have a great 4th of July. Join us on Monday as we recap the Diamondbacks and all the movement in the NBA. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, Luke, the key to any vacation, thanks for asking, would be the 6 S's. You ready for the 6 S's?
I'm only ready for 4 of them.
Surf, sun, sand.
Okay.
Seafood, suds, sourdough. That's it. Yep.
Sourdough.
Been a while, but it's been a while since I've been able to say the words.
You walked right into that.
Oh, wow.
And I give Rick credit because you're now wearing this very vibrantly colored shirt. And
It's tie-dye. It's tie-dye.
Rick, and you were wearing a black San Jose Sharks jersey until this past segment. Rick we were wondering how long it would take him to notice. I don't know what he's eating, but he looked up with a very confused but also chewing look on his face. And it kind of lost my faith in where it was going, but he still hit the stained sounder. So that was good.
We have, less than an hour here till the holiday weekend, right? Like the horse racing announcers say, down the stretch we come. So I thought I'd celebrate a little bit, and put the party tie-dye on, and here we go.
You have more wardrobe changes than that Lady Gaga performance you were talking about that I didn't see.
You know what? I earned that. Thank you.
Well, you set yourself up.
I deserve that one.
This is Mike Fitzgerald. He joined us earlier in the show today, and right at the end, we asked him about Josh Naylor because, Josh Naylor was supposed to play last night and then didn't and hasn't actually played since Friday, and, Josh Naylor's kind of important to what this team does. This is what he said.
Yeah, so we are hopefully going to be in the lineup tonight. He was actually planned on being in the lineup yesterday, and then I think as Tori was saying, there's the last part of the swing, there was a little stiffness or discomfort, so we thought it was best to give him one more day, and hopefully the 24 hours that he's had since that stretch will put him in a good spot tonight, but we're anticipating him to be back in our lineup tonight.
So, Paulie, look, Josh Naylor, Canadian, was wearing hockey jerseys to games. I'm assuming he's a big hockey guy based on that, so typically means you're going to play through injuries, but that doesn't always work so well in baseball. If, what Mike Fitzgerald just said right there, that ultimately probably played out as well as it could then if they felt like he was close last night, but they were like, let's give him one more day to get him closer to 100%, and they still won the game. It's still a long season. As much as people want to make proclamations right now, they're 85 games into a 162-game season. If they're going to make the playoffs, Josh Naylor is going to be at the center of what they're doing offensively.
Earlier when we said we had exclusive audio of Zach Gallen and what was going on inside his head, what he was hearing in his own head while he was pitching?
Vaguely, yes.
I think we also have audio of what Mike Fitzgerald, we translate that English to median speak and what it comes out as in terms of Josh Naylor. Let's take a listen to that. Are we sure that Josh Naylor for auction? Are we sure that maybe he isn't being held out just in case there might be a deal pending?
I would be livid if they traded Josh Naylor, and I would be thrown off if they traded Josh Naylor. But I'm also thrown off by that sound effect that Rick just played. So maybe nothing is real anymore.
But why? Why is? You've won the show. Okay, I'll say it. Luke won the show with Untrade Beal with his moniker earlier.
That's just reality.
So, what are you saying? Untrade a Naylor? Why are you
very tradable.
Why? It sounds like you don't even want to hear the topic broached that they would be considering.
It offends me on a personal level, and I don't know why.
Okay.
Because
of the hockey connection. What's going on here?
Well, he's been their most. I don't want to say most consistent. Ketel's been really consistent when he's played too.
But if you can get an arm on the back end of the bullpen in return for Josh Naylor,
I don't trust bullpen arms.
We just played need or want. Do you need or want Josh Naylor?
Need or want. Need, and here's why. You let Christian Walker go at the end of last season. I don't know if that was intentional, but you got, he got big bids, and you figured that was probably going to happen. and you turned around and immediately replaced him with a guy who's having a much better season than Christian Walker is. And he's a guy who was an all-star last year, and he's a guy that's still in his 20s. Like, this is a guy that you should have at first base for the next 5 or 6 years.
Then why has he had so many destinations? Why has he had multiple teams?
I don't know. That's not part of need or want.
I guess it's a rhetorical question. I'm just thinking out loud. Just in terms of what you need to get to the finish line, and in this case is the postseason, what you need to stay in contention it's much more dire in the bullpen than it is at first base. And if Pavin Smith is coming around a little bit, then
I'll take Josh Naylor over Pavin Smith. That's nothing against Pavin. We can have them both. That's fine.
And it's not an either or. It's not one or the other, because you're right. You're absolutely right in that assessment. I'm not debating that. I'm just saying, can you get away with Pavin Smith at first base in return for some much needed reinforcements in the back of the bullpen?
So let's go down that path, because you said something there that made me think. And I don't know even what that we're on to Wednesday, late Wednesday, and now I'm finally thinking.
It's the tie-dye shirt. It got you going. It really is.
Overstimulation.
Yeah. It's a catalyst.
I don't know that they could trade for a reliever. They're going to need to. If they're making a run at the playoffs, they're going to need to trade for relievers, obviously. But I don't know that they would trade a guy like Josh Naylor for him, because I don't know that there's any reliever they could get where I'm like, he's a lock. He'll never come in here and blow a save. He's going to be outstanding. He's going to be fantastic. You know what I mean? Like, Paul Sewald was probably the best case scenario. And even when they traded for him, people were like, I don't want to give up Canzone. Like, okay, you can't have 9 outfielders. You kind of need a closer. But they didn't give up a ton for Sewald. So even if that didn't work, they wouldn't have made the World Series, obviously, but I don't think we'd be like, remember when they traded Canzone away and it ruined everything? Like, you never get a guarantee when you trade for a reliever. I think you can get relievers by trading prospects that you don't necessarily need.
But couldn't I cite 2023 and the acquisition of Paul Sewald as speaking of catalysts, wasn't he the tie-dye shirt to that playoff run?
Yeah.
That was a team that barely made the playoffs.
Yes. Yeah.
And you could argue the difference in that team becoming a legitimate playoff contender and actually reaching the postseason was the acquisition of Paul Sewald. Not only what he did as the closer, but as how he settled the rest of the bullpen. At least that's not me talking. That's Diamondbacks relievers and decision makers back in 2023 saying that was the key that set everyone else up, and that's how we got into a rhythm in the back end of the bullpen.
Yeah. It is, but again, what you gave up was, what would the equivalent be right now? That might be the equivalent of trading Tommy Troy, or probably Tommy Troy, because they have a lot of guys at that middle infield position. That's a guy that if I'm the team trading, if I'm a team that's out of it and I'm trading the Diamondbacks a good reliever and I get Tommy Troy, yeah, this is good. I got something really, and in a way, are you overpaying? Maybe. I mean, it depends how you feel about Tommy Troy, but the Diamondbacks don't necessarily need him at the big league level. You know what I mean? So, and I'm just using his name as an example. It doesn't have to be him, obviously, but maybe somebody in that range who is a high-end prospect, but it's not Lawler or Slade Caldwell. It's kind of a little bit down the list. Either way, it's not somebody off the major league team. But the problem is, like, if they hover around 500 for another couple of weeks, all these guys are going to be on the table.
And again, that's why the key word tonight is declare. Declare that you're more than a 500 team, because if you lose tonight, you're back to 500. Yeah. But when they get all these calls from all these other teams, and according to that ESPN article, they're, quote, the fulcrum of the MLB trade deadline, something that Mike Fitzgerald did not deny earlier. When they get these calls, the first thing, maybe the only thing you say is, got a closer? What do you got? Got a closer? Who you giving up? Give me your best your reliever. Who you got? And then if indeed there's a quality reliever, well, guess what? You might have to give up someone like Josh Naylor.
Yeah, you could make the case that you'd have to give up some hitting to get a closer, too. No matter who they trade for as a closer, it could work. But on the day they make the trade, I just can't imagine anybody they would get where I'd be like, locked down. This guy's never going to blow a save. He's going to be an immaculate pitcher. Because closers are just so volatile and weird. All right, we come back to the Suns. What happens if we get through this offseason and you look around and Bradley Beal is still on the Suns? How do you handle that? It's Wolf and Luke, Paul Calvisi in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
I
walked away from the draft going, that's about as good as I could have hoped for. And I firmly believe what they did in that span of 2 days kind of restored a lot of faith and hope that this maybe won't be as bad as a lot of people thought it would be. That maybe, just maybe, if Malawatch, and by the way, can people please start pronouncing his name properly? Adam Silver, you're the commissioner. It's not, come on. Come on,
Adam. That's not even the worst thing. Adam Silver said that the Rockets drafted Malawatch. That's how bad you did on that.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Progressive's Teen Driver Discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver Discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons are $5.99 when you buy two at Fry's Food and Drug now through July 15th.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win over division foe San Francisco tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly will make his 18th start of the season for the Snakes. Sticking with the D-backs, Nick Pecora reports that the team is signing pitcher Jake Woodford to a major league deal, and the NFL Top 100 is slowly being unveiled. Cardinals pass rusher Josh Sweat came in at number 95 today. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Arizona Sports.
You know what's amazing about the Beal situation is that I think the question has to be, what teams does Bradley Beal have interest in? You got to find a place that he wants to go to.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
You got to think there's not going to be a lot, and there already isn't, but there's not going to be a lot of future no trade clauses handed out in the NBA.
Good news, bad news, by the way. Good news for you. I'm out of my July 4th fun factoids.
Oh, that's a real shame. Wow. You still have another 2 days.
Bad news is that's more time to talk about Bradley Beal.
Let's see. Can we put it in 4th of July terms? Can we do this?
I mean, is there really no? Well, no, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say nobody can buy fireworks or set them off because Bradley Beal's contract is it's just hindering anybody from being able to do anything.
Well, maybe it's flammable, so maybe you can't. Yeah, it's. By the way, speaking of, I still enjoy the response to the Suns tweeting out "Happy Birthday, Bradley Beal," and somebody put the comment, according to Rick and Jamal, he's on the injured list after blowing out his candles. So
get ready for another year of that.
And that's part of the problem. It's part of the problem. Other teams know he won't play unless he's 100%. So that's part of the problem. Yeah. But it's definitely secondary to the no trade clause, the amount of money he's owed, the willingness to actually exert himself and be any semblance of the player he used to be. And so all that being the case, I guess I wonder, and we'll just... I mean, is there no reclamation of him whatsoever? I advanced the whole CP3 theory. What if you brought in, forget about coaches. He's obviously, that hasn't worked. 2 title-winning coaches. Hasn't moved the meter with Bradley Beal. What if you brought in player-to-player, peer-to-peer? What if you brought in an all-time dog like Chris Paul? Could he somehow get something out of Bradley Beal, make him serviceable? Because any sort of trade scenario or the stretch and wave, the buyout, that is so onerous, that is just so distasteful and so destructive potentially to your finances. In a lot of ways, it does make sense to just keep him. It really does, if it can be feasible and viable.
You know, it really comes down to what you think is the biggest issue with Beal as a member of the Suns. If you think he's not performing well enough, or you think he's not on the floor well enough, and those are legitimate, concerns. For me, it's just that the contract is it's just such an anchor to anything they can do. And now, because they have gone out this offseason, and they had to do this, I'm not saying this is like a negative, but because they've gone out this offseason and been like, okay, we're going to start just building this team. We're going to move KD to start building this team. Now the other issue with Beal is he blocks guys from developing. The last thing you want to see next year is, the Suns won 30 games. And, Bradley Beal, when he played, was playing 34 minutes a night, which meant Jalen Green wasn't getting very many minutes. Or we never got to see Rasheer Fleming with any consistency. Now, hold on. So your issues now with Beal are, because when he plays, I think he's decent. I do, but he just doesn't play consistently enough for you to ever rely on him. Now, because of his contract, among other things, Mike Budenholzer, whatever else you want to put out there, they're not even in a position where they're necessarily going for a bunch of wins this year. So now it's like you're trying to develop guys, he's in the way. His contract is in the way if you're going to go out and sign guys in free agency to kind of make this more of a well-rounded team. I mean, right now you're shooting guards and centers. That's basically what your team is. So you want to fill in some of those other blanks and kind of, blend everything together. He can't because of his contract. So he's hurting you in a lot of ways, even if he's not intentionally doing it. Doug Holler was on with Bickley and Marotti yesterday, and he had his comments on the Bradley Beal situation that the Suns are facing.
With every avenue the Suns have with Bradley Beal, there is a pretty significant roadblock to that avenue. No matter, even if there are teams who are interested in Bradley Beal, and at the trade deadline, that was a big obstacle. It's just finding someone who is willing to take on someone with his contract, with his salary, and someone who wasn't really available all the time. To think that someone's willing, someone has the reasons, they're willing to take that gamble. Bradley still can just veto it.
Well, and how many teams want Bradley Beal and they're willing to accept the no trade clause? I'd say 0.
I don't think they're trading him. I would be shocked if they can find somebody to trade for him.
Now, his first year with the Suns, to your point, his caliber of play, I thought was much different than this last season. Yeah. His first season, he had a lot of early injury issues, but then sort of mid-season when the Suns obviously were in need of a point guard, that's when we had the whole let Beal deal and just put him out. And there were some successful moments, and he seemed to be more vested, and just his effort level and aggression was better than I thought this last year. I thought he really regressed, took a step back. Maybe it was all premeditated. I don't know, but obviously a lot of the team just looked like the whole quiet quitting thing that we dubbed it, just based on the lack of energy and aggression and intensity. To me, there wasn't a softer team in the league than the Phoenix Suns. So with that in mind, as they rebuild this roster, you're right. From the outside looking in and doing the math, it seems like, okay, why would they have made the moves they did make and added the pieces they did add if Bradley Beal was still a possibility to be on the roster this season? That does not seem likely.
They're making moves as if he's not here, except they don't have the final say of if he's not here. And unless, the only way that you can say, okay, you're not here, is you just don't play him. It still makes it impossible for you to build a complete team because you've got money tied up in him. And more than that, it's just the punishment of being up in the aprons that the NBA has set out there where you're not going to be able to do anything as far as building a team. But you can mitigate the, hey, this guy is eating up minutes when he's available, but he's not reliable enough for us to rely on him, that he'll be there every night. You can mitigate that by just sitting him. You can just do that, and then maybe he's like, hey, get me out of here. But it's such an awkward situation. And Paulie, I assume somebody told you we're live on YouTube. I'm looking at the YouTube live chat right now. Oh, boy. Yeah, you're being streamed across the world right now. This is not about you, but Carlos wrote in, hey, no matter what happens with Beal, at least we still have $2 hot dogs. So you got to be like Carlos. You got to find the positives in the situation, okay? Yeah.
Could there? Okay, I'm trying to be Paulie positive.
All right, Paulie positive.
Could there be a new and improved Bradley Beal with new and improved leadership? A new head coach who can perhaps do a better job of relating to Bradley Beal? Not going on a limb here, I think any coach other than what we saw to Mike Budenholzer last year relates better to players than Coach Bud did.
I would agree with that.
So
I'm on board with that.
Right. And then we heard Brian Gregory say his introductory press conference said he had already been out and had dinner with Bradley Beal.
Wonder how that dinner went. Like, hey, Brad, you want to pick up the check and waive your no trade clause?
Well, if Rick has it there, I think, and 3 is the number on this one. Let's see, we had Zach Gallen, we had Mike Fitzgerald. Maybe here's what's going through the head of the new Suns GM when he was dining with Bradley Beal. What can I get for this guy? If I put him on the auction block, is there anybody step right up?
I actually have the sounder if he's thinking, what can I get for this guy? Okay, you ready? Here, let's play it real quick. That's it. What can I get for this guy?
Jack to the squad.
It's more like, what do I have to give up to move this guy at this point? That's kind of where they are.
Because wouldn't he be gone already? Or does that just speak to the degree of difficulty, why he's still here, and while he'll continue to still be here until, I don't know, Labor Day, Friday, a Labor Day weekend, and a Friday news dump? Oh, by the way, Bradley Beal, we told him to go home, just like Jay Crowder. And you bury that news?
But it doesn't help you. It helps you a little bit, but it still doesn't help you as far as roster construction. The only way this becomes news is if he's like, yeah, I'll take the pay hit. You can let me go. I'll go play somewhere else. and I'll make up that money. I would think he would make up that money, honestly. If the Suns are paying him all but $13.5 million of his salary stretched out over 4 years, I'm guessing he would make up that money if he went and played somewhere else. But
I don't think he's given up the trade clause, and I don't think he's taken the haircut.
All I know is this Beal sucks.
The voice of reason comes in. Oh,
Thank
it gets
you.
buzzed. His
Wow.
first buzz ever. That was your first buzz ever, wasn't it?
That was an honor. I was thinking about it. It was going to kill me if I didn't say it.
He took one for the team. That was Booth against Booth crime right there.
Yeah,
one guy buzzering down the other.
Took a lot of joy and but he made direct eye contact and just hit the buzzer. And
Still not worse than showing up 45 minutes early to the movie, though.
There's no coming back from that.
That's true.
I needed some AC.
Yeah, that is the low of the show, and then Luke's untradeable Beal is the high of the show.
Yeah,
it
is
really
until
is.
you think about it and you're like, wait, no, he's actually untradeable. So it's not really a high. It's just depressing in a different framing. When we come back, final segment of the show today. Diamondbacks back at it tonight. What are our expectations for Merrill Kelly tonight against San Francisco? He's faced them once this season already. We'll get you all that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I will never think of Tyus Jones and not think about how I thought he was the missing piece when they got him. Gambo brings it up all the time. About that day we were at Cardinals training camp when he told me that he thought they were going to get Tyus Jones, and I was so excited because I'm like, man, I cannot believe their good fortune that Tyus Jones just fell into their lap like this. They are so going to the Western Conference Finals with him as their point guard, and just kind of chalk him up to yet another thing that we were anticipating and so exciting about that ultimately let us down.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. My knees are my trouble spot. But for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week, I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
You know, I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move, move, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Halfway through the series against the Giants, what has stood out the most from the Arizona Diamondbacks? We will react on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
Well, that means this is the final segment of the show for us. Paulie, thank you for stepping in and doing Wolf's job for him.
Well, once again, I refuse to work with Wolf 2 days in a row because I always need a mental health day the day after. So, but with you, Luke, it's always a pleasure.
I appreciate that. The compliment being better than Wolf.
But yes, T-minus, 8 minutes? And then we're going to be like that fan in left field. Out of here.
I don't even really know where to go from that except to play this cut from Jake McCarthy, which we played at the start of the show. And it feels like a good way to play on the way out of the show, too.
Earmuffs.
This is from the TV broadcast after the game yesterday. D-backs win. Jake McCarthy, he's been back for 7 games. He's on a 6-game hitting streak. And last night, hit the home run, one of the 4 home runs. And
big home run.
This to Todd Walsh.
Big home run.
Big finish. With Todd Walsh and Josh Colementer actually on the broadcast last night. And here was Jake McCarthy.
Let people doubt. I welcome it. Our team welcomes it. The people who want to count us out, who think we're done, they don't know. They don't know. I'll just leave it at that, all right?
I like the I'll just leave it at that. That's my favorite part.
I like the whole thing. I really do.
But the I'll just leave it at that implies, do I need to add to that or did I get my point across? No, I think I got my point across. There you go.
And, adroitly so, they ended the interview right there. That's the epitome of the walk-off moment. Drop the mic. Look, that's the kind of attitude they need. Jake McCarthy, former football player. Bring a little bit of that. Wolf was here right now. Speaking of Wolf, he'd be out of the chair. I love all that, Basinonians. Right? He'd be all fired up over that because when you're met with adversity, right, you can either admit defeat or you can buckle up the old chin strap. And at least the last couple of games, that's exactly what the D-backs have done after the heinous weekend sweep at the hands of the Marlins, where you didn't just lose, you played bad ball. So now you try and come out. That's what we said off the top of the show. The D&D back needs to stand for declare. Declare yourself a legitimate contender. Because if you lose tonight, Luke, you fall back to 500. Mm-hmm. Your record overall, your record at home, your record on the road, your record in the last 10, all 50-50 right down the middle.
Yeah. No, it's uncanny how when their backs are against the wall, they look like the sort of team you don't want to mess with. But when they start to get a little bit above 500, it kind of trails off. It's really weird. And I mean, you had the stats earlier this week of just everything, basically split it right down the middle. They are a 500 team. It hasn't felt like it watching them day to day. There are days where it's like, this team's going to win the World Series. And there are days where it's like, this team's going to make me stop following sports.
It has been a roller coaster ride. Hint, hint. It has been a roller coaster ride, no doubt. That's what you have to do. You have to try and eliminate that. All right. Now, look, it gives you plenty of fodder. You and Wolf every day you get to talk about it, the highs and the lows, and there's a lot of drama, a lot of storylines. I mean, Wolf, tries to make those comparisons to Love Island all the time. It's not quite that much drama, but, just get down to business and play solid baseball. And you know what? A lot of things that have plagued the D-backs are correctable and controllable, like some of the brain-dead defense that's inexplicable and inexcusable. You can fix that. Stuff like, some of the base running gaffes and so forth, which you haven't seen a lot of lately, thankfully. Now all of a sudden, okay, if you can get some confidence back, I just think the bullpen did a number on the team confidence. Because when is a loss more than a loss? When it should have been a win. And it can get really deflating to blow some of those games.
There's not really anything like it in sports. I mean, you can go, look, you play football and your quarterback, it just isn't good, then obviously that's going to take away from it. If you play hockey and your goalie's just out there letting shots in that shouldn't go in, you kind of know you're not going to win that night. But they're not the same as what you're describing where, man, we're up. I mean, we had Mike Fitzgerald on earlier. He's like, one of our main goals is to be up after 6 innings. And they are one of the very best teams in baseball at doing that. But they lose games like that sometimes, more often than most teams. And it's just like there is not more of a damaging, rip your heart out sort of way to lose in sports than, we were up late and we lost. Because at a certain point, it's like, and we know it's this same group of guys. I mean, your first baseman's not pitching, right? Your third baseman's not pitching. Your number 2 starter is not pitching. You know it's the same group of guys. So they have overcome that to a certain extent. But to your point, Paul, if they lose tonight, they're still a 500 team, even though it doesn't feel like that day to day.
The question I forgot to ask Mike Fitzgerald? Dang it!
Let's get back on the phone.
Was 2 games ago, Ryan Nelson gets pulled on the hard pitch count of 88, and then the next pitch thrown ties the game.
Yeah.
I should ask him, what did you throw? When you were in the executive suite, what did you throw? Did you throw your coffee cup? Did you throw
something right out the window?
Your cell phone? Like, what did you throw?
Here's the question I have to ask you that I didn't get to ask you yesterday. In all your years of working with Wolf, how many times have people come up to you and been like, hey, what is Wolf saying when he says Basinoni? What does that mean? Because that is the question that I've had to answer more than any other over the last couple of years.
Well, typically I shut down any questions about Wolf, to be honest with you. It's just sort of a non-starter.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that's not in your contract?
I consider myself really approachable, except when Wolf comes. But
fair enough.
Yeah. 20 years ago, I tried to get him off that. Obviously, I had zero success, like most everything else in life. So there you go. That's why now he's getting ridiculed by Frank Caliendo to the point with the whole Basinonians, right?
So it came full circle.
Yeah.
I'm looking in the chat one last time before we head out of here. YouTube live chat. A lot of people saying, why don't we just trade Bradley Beal for LeBron? Just move the two guys in the NBA that have no trade clauses for each other.
Are you telling me nobody has made a comment about my splendicular tie-dye shirt that I'm wearing here, the party shirt going into the holiday weekend?
This one right here says this made me close the YouTube window. Or that I wrote that. Hold on. Sorry.
Nothing as good as the guy who said about the birthday post from the Suns. Bradley Beal. Then he went on the injured list after blowing out his candles. That was the winning line of the show. There's no doubt about that.
Merrill Kelly on the mound tonight has been the model of consistency really since he got to the Diamondbacks years ago. Last 3 games has given up 9 runs over 16 innings, so maybe a bounce back is in order tonight. He pitched great against the Giants earlier this season.
By the way, what does this shirt say? Those 2 words right across the top?
It says Sierra and Nevada.
Sierra Nevada time, everyone.
Come on.
Stay frosty, Arizona.
Thanks to Command and Control. Thanks to Paul Calvisi. I'm Luke Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here's the first pitch. He swings, he grounds it towards second, sliding Cattell, pops to his feet, and he throws to first in time. Ball game. The Diamondbacks win by a final score of 8-2.
2 down, 2 to go versus the Giants. Game 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. That's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it.
I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce.
Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks are looking to clinch the series tonight against the Giants, and they're looking to string a third quality start in there as well. Merrill Kelly, the man on the mound tonight. He opposes right-hander Landon Roop. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, today at 4 o'clock is when we will learn the the results of MLB All-Star Voting Phase 2. Ketel Marte has a chance of starting at second base for his second consecutive Midsummer Classic. Reserves for the All-Star game will be announced on Sunday at 2, and we'll see if any other D-backs will be potentially joining Ketel in Atlanta. And the NFL's top 100 list trickling out bit by bit, and we have our first Arizona Cardinal, Josh Sweat. He enters the conversation at number 95 on the list. As a reminder, the NFL's top 100 players is voted on by their peers. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, enjoy him while you got him, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Gambo says to me before we do the show, let's do this 4-hour radio show so I can get to Europe. Come on,
let's go. Let's go.
That's the spirit, Gambo. That's the
Let's
spirit.
go.
Yeah, let's get this 4
I
hours.
got him.
So Gambo can get on that big jet plane and fly over to Europe.
Yeah, Saturday. I'm leaving Saturday. On the way to Catania, Sicily. Go see all my family in Sicily.
Lovely.
And then I'm going to depart Sicily, head over to Munich, Germany for a short stint in Munich, Germany, and then head over to Austria, where I've always wanted to stay in this little town called Hallstatt, Austria. Hallstatt. I'll spend 3 days there, and then I'm going to go over to Vienna and spend 2 days in Vienna, and then I'll come back.
Wow.
I think I'll come back. I think.
Wait, you handicap this for us.
Oh, man.
What percentage chance is it that you don't come back?
I don't know.
Asking for a friend.
I always hate leaving.
Okay.
I always hate leaving.
But you have to come back.
I have to come back.
Okay, so this is 0% chance. You're just you're just all talk. You're coming back. Of course you're coming back.
Yeah, I don't know. One day I'm going to go there and not come back.
Well, yeah, but you'll give us a heads up on that day, right?
Yeah,
it won't be a surprise like this.
This was like when we always waited for Fitz to sign his annual 1-year, $11 million deal. What if just Gambo just fades off into retirement like Fitz did?
What if he didn't come back?
What happens?
What if one? Let's just say it's a great
Yeah,
comp.
yeah.
What if one day John Gambadoro just doesn't come back?
I think they'd want some notice.
It's sort of like
I have a meeting with the bosses when I get back on,
okay,
on whether I'm going to do the one more year or not.
Wow.
So I do have a meeting with the powers that be on whether this is it or I do the one more year.
It's like Affleck knocking at Matt Damon's door in Good Will Hunting. Like, one of these days, I just expect you to be gone. You need to be gone.
Right,
you need to not be here anymore.
And I have heard a rumor that, like Fitz, Gambo has more career tackles than he does have drops. I've heard that as well.
Really?
No, that's the joke.
Oh, we're talking about drops.
Well, today's Wednesday, which is the day after Tuesday. Tuesday's a magical day for Zach Gallen.
Magical day.
Just ask. It's our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
And here's the first pitch. He swings, he grounds it towards second, sliding Ketel, pops to his feet, and he throws to first in time. Ball game. The Diamondbacks win by a final score of 8-2. He got homers from Gurriel, from Grichuk, from McCarthy, and from McCann. As the D-backs now again back over 500 at 43-42.
That sounds like a law firm. McCarthy and McCann.
It does.
Call McCarthy and McCann for all of your injury needs.
So over under, how many Tuesday tweets did
you get? Tons of them.
I mean, don't over exaggerate, but seriously, how many Tuesday tweets did you get?
Probably like 10 to 15.
Okay, because you had mentioned yesterday during D-backs on
Just
deck,
pitch them on Tuesdays.
that Zach Gallen's record on Tuesdays is spectacular.
It was like 10-1 with an ERA in the twos, like something crazy. I'll see if I can find it for you, but it was ridiculously good. Like, he's great on a Tuesday. And he was great yesterday. What I loved more than anything, no walks. No walks. Not one walk. I loved that.
That's how you got to do it, Zach. That's the Zach Gallen we all know and love.
Zach.
That's my guy.
Way to go,
That's my guy, Zach Gallen.
I don't remember who used it. It was either Nick Picoro or it was our own Alex Weiner. They used the word vintage to describe that performance, and I put it in my notes because it's the perfect word to describe what Zach Gallen did last night. It was vintage. That's now whether it's going to last, I don't know. Has he turned a corner? I have no idea.
The pitches on Tuesdays were good.
Even after the game, he was like, "Yeah, guys, I don't know. I mean, have I turned a corner? I'm not exactly sure." That's a question for a little later on in this segment. But that's the Zach Gallen who has spoiled us for the last 5 years. His ability to locate the fastball and to work off of the swing and miss curveball, right? Like all the other stuff he does is really, really good, but that's the basic core vintage Zach Gallen performance. I'm going to throw this fastball exactly where I want to throw it, and I'm going to make you swing and miss on the curveball, and I'm going to expand the zone. It was perfect. I mean, it was some hard contact early. He gave up the home run to Adames. The Diamondbacks were throwing the ball around the yard.
Throwing the ball around the yard.
There was some of that.
Yeah, there was one run. It wasn't his fault. I mean, Alec Thomas threw a relay that got by Perdomo and then got by Perdomo, and then it got by.
Don't get lazy on us before your vacation. Don't get sloppy.
And then it got by Marte. And the runner got to third, and then he scored on a ground ball to Pavin Smith. And so that was an unearned run. But overall, 10 strikeouts. I love the way he finished the game. I mean, absolutely. The last hit was the one in which Devers was thrown out at the plate.
Final 12 batters he faced.
Right. Yeah. And we struck out the side in like the fifth inning. He finished strong. He looked fantastic. Now, that's good for the Diamondbacks right now. And it's good for the Diamondbacks down the road. It helps the Diamondbacks now stay in contention. It also helps them if they've got to trade Zach Gallen, because any scout at that game is like, yeah, he looked great last night.
Yeah,
like,
it's there.
It's
I
there.
mean, it's still there.
Right.
If you can figure out a way to unlock it, whether it's pitching him Tuesday, whether it's James McCann who caught him. I know Zach Gallen was very complimentary of the work of McCann after the game. Zach himself after the game, look, he was asked, according to what I read, he was asked 3 different times, does this mean you're back? Are you back? Or is everything okay? And he said, honestly, it's kind of hard to say.
I don't know. I mean, I've had some days where I've felt pretty good, and the results have been, less than stellar. And I've had some days where I felt, the results. At least I felt like I was making pitches. The lines probably didn't do me a service in terms of how I felt like I pitched. So, yeah, I mean, for me, it's just kind of both sides. Now how you start, it's how you finish. So, see what we got. A lot of baseball left to play.
I know this.
A lot of baseball to play.
I looked at his game logs.
Okay.
Right? I looked at his whole season just in kind of numerical form in game log. The only time he's followed up a good start with another good start was when he pitched back-to-back games against the New York Mets. And it was one great start after another. Other than that, there have been moments this year where Zach Gallen has pitched very, very well. The problem has almost always come in him following up those moments with something good after that. And just about every single start he's had this year, he's followed it up with 3 or 4 clunkers. So for me, and maybe this is an oversimplification, to answer the question, is Zach Gallen back? Is everything okay? Has he figured it out? I don't think we're really going to be even close to answering a question like that until his next start. Right? Like if he can do this on back-to-back starts.
Okay, then he turns it around.
Like 3 straight, then you go, okay, now maybe you're onto something. Because every other time, he's pretty much followed up a great start with 2 or 3 real clunkers.
Well, that's what I feel like. I feel like there's no middle ground with him. I feel like it's either a great start or a clunker.
Oh, boy.
I feel like there's no middle ground. Hey, how was Zach Gallen today? He was fine. No, he's either great or he sucks.
Okay, this came from our own Alex Weiner. I had this in my notes, and I'm glad you brought this up. I don't even think you meant to. In 4 starts this season, Zach Gallen has gone at least 6 2/3 with either no or 1 earned runs allowed. He's also had 6 starts this season where he's allowed at least 5 earned runs. So to your point, in 10 starts, we've seen 4 that have been extremely awesome and 6 that have been extremely brutal. And like there is some middle ground.
Not
in there,
enough.
But it's not enough.
Right.
Right. Not a lot of middle ground for him. Not a ton of wiggle room. It's either been really good or it's been really poor. And there's been very few times where there's been anything in between. So
yeah. There was a lot to like about his performance last night. And you almost feel like that is the recipe of success for the Diamondbacks. Your starter has to go 7 innings.
Yeah.
Your starter's got to go 7.
Yep.
If you can get your starter to go 7 now, obviously the offense was great last night.
Hitting 4 home runs goes a long way too, doesn't it?
But I do think that that is a key for them is to not to have to rely on the bullpen for more than 6 outs.
Yeah, there's no doubt. To me, they go. I will not waver from my idea. You got to score runs. You got to score runs. You got to score runs to give yourself as much wiggle room as you possibly can. Diamondbacks going into play today are 3 games back in the wild card race. Still a whole slew of teams in front of them. But it's funny, if you look at all the teams in front of them, and this is up to date right now, the Cincinnati Reds have lost 2 straight. The Giants have lost 4 straight. The Cardinals have lost 3 straight. The Padres won today, I believe, so they got off of their losing streak. The Mets have lost 4 straight. Everybody in front of the Diamondbacks is, again, there's still a big traffic jam of teams in front of them in the standings, but everybody in front of them is losing while the Diamondbacks are winning, which certainly helps make up some of that ground. Whether it's enough or not, I don't know. A chance to win the series, though, a 4-game series win with Merrill Kelly on the bump tonight.
You feel good about it.
Gotta like that.
Yeah, you felt so bad after they went 4-5 against 3 bad teams on in a 9-game span, but they bounced back with 2 wins against the Giants. That's what this team does. They fight. They're trying to keep themselves in it as best they can.
Today is the final day to win D-backs Royals tickets. Text the word firework to 620-620. Start listening at 7 a.m. for your chance to win. You're going to want to listen during our 4 o'clock hour today because that's when we'll be giving away a pair of tickets as well. So during our 4 o'clock hour, you want to get registered? Text the word firework to 620-620 right now. Interesting, it seems like for the first time we heard about a possible landing spot for Bradley Beal if he's bought out. Where could he go? How much interest is there? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text firework to 620-620.
And listen for your name now through July 2nd.
For your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union, 10 branches throughout the Valley, a super easy-to-use mobile app that puts you in constant control of your finances. Global Credit Union, because they offer everything that a bank offers, checking accounts and savings accounts and loans. They just do it so much better than a bank does, because a bank, ultimately, at the end of the day, is answering to Wall Street and shareholders and stockholders and things like that. Global Credit Union answers to you, their members. Their members collectively make up the decision-making parts of this. And because of that, Global's members collectively save a ton of money because there's low to no fee on their accounts. They get higher interest rates than they could at a bank. As a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It is a better way to bank, and it's time for you to find out why. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-backs patriotic tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hot dogs and baseball. Name a better duo. Doghouse Downtown Phoenix brings the ultimate game day flavors 24/7. Savor all beef house dogs on King's Hawaiian rolls or dig into their new Big Belly burgers. Score big with happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. and all day Sunday. Plus, check out their lineup of craft brews. Find them at Central and Washington or order right now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes.
We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything? Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, you know, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Arizona sports.
You know what's amazing about the Beal situation is that I think the question has to be, what teams does Bradley Beal have interest in? You got to find a place that he wants to go to.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, back here on this Wednesday, and yeah, Bradley Beal waiting, trying to figure out what's going to happen. Is he going to get traded? Is he going to get bought out? If so, you know, the money he has to give back. We had Kevin O'Connor on yesterday. Always appreciate when Kevin comes on from Yahoo Sports, who, you know, like as we've said many times, the Phoenix Suns don't have much of a choice here. They have to move off Bradley Beal.
They have to, for Jalen Green's sake, and like also for the young guys. Like Rasheer Fleming is a guy who's going to be getting 3-point shots. Kobe Brea, their second-round pick, is going to be a weapon. So it's like you want those younger players, not to mention Jalen Green, getting those opportunities in those minutes, not a guy who, A, you don't want to be there, and B, doesn't even want to be there. He's not part of your future. So like they have to get rid of him regardless of what it has to be, whether it's waiving him or buying him out, stretching the contract, like whatever the way you got to do it, you got to get rid of Bradley Beal.
For the first time, Gambo, we've got a team that has been mentioned as a possible landing spot for Bradley Beal if he were to get bought out. I think it's the first time anyway. I don't recall any other team being mentioned.
No.
Have you?
I think there are. People I've spoken with said Milwaukee would take him, like Golden State would take him.
Okay.
You know, maybe the Lakers, like, because, you know, but the problem with some of these teams is they only have like the 5.6 million mid-level, not the 14 million. So some of these teams that may want him can't give him 14 million. They could give him like 5.6. So that might come into the issue of, okay, you're literally going to have to walk away from some money. So that's the thing I would say is I do think there are, if he's just out there on the market, available to sign with anybody, Burnsy, I see 3 to 4, maybe 5 teams that would sign him. But again, I think that the amount of money he would get is limited because I do think some of those teams only have the 5.6 million.
I hadn't heard, maybe I was on vacation when it happened. I hadn't heard you say the Bucks or the Lakers or what the Warriors was the other one you mentioned. Yamdasuk of ESPN suggested on NBA Today that the LA Clippers could be a potential destination for Beal if the Suns were to decide to waive and stretch the remaining contract of Bradley Beal. Quote, if Bradley Beal were to be bought out of his contract, perhaps the Clippers would be a player for him. The Clippers have always been advantageous about getting stars on the cheap in the past, and this is a very good point. They've gotten point guards like John Wall, Rajon Rondo, and Russell Westbrook. They could be very advantageous if something like that unforeseen would happen, Jan Nusuk said on ESPN's NBA Today. That's where, and we talked with O'Connor about this yesterday, that's where the urgency of getting this done as soon as possible, it's certainly on the Suns' side, so it can unlock their roster and get them out of the second apron and allow them to do, if there's other moves they want to make, they can aggregate contracts or do whatever. For Beal, if he's really not going to be with Phoenix, he's going to want to get this done as soon as possible.
Yes.
So he can go to a team that can give him the most money they possibly can before all that money dries up. Right? Like you got to do it now before, like, the teams he might want to go to. Sorry, dude. All we've got is the veterans minimum left, and he might not want that. There's an urgency here to both sides that needs to exist.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, I mean, and for the Suns, it's really all about getting under the aprons and figuring this out somehow, some way. Look, you explore every option you can to trade him. And if you could trade him to another team and take back a bad contract and the buyout is less, then that's even better, right? I mean, if you're able to trade him somewhere to a team, and you're bringing back a guy that makes a little bit less money, you're buying out less money than when you're buying out with Bradley Beal in all likelihood. But I went out on a freaking limb a while ago, and I said there's a 0% chance Bradley Beal comes back. Mm-hmm. And I got a lot of crap for it for a long time because many people didn't think it was possible. Like, a lot of people, there's no way. Like, there's nothing you could do. Like, he's in control of the situation. I don't expect him to be back. I've never expected him to be back. I don't want him back. Well, I don't think the fans want him back.
Those are two different issues. I mean, us not wanting him back, the fans not wanting him back. Look, based off of who you're speaking to and what you're reporting and your sourcing and all that stuff, the only reason why I bring up even a sliver of doubt about this is the control Bradley Beal has over the situation. He doesn't have to go anywhere if he doesn't want to. In some ways, it's an insane amount of control for one player to have in this league. I mean, the no trade clause is one thing. LeBron is the only other player who has it. But to be able to, no, I'm not going to accept less than the buyout. I want the full amount. And knowing the Suns can't give it to him gives him a measure of, like, in both paths the Suns have to get rid of Bradley Beal. He can say no to either one of them. That's the only thing I reckon with when I wonder, is that he has veto power? He has veto power. Is there even a chance he comes back with the Suns next year? Because the two avenues to get rid of him, he can say no to either one of them if he wants. And that's undeniable.
I don't think so.
Like, he has that power.
I know he does. I don't think he comes back, Bernsey. There's a point where, like, they don't want you. You know? I mean, okay, like, if your wife keeps telling you she doesn't want you, so we want to keep going home? Like, you know? Like, she's, I don't want you anymore. Like, you keep coming in the door? Hi, honey, what's for dinner tonight? When are you going to leave? I told you I want a divorce.
Great.
Oh, that's fine. I'll just take the couch again.
Great.
It's all good.
Are you walking the dog tonight or me?
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, want to go to breakfast tomorrow morning? No, I never want to see you again.
What a terrible.
How about a weekend getaway? Yes.
How about you
could go. Yes.
What terrible.
You could go to Zimbabwe. Go away.
Sickening analogy that is, but yeah.
I have how many points? Like, they don't want you.
I don't know.
They don't want you. Like, how do you stay?
I don't know. That to me is the thing that I'm assuming it's been communicated to him. I'm assuming by this point he knows and he understands that he'd be coming back to a place where he's not wanted, where he's not welcome. The fact that he would still want to be here through all of that, you know, I just, unless that hasn't been communicated to him, unless that hasn't been explained to him by the powers that be, but I would think at this point it has been, and that's what Kevin O'Connor was talking about with the level of urgency for this.
I think there's urgency for both sides, really. I think for the Suns, there's urgency, and if I'm Bradley Beal's representation, I want him to be let go as soon as possible as well, because eventually those, mid-level exceptions, $14.1 million, are going to get dried up. Teams are going to offer those elsewhere, and the preferred destinations aren't going to be there for you anymore.
But here's what I think the Clippers story is interesting to me. All right, and I want to make this point before we take a break, because we got Torrey Lovello coming up. The Clippers situation is interesting to me because I think part of what's going to motivate Bradley Beal to want to go is knowing that he's got a place that he wants to go and play. And the Clippers might be that place. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like Charlotte wants you. It's not like Chicago wants you if you're cut. The LA Clippers won 50 basketball games with James Harden. And if they want you, and if Kawhi Leonard wants you, and if Ty Lue, that might,
it's a good spot, good landing spot.
Make you feel like, you know what? Okay, on second thought, let's go. Okay, let's go. I have
you need a little push.
I have a place that I want to play and a place that wants me, and now I can leave. And I hope that's the motivation it takes to kind of take this story to the next level.
That's where the guy whose wife doesn't want him, a friend needs to say, hey, I know a few girls that are interested in dating you. I'm telling you, if you're out there on the market, I know a few girls that be interested in dating you.
Oh, boy.
They wouldn't pay you as much, but, you know.
Good
night, everybody.
No, just trust me. If you think that is the path to you getting out of here and going to Europe, you are sadly mistaken. You owe us 3.5 more hours of work after that awful analogy.
Okay.
Torey Lovello is next. We'll talk Diamondbacks baseball with the manager as they've won the first 2 against the San Francisco Giants. Just when we think they're out, they pull us back in. We'll talk with Torey about the state of the D-backs next on Burns and Gambo.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Torey Lovello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Torey. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
born in the birthplace of tequila. Estrella Jalisco is the golden Mexican Pilsner with roots in Jalisco, Mexico since 1910. The finest ingredients are always used to deliver a smooth and flavorful taste with a crisp finish that leaves you refreshed. We're proud to bring you this authentic and delicious Mexican beer, perfect for pairing with food and enjoying with friends. Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are looking to clinch the series tonight against the Giants, and they're looking for a third consecutive quality start on the mound. And Merrill Kelly is that man on the mound tonight. He opposes right-hander Landon Roop. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, today at 4 o'clock is when we will learn the results for MLB All-Star Voting Phase 2. Ketel Marte has a chance of starting at second base for the second consecutive Midsummer Classic. The reserves for the All-Star game will be announced on Sunday at 2 o'clock. And we'll see then if any other Diamondbacks potentially join Ketel in Atlanta. And the NFL's top 100 list trickling out bit by bit, and the very first Arizona Cardinal has appeared. It's Josh Sweat who enters the conversation at number 95 on the list. As a reminder, the NFL's top 100 players is voted on by their peers. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs.
Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Now, normally we talk to Torey on Fridays because of the 4th of July weekend and a holiday floating that we have around here at the station. Today actually is our Friday. But Torey Lovello was cool enough to join us on a Wednesday anyway for his weekly segment, the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, as the D-backs taking on the Giants tonight after winning the first 2 of the series. Torey Lovello joins us here on Burns and Gambo. Happy Wednesday to you, Torey. How we doing today?
Yeah, thank you. Happy Wednesday to you, too. Welcome back. And Wednesday's a little weird for me right now, but we'll get it done.
Okay,
we'll get it done.
Thank you. Yes, we will get it done. We will persevere.
Burns, you got a little vacation time. I got mine coming up, so you'll do without me next week. I hope you'll be okay.
I don't know about that. You know, the show takes a big hit when one of you guys steps away, but I get it. I get it. You need a little pick-me-up time. I'll give that to you guys.
All right. Now, listen, I know you respect your elders, and I think I'm older than you by a little bit, right? How old are you right now?
59.
Oh, you got me. All right. You got me by a couple of months. All right. Because I'm going to make a decision here that's best for the organization. You've got Zach Gallen scheduled to pitch on Sunday against Kansas City. I'm going to scratch him and pitch him Tuesday against San Diego. And then you've got him going again on Friday, July 11th. I'm going to scratch him and pitch him on the Tuesday that follows that. Because these numbers for Zach Gallen on Tuesdays, I think we've got something here, Skip. In his last 14 starts, he's 10-1 with an ERA of like 2.8 on Tuesdays. Can we just pitch him every Tuesday?
Oh, my God. That's good. I like that type of stuff. It's like Tuesday Night Lights, right? Yeah. Let's make a TV show out of it.
14,
I think that's fantastic.
In his last 14 starts on Tuesday, he's got a 10-1 record with an ERA of 2.8. I got to make an executive decision here and overrule you. We got to scratch him from his next start and move him to Tuesday.
Oh my God! We need to put you in the front office here. How about that one? In your next life, you need to be a GM. I think it'd be a great idea.
Hazen would love that.
Yeah, I love it too. Look, the bottom line is he threw the ball good yesterday, and that's all we're going to focus on. He was challenging hitters in the zone. He was just attacking with a 3-4 pitch mix, and it was a Zach type of outing, right? He gave us 7 good innings. We've been extremely thin in the bullpen for the past couple of days. But at the end of the day, when Zach throws like that, we're going to move in the right direction. So let me run that up the flagpole.
Okay.
I'll let the boys know that we got to push him back a day or two, and we'll figure this out.
Just every Tuesday, he'll never lose a game. All right, what I liked about him last night, more than anything, I liked the no walks. And I like him getting ahead of it. Even if you look at the Yaz single in the first inning, he had him 0-2, and then it was 2-2. If you look at the Adames home run, he had him 0-2. And he challenged him, and I want that. I want I want to see him challenge guys 0-2, and if he gets beat, he gets beat. Instead of, beating around the bush, and all of a sudden it's 3-2 because he's trying to paint the corners. I'd rather give up a solo home run with him challenging guys. Did you feel last night that he was attacking a little bit more?
For sure, and I agree with you completely on this. I didn't love the 0-2 home run. That's your time to dance. Set up a pitch by throwing a fastball, getting the plate back, and then going out there and executing 1-2-2-2 to finish off the hitter. But I agree. All good starting pitchers, all good pitchers in Major League Baseball throw the ball where they want. They put it on the plate. They're not afraid of contact, and they allow their defense to go out there and make plays. Zach was exceptional with that yesterday. And you're right. The first batter of the game, even though it yielded a base hit, he was in the zone. The scouting report on Zach, I'm sure, is he's real good early in the count, gets ahead of you, then starts to pick at the zone, and you'll find yourself getting back into counts. That wasn't the case yesterday. He was doing a really good job of finishing off the hitter.
How much do you think Devers getting thrown out at home plate changed the course of that game last night?
Yeah, that totally changed the trajectory of the game for me, right? And they go up 3-0. Maybe we were a little flatline for a couple of innings, but that inspired the team. It gave us a lot of energy. So credit to AT for closing on the ball. You don't wait for the ball to come to you when that's happening. You charge the ball. We work on that real hard. Charge the ball, close that distance between you and home plate, and get off a strong, accurate throw. And it was a great tag by McCann. So I think that was those little team concepts, those little team plays where a couple things have to happen in order for you to get an out, builds a little energy. So we came back in the dugout after the reversal, the replay reversal, and the boys were fired up, and I think that really translated.
Jake McCarthy had a great game last night. He had the big 3-run home run. He had the comments after the game that no doubt by now you've heard about him, what he had to say. And I'm just curious from your perspective, there doesn't seem to be a day that goes by where there isn't some story wondering which one of your guys you're going to sell around the deadline because you have so many guys that you could if you were. Does that motivate? Does that inspire? Is that something you guys talk about? Is that something that hangs over you guys as an organization, knowing that we're getting to that deadline and there are so many players in that room who get talked about in that fashion?
Well, first of all, we got a good baseball team, and I don't want it to get to that. I keep telling Mike, just let's breathe a little bit and let this team show you where they can take this. And he trusts me, but he's going to have to make decisions on this on one side or the other. And we know what that means. It is the elephant in the room that's rarely talked about because I don't want anybody to be distracted or have that conversation because I feel like they'll be taken away from their ability to go out, stay present, and be the best version of themselves to play in this baseball game. So the conversations that are had, I'm not included in those. I don't know what direction they're going to go in. I just know when Mike comes in here, I'm fighting for this team to stay together because I feel like we haven't played our best baseball yet.
We had Ryan Nelson on the show yesterday, and obviously, you took him out of the game, and the fans were not happy, and they were booing you. Let's talk about the pitch count. Let's talk about the information that you are using to make these decisions, to try to help him not get injured and be able to pitch every fifth day. Because, again, fans just look at it and say, my God, he's pitching great. Why would you take him out of the game? Now, Murillo, in the month of June, was outstanding. He was outstanding. So you went to the right guy. He just gave up a base hit. But talk about the pitch count with Ryan with me.
Yeah, look, I was booing myself after I took him out of the game, and then certainly when the double happened, I didn't have that on the bingo card. I felt like we were going to get out of that inning clean and win a baseball game 2-0. But look, there's parts of the game that I feel like I can't explain. I don't want to explain, but there's a good reason for everything that we're doing here. I'm not a dope. I know what I see, and when somebody's dealing, the last thing I want to do is get in their way. But we got to protect our athletes. At the end of the day, if Ryan Nelson were to get into that range of pitches where he comes up lame and is injured, really, that's our last line of excellent starting pitching. I know guys are developing in AAA and working hard, but Ryan is elite, and he's starting to show that he's taking this thing to the next level. So while we have asked him to do so much in, out of the rotation, back and forth a couple of times, and we have not had great results here in Arizona with that. Goes back to Randall Delgado, who had arm surgery, Dre Jameson, who had arm surgery. So we have learned in a very, very difficult way through some hard knocks that we've got to be stubborn to certain things. And I ran him over the pitch count. So that one's on me. So if he woke up yesterday and had a bad elbow, that's on me. But thank God he didn't. At the end of the day, I've got to just really follow the protocols, and that's all that matters to me, is keeping these boys healthy so they can go out and perform and help us win games.
There are reports that the Diamondbacks have signed reliever Jake Woodford to a major league contract and that Juan Murillo is headed down to Reno. Is that something that you can talk about, that you're able to talk about at this point? And if so, what role do you see Woodford playing in your bullpen, Skip?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and crack that with you guys and let you know that Jake is here. And so he's been pitching really well in AAA, and we're trying. Our front offices, they make these moves, and they're constantly trying to upgrade our system and get people like Jake into the mix to help us win baseball games. So what the role will be, we've got 5 really good starting pitchers right now. We'll dump them into the bullpen and let them cover a little bit of length for us. But super excited that he's here.
When I look at some of the things that you guys have been able to do offensively, 4 home runs yesterday, you're 3rd in the major leagues in home runs, and it does help, the ability to have that long ball with everybody you've had in the lineup. Are you surprised in some ways how reliant you guys have been on the home run this season?
A little bit. We're averaging 5.2 runs, a little bit over that. That's on pace for what we did last year. We've got really good hitting coaches and that are really good hitters and really good players that are connecting dots and going out there and putting up big numbers and a lot of slugs. So I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the way the group works. They go out and execute at a high level. I'm proud of the way the hitting coaches go out there every single day and invest and commit. They're the hardest working coaches in baseball. They're in the cage all day, every day, just banging away at it with these guys. And when it comes out on the other side where we're scoring over 5 runs, and what we did last year is starting to show up again as a pattern here this year, I'm not surprised by it. I want us to be good hitters. That's it, plain and simple. Good hitters can draw walks. Good hitters can drive up pitch counts. Good hitters can get a base hit with 2 outs and the game on the line. And good hitters can also slug when you get that mistake and that 1-inch mistake that's on the plate and you drive it out of the ballpark.
Quickie for me before we let you go, Skip. I see Josh Naylor is back in your lineup tonight, batting cleanup and as the designated hitter. Is he going to be able to stay there?
Yeah, I feel like he's going to post today. We had that pattern yesterday, and it just got to be a little bit too much for him. And through the course of the swing, there's a lot of intensity to his swing. So at the end of that workout yesterday, he just felt like he couldn't give it everything that he had. Today's a different day. I've already checked in with the medical team. They feel very good about it as well. Josh will go out and test it, but I feel like he's going to play today.
Good stuff. All right, Tori, we appreciate it, man.
All right, buona giornata.
All right, boys, have fun. Gambo, have a good time. We'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you. Sounds good. Tori, we'll talk to you next week. When Gambo's on vacation, Tori Lavello, manager of the Diamondbacks, D-backs, and the Giants coming up. And, yeah, Josh Naylor is back in the lineup tonight. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, is LeBron about to be traded from the Los Angeles Lakers? If he is, he's going to miss out on the opportunity to play with a former Phoenix Sun. I was going to say great, but that's not true. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
D-backs manager Tori Lavello, brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official Cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball.
Diamondbacks baseball. And here's the first pitch. He swings, he grounds it towards second, sliding Cattell, pops to his feet, and he throws to first in time. Ball game. The Diamondbacks win by a final score of 8-2.
2 down, 2 to go versus the Giants. Game 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better, and now they're talking surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back, including me. It's QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine, where they use treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results, and that's not just a number. That's peace of mind that you are exploring something that is truly working for people just like you. And it doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Go learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren's here. She's got our social media poll question of the day on this Wednesday, which is actually kind of our Friday because we have Thursday and Friday off.
We do.
We do. Yes, you're leaving soon.
Yes, leave it on a jet plane.
Indeed.
I actually gave my meal order to the airlines. I got to select my meal.
Important. Good.
Artichoke ravioli I went with.
On an airplane?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have a meal. I don't want to say anything. I have a meal selection. So I selected the artichoke ravioli with some sides. And stuff.
It's too late. I think you.
Gambo's flying on a fancy airplane in a fancy seat, and he's eating artichoke ravioli while doing it.
I
shouldn't
think
have said anything.
You already said it. Yeah, you pretty much already said.
Okay, whatever. I ordered the artichoke ravioli.
Most people fly. They choose between the graham crackers and the peanuts. Gambo's choosing between the filleted salmon or the asparagus ravioli?
I did turn to my flight attendant on our flight back from London, and I said, in between these two containers of slop, which one is better? And she turned back to me and she goes, don't even think about taking that one. So there we go.
They give you the thing, regionally inspired cuisine, maybe made with local ingredients. Select your entree. I went with the artichoke ravioli.
Gambo is so bougie.
I am not. I am so not.
Oh, for the love.
Artichoke ravioli, penne sauce, roasted tomatoes, Parmesan. I picked a meal.
Bougie.
I don't even know what bougie means, and I'm not that because I don't like the way it sounds.
Bougie.
I am not a bougie.
I'm
not a bougie.
It's not a noun, Gambo.
Noun
We're not using it in a noun form.
Okay, I don't know what it means.
Like an adjective.
It's not me. I don't like it.
Fancy schmancy over here.
I ordered a meal. My God, you guys make it sound like people don't order meals on airplanes.
I'm going to have the artichoke ravioli with the penne sauce. He can't wait to leave.
Sorry.
I'm going to make it so he just can't wait to leave. This is great. What's the poll question today? What do you got for us?
Our poll question today is, who do you think gets traded first?
Traded first.
Bradley Beal.
Okay.
Zach Gallen. Gino Suarez. Nick Richards.
Oh, that's good. I think it's down to number 3 and number 4.
Suarez
Gino or
Nick?
Nick Richards?
I don't think Bradley's getting traded, so I'm just ruling him out. I don't think he's going to get traded. So he's off the list. Nick Richards. Put me down for Nick.
I'll go Suarez. They're listening on Nick. I mean, that's a good call. Like, they've taken calls on Nick. Suarez is still 3 weeks away.
Yep.
Richards would be in the next week.
I think Nick happens before Suarez. If Suarez happens at all. That's why I'm going Nick. Put me down for Nick.
I could see Nick. I'll go Suarez. Just
for some
but
variety.
I can see both.
Okay.
We'll get into Richard. We talking Richards in a little bit here?
Yes, 3:15.
Okay, I'll save what I have to say on Richards for that.
Sounds good. Sounds fair.
Nick Richards is leading the way with 47% of the vote, 25% going with Bradley Beal, 22% going with Gino, and 7% going with Zach Gallen.
It's a good question today. I like that one. You have to think about it a little bit.
I could have went with the chicken tikka masala, basmati rice, green beans, curry leaf.
Is that supposed to be tikka masala? Just
tikka masala, chicken tikka masala. But I went with the artichoke ravioli
and
instead.
Basmati rice.
What did I say?
I have no idea.
You butchered it so bad, I didn't realize it was basmati until Mitch just said
I don't know what that is. That's why I went with the artichoke ravioli. I don't know what things. I don't know what they are. I don't know what a chicken tikka masala with basmati. How do you say it? Basmati rice is. So I went with the artichoke ravioli. It sounds better.
It's like a curry dish, basically.
Oh, I wouldn't like that.
Now,
but it's tasty.
Oh, can you imagine being on a plane ride with Gambo after he's been eating curry? Oof, no, thank you.
But did you try the basmati?
Or here, sir, would you like a complimentary bag of peanuts? Brian Windhorst on First Take today on the topic of LeBron James leaving the Lakers.
When the idea of a trade came up, I slammed the door on it and said, first off, LeBron wants to be a Laker. If he didn't want to be a Laker, he opted out. He has a no-trade clause. Everything that Bontemps just said. Over the last 3 days, I have unlocked the door. I wouldn't say that I'm opening the door. I would just say I've unlocked the door. The door I slammed and locked on Sunday, I'm not 100% sure. And that is because my conversations over the last 3 days have crystallized that the Lakers are essentially viewing LeBron as an expiring contract. And that may sound like a toss-off statement, but that's not insignificant. LeBron has never been an expiring contract, quite literally. Never in his 23-year career, over the 9 contracts he's signed, over all the different teams he's been on, he's never been on the last year of his contract. He's never been 40 years old. He's never not been the franchise player on his team.
Interesting.
You know, you've known about this because I told you back at the end of May about what was going on with the Lakers and LeBron. And I didn't tweet it out, but it's just the world that I live in is that anytime I say something, it gets aggregated a whole lot. But what I said was what I was told in May. People very close to the situation. LeBron wants out of L.A., and they want him gone. Reeves wants out, too. They both hate playing with Luka. It doesn't work for them. Reeves is tired of getting the ball with 3 seconds left on the shot clock. I was told, look at LeBron, watch game 1 of the playoffs, how disinterested he was in playing with Luka. And then I was also told this. L.A. could buy LeBron out after he opts in and that would open up all the avenues. Maybe they pay him 25 to 30 instead of 52. Now, this was in May. That I was told this by somebody very, very close to the situation, that this was going to, and I told you at that time exactly what I just said. You knew everything because I told you. And then all of a sudden I bring it up yesterday, and now all hell breaks loose, and everybody's trying to report on it today. But yeah, I was told that. I would not be surprised if LeBron doesn't play for the Lakers. I don't think LeBron wants to play for the Lakers, and I don't think the Lakers want him.
It's interesting. Chris Mannix tweeted out, and it's a big if, a LeBron trade becomes realistic. He writes, the Knicks feel like a logical partner. Eastern Conference, a team LeBron has flirted with joining in the past. New York could construct a deal that isn't totally roster crippling and one the Lakers could be interested in. And suddenly, the idea of LeBron James in a Knicks jersey, I can see it. I can see it clear as day. It feels right. It feels doable. Like, wouldn't that be... Like, if he wants to win one more on his way out the door, if he wants to try to win one more.
Go play with Brunson, McHale.
Go play in the Eastern Conference.
Eastern Conference.
With a team that was in the Eastern Conference Finals as it was a year ago anyway.
No Jason Tatum. Celtics are a mess. They got
the Bucks are a mess.
The Pacers just lost one of their best players.
You're joining a conference that is so winnable on a team that has a lot of talent.
Your top challenges might be Orlando and Atlanta.
So imagine if
two of the top 3.
Mikal Bridges is the player who gets traded to the Lakers in exchange for LeBron.
Why did you say that?
And Mikal and DeAndre Ayton are reunited on the LA Lakers.
Well, we got Cam Johnson on the Nuggets now.
Because
I was just going to bring up, has LeBron moved past his problems with Mike Brown?
Well, or do the Knicks, sensing they can get LeBron James,
don't hire Mike Brown.
Somebody other than Mike Brown?
Well, Could be Brown still available?
We could get LeBron? Yeah, let's not hire Mike Brown. Let's go hire whoever LeBron wants.
Are you going to get a Cam Johnson Nuggets jersey?
You better.
I think Lauren and I have been discussing if we're going to get matching.
Oh, wow. Wow.
If you missed it, DeAndre Ayton signed with the LA Lakers. Combined with the money that he's getting in his buyout from Portland and the money he's making from the LA Lakers, he's making exactly the same amount that he would have if he had just stayed with Portland.
Because of the buyout.
$34 million. Yep.
Yeah.
So
what happens?
Again, it's the Bradley Beal thing.
Yeah.
Find me a team that will pay him the difference of what he's going to have to give back to the Suns, and then go away. And then go away. That's it. Just find me a team that will give him that money that he wants to go play for, and you can make up the difference of what you have to give back in a buyout. Done. Just find that team.
Goodbye. Get rid of him.
Find that team.
We have to move on. Like Bradley Beal. I said it on April 9th, and I'm sticking with what I'm saying. There's a 0% chance this guy comes back. However it happens, but he can't come back.
When we come back, we can come back, and we will come back. And when we come back, right now, we're in the fun part of the roller coaster ride, the one that, it dips and dives, and we're screaming, and it's having a great time when it comes to the Diamondbacks. How long is it going to last, and what happens when it doesn't? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team where they're helping so many people right now because there's so many houses on the market. It's a great time to be a buyer. Great time to be a buyer. We've seen some interest rates come down, but more importantly, we're seeing house prices come down, which is more important than interest rates, trust me, because the house prices coming down are a big deal. A lot of houses that have been sitting on the market 30, 45, 60 days, they're even lowering the prices. And you're seeing seller concessions again. This is a good time to buy. A lot of inventory out there, and get in on that. Strike now while you can, because this is a terrific time. Now, how do you get started? You call the Lund Mortgage team to get pre-approved for a mortgage. You need that to get started. Then you could go look for a house however you want. But you need to get pre-approved for a mortgage. That way you know exactly what type of houses you could look for, price-wise, And the seller will know that you're pre-approved, you've got the mortgage, and once you make an offer, they know they're good, that you've been pre-approved, that you're going to be able to get the financing for that house. Call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again. For those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures, they can't smile, they can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona, so I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye, and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after, and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking to clinch the series tonight against the Giants, and they're looking to string in there a third consecutive quality start. Merrill Kelly is the man on the mound for that job. He opposes right-hander Landon Roop. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Diamondbacks did also announce a roster move. We saw a report earlier today, courtesy of AZ Central's Nick Picoro, that the Diamondbacks were signing right-hander Jake Woodford. That was made official. Torey Lovello told Burns and Gambo moments ago, and the roster move is official as well. In a corresponding move, Juan Murillo has been optioned to AAA, And to make room for Woodford's spot on the roster, left-hander Kyle Nelson has been designated for assignment. And news out of the NBA, news that we mostly anticipated based off of the reporting, but DeAndre Ayton, after his buyout was successful in Portland, he is headed to the Los Angeles Lakers. ESPN's Shams Charania says he's going to sign a 2-year deal, and the second year will be for a player option. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. It's located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Torey Lovello and Ryan Nelson say pitch count will go up. Cardinals pass rusher Josh Sweat debuts on the NFL Top 100. And point guard Colin Gillespie re-signs with Suns on standard contract. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
Let people doubt. I welcome it. Our team welcomes it. The people who want to count us out, who think we're done, they don't know. They don't know. I'll just leave it at that, all right?
God, live TV is the best.
Yeah.
Isn't it
leave it at that. They don't know.
Isn't it Todd Walsh?
They don't know.
And Josh Coleman last night in post-game show. And Jake just smiled. As Jake McCarthy, he was doing the post-game interview on the field. He just smiled. He took off the headset.
So take it personal when people count them out. Take it personal when they're fighting and they're fighting for their lives and they think that they can do it. And they hear people counting them out and trade everybody, and they take it personal. And I'm glad. That means they care. I mean, it means that they care.
Oh, I never thought they didn't care. It was just a question of whether they had anything in the tank to do anything about it, right? I knew they cared. That team's filled with guys who care.
They went 4-5 against the White Sox, the Marlins, and the Rockies.
Do you think that was because they didn't care?
No, I think that's the reason why a lot of us said, okay, that's why we don't believe.
They went 4-5 against those teams because Corbin Carroll got hurt and because they don't have
Gabby Moreno,
and they don't have Justin Martinez, and they don't have Corbin Burns, and they don't have AJ Puck. I mean, we go.
Okay, a lot of those guys aren't going to be back either this year.
No, they're not. But this is the roller coaster ride that is the Arizona Diamondbacks, and this is and right now we're all going, it's fun because they just won last night 8-2, and they won the opener against the Giants the other night. And suddenly you look at the standings, and I mean, other than the number of teams that are in front of them, which I admit is a thing that needs to be dealt with, it is literally the only thing that would define them as sellers at this point. They're right there. I mean, they are right there. They're one losing streak by one team or two teams in front of them from being even closer to there. And it just, right now, the whole seller conversation seems forced and out of place. Like, I know we're going to talk about whether they should trade Suarez at some point today. I know we're going to talk about all the guys and all the stories and all the articles about them being sellers. But as Al Pacino once famously said in Godfather Part 3, every time I'm out, they pull me back in.
That's right.
They pulled us back in.
They did.
With how they've played and what they're doing, and it has us wondering if this team can still be relevant when it's all said and done at the end of the season.
So they played 85 games, which means there's 62 plus. There's 77 games left.
Okay,
that's what they have. That's what they have. They have 77 games left. Now, if you go to last year and you say, just in a nutshell, I mean, we did this with the Suns. I remember looking at it. But if you look at last year, the last wild card team was 89-73.
Correct.
They were 89-73. So for the Diamondbacks to get to just say 89 wins, they have to win 46 out of their final 71 baseball games.
Okay.
46 wins gets them to 89. 71 minus 46 is, let me see, 25. They have to go 46-25 to get to 89 wins.
To get to last year's record.
To get to the record that got that three teams had last year,
right?
To get into the wild card,
even though they did exactly the same thing last year, because their record now is almost exactly the same it was a year ago. They did that. I mean, that thing that you're saying they need to do, they did a year ago. Albeit under different circumstances, but they did that thing a year ago. A record that was very similar to that.
I mean, it's okay. Does it look the way this team is played? Do we think that they could go 46-25? That's 21 games better than 500, right?
I don't know. I mean, Gambo, that question is loaded. okay? And here's why that question is loaded. If I had asked you at exactly the same date in 2023, hey, do you think the Arizona Diamondbacks can go to the World Series? You'd have said, God, no.
Sure.
You'd have said no, based off of the record.
Yeah.
You know, this time of year ago, hey, do you think the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to go 46-25 in their last whatever games to win 89 games? We would have said no.
Right.
We would have said no. So it's to sit here and say, I know the answer
I'm not
to
saying
that.
I know the answer. I'm saying, do you think?
I'm making conversation here. Do I think? I think that based off of anything that we've learned the last couple of years, anything is possible. Because really, the team that did go to the World Series in 2023, that rotation isn't that much different than this one. You know, it really isn't. And that bullpen wasn't that great until they went and got Paul Sewald. And
he settled everything down.
He calmed everything down in the room. This offense is better, I think, than they were a couple of years ago. Now, I'm not sitting here and saying they're a World Series team or I think they're going to the World Series. I'm saying there's a danger, and especially with this team, God, if there's anything we've learned about this
prematurely
team,
counting them out
on July 3rd or July 2nd, going, that's it, forget it. They can't. There's a real danger in saying the Diamondbacks can't because the last 2 years they have.
It's just when you get swept by the Miami Marlins and then you lost 5 games out of 9 to 3 of the worst teams in baseball, it's hard not to react.
Of course.
It's hard not to react. Hey,
course.
What do you think of the Diamondbacks? Oh, I think they're going to be just fine. I think they're going to go 46-20. They just got swept by the Marlins. They lost 5 out of 9 games to 3 of the worst. It's hard. You know, we react to it. And I think there are people that had written the Diamondbacks out before the Marlins series just by, you take a look at the team. You feel like there's just, and it's not that I don't think the Diamondbacks are a good baseball team. I think that they are. It's just, man, at some point, like, how do you keep overcoming all these losses? To their credit, they're a good baseball team. They've got a great general manager. Torrey's done a good job with what he's had. No, people don't like Torrey, but he's doing the best he can. He's proven to be a good manager. They have a terrific offense with a lot of home run hitters. They got great outfield deep. There's a lot to like about them, but it's just that freaking bullpen. I can't get past thinking that this bullpen isn't ultimately the biggest obstacle for them to contend in the West.
The bullpen and their injuries. And look, if I'm being fair about this, we're 2 or 3 games away from them going through a bad stretch where we're all right back to where we were after the Marlins series. Yeah, forget it. It's not happening. It could happen that quickly. I mean, to Mitch's point about this being a roller coaster ride, it could happen that quickly where we change our minds again 2 days from now, 3 days from now, because they lose 3 straight games or their bullpen blows a game and we go, oh God, here we go again, all of that stuff. I guess what it's going to come down to, and this is the best way I can figure it, is that Mike Hazen, being one of the smartest, best, most talented general managers in baseball, is probably going to wait until the last possible second before making any declarations about who they are or what they are. There's no reason to decide now. There's no reason to decide a week from now. There's no reason to make any kind of determination until you've accumulated as much data and as much information as you can about who they are. And really the only way to do that is to play with this team and go as far as you can go until July 29th or July 3rd. And then decide and then declare and then go, okay, this is who we are. I've got to act off of where we are right now. And I don't think there's anything else to do. That's why it's really why it bugged me a little bit when, and I'm not saying you, although you did it, when people are like, that's it. They're sellers. They're sellers. They got swept by the Marlins. They're sellers. Whoa, hold on a sec. Slow down. We've got a whole month's worth of baseball left to decide whether they're sellers or not. Why do we have to decide that right now? Why do we have to decide that today when Mike Hazen's not going to decide that today?
Well, it doesn't matter. Mike Hazen's going to be the one that decides it. We're just giving our opinions.
And we know Mike well enough to know he's going to wait.
He's going to wait.
He's going to wait. He's so competitive.
Unless somebody gives him an offer that he can't refuse.
He wants to win so badly.
Sure.
He is going to wait until the last possible moment, unless somebody blows him away.
And if his team is out of it, he'll
do it.
He is going to be on the phone all day and all night long making trades.
Well, and he'll be smart, and teams will call him, and he'll gauge value, and he'll understand what deals could be out there for Suarez, what deals could be out there for Merrill Kelly. He'll get everything lined up before, but actually doing it, he'll wait until the very end because he wants to know. He wants to see, like the rest of us, how far can this team go? And you won't really know that until you get to the end of this month. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the Phoenix Suns, did they just lose a suitor for one of their many setters that they might want to trade. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen for your name now through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Celebrate Independence Day with your hometown professional soccer club. Phoenix Rising takes on Lexington SC on Friday, July 4th at 7:30 p.m. in a special military appreciation match, a night to honor those who serve and turn up the heat on the pitch. Fans will receive limited edition Phoenix Rising sunglasses at the gate. And don't miss the debut of the club's Americana merchandise line, including a patriotic training top. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
So, the thing that happened today that might affect the thing the Suns want to do, potentially, is that DeAndre Ayton, who had been bought out of his contract by the Portland Trail Blazers, has, as most people figured he would, signed a deal with the Los Angeles Lakers. Now, this is like, in some ways, it's mind-blowing on many different levels because now he's on the same team as Luka, which is weird.
And neither one of them are on the teams that drafted them.
Neither one of them are on the teams that drafted him. All we need to go is get Marvin Bagley and put him on the Lakers, and you can have the trifecta there if you want to of those three guys from that 2018 draft. It also calls into question if LeBron is on the Lakers. I can't imagine he's going to have a lot of tolerance for DeAndre Ayton's occasional lackadaisical attitude about playing basketball. So that could be a problem right there, too. On the surface, if you're talking about what it means for the Suns, other than the weirdness, if that's what it is, of seeing Ayton in a Lakers uniform, the Lakers had been talked about as a potential destination for a Nick Richards trade. I got to think this probably eliminates that now.
Yes, of course.
That the Lakers are now out and don't want Nick Richards from the Suns anymore.
No, the Lakers wanted a center for the worst way. They tried to get Mark Williams, the current Sun, last year, and they didn't like what they saw in the medicals, and they decided to pass on it, and they were desperate, so they go get DeAndre Ayton. He's still just 26 years old. But he does fill a huge need for them, especially after they traded Anthony Davis to the Mavericks. I mean, that team had Jackson Hayes at center last year, and he was completely inefficient against the Timberwolves in the playoffs. He was so bad that they had to pull him from his job after the first 4 games. Now, they also got Brook Lopez, but Brook Lopez is, a little long in the tooth right there. I don't think you're looking for Brook Lopez to play the majority of the minutes, but Brook Lopez and DeAndre Ayton together can man that center spot with probably an equal amount of minutes. The Nick Richards thing is interesting. What I can tell you about it is that they are getting calls. The Suns have gotten calls about Nick Richards, and I'm not sure if they're going to move him or not. I think they'll listen. They like him. And he is great protection. They traded for Mark Williams, who, if he's healthy and plays well, is terrific. But if he gets injured, they're very limited in what they have behind him. Malawach is a teenager. Like, he probably isn't ready to play a significant amount of minutes. So Nick Richards would be a ideal guy to be your number 2 guy for now, with Malawach as your number 3. And just see how that works out. And then if Williams does get hurt, you've got Richards and you've got Malawach as the 2. So it is protection. I can't say they're not going to trade him, but I do know that they've got several calls on him.
And I guess I look at it a little differently. Not a lot differently, but a little differently. I want Malawach to play. I want him to get minutes and develop and grow and get better. I kind of want Nick Richards, to be honest with you, to be off this team, to free up, because you still also have Oso Ighodaro, who played some 5 for you last year too. Albeit he's a unique 5, but he played some 5. I think Malawach needs minutes to develop. I mean, I think that's kind of the whole point of he's number 10 overall. Not expecting a big contribution from him in year 1, but I do think he needs the minutes to start to grow and develop and learn how to play the game. And I think he gets blocked a little bit if both Mark Williams and Nick Richards are on the roster.
I think that there's a time to develop him and let him mature and learn, and maybe by midseason he starts to play more minutes. I had said this when you were out. I got a call from Jeff Hornacek. Jeff had worked him out in Utah, and he raved to me about the kid. He raved to me about Malawach. Yeah. Loved him, just loved him. Couldn't say enough good things about him after the draft was over. Even during the draft, he was like, the Suns need to take this Duke big man. I'm like, yeah, I think that's who they're going to take.
That's great.
But there was a point where it was like, you do have to make sure you develop him the right way. Does that mean playing him 20 minutes a game right away, or can you play him 10 minutes a game and then increase it to 20 by midseason? I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
And honestly, maybe that's the middle ground here, is if you do start the season with Nick Richards as your backup big, your backup center, by mid-season, I think Malawach needs to be that guy and not Nick Richards. Like at that point, he's the 10th pick overall in the draft. A lot of your future is tied up in him. A lot about this going as quickly as you want it to go is kind of tied up in him. And I would just hate to see him not get those minutes because Nick Richards just isn't worth him blocking those minutes. You know what I mean? It's just, he's not.
You're only going to give him backup minutes anyway because you've got Williams.
So if by January it's time to phase Richards out and phase Malawach, fine, do that. But if somebody calls and offers me something, a couple second-round picks, something of value that I can use, because right now, look, the Suns don't have a ton of movable assets.
They maintained one first-round pick out of all the picks that they acquired with the Jazz trade and the Rockets trade and what they traded. They still have one first-round pick and one second-round pick left from all of those deals.
So a couple of more seconds for Nick Richards.
They're always valuable.
Valuable.
Seconds are always valuable. They're just you're giving a team a lottery ticket. I'll take 3 second-rounders. Great. I have 3 lottery tickets. Maybe I hit, maybe I don't.
But the other teams that had been mentioned as a possible landing spot for Nick Richards, I think the Pacers were mentioned, especially since they lost Miles Turner. And the Knicks got mentioned as well as a possible spot for him to go. I mean, we'll see. If they don't, it's not the end of the world as long as they put the value on developing Maliwatch and give him those minutes. Something else real quick that is off the topic a little bit, but I did see your tweet about this from about a half hour ago. You continue to maintain that Chris Paul to the Phoenix Suns is unlikely, even though it continues to get talked about a lot around the NBA.
Yeah, I talked to Ramona Shelburne earlier today. You know, we had a conversation. I think Chris Paul wants to play here.
She called it the most likely spot for Chris Paul.
She did. She did.
Suns,
But I think a couple things. One, I don't think the Clippers want Chris, and I know Chris wants to play close to home. I don't think the Clippers want him. So if the Clippers don't want him, he's boys with Book. I wouldn't be surprised if Book is pushing to get Chris Paul on this team. So let's keep our eye on that. I mean, they have a great relationship, Chris and Devin. I think Chris would be willing to come here, even if it's more of a limited role. So I do think he'd be willing to come here, even knowing like, hey, I'm not going to start, and I may not get a ton of minutes, but I do think Chris wants to play here. I just don't know if that fits there. The Suns, you've got Booker and you've got Jalen Green, and they really believe highly in Colin Gillespie, and what he did at the end of the season last year should give them reason to believe that this kid can contribute. They made sure that they kept Colin Gillespie and gave him a full guaranteed contract. So I don't know where Chris would fit in. You're not going to start Chris and bench Jalen Green. And if you want to play Colin Gillespie because, youth and athleticism and, then he's going to get the minutes when either Book or Jalen Green goes out. So where does Paul fit in? Like, where does he fit in? Now, you could say he's a high basketball IQ. Sure, he's a smart player. He's a high basketball IQ guy, high character guy.
He's good for the room. He's so good for the room.
I understand a lot of fans want him. And I'm like I said, what I'm saying on this is I think it's extreme. I think it's unlikely, highly unlikely that he comes back. Is there a zero? Am I saying there's no chance that he'll come? No, I'm not. Like I said, there's 0% chance Bradley Beal's going to come back in April. I meant it. There was 0% chance. I'm not putting this at 0%, but I'm also not saying it's 50-50. Or 70% chance, or I think it's highly unlikely that he comes back, but I'm not going to put it at 0.
Vitalence is asking Valley residents to declare their independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday time frame is the lowest week of the summer for donations, so please head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. If the Diamondbacks decide to sell, who could be sold, in what order, who brings them the most, and how big of a role do the Diamondbacks play in this trade deadline? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This hasn't happened yet. I don't know that's going to happen. I mean, the trade thing, I understand that that's still being talked about. I kind of wrote off in my mind that he wasn't getting traded 3 months ago. I would happily be surprised, but if a team really is willing to take on that contract, you would think they would be a pretty good team, and good teams don't have the cap space to do that. The ideal situation would be if you could get Bradley Beal to basically do what DA did in Portland and be like, I'll take a little bit less right now, buy me out, get me out of here, I'll get a fresh start somewhere else.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. And if you are looking For an eye doctor, look no further than the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz is the team eye doctor of your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and he's ready to help you right now with all of your eye care needs. Dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts. If you need glasses, contact lenses, whatever it is, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can take care of it for you. I had vision correction done. If you see me on you watch on YouTube, no glasses, no contacts, I see great. Daytime, nighttime, up close, all the time, I see great. No issues at all with my eyesight, thanks to a LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Now, he's performed over 60,000 of those LASIK procedures. Nobody's done more here in the Valley. So that is the name you should trust. Give him a call at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Ready.
Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks are looking to clinch the series tonight against the Giants, and they're looking to string together a 3rd straight quality start. Merrill Kelly is the man on the mound for that job tonight. He opposes right-hander Landon Roop. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Starting lineup is out for the Arizona Diamondbacks as well. Josh Naylor is set to be in the lineup tonight. He's currently the 4th hitter and the designated hitter. Yesterday, they put him back in the lineup, but he was scratched prior to first pitch. So we will be keeping an eye on that to see if Naylor can make it back onto the playing field for tonight's game. And sticking with the Diamondbacks, coming up at 4 o'clock, so about a half hour from now, we will learn the results of MLB All-Star Voting Phase 2. Ketel Marte has a chance of starting at second base for the second consecutive Midsummer Classic. And then the reserves for the All-Star game will be announced on Sunday at 2, so should Ketel be voted in as the starter, that is when we will find out if any other Diamondbacks will be joining him in Atlanta. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submit2save.com. That's submit the number 2 save.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What are our biggest unanswered questions remaining heading into Cardinals training camp? We'll talk about it Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Still really focused on how do we take the 26 guys that we have in uniform tonight and go out and get a W. And that's going to be our mentality and rinse and repeat on that. And other times of the year, the trade deadline being one of them, where you got to kind of zoom out and assess, all right, where are we at right now? What's our likelihood of being able to get to that deep October opportunity that we'd all love to have? We're going to get a lot of answers to that over the next month because there is a finite deadline of when we need to make those decisions. But honestly, most of the focus right now is going towards how do we protect this team and put this team in a spot to be able to go 1-0 as often as possible.
There was a top 50 list that ESPN had put out, I think it was about a week ago, of the top 50 names that could get moved at the deadline. I believe the Diamondbacks accounted for 4 of the top 9 names on the list, right?
They did. It was remarkable as you click on a story like that, and you're like, okay, let's see, who they've got.
You
and
had to know it was going to be like that.
You knew
right?
it was going to be like that. There was something like from Tim Kirkjian today I looked at, but it was ranking the trade candidates, and it came out on June 24th, and I looked at it, and I hadn't talked about it last week, but Suarez was 5, Zach Gallen 7, Merrill Kelly 8, Josh Schnell 9.
5 of the top 9, or 4 of the top 9.
4 of the top 9 guys. Or the other guys from other teams were Alex Bregman, Yoran Doran from the Red Sox, Sandy Alcantara from the Marlins, Freddie Peralta from Milwaukee, Seth Lugo from Kansas City. Those were the other guys that were mentioned, but a lot of Diamondbacks littering that page right there.
Yeah, Shelby Miller also made the list way down. He was like number 48 or 49 on the list as well, so that made 5 total Diamondbacks. He was 48 on the list. I'm looking at it again right now. And again, the whole, and that was Mike Fitzgerald, by the way, the assistant general manager of the Diamondbacks, the cut that I played when we were coming back, saying, for now we're still focused on who we got and taking care of business, and we'll worry about the trade deadline when the deadline comes. They asked him a question about how many calls a day are coming in right now about their players.
There's a decent amount of phone calls. I would say we're still focused on trying to run our own race for as much as I think those articles identify us as a fulcrum because there's uncertainty around which way we can go. But Hayes has said this publicly. He continues to say it privately. He means it. We don't get into these jobs to punt on opportunities to make an October run. So we get into these jobs because we want to put teams together to have a chance to go deep into October, and we've had a taste of that in recent years, and there's a high that comes from that you want to try to chase. And so if there's an opportunity to do that, that's what we want to do. We feel like we owe it to the fans. We owe it to the guys in our clubhouse now. We owe it to the people that show up here to work every day. So that's where the mindset's been. And yet we have other 29 teams that look at us and say, ooh, wait a minute, maybe they're in kind of the thick of it, and maybe they would take this as an opportunity to move some of their guys.
It's funny that Mike used the word fulcrum because that was the exact same word that was used in an article today on ESPN.com. In which they wrote, one thing is clear, however, the Arizona Diamondbacks are the fulcrum of this deadline with the ability to make it a lot more interesting if they decide to trade away their players heading into free agency.
Give me the definition of the word fulcrum.
Fulcrum is like the swing point, the hinge point. Yeah, like it'll
nation of origin?
Huh? Fulcrum comes from the Latin word fulcro.
Can you use it in a sentence?
Which means to swing. Yes, I just did. The Arizona Diamondbacks are the fulcrum of this deadline with the ability to make it a lot more interesting.
Never heard that word before in my life.
Really? Never used the word
I've never heard the word before in my life.
Fulcrum? Let me give you the official.
Lauren, you ever hear that word? Be honest. Fulcrum.
Yeah, Wolf does a whole segment during football season called Fulcrum Football, where he discusses the turning point of the
Does he
upcoming
really?
Cardinals
Yeah,
game.
the term fulcrum can refer to the point at which a lever pivots or balances, serving as the support for the lever.
Wow.
Basically, you've never heard football
I've never heard the
fulcrum?
word before in my life.
Football fulcrum with Wolf? You never heard that before? You never heard
No,
about that?
No, I'm sorry. Must not listen. No, I must not be listening when they do the segment. Like, I'm preparing for our show. I don't listen to Fulcrum Football. I don't listen to. I didn't. I actually feel stupider now that I didn't. We have to do a segment on the show, and I don't even know that.
You using the word stupider hasn't helped much either. But anyway, knowing now what fulcrum means, the Arizona Diamondbacks are the literal fulcrum of the trade deadline. They are. Like, if they decide to not sell, there's a whole bunch of teams that, quite frankly, are going to be disappointed, that are counting on the Diamondbacks deciding to sell. Because if they don't, the inventory of available players that can help their it gets dry in a hurry. You know, it's not nearly as deep, and it's not nearly as rich, and it's not nearly as good when the team that owns 4 of the 9 best available players.
It's like going to the flea market. They have everything you want there.
Yeah, they
have everything.
And if they're good enough to decide, you know what the hell, we're going for it, we're keeping everybody.
There goes a power hitter. There goes 2 starting pitchers. There goes a 8th or 9th inning guy in Shelby Miller. There goes a corner infielder hitting over 300 in Josh Schnell. I get it. Like, they are, man, there is a part of you, though, that thinks, what could the haul be for Mike Hazen if he goes selling? What could that haul be? You trade Naylor, you trade Suarez, you trade Shelby, you trade Gallen, you trade Kelly. You got 5 trades right there. What is the haul going to be? How many of those guys that they trade for are now all of a sudden going to be top 20 prospects in the Diamondbacks organization? 2, 3, 4, 5?
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to get? Like, you're going to revamp your entire... Now, let's look. The Diamondbacks minor league system became really great under Mike Hazen. But since they've had to elevate all these guys to the majors, it's not as good as it once was.
As good as it once
Over the last 2 years, they've elevated all these guys to the majors.
No, but this is, and you might disagree with this, but this is where I want to be real clear about what I want them to do at the deadline if they are sellers. I mean, restocking the farm system, it's great and it's nice and everything, but I don't want them trading for players that are too far away either. Because a year from now, they're going to get Corbin Burns back, or a year and a half from now, they're going to get Corbin Burns back, and they're going to get Justin Martinez back, and they're still going to have Corbin Carroll, and they're still going to have Ketel Marte. Like, I don't want this organization hitting the reset button too hard and taking a bunch of players who are 19 years old and coming out of high A ball, you know? I want AA guys. I want AAA guys. I want guys who are close.
But you want to mix. Don't you want to mix?
I want it far more of the other than I do of the younger.
But what if there's a guy in single A that they're like, we had such an incredible, we would have drafted this kid. We had such an incredible scouting report on him, and we could get him.
I mean,
take a flyer on a couple?
Okay, a couple, but for the most part, I want guys that keep this window open as long as possible. I don't want the window to close for a year or two, even without Corbin Burns.
You want somebody that's a year away at first base, at pitcher?
I want a bunch of Zach Gallens is what I want. And not Zach Gallen now. Zach Gallen when you got him with the Miami Marlins. I want a bunch of Zach Gallens. I want a bunch of guys who are this close to being Major League regulars, you know?
Sure.
Because I want a team that I think with Corbin Carroll and Ketel next year and Ryan Nelson still has a chance to be decent. I don't want to watch the Diamondbacks turn into a 51-win baseball team next year. I would hate for that to happen. I think Mike Hazen would hate for that to happen. Mike Hazen is a master at doing the buying, selling thing at the same time.
Sure.
I think if they do sell, that's what this is going to be. A lot of, we're selling, but we're also kind of buying. You know, we're kind of getting guys that we can control, guys that we have, you know what I mean? That we have arbitration control over for years to come, and guys that are close so that we can keep this thing going. I don't want a bunch of high A ball guys. I don't.
And I would definitely need to get one pitcher who I think could be somewhere in my rotation next year.
Yes.
I would want to have that because if I lose Kelly, I lose Gallen, I don't have Corbin Burns. Yes, I have Brian Nelson and Erod, but I need another one. I need another guy.
Today is the last day to win Diamondbacks Royals tickets. Text the word firework to 620-620. Then listen in our 4 o'clock hour for your last chance to win tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals this 4th of July. I will read off a name in our 4 o'clock hour. We're giving away tickets. We hope it's you. It can be if you text the word firework It's a 620 right now. When we come back, the Phoenix Suns, depending on your feeling on the offseason, you might love it, you might hate it, but certainly they are correcting course right now. And if they are, how quickly do they need to move off of Bradley Beal to make that happen? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here's the first pitch. He swings, he grounds it towards second, sliding Cattell, pops to his feet, and he throws to first in time. Ball game. The Diamondbacks win by a final score of 8-2.
2 down, 2 to go versus the Giants. Game 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I was reading a story today, a financial story, which I try to read a lot of financial news on a regular basis, and it talked about the importance of a financial advisor, which is why I tell you about Stuart Willis and asset preservation every single day. This says research suggests that people who work with a financial advisor feel more at ease about their finances and could end up with about 15% more money to spend in retirement. About 15% more money to spend in retirement, this study that I was looking at on a financial thing today. That's why it's important to work with a financial advisor that's going to have your best interest in mind. Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax is a fiduciary. He can help you the way he's helped me plan for retirement and then execute the plan. You can't just put a plan in place and hope you get there. You got to execute it, and he's going to help you every step of the way. You could call for a free portfolio review. There's 5 locations in the Valley, and he comes highly recommended by me, who works with them. Call Asset Preservation at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
On Saturday, July 19th, pick up a special Cattell Marte bobblehead courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, folks, it's Pat. I'm drafting a very important out-of-office email. So how does this sound? Dear coworkers, clients, and spam bots, the Valley Toyota dealers are having a sale, and there's some pretty great deals to be had. Leave me be. Do not disturb. Pat is occupado. I will not return this message until it's over. The end. That's pretty professional sounding, right?
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on any new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers end 8/4/25. See dealer for details.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site 1 Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona Sports.
First and foremost, I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
You hit a lot of key points that kind of acted as our foundation, moving forward. All you have to do is watch where the game has got to at this particular point. And having that perspective of the game, you look at it and you say, length, athletic ability, the energy, the effort level, the pressure on defense, the pressure that you have to put on the rim offensively, the protection you have to have on the rim defensively, the ability to, have a little deeper bench and be able to rotate guys in there to play at the pace with the cutting and the movement that you want. We just took a long, hard look at ourselves and as a front office came up with, okay, this is some of the things that we need to get done.
And if there's one thing, and that was Brian Gregory when he was on with you guys last week when I was gone. That was, Friday, I think you had the Suns general manager on, if I remember
Yes,
right.
yeah, he was good.
After the moves, and there have been a few since, but not a lot, obviously, bringing back Colin Gillespie and the move with Nigel Hayes and things like that. There have been a couple, but there's not much the Suns can do. The roster is pretty full, and obviously they're kind of hamstrung by the rules of the second apron. The Suns have... And I do, I might not like the Kevin Durant trade or the particulars of it, but I do think by and large, if we step back, zoom out, and look at what the Suns have done the last couple of weeks, they have re-identified their roster a little bit, right?
I mean, think about how many new players are coming in next year.
They've kind of redefined their identity quite a bit. Now, what's it going to look like next year? I don't know. Is it going to be any good? I have no idea. Is it all imbalanced with all the shooting guards they have? And there's that too. But certainly there is a type of guy they seem to be going after, and they've done a pretty good job of going after that guy, albeit in kind of a younger form, right? Draft picks or whatever. They've done a pretty good job of having a type and going after that type, I think, so far.
Yeah, yes. They're younger. They're more athletic. They're obviously, longer, bigger, more physical, and just youth. I mean, we had talked so much about how many times did we say, man, the Suns are getting killed by all these young teams that can run like deers.
Yes.
Every game. They played a young team. Like, they can't run with these teams. Well, now all the guys, everybody's 20. Like, all their guys are in their 20s. Even Dylan Brooks is in his 20s. Jalen Green's in his 20s. You got 3 draft picks. Like, Mark Williams is young. They've reinvented the roster to make it a younger, more athletic, quicker, more physical, bigger, stronger. Like, there's a lot to like about that. Now, does that transform into wins? Not saying it does. But I think they'll have a better chance because they got run out of the building a lot last year. This past season.
They did. There was a story on Bright Side of the Sun that kind of serves as the inspiration for this conversation. John Voida wrote it. And he was talking about the 3 key objectives to the Suns this offseason. Number 1, get out from under the second apron, which as soon as they can figure out what they're going to do with Bradley Beal, they're going to do that. Number 2, secure long-term financial flexibility, so that 5, 6, 7 years down the line, they're not tied up in these massive, massive contracts, or at least if they are, there's a point to having massive contracts. I thought the most interesting thing that he wrote was number 3, though. And number 3 on his list was stay competitive. And not in the we're winning 50 games a year kind of way, but in the we can see the vision of where you're going level of competitiveness.
Oh, I agree.
You know what I mean? And that's something that and I was thinking about it during the McDonough years. That's something that was never there during the McDonough years. That's something that for 5 years, I know they acquired players, and I know they had draft picks, and I know they went out and used them on Dragan Bender and Marquise Chris and Josh Jackson and guy after guy.
They made a lot of mistakes with that roster.
But you could never see the vision. You could never see the direction. You could never see. And my hope is that when this team starts playing basketball, first of all, I hope number 1 is that Bradley Beal's not on the roster. But number 2 is that when they do start playing basketball, I'm not going to measure them necessarily by wins and losses. I don't know if there's going to be a point to doing that in year 1. I do want to see the vision. I want to see, okay, it's not going to win a lot of basketball games now, but I can tell 2 years from now how it's going to win a lot of basketball games and the way they're going to win a lot of basketball. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's an identity. They're going to establish an identity with the way they play and how they play, and you're going to look at that, and you're going to see, can they run with these teams now? Can they compete physically with these teams? There was nothing more humiliating than once this team was down 10, you knew it was going to get to 15 and get to 20 and 25. You're like, go home. Like, you could leave. They weren't going to come back. There wasn't a lot of fight in this team. They gave up a lot. They got to build a team that's not going to do that. But I agree. Like, you've got to see, look, they're building a roster now and starting over with the reset. Not all of these players are going to be part of the next good Suns team, but some of them are. Some of them are. So you want to see that. You want to start to see players develop and see great games out of guys like, oh, okay, I can envision where this guy fits in, whether it's Fleming or Malawach or even, is Jalen Green going to be on this team when they're good? I don't know. But he's a good basketball player. Like, he led the team in scoring. I mean, Dylan Brooks is 29. He's going to give them a level of physicality and leadership that they lacked, so they could all help.
I do wish there was a way for them to continue to add to this young roster with more young players. That is the real downfall to all of this. Okay, like, I get Kevin Durant, okay, you didn't get maybe the value you would have wanted, or Bradley Beal, you're going to end up cutting him, and that's going to be just a horrible look, and financially all that stuff, having to have, $22 million under the cap for the next 5 years if you cut him. Not having the draft picks, not having control of the draft picks is going to hurt. That's really, it's going to make this hard, because that's the avenue by which you can. We're all excited about Malawach, right? You don't
top 10 pick.
Have a lot of avenues to add more Malawachs in the near years.
That's why it's important for Malawach and Fleming to hit.
Oh yeah, it's almost
because look at the Rockets.
It's almost non-negotiable.
Look at the Rockets.
Almost non-negotiable for those guys to hit, which is a lot of pressure on both of them.
Rockets drafted Cam Whitmore and Reed Shepherd with real early picks.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys didn't play because their roster was good enough.
Yes.
If you could build a roster that's good enough, you almost can let it slide that you don't have those picks, because where are those guys going to play? For years, Mike D'Antoni didn't like the draft picks because, where was Orlando Tucker going to play on that roster? But to your point, like, this team still needs more talent. I agree with that. If you can make a trade to get other draft picks, I am for that, because I still think that I agree with what you're saying. You're going to need more first-round draft picks to add talent to the roster.
And good first-round draft picks. Guys,
top 10,
top 15 draft picks where you can get some real franchise-altering talent to kind of fit in with this young vision. For the most part, this is crazy. For the most part, I like what the Suns have done this offseason. I like how they've reinvented themselves. They need to get rid of Bradley Beal. I mean, that just has to happen to make this complete, and they need to get out of the second apron, and I believe that they will. I believe you when they'll eventually figure it out. It makes me nervous that Bradley Beal holds all the cards in this situation, but I'm assuming they'll figure it out.
They will.
When that happens, it'll clear the way for them to get under the second apron, start acting like a basketball team with the flexibility to do some things. They do that, and for the most part, I like what they've done this offseason. I do. I didn't love the KD trade, but the reinventing of themselves, I've liked how they've done it.
Yeah,
I do.
The KD trade, you made the best of the situation. And they added, between the 5 second-round draft picks and the 10th pick and then the 2 players they added, you're talking about them adding, 8 players, 8 possible players. And then they, found a way to get Fleming with the picks that they had. They got Malawach with the pick that they have. So the draft was very, very important to determine how they did on the KD trade.
When we come back, it's reset time here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Lauren will tell us everything that's going on in sports next here on Arizona Sports.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
Reported that the Suns are not focused on Chris Paul as a top target heading into free agency.
Knowing Chris Paul a little bit, I don't think that interest would have been mutual even if the Suns wanted him. He was not happy with the owner when he got traded. And Chris Paul doesn't strike me as the type of guy that's going to come back to a place a second time if the first time didn't end well. It's a shame because Chris Paul brings a lot to the table if he's healthy. And, of course, he stayed healthy for all of last season.
Especially on a young team like the Suns will be next year, that's like a perfect veteran to sort of get things moving in the right direction.
Especially with these young bigs.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I love telling you about Christian Brothers, AC Plumbing and Electric. Everybody knows about Christian Brothers. If you need plumbing, they are fantastic. They can help you if you have a clogged drain or a toilet bowl that's not flushing properly, or you're not getting hot water out of some of your faucets. If your hot water heater needs to be replaced, Christian Brothers is great for your plumbing needs. But they also help you with your AC unit. If you happen to have an AC unit that goes down on you over the next few days, if you've got a long 4-day weekend or just a 3-day weekend, and for some reason when it's 115 degrees out, if your AC is not pumping out cold air, Christian Brothers can get to you quickly. Don't call anybody else. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That way you make sure you get a technician to you same day. They take a lot of pride in getting to you same day to fix your AC unit, so that way you don't have to go into a hotel, because they understand a lot of people have family. You got young kids. You've got animals. You cannot have the AC not working. Christian Brothers can help you by calling them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking to clinch the series tonight against the Giants, and they're looking for a third consecutive quality start on the mound. Merrill Kelly will be the man tasked with that duty tonight. He opposes the right-hander Landon Roop. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, right now we're learning who the starters will be in this year's MLB All-Star Game. We're keeping tabs on it because it looks like Ketel Marte has a very good chance of being named the starting second baseman for the National League for the second consecutive year. But when that news comes down, Lauren will surely let you know upcoming in the 4 o'clock reset, so stay listening for that. The Diamondbacks also made a roster move today. They have added Jake Woodford, a right-handed pitcher, to the Major League roster. Juan Murillo has been sent down to AAA in his place, and to make room on the 40-man, Kyle Nelson, the left-hander, has been designated for assignment. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Halfway home on this Wednesday, which is kind of our Friday, and it's the final day before Gambo departs on his European vacation. Lauren is
was that at a movie? Was there a movie?
Yeah,
European
National
vacation?
Lampoon's European Vacation.
Where did he go in that?
He went to.
Do you remember where he went?
He went to Rome because wasn't he?
He did go to Rome,
around?
huh?
No, it was Paris. He was driving around the Eiffel Tower, and he said, "I can't get left. I can't get left." And he just kept saying, he just kept driving around the Eiffel Tower. I can't get left. I can't get left. I don't remember where else he
Where
went.
did he go? I'm looking it up right now.
European vacation was the worst of the vacations.
England, France, Germany, and Italy.
Okay. I just remember him driving around the Eiffel Tower.
Yes,
I can't
filmed
get
at
left.
actual locations in Europe and Rome.
I can't get left. But it wasn't a good.
Wasn't a good one, huh? I don't remember it.
The
so.
first vacation and Christmas vacation. The rest of them you can have. Lauren,
England,
did you
France,
see any of the
Germany,
vacation
Italy.
movies?
No.
You didn't even see Christmas Vacation?
No.
Considered by many to be a Christmas classic?
No. I'm
answer
sorry.
The answer is no.
No.
You're telling me the answer is no. By the way, do you want to tell everybody or you want me to?
Ketel Marte, with his third career All-Star selection, will be starting in this year's All-Star game.
Congratulations, Ketel. The
Way to go, D-backs at Chick-fil-A. They were at Chick-fil-A, right?
The campaigning at
Chick-fil-A
clearly worked. And in between waffle fries and sweet tea, the voters decided Ketel Marte. He killed
Handily.
Tommy Edman handily. 70% to 30%
Over
of
a
the votes
Dodger.
went to Ketel
Good.
Marte. Good for him. Congratulations. He's the best second baseman in the National League.
Damn right he is.
He absolutely deserves it. Good for him. Congrats. That news just came down.
That news just coming down. Also, some more news that I need to lead off this reset with.
More news?
For our YouTube viewers. Big Red is not dead.
Big Red?
Big Red is not dead. Big Red was on our show for half of his internship. He's now moved to the website. He's now writing for a web department.
Are people on YouTube concerned that because Big Red, a.k.a. Connor, is not sitting behind you guys there in the studio?
We're done with Big Red?
They've been deeply concerned for days.
Big Red did an update last week.
He did. You missed it.
Big Red did the update.
He was on air on Friday.
How did he do?
He did fine.
Did he fine? Good.
Did fine.
That's great. Good for
Yeah.
him. Congratulations, Big
So,
Red.
with no more Big Red for us?
He's on the web team now. Yeah. Pretty soon you'll see his bylines.
Is he done with college?
No.
He's not done with college.
No.
I would say we should just hire him.
Well, you did call him a lumber joke last week when you walked
yeah.
by.
He calls
so.
everybody who went to NAU a lumberjack.
Every single
it's a
person.
sign of affection from Gambo.
I'm surprised I haven't had to fight like 75 alumni of NAU.
It means he loves you.
Well, there
Yes.
you go. So we'll lead off with that for everybody.
Congratulations to Connor. That's great.
Yes. And congratulations are in order for Zach Gallen because the D-backs won last night 8-2 over the Giants. Zach Gallen, 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, no walks, 10 strikeouts.
He's walked two batters in his last 3 games. So I'm not saying that part of this is fixed, but if that part of this is on its way to being fixed, then maybe we can start to wonder if Zach Gallen is fixed. Now, I won't believe it until I see another good start from Zach, like consecutive outings, because there really hasn't been much of that at all this year. If he gives me another one, if he gives them another one like he did against San Francisco, then we can start to believe that maybe Zach Gallen has turned a little bit of a corner because he was
I'll tell you,
fantastic last night.
How long did it take for like the Twitter mania to go crazy and get Gallen after the first inning when he gave up like the second inning he gave it 2 runs?
Oh yeah.
Like relax. He struck out 10 guys. He didn't walk a batter. He gave up 1 earned run. He was great. Everybody's ready to jump the gun. They're just ready. They're just ready to push send. Zach Gallen, like everybody, like don't you want him to do well? Do people actually root for people to do poorly because it makes them happy? You know how many people root for me to get information wrong? They're just dying for me to be wrong on something so they could say I was wrong. Yeah. They're just dying.
You just kind of answered your own question then, didn't
dying.
you?
People are just so miserable.
You just kind of answered.
Just did a
so
full
miserable.
360.
We just went full.
I know.
Yeah,
like, I'm shocked at how many people they're just waiting.
All the way around.
Yeah.
Answers the question. Yes, it is. It's a byproduct of the world in which we live. But we can try to change it.
Very rarely on radio do you get a question and an answer in the same sentence, but we just got one from Gambo right there.
If I can change, you can change. Everybody can change. It's just all go Rocky IV here, and let's just change the world in which we live in.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's
to me.
make it happen, Gambo.
Let's change the world.
Change the world.
And the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to sign right-hander Jake Woodford to a major league deal. My apologies. The righty will then take the spot of Juan Murillo, who's being optioned off in a corresponding move.
Somewhat a surprising move, given that I know Murillo gave up the double the other night in relief of Ryan Nelson on the first pitch that he threw. He's been good for them.
He's been great,
and he's a hard-throwing guy. Like there's not. They've still got, Gambo and I were talking about this during one of the breaks, Shelby Miller is not a soft tosser by any stretch of the imagination, nor is Kevin Ginkel. But in terms of guys who can hit like triple digits, they got none in their bullpen. I mean, they don't, Shelby Miller's average fastball velocity is like 95 miles per hour. They don't have a ton of hard throwers in that bullpen.
It might be because he's just not available right now, and they need a guy that's available. Like we're going to give you 2 days to not. We're going to give you a couple days to not pitch, and
it's possible that here in a couple days Murillo is back, and that's that. But it does for now. It leaves them a little. A lot of sliders, a lot of cutters, a lot of sweepers, that's what you're going to get out of the Diamondbacks bullpen right now. Not a lot of hard stuff right now, but that's how it goes.
And in NBA news, DeAndre Ayton has agreed to sign with the Los Angeles Lakers. It's a 2-year deal, and between Portland and LA, Ayton will earn $34 million next season.
I said something really stupid earlier today because I saw Brook Lopez sign with LA, and somehow I put that. Brook Lopez went to the Clippers.
I should have corrected you when you said that.
And I said something stupid. So Twitter corrected me on that. Yes, Brook Lopez went to the Clippers. I don't know why I said Lakers, but DeAndre Ayton to the Lakers. They were desperate for a center. They got him.
Was Twitter happy to correct you? Were they happy to see you make a mistake?
I think there's now. Listen, I'm not gonna. I'm not very. I wish I was, but I'm not a very humble person. I'm kind of like brash and in your face and cocky about like what I do. Mm-hmm. So I think that's why some people just want me to be wrong because they just don't like me.
I'm sure that's probably what it is.
A lot of people are like, so when I say something, there's a 0% chance they can't wait for Bradley Beal to come back. And even if they don't want Bradley Beal, just so I can be wrong.
I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Yes.
2 thoughts about DeAndre Ayton, and I'm not sure which one is bigger in my mind. Number one, Luka and DeAndre on the same roster together that isn't either of the teams that they were is weird and is going to take a minute. And number two, if LeBron is on the Lakers next year, he is not going to put up with DeAndre Ayton's nonsense for 1 second. Not one. DeAndre Ayton better tighten up those loose screws if he wants to succeed for the LA Lakers, because LeBron will not tolerate that BS for a second out of him.
Rob, it's DA. There's a lot of traffic. I'm not going to make the game. There's so much traffic. I can't. I don't know how to get out of it.
I left my house late, Rob. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be there. It's just. Man, he better tighten up those screws on that team if he's gonna contribute there. If LeBron's even there.
And another familiar face for the Suns, Frank Vogel is finalizing an agreement to join the Dallas Mavericks staff as their lead assistant under Jason Kidd.
Vogel was there as a
consultant.
A consultant.
Okay.
How could I not get that word out?
Because you're on vacation. Because you're
I have not been on vacation. I've been dialed into the whole show. I've been working
1 foot out the door, just thinking about the
artichoke ravioli.
The artichoke ravioli you're going to have on your bougie plane. You're 1 foot out the door waiting for your vacation to start.
Wow.
What were we talking about?
He was a consultant for them. Vogel was a consultant.
Here's my question. Did Jared Dudley take the Denver job? Is that why Frank Vogel got this gig? There was a report that Jared Dudley was going to be the lead assistant.
He was offered the number one
in
job.
Denver.
I had talked to Duds last week. He was offered the number one job.
So I'm
he was
wondering if
also
that's why the Vogel
he
thing.
also interviewed in Memphis, Jared Dudley. So he interviewed, and then Sean Sweeney, who was one of the top assistants. Sweeney went to San Antonio. But everybody, like, I can't tell. I've got 3 coaches right now asking me, what the hell's Phoenix doing? Like, I just got another. Are the Suns going to hire any assistant coaches or what? I haven't heard anything. That was one coach in the league.
Awfully quiet.
Then I had another coach in. Then I had another coach in the coaches in the league. Who's going to be on the Suns coaching staff down there? Like, I'm getting messages from NBA coaches wanting to say, like, are they going to hire anybody?
Have we heard anything? I haven't. I mean,
I know that there are a lot of guys that
right?
would have loved to have. There were a lot of guys that would have loved to taken the job here. Jay Triano would have loved to have been in Phoenix. I put him in touch with Jason, and he ended up getting the job with the Mavs. And I think he'll be great for the Mavs. I think Dudley would have loved to have come here and taken the job. I think Jeff Hornacek would have been great if they wanted to hire him as a former head coach. There's a lot of guys that want the job here.
None of it's happened yet. At least
no.
I haven't heard one official assistant coach hire for the Phoenix Suns yet. Not one.
That's because there hasn't been one.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, thank you. By the way, one other quick thing about Ketel Marte, and I don't know if this has changed in the last 5 minutes or not, but Bob Nightingale just tweeted out that Ketel Marte leads all National League vote getters to start the All-Star game. You tell me he's got more votes than anybody else? Is that what Bob's saying?
Really?
That seems.
Do you think? Just
crazy.
Roundabout way? Like, do you think that the incident in Chicago at the White Sox game helped him with there? Like that, it just helped people like vote for him, see a human side of him. To see like that human side of him and be like, that's my guy,
Yeah.
I mean, people that had to deal with stuff like that. They see a baseball player showing emotion because his mom died. Like, I wonder if that helped a little bit.
That's a great point. I hadn't thought about that at all. When we come back on the
It's a
Burns
great
and
point for a
Gamble
guy
show.
supposedly checked out. 1 foot out the door, but he still comes up with that was a great point. Maybe I'm not on vacation mode.
I've already ordered my artichoke raviolis.
I had to make my selection. I didn't know it was going to turn into this big thing.
Regardless of where the Diamondbacks stand at the trade deadline, is one guy as good as gone? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here's the first pitch. He swings, he grounds it towards second, sliding Ketel, pops to his feet, and he throws to first in time. Ball game. The Diamondbacks win by a final score of 8-2.
2 down, 2 to go versus the Giants. Game 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
JLC Roofing. Listen, the summers are brutal on roofs, just brutal. But JLC Roofing, they work all through the summers. Yes, they can replace your roof right now. It doesn't matter how hot it is outside. They'll have their guys out there bright and early in the morning, and they can replace your roof. They'll do a great job for you. You want to get your roof taken care of. If you need a new roof, let's get you $1,500 off right now on a full replacement roof with JLC Roofing. Third-generation roofers right here in the Valley. It's in their blood. That's what they do. You don't want to go with a damaged roof right now with the monsoon season upon us and those heavy rains and the winds. If you've got damage to your roof, it could lead to a huge expense. A claim on your insurance. Your insurance goes up. Like you might have to leave the house for a little while. That's a lot of problems happen when you ignore your roof. Stop ignoring your roof. Call JLC Roofing right now. Either get a free estimate on a repair or talk to them about a new roof and how you could save $1,500. Just call 602 Roofing. Real simple. 602 Roofing or go to jlcroof.com.
Bunker to Bunker the Golf Show invites you to join them on Saturday, August 16th for their next two-person scramble at Talking Stick Golf Club. Come celebrate the last days of summer with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, a big raffle and prizes, all for just $139. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf with proceeds benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank. Open to the public and singles are welcome, but space is limited. So register today at bunkergolf.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. these families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he's like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple of months later, I was here, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
D-backs 4th of July ticket giveaway.
Swung on, crushed. Deep left field. It's gone!
The last winner for the tickets to go see the Diamondbacks on the 4th of July, the fireworks show and all of that. It is time to announce our last qualifier for D-backs tickets this 4th of July. Kyle Charlesworth from Levine.
Charlesworth.
Kyle
very proper.
It's very English.
She's from England.
Kyle Charlesworth.
I'm sorry, it's tea time. He cannot be by the phone. It's tea time.
He's having his crumpets
and tea.
He just got in from playing croquet in the backyard.
One of the coolest things I've ever done is tea time. You ever do tea time?
With my daughter when she was like 5, but
no, like a real
no, I've never
English
done a real
tea time.
No,
I've done it twice, and it was actually kind of cool.
Really, you liked it?
Yeah, I did it at the. We were staying in Ireland at the Ashford Castle, and they have tea time.
Oh, okay.
And they bring out all the things to eat and all these different teas that you could taste. It was pretty cool. I liked it.
Kyle Charlesworth is probably listening right now. Like, I do not drink tea.
He's drinking tea right now.
I drink beer. And Kyle, you have 10 minutes to call 602-260.
Sleepy time.
9870. Kyle Charlesworth 602-260-9870. To win 2 tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Royals this 4th of July. If we don't hear from Kyle within 10 minutes, we'll open up the phone lines to somebody else. Once again, Kyle Charlesworth, you have 10 minutes from Levine. You have 10 minutes to call 602-260-9870 for your opportunity to spend the 4th of July with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Tim Kirkjian was on First Take today, and he threw out the name that everybody's throwing around out there when it comes to the trade deadline.
Well, it'll be real interesting to see what the Diamondbacks do here. Eugenio Suarez is a guy that a lot of people would really like, including the Yankees, but we have to see if the Diamondbacks are still in the running here for a playoff spot. They're not going to trade a guy with 25 homers who is a great clubhouse presence unless they get overwhelmed, and of course, unless they're out of it. He's one guy to keep your eyes on.
So yet another mention of Eugenio Suarez, who is, it's funny, he has, if there's one thing I think we've learned about this in the last couple of weeks, is that as valuable as Zach Gallen might be, or Merrill Kelly might be, or Josh Naylor might be,
Eugenio Suarez has moved to the top of the list when it comes to assets the Diamondbacks have to trade, right? Like, he is the guy that I think people are talking about more than any of. Now, that can change between now and the deadline, but I think today, on July 2nd, if there's one guy who's being talked about the most on the team that is being talked, it's Suarez.
He's projected to hit 50 home runs and have 132 RBIs. He's having a historic season. As a guy that could change the complexion of a game with one swing of the bat, and teams are going to want that guy in a lineup, especially in a close play. Playoff baseball, close games, 2 guys on, you're down 2 runs. Him coming to the plate gives you a chance to win, and a lot of others don't. Plays a decent third base. Hasn't been as good this year as he used to be. So I think he's slipped a little bit at third base. But a power bat in the lineup, he's got his average up to 254. Like, again, on pace for 50 homers, on pace for 132 RBIs. He is going to be one of the hottest commodities on the market come the trade deadline.
I'm just laughing because I really do struggle to put into perspective how much has changed for Geno Suarez and our perception of Geno Suarez in the last calendar year.
Yep.
It's remarkable.
He was almost cut from this team twice.
This time a year ago, we were so ready to say goodbye to Geno. I mean, just cut him. It's not working. It's terrible. It was a bad move. I cannot believe sometimes the conversations we have about Geno now compared to what we were talking about a year ago. It's remarkable. It really is.
That's a credit to him and all the work he did to get his career turned around after the slow start last year, to the point where now, like, he's one of the top guys that could be traded in all of baseball at the trade deadline if the Diamondbacks fall out of this thing.
And this is, look, we all know the deal with this. We'll see where the Diamondbacks are around the standings. I'm sure they're getting calls about Suarez all the time. The team that gets mentioned the most is the Seattle Mariners, and I don't remember who it was who said it yesterday, but somebody made the point. There is kind of a rich trading history between Jerry DiPoto of the Mariners and Mike Hazen of the Diamondbacks. They have made a lot of deals together. So I think it's very natural to assume that Naylor could end up in Seattle or Suarez could end up in Seattle, because it seems like those two have kind of an affinity towards working with each other. But until
I was reading something that reminded me of you today.
What was that?
Today is the official day that Al Padrique became the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, Bob Brenly.
And Jerry DiPoto became the GM, the Seattle guy. And I kept thinking about the Al Padrique show with Dave Burns.
I know. Yeah.
We couldn't track down any audio, could we? That doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. You sent that in your email. Like, could we find some audio of me hosting the Al Padrique show? I assure it does not exist. It's our archives don't go back that far. But yes, so it'd be what, the last 3 months of the 2003 season? I hosted the Al Padrique show on News Radio 620 KTAR, and let me tell you, it was a challenge. Let me tell you, Al was he was a really nice guy, and he was in a really really tough spot. But it was
not radio gold.
It was very different than speaking with Bob Brenly every week. Let's just put it that way. With Bob, it was really easy, and we had a lot of fun stuff to talk about because the team was good. It was a little different with Al Padrique because that team was was that 03 or 04? I think it was 03, but I'd have to go back and look. Anyway, so if Suarez. Look, it all depends on where the Diamondbacks are, obviously, in the standings. The closer we get to the deadline, there's no decision that's been made now. There's no reason to make any decision right now.
Right.
But rest assured, Suarez. Now, is Suarez the guy you're going to get the most for? Or is Suarez the guy who's the first to go because
that's a really good question. Because all of these guys are free agents. But can you make an argument you can get more from Merrill Kelly because he could start game 2 of a playoff series for you?
He was the name I was thinking that you could get more for. Like, Suarez is more of a commodity because he's available, right? Like, I mean, they're all available, but because they've got Jordan Lawler coming up, and there's just such a natural, seamless replacement plan for Suarez if you do trade him. Where it's not so much with Merrill, and not so much with Zach, and not so much with Naylor. I'm just wondering, though, does that mean you get the most for Suarez, or do you get the most for Merrill Kelly? Because I think you could make an argument you get more for Merrill, given he's in the playoffs.
Game 2.
Oh,
like he could be your number 2 starter in a playoff game.
Pencil it in.
And feel good about the fact that he's going to give you a terrific game. 6 innings, quality start in a playoff game.
But then there is something to be said about Suarez as an everyday player, right-handed thump, on pace for 50 homers, plays every day.
One swing of the bat changes the complexion of a baseball game.
That might be a conversation for, I know you're about to go on vacation, but that might be a conversation for another day. Like,
save that for whoever's filling in for me.
Who exactly would give you the biggest return among the players that you would deal? I don't know. It's a good poll question for one of the weeks next week, I think.
Do it Tuesday when I'm staring into the mountain of a volcano.
Yeah, don't fall.
Sicily.
Don't fall in.
I'm going right up to it.
Are you?
I'm going to lean over. I'm going to lean over and look into it.
Don't fall. We even though you're trying to make it sound like you won't come back, we do want you to come back. So please don't fall in.
Right.
When we come back, Burns and Gambo, Bradley Beal. Where could he go? Is a trade still possible? And does a team wanting him make the difference now? We'll tell you why that could be the case next on Burns and Gambo.
Empire of the Suns with Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman. Breaking down NBA draft picks and what the Suns got from the Rockets in the KD trade. Get it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel or your usual spot for podcasts. The Empire of the Suns podcast is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin.
Terrific. Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
If you live in the desert, you gotta have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is celebrating 20 years in the basin in 2025. We were out of the pool the other day. The family was there, the fun was there, and the comfort was there because of All Pro Shade Concepts. Our roll-down patio shades block out the sun, reduces glare on our television, and provides privacy. It's 1:15. Stop melting outside and get your All Pro Shade Concepts estimate today. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking to clinch the series tonight against the Giants. They're also looking for a third consecutive quality start on the mound. Merrill Kelly will be tasked with that mission. He opposes the right-hander Landon Roop. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, Ketel Marte is headed back to the All-Star game and will start at second base for the National League. This is his third trip to the Midsummer Classic and, as I mentioned, a second consecutive start. Reserves for the All-Star game will be announced on Sunday at 2 p.m., and we'll see if any other Diamondbacks will be joining Ketel in Atlanta. And in NBA news, former Suns center DeAndre Ayton is set to sign a 2-year deal with the LA Lakers following his buyout with the Portland Trailblazers. It is said that the second season is a player option. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
D-backs 4th of July ticket giveaway.
Swung on, crushed. Deep left field. It's gone!
Well, apparently we could not tear Kyle Charlesworth away from his afternoon tea.
Afternoon tea.
So instead, caller number 10 at 602-260-9870.
Scones were too good to pass up.
We'll get
Do you have any gray poupon?
Nothing like a good scone.
I would agree with that. I like a good scone.
Oh, I love scones.
Good scone. Cranberry scone, blueberry scone.
Oh,
Fantastic.
so good.
Caller number 10, 602-260-9870. Forget about tea and scones. You'll be having a cold beer and a hot dog at a D-backs game.
That's nice.
4th of July doesn't get than that. Caller number 10 at 602-260-9870, and you're going to go spend the 4th of July with the Arizona Diamondbacks from your friends at Arizona Sports and the Burns and Gamble Show. Again, caller number 10, 602-260-9870. We had NBA insider Kevin O'Connor on yesterday's show. A lot of the conversation was about Bradley Beal. That's kind of the thing we're all waiting for right now. Don't know when it's going to happen. But as Kevin said yesterday, and we all agree, the Suns have to move off of this.
They have to, for Jalen Green's sake, and also for the young guys. Rasheer Fleming is a guy who's going to be getting three-point shots. Kobe Brea, their second-round pick, is going to be a weapon. So it's you want those younger players, not to mention Jalen Green, getting those opportunities in those minutes, not a guy who, A, you don't want to be there, and B, doesn't even want to be there. He's not part of your future. So they have to get rid of him regardless of what it has to be, whether it's waiving him or buying him out, stretching the contract, whatever the way you got to do it, you got to get rid of Bradley Beal. Have to.
But I've been saying it since April. It didn't work. And here's the other thing. Okay, you could say it's going to suck that you got to buy a guy out for that much money. Right? Milwaukee just did it with Dame Lillard. Mm-hmm. It's an option and it's a tool that's available to you. It gets you under the aprons. And creates a lot of flexibility for you if you do it. Now, I still say you look at trade options and try to see if there's a trade that can be made. I still say you explore that and see if that's a possibility. But if not, then, you've got to look. I want to look forward, not backwards with the Phoenix Suns. I want to look forward. I want to look forward to this team starting to rebuild, I don't say the reputation, but to build towards something, because these last few years have been miserable. And I don't want these guys back. It was time for Durant to go. It's time for Beal to go. You're going to keep Booker and build around, but it's fine. It's like we always said, you got the ace of spade, and you got to get rid of everything else and just keep the one ace of spade and start over. Now, I think they'll keep Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal and obviously Colin Gillespie and Ryan Dunn, but they've added like 7 new players to this roster.
Yeah, I hear. Look, I don't disagree with the words you're saying. They do need to get off of him. I don't think they can bring him back either. I will say this though, just as sort of a side conversation to all this, is that there will come a day. And I don't know when, it might be sooner, it might be later. There will come a day when you're going to want to make a move and you can't because you owe Bradley Beal $22.5 million and you're capped out. Like it's in the moment, it's the thing to do. In the moment, it's the right decision to get him out of your locker room and to move on from him and do all that. But you're talking about 5 years of $22 million, depending on what kind of buyout reduction he takes, which he has to agree to. That is going to hurt you at some point, right? Like you are borrowing against your future by doing this.
Yeah, rob Peter to pay Paul. I get your analogy, but the option is to stay in these aprons, which is you got to get under the aprons.
I'm not arguing with you.
You're just saying at some point it could come back to bite you in the ass. Okay,
and it will. No, it won't. It might. There's no might about it. It will. It will come back to bite you in the ass. You will. And I'm not saying that means you'll wish you hadn't done it. But understand there will be a moment 3 years from now, 4 years from now, where you go, man, if only we had an extra $22 million in cap space.
Well, think about this.
We could have done this or we could have done that, and you won't be able
Buying
to.
out Nas Little's coming back to bite you in the ass.
Yes, it is.
Because now you can't buy out Bradley Beal.
Thank you. You made my point better than
You're
I
welcome.
could.
Boy, that's not too bad for a guy's got 1 foot out the door on vacation.
But, I mean, how little thought did we give?
None. And now you're like, can't buy out Bradley Beal.
I wish they hadn't bought out Nas Little
because of Nas Little.
Right, you can't.
Right.
So it's gonna bite you. It's gonna hurt you, and it's sort of like, when everybody thought getting Bradley Beal was a great idea, and I'll cop to it. I thought getting Bradley Beal, that's a great idea. Go ahead. You think it through a little bit, and you go, yeah, but wait, hold on, before we do this. Just understand you're taking on this contract, and he has a no trade clause, and you're gonna be kind of stuck. And if it doesn't work out, you're kind of screwed. Understand the same problems with waiving and stretching him and what that's going to lead to. Now, the new development, if that's what you want to call it in this Bradley Beal story, I mean, so far, no trades have been reported, obviously. No buyout has happened yet. He's got veto power over both. He's got veto power over trade. He's got veto power over a buyout. So it's got to be, he's got to prove it one way or another. The LA Clippers have been named as a potential destination for where he could go if he is bought out. Not as a trade, but if he is bought out, this is where he could go. And I think that's interesting only in that if there are enough teams that kind of make it be known like, hey, dude, if you get cut, yeah, we'd love to have you.
I think Golden State would take him.
It helps. I got to think that helps the process for him to know, okay.
I got 4 teams.
I can give back $20 million on this buyout.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do what DeAndre Ayton just did with the LA Lakers. I'm going to go sign for a team. I'm going to make it back, and I'm going to go somewhere that wants me. And we can all just
some of these teams only have the 5.6. They don't have the full, $14 million on the exception. So I think that's got, I got to look at that and see how many there are. But not everybody has the ability to give him, more than that 5.6.
Well, I also think if it's just about him making up the money that he's going to have to lose in order for this to happen, I don't think it's that much. It's like $4 million a year.
Right.
It's like $14 million total that he has to agree to not collect from the Suns.
It shouldn't be an impediment.
It shouldn't be an impediment.
It should not be.
It shouldn't be a reason for this not to happen.
No.
Now, you can be picky about where you want to go, and that team's got to be able to have the space to do it, as you point out just a second ago. But, I mean, at this point, I don't know how many more signs on the freeway Bradley Beal is going to need to realize that he just he's just not wanted here. And I don't know why, for the life of me, somebody would want to be somewhere where they're just not wanted to that level, to that extreme. I don't know why he would. I don't know why.
In the end, I don't think that this is an issue that Brad only wants to stay. I think he's fine going. I think he knows. I'm not going to play. They got Devin Booker. They got Jill. You're not playing. Like, I don't think that that's an issue. I think he's, of course, he wants to make as much money as he can. And if there's teams that are out there, he's probably going to be willing to go. But I don't think that, look, like the no trade clause. I don't think the no trade clause hurt the Suns' ability to trade Bradley Beal. I think he would have accepted a trade.
That awful contract.
The contract, right.
The Suns' ability to trade.
I truly don't believe that the no trade clause hindered the Suns' chances of moving him. I think it was nobody wanted to Bradley Beal at that money.
But that's what confuses me about the buyout thing then. Because, I can understand them not being able to trade him because of that contract. For the life of me, I can't understand why a buyout hasn't happened yet. And I understand exploring all the trade options.
Right.
But, man, I mean, at this point, you explored trading him back during the deadline. You had no takers. You've had weeks to explore trading him now. You've clearly had no takers. Like, at some point, you do have to realize, okay, we're just not going to be able to trade this dude. We can't. Nobody wants him. Nobody wants that contract. And if you've reached that conclusion as the Suns, then I don't understand why the buyout has taken so long. You know what I mean? I don't understand why that's not done yet.
It's a good question. I don't know. I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know.
Because don't you think if there was a trade partner,
it would have emerged?
It would have happened by now.
Yeah.
They had weeks leading up to the deadline to move Bradley Beal. They weren't able to get it done. They were going to be able to move him trade-wise. They would have been able.
When was Lillard bought out? Was it yesterday?
It was yesterday morning, yes.
Okay. If that's
what's taken so long, that's all.
If that's the route it's going to go, then it's probably something that's not going to take too much longer, I would think. Because I think you're right. I think
they're not trading him. Nobody wants him in that regard.
Right.
It's just I think. I guess
exhaust all your options and then do what you got to do.
Yeah,
I get it.
When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, LeBron's tenure in Los Angeles. Is he going to get to play with DA or is he gone, baby, gone? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When I look at Dillingham, I see some Jonathan Gannon. They're both pathologically competitive, highly energetic, different approaches, different styles, but they're able to be demanding without being demeaning. That's, I think, the essence of coaching in 2025. I see a lot of similarities and parallels between those two head coaches.
Serious player buy-in for both of them, too, which is important for both, but specifically in college football right now, that's a selling point for ASU. If they're not going to throw $10 million at a player the way some of these other schools can, especially if you're a quarterback, why wouldn't you want to play for Kenny Dillingham? Look at his track record.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Toyota's 4th of July sale is going on now. Be sure to check out the full line of Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs, including class-leading Tacoma and all-new 4Runner. Visit your Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, good poll question today. You got to think about it a little bit. You got to listen to the words a little bit. I like this. Lauren is here with an update on our poll question. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, guys.
How we doing?
Oh, fine. I was just talking about how there's 2 Cubs starting in the All-Star game. And in a fun fact that PCA and Javi are both the starting center fielders in it, and they were traded for each other.
Funny stuff. PCA's the starting center fielder?
Yeah.
That's great. I love watching that kid play.
Former Met.
He's a lot of fun watching that kid play. Oh.
Gambo just further cementing my point.
Yeah, the Javi Baez. Yeah, that's good stuff. What do we got for a poll question today?
We're asking the people, who do you think gets traded first? Bradley Beal, Zach Gallen, Gino Suarez, Nick Richards.
It's a good one. I think it's between Richards and Suarez.
It's not an option, but there isn't a chance none of them get traded. I mean, truly, there's a chance none of them get traded. Bradley Beal gets waived. The Diamondbacks aren't sellers at the deadline, and the Suns decide to keep Nick Richards. None of them can get traded.
It's an option.
Nick Richards, though, is my choice. He'll get traded
first. It would be a not exciting poll question if none of them got traded.
True. Yeah, that's true. I think Nick Richards will happen before the Diamondbacks declare whether they're sellers, buyers, or neither.
I'll go Suarez.
There's been some separation on this poll question since last time we checked in. 46% going with Nick Richards now, 25% going with Bradley Beal, 22% going with Gino Suarez, and 7% going with Zach Gallen.
All right. Thanks, Lauren. That's the poll question. Again, you can find it on our social media page, X at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Gambo been talking for the last couple of days about this LeBron thing, him picking up the player option, $52.5 million, whatever it is. But there's been a lot of vague kind of thoughts out there about how LeBron might be available, might be on his way out, et cetera, et cetera. Brian Windhorst, who had kind of shut the door over the weekend, started to unlock that door a little bit today on First Take on ESPN.
The Lakers and LeBron, whoever wants to spin their side of the story, I'm not sure what happened, but the Lakers and LeBron did not have substantive discussions about extending his contract, which every team LeBron's been on for 20-something years has wanted to have substantive conversations about extending his contract. And what happens to expiring contracts in the NBA? They're viewed as trade pieces. So, for all those reasons, You know, the money, the fact that LeBron and Luka are still a very formidable duo, the fact that the Lakers are not done with their offseason, the fact that trading him is crazy, the fact that this is being built around Luka and they've got to maintain their cap sheet and all of those things, everything that makes sense. But I'm just unlocking the door because I'm not as convinced as before of its impossibility.
I'm not as convinced as before of its impossibility, meaning it's possible.
Yeah.
It could get moved.
Yeah, I found out in May from somebody close to the LeBron situation at like, hey, LeBron wants out. They also want him gone. Reeves wants to go too. They both don't like playing with Luka. Reeves is tired of getting the ball with 3 seconds left on the shot clock and watch game one of the playoffs, how disinterested LeBron was. And they brought up to me, and I have these in my notes here, that maybe LA could buy LeBron out after he opts in and open up all the avenues, and then maybe pay him $25 to $30 million instead of $52. And that was something that was told to me back in May, back in May, that could be an option. I think I brought it up several times over the last couple of months. Keep your eye on that LA situation with LeBron.
You have said almost exactly those words. Keep your eye on the LA
situation with LeBron. Now, all of a sudden, a lot more people are talking about it now. And I know Laker Nation's turned into Heat Nation. They're all losing their mind. And who the hell's this Gambo guy? How does some guy in Arizona sports know what's going on? These guys fake. He's fake news. So I'm seeing all of that stuff. But I can only tell you what I hear. From people, and I this is not 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, so I'm not going to somebody's aunt's cousin, first removed, twice, that's not the case. I talk to people in the NBA that are very much involved and know a lot of this stuff, and that's the information that I got on LeBron.
I wonder if I can connect LeBron James to Kevin Bacon and 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Well, let's start with baby steps, right? Who would you say is the most famous person that you have talked to ever? Gambo. Doesn't have to be in movies, just ever.
Donald Trump.
Okay.
The president.
He was in Home Alone 2.
Oh, there you go.
Along with Joe Pesci, who was in JFK with Kevin Bacon.
Boom.
So that's 4.
Right?
Wow, you guys are good.
Done. He was done.
You guys are good.
I was thinking, what was the name of that movie with Amy Schumer and Bill Hader? Because LeBron was in that one. What was that one? The one where
I can envision she's drinking on the paper bag.
She's drinking out of the paper bag.
I'll look it up.
Because I was going to try to do it with that.
Get Trump in Home Alone 2? That's pretty good.
Trump was in Home Alone 2.
Yeah, I guess so. I wouldn't have thought about that.
Joe Pesci was in Home Alone 2, and Joe Pesci.
Trainwreck.
Okay. So LeBron was in Trainwreck with Bill Hader, who was in It Part 2 with Jessica Chastain.
Okay.
Who was in Interstellar with Matthew McConaughey. Hold on. Who was in... I'm thinking. Who was in Tropic Thunder with Tom Cruise. Who was in A Few Good Men with Kevin Bacon. Bingo, bango.
All right, Sylvester Stallone.
So you're closer to Kevin Bacon than LeBron is. So
I'm closer. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. My conversations with Trump have allowed me to be closer to Kevin Bacon and LeBron. There you go.
We don't need to do Sylvester Stallone, but that was fun. I enjoyed doing that for a second. Where were we going with this LeBron thing? Oh, it was mentioned this morning on Twitter that if he is available to be traded, keep your eye on the New York Knicks, which makes a ton of sense, I think. Now, I don't know who their coach is.
LeBron to the Knicks.
Totally. Can't you just, if you're driving, don't close your eyes, but just form them.
But if you close your eyes.
Can you just picture LeBron James in a Knicks uniform? Easily. He's played for just about every other marquee franchise there is in the NBA. Why not the Knicks? They're close. They're in the Eastern Conference, which is wide open. They do have the contracts they could put together that probably put together a package that might entice LA a little bit to a certain extent. They go get LeBron and they make a push in an Eastern Conference. That could be, depending on who they don't have to give up to get him.
Yeah.
The Knicks could end up being the favorite in the Eastern Conference if they have LeBron to at least go to the NBA
Follow
Finals.
me here. Is it crazy to think that the Lakers brass is done with LeBron? You got everything you could out of the guy. You got a championship. No. You're moving on. You've got Luka. You want to build around Luka. You've got to appease Luka, and you can't have guys that don't want to play with Luka and hate it. The old guard. If those guys don't want to be there, then you got to find other guys. You're going to build around Luka. He's got to be your focal point.
Yeah. Yeah.
So is it out of the realm of possibility to think that, like, the Lakers don't want LeBron?
Not at all.
I think so, too.
Not at all. Not one bit. It is.
Because Gambo's a Suns media guy and a liar. This guy is, I'm a liar. See, at Lakers Daily, a source close to LeBron says he wants out of L.A. and the Lakers want him gone via Gambo. And now I've got all the Laker fans just totally just ripping me. Really bad, but it's okay. Like, it's fun to watch these people
maybe turn
implode.
the Twitter off when you're on vacation. Maybe.
You know what?
Maybe
I know
turn
I say this every year, but I also didn't leave. Last year, I left before the draft and free agency, and so I had to. So I did work, and I tweeted a lot. The last few years, I've left right after I was gone by July 4th. Everything's going to be just about done by now. I think there's a good chance that I will just tune everything out.
Okay. Now it's my turn to call you a liar.
Oh, man. What's left? What's left?
Bradley Beal.
Okay. All right.
Bradley Beal's buyout.
Okay.
Yeah. Bradley Beal's buyout is next. And then what they do after they buy out Bradley Beal, now that they're not a second apron team, is next. It's Gambo. I respect you.
Chris Paul to Milwaukee.
I respect you. I have nothing but respect for the work. There's no way you're not going to tweet when you're on vacation. You say it every year.
There's a 9-hour time difference. You're on this. You start this show at 2. It's 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, you've stayed. And have you not stayed up? Did you not stay up till 4 o'clock in the morning?
I didn't sleep the first night I was in Norway to break the draft news for the Suns last year.
Gambo, you're a liar. You will tweet while you're on vacation. It's just what you do. It's just what you do. You want to challenge yourself to make it no tweets?
I am going to tweet pictures of me doing whatever I'm doing. Or you can follow me on Instagram, John Gambo.
Yeah, tweeting about work when you're on vacation.
That doesn't sound like fun.
What, tweeting? But that's what you do.
Then I must not be any fun.
Well, that's another conversation. Just when we thought we were out on the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Pull you back in.
Have they pulled us back in?
Pull you back in.
That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better, and now they're talking surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back, including me. It's QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine, where they use treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results, and that's not just a number. That's peace of mind that you are exploring something that is truly working for people just like you. And it doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Go learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Arizona Diamondbacks are looking to clinch the series tonight against the San Francisco Giants, and they're looking for a third consecutive quality start along with it. Merrill Kelly is the man on the mound for tonight. He opposes the right-hander Landon Roop. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, Ketel Marte headed back to the All-Star game and will be the starter at second base for the National League. This is his third trip to the Midsummer Classic and his second consecutive start, third overall. Reserves for the All-Star game will be announced on Sunday at 2 o'clock, so that is when we will find out if any other Diamondbacks will be joining Ketel in Atlanta. And in NBA news, former Suns center DeAndre Ayton set to sign a 2-year deal with the LA Lakers following his buyout with the Portland Trailblazers. It is said that the second season of that contract is a player option. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Where will the Diamondbacks be in the wild card race after the holiday weekend? We'll get into that Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
He swings, high fly ball, deep right field. You betcha! Oh, man! A no-doubter for McCarthy, his second of the year. And the Diamondbacks take a 4-2 lead.
That was Jake McCarthy during the game, his 3-run go-ahead homer that gave the Diamondbacks a 4-2 lead. Then Jake McCarthy after the game with Todd Walsh and Josh Colmenter, when asked about the doubters or those who thought this team was done, said this.
Let people doubt. I welcome it. Our team welcomes it. The people who want to count us out, who think we're done, they don't know. They don't know. I'll just leave it at that, all right?
And then he smiled, put the headset down, and walked away. And Todd and Josh were like, whoa, okay.
Baseball is so much more difficult than any other sport because it's 162 games. It's twice the amount of a basketball season. Twice the amount of games. So it's like it is so hard to look at a guy that gets off to a slow start in 2 months, be like, oh, his season's going to suck. Paul Goldschmidt used to get off to a slow start all the time and then hit, 30 homers and drive at 100. But 60 games in, you'd be like, 50 games in, you'd be like, God, Suarez last. Like, it is such a difficult sport because it's so freaking long and there are so many games.
Yep.
So the Diamondbacks lose 5 out of 9 games to the White Sox, the Marlins, and the Rockies. You're thinking, oh, God, forget it. Like, this team's just done.
Of course.
They're not going to. And then they come back and they win 2 in a row. And the Giants are like, okay, we're only 3 games out. Here we go. It is. Look, do I think they're going to make the playoffs? I think it's going to be a challenge. I still think it's an uphill climb for them, based on the injuries, based on how good the National League is, and based on how many teams are still ahead of them to get there. But yeah, it is premature to write them off because this team's going to go out and battle, and they still have a lot of baseball games left.
Yeah, I think it is. I think everything you said is absolutely right. I think that it would have been easy to write this team off in 2023. They went to the World Series. It would have been easy to write this team off in 2024. They won 89 games and missed out on the postseason by a game. I know this. I think with this organization, with this team, you have to be very careful and very definitive about when you say they can't, right? Because they have proven a lot of people wrong the last couple of years who have said, yeah, they can't, they won't, they're done, they're this, they're that, right? And they just find a way. They have found a way that now the injuries are going to be very difficult to overcome. And the National League is better now than it was a year ago. And the Diamondbacks have way more teams in front of them than they did at this time a year ago. All of that is true. And it very well might lead to them being sellers. But I like that they've got this attitude about it. I like that Jake McCarthy is like, yeah, to hell with everybody who thinks we won't. You don't know bleep about us. We had Torey Lovello on the show earlier. And here's the funny part. I asked him about Jake McCarthy's comments last night. I assumed he had heard them or heard about them. When he met with the media about an hour after he was on with us, he admitted that he hadn't heard what Jake had said, but thought it was pretty cool anyway.
Well,
oh, that's not the cut I'm looking for. It's, where is it? Oh, above it. Thank you. There it is.
I did not, and that's what he was just asking me right now. So I just did the radio segment, and they asked me, talked about it, and I pretended like I did know, but I really didn't know. It's one of those things you got to keep the radio flow going. So I quickly looked it up and read it. I dug it. I kind of like it. And go ahead, like count us out. Give us that underdog mentality. I think we like to live in that space. And we've created this situation we're in. We own it, and we know that we're a good team. We're going to go out there and play our best baseball for sure. And I like what he said.
Can we hear what he said to us and how he faked that?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Do we have that cut?
I do have it. Yeah. Give me
oh my God! I got to hear how good he was at faking it.
Here's Torey Lovello with us. Is this the cut that's in my file? I think it is. I'm going to play it. Let's see.
Well, first of all, we got a good baseball team, and I don't want it to get to that. I keep telling Mike, just let's breathe a little bit and let this team show you where they can take this. And he trusts me, but he's going to have to make decisions on this on one side or the other. And we know what that means. It is the elephant in the room that's rarely talked about.
Okay, that's the second half of the answer. I think the first half of the answer was where he had mentioned Jake and something along.
Do you remember what the question was?
It was my question. It was basically, hey, Jake McCarthy made these comments after the game last night. How much of the trade deadline serves as a motivation for you guys to prove everybody wrong? That's kind of how I phrased the question. Jake kind of went after everybody who said that.
Yeah, Dave, well, I heard Jake's comments. I totally agree with him. I mean, Jake is a hard-nosed player, and, he believes in this team. And we all believe in this team. And, Jake was just, saying exactly what everybody else in that clubhouse feels, that we're not out of this, and we may have some struggles, but we're going to get up, we're going to pick up, we're going to keep fighting, and we're going to give Mike a tough decision.
Fake.
I did not, and that's what he was just asking me right now. So I just did the radio segment, and they asked me, talked about it, and I pretended like I did know, but I really didn't know. So he's got to keep the radio flow going.
Keep that radio flow going, Torey. Keep it going. I can't. I think that's how I asked him the question. I used Jake's comments as a way to ask Torrey about, do you guys use the fact that all of your players are being brought up as the best players to acquire at the deadline as motivation for not being sellers? And he mentioned Jake for a second, and then he went into that answer about trying to convince Mike that they're not.
That's
sellers.
funny. That's funny.
Either way, I look, Jake. I love Jake's attitude. We've always loved Jake's attitude. If that's their attitude, if what Torrey said is correct, good, fine, great. Tell us we're sellers. Tell us we're out of it. Fine, we'll just use it. Fantastic, awesome. I truly think, Gambo, that we're not going to know for sure whether the Diamondbacks are buyers or sellers or neither.
Up until the last moment?
Until about 48 hours before the deadline. I really do. I don't think...
Because you think they're going to hang around this 3, 4, 5 game...
Yes.
And not go too far south or too far north.
I think that, in combination with Mike Hazen's insatiable, insane competitiveness, will not allow him to admit that they're sellers until he absolutely has to admit it. You know? Because he doesn't have to admit it now. He doesn't have to, that's it. White flag time. We're done. We're out.
You're probably right. But you are one stretch of losing, 8 out of 10 games to being, okay,
I'll
this
give
is
you
done.
that. I just don't think that stretch is coming. I don't think that stretch, it hasn't been like that all year for this team. It could. I'm not saying.
Even with the 9-game stretch, they went 4-5. It's not the end of the world. They're almost 500.
Yeah.
You were hoping to do better, but you didn't. And you're still 3 games out of a spot because you won the next 2.
Did you see the smile on Jake McCarthy's face, too? He knew exactly what he was doing last night. He's like, I'm going to say a couple words that's not safe for your television, and I don't care.
Like, I hit a 3-run homer today. I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm going to...
You see that home run?
Let people doubt. I welcome it. Our team welcomes it. The people who want to count us out, who think we're done, they don't know. They don't know. I'll just leave it at that, all right?
I love it when guys know they're on the radio, know they're on TV, and I don't care. I'm going to say it anyway. You guys deal with it. I don't have to. Yeah. That's your problem, not mine.
Pat Tillman used to do that all the time.
All the time. The late, great Pat Tillman. He knew full well he was on the air, and he didn't care. He was Pat, love you. You can't say that, Pat.
Right.
I don't care. It was so cool. It was awesome. God, I miss that guy so much. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, are the Phoenix Suns shopping Nick Richards, or did their buyer just choose somebody else at the position? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here's the first pitch. He swings, he grounds it towards second, sliding Cattell, pops to his feet, and he throws to first in time. Ball game. The Diamondbacks win by a final score of 8-2.
2 down, 2 to go versus the Giants. Game 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
4th of July time and at Liberty GMC, that means great savings, not only this weekend, but all month long. 4th of July savings going on the whole month at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, of course, known for some amazing trucks, but they also have unbelievable deals right now on SUVs that will be good all month long. You can lease a new Terrain right now for just $299 a month or purchase with $4,000 in savings. They also have the 7-passenger 2025 Acadia, $4,250 in savings right now. And, of course, the always popular Yukon and Yukon XLS arriving daily. It is a great time to get a truck. It's a great time to get an SUV, and it's a great time to get out to Liberty GMC because it's 4th of July weekend, and they got the deals. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
Well, we were all set to go into today, and we're still going to do it. Talking about whether the Suns are going to trade Nick Richards, their backup center, after getting Mark Williams in that deal with the Hornets on draft night. And they still very well could. But something happened today, and it's even more interesting beyond what the Suns are going to do with Nick Richards. But one of the teams they were thinking about maybe trading him to was the LA Lakers, and now clearly that's not going to happen anymore because the Lakers went out and signed DeAndre Ayton today, which is very predictable. I think many people saw this coming over the last couple of days when he got bought out of his contract.
It's good value. The Lakers get DeAndre Ayton just a few years after the Suns gave him a max contract for like, what, $10 million?
I think they gave him $10 million.
$10 million.
Because he took a $10 million haircut from Portland to get out of there, and they're saying that he's making exactly the same amount that he would have if he just stayed in Portland. So I'm assuming he got $10 million. It's fascinating because it's your former number 1 pick. He's now with your hated rival, the LA Lakers. It's fascinating because the Luka thing. Now Luka and DeAndre are on the same roster. It's interesting because of LeBron and Ayton. They just do not seem like they're going to be a good mix at all, which makes you wonder if LeBron's going to be somewhere else. And, oh, by the way, in the middle of all of that, a team that you might have been thinking to trade Nick Richards to, you're probably not going to trade him to the LA Lakers anymore.
This is a difficult one. Are the Suns getting calls on Nick Richards? Yes. Do they want to move him? I mean, not necessarily, maybe. I mean, he's not an untouchable player. If you keep him, that's, you've got Mark Williams, you've got Malawach, you've got Nick Richards, you got Oso. I think Oso's the odd guy out, to be honest with you, playing time-wise. But if you keep Nick Richards, it is insurance in case Mark Williams is not able to stay healthy, which is throughout his career, he's proven that he can't stay healthy. When he does stay healthy, he's really good. But can you count on him to stay healthy? Would you rather have – because if you get rid of Nick Richards and Mark Williams gets hurt and has to miss time, you've got a teenager playing center for you.
Yes.
Like, is that ideal?
No.
Probably not.
No, it's not.
So is it better to keep Richards? It's not like he makes an exorbitant salary. Is it better to keep him? Probably. But if somebody gives them a really good offer, I think they would look at it. So I'm not sure that they want to move him. I know that they like him and they see the value in having, three or four centers. It's just a matter. I can't say he's definitely going to get traded because they may want to keep him. And I can't say they're definitely going to keep him because if somebody does make a good offer, you got to consider it. You have to.
I don't want to say it doesn't matter whether they do it or not, but I think it doesn't matter as much. It's not as essential as, say, like the Bradley Beal question. And I think you brought up sort of the compromise to the situation. I want Maluach to play. I want to see him, not a lot, but certainly enough that he can develop because he's so important. If you want to start the season with Nick Richards as your backup and as Mark Williams insurance, fine. I have no. But if by Christmas, whatever minutes Nick Richards is getting,
you want Maluach.
It needs to go to Maluach.
Yeah.
It just needs to.
I could buy that.
I mean, because he's not going to develop playing 8 minutes a game sitting on the bench. He needs to play.
Yeah.
And I'm all about using this season as development for some of those guys, development for him, I'd like to see Fleming play a lot this year. A lot.
I think there's a chance that he will.
I want to see that, and I get it. He's a little older. He's in a different boat than Maluach. I get that. But if you want to keep Nick Richards, fine. Keep Nick Richards because you want Mark Williams insurance. But by January, Maluach needs to be getting those minutes. He just needs to. And so at that point, maybe you could move him at the deadline or whatever. I also think Nick Richards could be the ticket to a couple of more second-round picks, which, as we've seen,
valuable.
Are nice little sweeteners to get deals done. The Suns don't have a ton of those left right now.
It is incredible how important second-round picks have become over the last few years as these just free lottery tickets that teams just want. The amount of second-round picks that gets traded is absurd. This never used to be the case 10 years ago. People looked at second round and I don't want second round. I want first. But there are because now you can be like, okay, I can't give you a first rounder, but I can give you 4. The Suns got 5 second rounders out of Houston because they couldn't get another first. So they got the 1 first round pick, but they weren't able to get a second. So they got 5 second rounders instead. So 1 first rounder is equal value to like 5 second rounders.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It is crazy how the value is there. So we'll see if a team that's off the board now for Nick Richards, if somebody else, is it the Knicks, is it the Pacers? Those are 2 of the teams that have been rumored. Again, it's not the first order of business for the Suns. Figuring out Bradley Beal is the first order of business, but it's certainly something that's there in the background because they do have a lot of centers, and you wonder just kind of how they're going to thin it out. But there's no doubt that the future is Maluach and how he develops there and giving him that time. I still just can't get over the Ayton thing in Los Angeles. I really can't. It's I don't know why. Probably mostly because for all the time that we have spent, years of our lives that we have spent talking about Luka versus DA, because remember, for the first few years of this, it was like a legitimate conversation. And it stopped being a legitimate conversation, I don't know, 2 years into the league, I think, for both of them, where it's like, okay, clearly Luka is the better guy, clearly.
Right.
But for those first couple of years, it was debate-worthy and discussion-worthy, and we used to have and then the conversation switched to, boy, how would things look if they had taken Luka instead of DeAndre Ayton? Now the conversation is, they're both on the same team at the same time. What is that going to look like?
And not
How
on a
is
team
that going to work?
And not on a team that either one of them drafted.
Yeah,
it's not like that. DA went to Dallas to go play with Luka, or Luka came here to play with DA. Both of the original teams that drafted them moved on.
Yeah, and yet here they are together. And is LeBron going to be a part of it? Is he going to be gone? Will
his influence on that organization is very minimal now? It's minimal. He used to make all the decisions.
Sure.
He made the coaching decisions. He made the player decisions, who was on the roster, who wasn't on the roster, who was going to be the vet minimum guys. He had full control over that. When they were in the bubble and they won the championship, I mean, LeBron was pulling all the strings. But, that's gone now. He's 40. They traded for Luka. They're going to build around Luka. They know it. And it might be harder to accept. It's hard for the Lion that's been king of the pride for all these years to accept the fact that a new Lion has come in and he's the main guy. He's the main guy now. All the attention's going to go to him. All the female Lions are going to pay attention to him. He's going to do all the fighting. You're there, but you don't have the same role.
But the minute they traded for Luka, that's how it was always going to be.
It was, but it takes a while to accept it.
The minute they made that move, he had to know it. He had to know, okay, that's it. That's it, right? Like you just basically traded for my replacement, and that's that. That's how it's going to be. I think the biggest takeaway, though, from the Ayton thing is the lesson to be applied when it comes to Bradley Beal. DeAndre Ayton took a $10 million pay cut.
And made it back.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna. Okay, I want to go where I want to go. I want to go where I'm wanted. $35 million. Okay, I'll take $10 million less because I know I'm going to make $10 million on the market. That's Bradley Beal. Just let it be. Let it happen. Pick where you want to go. Make sure that team has the money and the interest to sign you. And I'm making this sound easier than it is, but surely somebody will want Bradley Beal. It's like the Damian Lillard thing. I read a story today where there are teams, and I know this kind of took you by surprise yesterday. There are teams, good organizations who are lining up for Damian Lillard, who are like, are you kidding me?
I'll give him a 2-year deal.
I'll give him a 2-year vet minimum because he's going to make $110 million from the Milwaukee Bucks. And I'll sign that guy now and get him in my facility. The Celtics have talked about it. The Warriors have talked about it. The Lakers have talked about it.
But he's old.
It's a free pass.
Yeah, you're not paying a lot of money.
You're going to pay virtually nothing
for a guy that's been a max player his whole career.
Why not? I mean, at that point, if you're an organization that has championship aspirations and you might be a healthy Dame Lillard away from getting there, why wouldn't you spend $7 million
over 2 years?
Over 2 years to get Damian Lillard? Teams should be lining up for that. Good teams should be lining up for that. Teams that are competing for championships should want that guy.
Sure.
It's the lesson that said Bradley Beal's just got to find that. Who's your team? Who's the team that wants you in a place that you want to go, that's willing to give you enough money so that you don't have to take any kind of a haircut from the Suns? And let's be done with this.
And you cannot tell me that Bradley Beal was happy here. Like, they may like living here, but you can't tell me he was happy as a member of the Phoenix Suns. He even talked about it last year. Like, I want to bring joy back. Remember that? Remember that comment he made?
Kellen made the point when you were gone on Monday. Can you imagine? And I know it's not going to happen, but just like thought exercise here. Media day for the Suns if Bradley Beal is still on the roster. Oh my God, it would just be a disaster. A disaster. Can't have it.
Can't have it.
Nope. And they won't.
I agree.
And they won't. Vitalented is asking Valley residents to declare their independence from blood shortages by donating at the Saving Arizona Blood Drive this Sunday from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. The Independence Day holiday time frame, it's the lowest week of the summer for donations. So please head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete details. How much trade value do the Diamondbacks have on the roster right now? Which player would bring back the most if that's what they end up doing? That's coming up here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This hasn't happened yet. I don't know that's going to happen. I mean, the trade thing, I understand that that's still being talked about. I kind of wrote off in my mind that he wasn't getting traded 3 months ago. I would happily be surprised, but if a team really is willing to take on that contract, you would think they would be a pretty good team, and good teams don't have the cap space to do that. The ideal situation would be if you could get Bradley Beal to basically do what DA did in Portland and be like, I'll take a little bit less right now, buy me out, get me out of here, I'll get a fresh start somewhere else.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, and we are running out of time. It is the final days of employee pricing at Sanderson Ford. The final days, July 7th, the entire program comes to an end. So you can still take advantage of it right now and get employee pricing at Sanderson Ford and get some really good deals right now at Sanderson Ford, including a Bronco Sport for $27,900, an Escape for $28,700, an F-150 STX Super Crew truck for $41,700, plus get an additional $1,000 military recognition discount for all active and retired military personnel. Shop the employee pricing at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Stop by and pick up a pair of D-backs tickets just for coming in with no test drive or purchase required. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go to sandersonford.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payoff via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Precision decision with Precision Air.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks looking to clinch the series tonight against the Giants, and they're looking for a third consecutive quality start on the mound. Merrill Kelly is the man tasked with that mission. He opposes right-hander Landon Roop. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And speaking of the Diamondbacks, Ketel Marte is headed back to the All-Star game and will start at second base for the National League. This is his third overall trip to the Midsummer Classic and his second consecutive start. Reserves for the All-Star game will be announced on Sunday at 2 p.m., and that's when we'll learn if any of Ketel's teammates will be joining him in Atlanta. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? Games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball on tonight, taking on the Giants, game 3 of 4. Merrill Kelly on the bump. We'll preview that game coming up, and D-backs on deck in the next segment. No Mercury basketball. They're not back at it again until tomorrow when I think they're taking on Dallas. Games around baseball, there's plenty of them. I'm trying to think what else is on tonight. I think that's it. Diamondbacks baseball, see if they can win this series. against the Giants. That'd be pretty cool. So preview that game coming up. That is what's on tonight, the games that we are going to watch this evening.
I'm going to download some movies. Got to get them on my
Oh,
iPad.
yeah, you got a long flight coming up. You
Mm-hmm.
gotta figure out what you're going to watch.
I got a few things I got to watch.
A lot of... Now, okay, you tend to like your movies violent, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you...
I have a couple of it.
Are you cognizant of what movies you're watching when you're on a plane when somebody could
Yeah,
be
I'm not
looking
going to
over
watch
your
anything
shoulders?
with, like, naked people in it on a plane.
But blood, gore, guts, yes?
Sure.
Okay.
Like, if I'm watching... would I watch a war movie on a plane? Sure.
I was just curious. Because some people, I think, are very, very cautious about what they're watching on a plane because somebody might be...
I'm going to watch Valiant 1 and Warfare. Those are the two I've got to download. Valiant 1 and Warfare.
It's funny you mentioned that, Bernsey, because on my flight back from Chicago a couple weeks ago, are you familiar with the show called The Rehearsal?
Yeah.
On HBO?
Yeah.
So the entire second season is based around airplane crashes resulting from poor communication between pilots. And my stupid butt sitting there binging through the entire second season while on this plane thinking, wait, why am I doing this to myself and everybody else?
And why are
around
you
me?
doing that to the people around you
Right,
who are probably
yeah.
looking over your shoulders like,
Plane
why,
crashes, Mitch?
Why is this sicko watching shows about plane crashes on a plane? Wow. Yeah, that's not your finest moment. I'll give you that.
I haven't had many, so
I'll give you that. Sometimes I'll be sitting on a plane, and if I don't have anything to do and somebody's watching a movie that I'll like, I can't take my eyes off it.
You watch their movie?
Oh, absolutely. I can't hear it, but I'm watching it, and I can't take my eyes off of it. Oh, yeah, like Lauren's nodding her head. I do that all, like, that's why I have to have a movie that I want to watch. Otherwise, I'm going to be sitting there like I'm trying to read a book. I'm like, oh, man, that person's watching Ocean's 11. God, I love Ocean's 11.
But there is also
so good.
There's also a huge library of movies that they have for you that they put on the screen in front of you that you could watch.
I know. There's just
So there's a lot of options.
But there was I can't remember. I'm trying to remember what movie it was. There was a movie I was watching on a plane, and a highly, highly, highly inappropriate scene came on. And it was it was just. I took my iPad and I like held it up against. Like, okay, no, is it? No, it's still going. Yeah, still going. Okay, yeah, all right, good. Now I can watch it. Okay, I was just curious because you travel a lot.
I will watch a war. I will not watch something with nudity and sexual scenes and stuff. I will not watch that. That would be very inappropriate. I would never do that.
But some guy getting dismembered on a war field
if I'm
somewhere.
watching, would I watch a war movie? Yeah. Look, you don't like what I'm watching. Don't look at my screen.
Some people don't think there's much of a difference between the two, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, well, if I have a little kid, which I won't, but I understand.
Yeah,
I'm somewhat careful.
By the time you get back from your big European swing, the Diamondbacks will have roughly 2 weeks to go before the trade deadline, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
They'll have, what it looks like then, I have no idea. What we're talking about then, I have no clue. Something tells me it's going to be very similar to what we're saying now. They're going to be right around 500, and they're still going to be 3-4 games back of the last spot. I don't. My best guess would be that it's not going to be very different.
I'm going to work that Friday. I'm hoping to come back and say, what did the Diamondbacks do in the last 2 weeks, Bernsey? I have no idea.
That's good. I'd be proud of you if you did that.
Yes,
I'd be
like,
very excited for you if you had no idea.
What did they do? You're like,
it's funny. When I went on my vacation this last week, I knew what the Diamondbacks had done because we were actually watching a little baseball. I couldn't tell you one thing about what the Suns had done, other than the Durant trade. I knew because you called me that morning.
What time was it that I called you?
It was 7:30.
It was early in the morning, and Bernsey's on the beach with his granddaughter. I'm like, all right, I got the trade. Here it is.
Yeah, you texted me, and you're like, I got the trade.
I'm going to tell you,
well,
you're going to be one of the few people that know.
And so when I texted you back, what is it? You called me, and I'm like, okay, I'll bite. I'll answer. I want to know what it is. I'm curious. But after that, after like the 24 hours after Durant got traded, I
tuned it all out.
Oh, I tuned it all out.
You're good at that. I got to be better.
I couldn't.
I got to be more like you. I got to be better at that.
I had no idea who they drafted. I had no idea what they did. I didn't know about Mark Williams. I didn't know about any of that stuff until I got home.
Like the Suns got Mark Williams?
Seriously, I had no idea. Until Sunday, I had no idea. If you can do that, I'd be impressed.
Yeah.
Forget about not tweeting during your vacation. If you can come back and legit not know what the Diamondbacks did the 2 weeks you were gone. Now, to be fair, one of those weeks is the All-Star break. So you're missing.
did nothing.
You're missing.
I'm
no
missing
baseball.
nothing.
You're missing no baseball. That
Great.
week.
Great.
What are we going to talk about, Lauren? what are we going to talk?
How are we going to talk
Lauren,
about?
What are we going to talk about? Help me. Give me something. What do we got?
Mercury are playing great. Get that Satu Sadali on. She's been awesome.
I got to start gearing up for training camp a little bit because it's not going to be that far off, actually.
I'm going to be able to start to do full segments on Formula One racing because we're going to have nothing else to talk about.
I'm seeing F1 tomorrow, by the way.
See, there we go.
I'm seeing F1 tomorrow. Very excited about that.
What's F1?
It's the Brad Pitt movie about Formula One racing. It's called F1.
I would hate that movie.
Because it's got Brad Pitt?
No, just I don't like car racing movies.
It's
what was the one about like the fancy cars?
The fancy cars. Give me more.
It was within the last year. About like the last 18 months. About this car company that went into racing.
Ford versus Ferrari?
Maybe that was it. Yeah, Ford versus Ferrari.
That was a really good movie. You didn't
was
like
it?
That movie? Oh,
I know. I wouldn't watch it. I don't care.
It was nominated for Best Picture. That was an excellent movie.
Yeah, I just don't care.
It was one of my favorite movies of that year, if I remember right. I thought it was really well done. No, it's not. I'm not like a huge auto racing fan, but it's supposed to be like a really like elevated popcorn movie, like a real good summer movie, but a little bit better. You know, done a little bit. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. Anyway, so trade deadline stuff. The usual names, the usual suspects. Today on ESPN, they took a stab at one of their baseball writers, one of their top baseball writers, who I can't remember which off the top of my head. I'm pulling up the story right now. We do this every July. We present to you our annual list of one player that every team should trade for or trade away. As you would expect, the Diamondbacks were all over this list.
Four of the top 9 guys.
Right. The Arizona Diamondbacks, in their opinion, assuming that they're sellers, and they pointed that out, assuming that they're in a position to sell, they should trade away Eugenio Suarez. The Tigers and the Mariners should trade for Eugenio Suarez, one of the two. The St. Louis Cardinals should trade for Merrill Kelly. The Texas Rangers should trade for Josh Naylor.
How crazy would that be? Let's just talk about the Cardinals for a second.
Sure.
We went into this season looking at their closer and saying, we're going to trade for the Cardinals closer. And now we're talking about them trading for one of our starting pitchers.
Yes. Yeah. And if you look at their roster, there is a clear need for them to upgrade at starting pitcher. Season ends today. The Cardinals are a playoff team.
Yes.
They're in the play-in. So their suggestion is that the Cardinals trade for Merrill Kelly, that the Rangers trade for Josh Naylor, and just to round it out, the Milwaukee Brewers trade for Shelby Miller. Interestingly enough, there wasn't one suggestion about Zach Gallen.
Well, that was done before his start yesterday.
And that was done before his start
yesterday.
yesterday.
10 strikeouts with no walks, 1 earned run against a division rival. That was a good Zach. That was a great Zach Gallen game. And I'm happy for him. He needs it. That was good for the Diamondbacks to try to stay competitive, but it's also good for the Diamondbacks in case they're not competitive. If he's pitching well, it's going to be a lot of – if he can put 3 good starts together, I think people will just say, look, it just took him a little while. He's back, like Zach Allen's back. Because he's been consistent his whole career. He's been a good pitcher. He's just had a really bad start to this season. If he could string together some really good starts, I think his value will still be good.
Speaking of the Diamondbacks, when we come back, we'll preview their game against the San Francisco Giants. D-backs on deck is next here on Arizona Sports.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Bear down for U of A night at Chase Field on July 22nd. This special event ticket pack includes a lower level ticket and a co-branded U of A cap. Visit dbacks.com/U of A.
Recent studies just showed that 72 sold certified agents are chosen by Phoenix area home sellers just like you 4 times more often than agents who sell homes the traditional way. Why? It's no wonder 5.8%. 72 sold certified agents are selling homes at a 5.8% higher median price than agents who sell homes the traditional way. A better agent, a better price at 72sold.com.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher with Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle Rita Slush. You realize we've hit the edge of pickledom, but that Pickle Rita Slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Deal Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenience, service, and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-Backs on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win against the San Francisco Giants. They can clinch that tonight in this 4-game series if they're able to get a win on their home field at Chase Field. It's game 3 of 4, and it's coming up next here on Arizona Sports. Time for D-Backs on Deck as we get you ready for the game. And the pitching matchup tonight is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, Merrill Kelly, the 36-year-old right-hander, gets the start tonight. The righty is 7-4 with a 3.49 ERA. Landon Roop gets the start for San Francisco. He's 6-5, 3.43 ERA.
Yeah, Merrill has been just a model of consistency. 15 straight starts of 5+ innings going back to April 8th. 6-3 with a 2.83 ERA. 19 walks to 97 strikeouts. He has been just, again, the model of consistency. He's posted 3 quality starts in each month, April, May, and June. He's had 3 quality starts, so hopefully he can start off July with a quality start. With Ralph, it's, he's got 11 1/3 consecutive innings without allowing an earned run. So he's on a little bit of a roll right now. Yep. Over his last 8 starts, he's 4-2 with a 2.18 ERA. So he's been pitching very well.
Clearly the thing for this one, as it relates to Kelly, that San Francisco offense is really struggling right now. It's been a struggle for a while. They've struggled to score runs. They struggled to do it again last night and in the opener as well. I've got to think there is a real opportunity here with Merrill Kelly on the mound, given how consistent he's been and trustworthy he's been. There's a real opportunity for the Diamondbacks to take the first 3 of this series with him being on the mound. His last time out against Miami was okay. He only walked 1. His defense betrayed him a little bit, but he only went 5 innings. He gave up 5 runs, 3 earned. He was only able to get to 88 pitches. So it certainly wasn't the start anybody wanted out of him when he was going up against them last weekend. But I would think with San Francisco's offense, the way it's just such a grind right now, there's a real opportunity. Now, obviously, the big news of the day from the Diamondbacks is that of Ketel Marte being voted as a starter. He got the most votes among players in the second round, so the voting that's been going on for the last week or so. It's obviously a testament to him. He also becomes, and I saw this note from our friends over at Arizona Diamondbacks Stats and Info, just the 6th different player in franchise history to appear in 3 different All-Star games as a Diamondback.
Oh, okay. Go over the list.
Paul Goldschmidt, Luis Gonzalez, Zach Greinke, Randy Johnson, Brandon Webb, and now Ketel Marte.
It's pretty good company right there.
Pretty much a who's list.
B. Webb had 3 in a row, huh?
B. Webb had 3 in a row. 06, 07, and 08.
Wow.
Yeah. Randy Johnson did it 5 times total. Zach Greinke did it 3. Of course, Luis Gonzalez did it a bunch, and Paul Goldschmidt was a regular from 2013 to 2018. Well-deserved. He's the best second baseman in the National League. You could argue he's the best second baseman in baseball with the numbers that he's put up. He has been so valuable for the Diamondbacks, and it's good to see him get rewarded, and it was good to see him, quite frankly, run away with the vote a little bit today. It wasn't close. He beat Tommy Edman 70% to 30%.
Yeah. I would have liked to have seen if Corbin Carroll didn't get hurt.
Yes.
What he could have done. But there's still a chance that he can make the roster. But
Suarez, too, potentially.
Suarez as well. So there's still a couple other guys. You would think Suarez is going to get there on pace to hit 50 freaking home runs. You would think he's going to get there.
Yeah, you would think so. Time for the injury report. It's brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. The big update came from Torey Lovullo pregame, and that was on Josh Naylor. He's back in the lineup, and he's staying in the lineup.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to post today. We had that pattern yesterday, and it just got to be a little bit too much for him. And through the course of the swing, there's a lot of intensity to his swing. So at the end of that workout yesterday, he just felt like he couldn't give it everything that he had. Today's a different day. I've already checked in with the medical team. They feel very good about it as well. Josh will go out, test it, but I feel like he's going to play today.
Big boost for their offense. Not that they needed it. They hit 4 home runs last night, but it's always good to have Naylor back
I can't believe how much they've relied on the home run this year. Only the Yankees and the Dodgers have more home runs than the Diamondbacks this year. Cubs are right behind the D-backs, but only the Yankees and the Dodgers have hit more home runs.
Yeah.
So reliant on the long ball.
It's how they've had to operate. It's crazy. I mean, to think about where we were just 2 years ago with this team when they didn't have a lot of power and it was all
we looked at the outfielder, like you've got all these 3 outfielders and nobody hits home runs.
Remember create chaos, right? And how that was the foundation of the Diamondbacks offensively. Now it is long ball. And
chicks dig the long ball.
And they're good at it. They're one of the best teams in baseball at it, but there is a little bit of a, when they don't,
it's hard to
score runs, right? When they don't,
they're very reliant on it.
But from an injury standpoint, that's what's going on with the team. Corbin Carroll still working his way back. There was one roster move as well made by the Diamondbacks today. They signed Jake Woodford to a major league contract, and they're putting him in the bullpen. Juan Murillo was sent down. And I think because it was a non-injury, they can't call Murillo back up for a couple of weeks.
2 weeks,
unless there is an injury, then I think they possibly could. So that roster move was made. The MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Diamondbacks starting the day right now, 43-42. 3 games back of the final wild card spot in the National League. The Reds are ahead of them, as are the Giants, the Cardinals, and then the Padres, who right now are the third-place team in the National League wild card standings. Those are your standings. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game. At least I hope he does.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's.
Let me guess, Merrill Kelly's great on Wednesdays?
No, but he is great in the month of July. He has a lot of success in the month of July. The key is going to be Willy Adames. Willy Adames hit his 10th homer of the season last night. He's playing some really good baseball right now. He's the one guy